started as a promise. A promise of something different. A promise of heroes. But the path to glory is never promised.
This is a knockdown, drag-out, no-holds-barred brawl.
What devastating loss.
Heartbreak City.
This is the largest mountain to climb.
But somewhere, a glimmer of hope persists. The promise of a new era.
The stakes get ratcheted up a notch.
Oh! No way does he win that! That's what you want to see!
Are you not entertained?
An era that celebrates where we came from. At a place we call home. Which heroes will fall? Which heroes will rise? The Overwatch League playoffs start right now.
Welcome to the Watchpoint pre-show live from the Anaheim Convention Center in sunny California. My name is Zoe Schwind and I have the utmost pleasure of being your host again today. And joining me as per usual is Jonathan Reinforced Larson, and also we got Rosemary Necra Kelly joining us because Scott unfortunately had a bit of a sniffle because safety is absolutely paramount. We sent him home to rest up, so we very much hope that Danny and he will get better very soon and are able to join us here. But thank you so much, Necra, for jumping in short notice and joining us here on the desk.
Hey, it's my pleasure. I loved the time that I got to spend with you all during the kickoff clash, and so to be here feels like kind of putting a bookend on the season.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm actually quite anxious about having Necro on the desk because I just have this ominous feeling that you are going to get like all your Preds right today. Yesterday we had a bit of a bad run with our Preds. I went 1-3. You went 1-3 too, right? And I just feel like Necro's gonna be like 4-0.
I went 2-2.
No worries.
Thank you very much. Speak for yourself.
Okay,
over there.
all right. Sorry.
I got some spicy Preds today, so I don't know, but I like the good omen at least that maybe I got them right.
Well, we'll find out. Yeah, we'll find out. It's not as easy as it looks.
It really isn't. It really isn't. I know that firsthand.
On that desk. But yeah, guys, I mean, it took but one day to ruin all of our Preds. Probably yours too, and therefore all of our reputation is an absolute shambles. So what can we do today to restore our credibility?
I think we just gotta give everyone a break. You know, that involves the community as well. Everyone's brackets are broken. Why don't we start fresh, all right? Everyone gets a pass from day one. It was Sweep City, tons of 3-0s. Let's just start fresh. We give everyone a new opportunity to really like make their mark and get some right predictions, all right? Does that sound good?
That sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, it sounds spoken like someone at the bottom of the stand.
I am bottom of the Preds, yes.
Hey, there's hope. Two people remain somewhere out there in some corner of the world. I don't know what you were eating for breakfast that you got those right, but two perfect brackets still remain. And with perfect, I mean getting not just the winner right, but the actual score. What? How? I don't understand.
Know. I don't know. I feel like when you do Preds, like even when I do Preds, like you always think that there's going to be maybe like a gentleman's sweep. Like you get one map, but that's it. So I feel like a lot of people go for the 3-1s.
Yeah, and I mean, this was a difficult bracket to make as well, because as always the case with the new patch to the game, there is a new meta as well. And of course we heard some whispers, there were some rumors in the hallway about what might be the meta. But yesterday, I think it's safe to say that it really kind of solidified. So let's take a look at the pick rate from yesterday so we have a better understanding of what heroes we saw the most of.
Well, most of the meta right now is centered around Sojourn and Reaper as the damage duo pair for a lot of these compositions, but we did see some teams yesterday pull out the Tracer as a pocket pick, working with some of the other tanks that we saw in the meta as well.
Yeah, and I'm really delighted about this. I gotta say, as a Winston main, I am so delighted that my fellow Winston is back. It's been a tough year. We've seen tons of Junker Queen, Zarya, of course, being played, some D.Va into the mix. But this playoffs, it seems like it's all about Winston, and much because of the supports being played, Zoe.
Yeah, and this one fills me with joy because the newest addition to the hero lineup got to see a lot of time of the day yesterday. Kiriko had an almost 50% pick rate, and Lucio is above a 50% pick rate as well. Not so much to be seen from any other heroes, but maybe that will change. We still have a few teams remaining which we haven't seen play at all. So maybe one of them is bold. Maybe one of them is coming out with some pocket strats we can admire. But guys, if we're looking at this meta, I want to know what it really is. What is it supposed to do? Like, explain it to me like I'm 5 years old. Why does this meta exist?
So usually we apply names to metas, right? And I'm quite jealous of you, Zoe, because you came up with a genius name for this meta before we went live here. Now, it's all about the Winston, right? But, no, sorry, I know that sounds wrong as a Winston main, but really, the tank is very important, right? Kiriko, of course, seeing a ton of playtime as well, and Kitsune Rush is claimed to be one of the best ultimates in the game now. So it's all about the momentum with the Kitsune Rush, Kiriko following the rest of the team, supporting, aiding your team, and Winston really dictates the pace. So the name you came up with, Zoe, was...
Banana Dive.
Banana Dive.
But I might want to change it. What about Banana
like
Rush?
a dessert.
I like Banana Rush.
Banana Rush is, I think,
Banana
better.
Rush?
I think this is Banana Rush.
Okay.
Can we
Because you
all
rush
agree?
I think
in
it's
Kitsune
Banana
Rush. And
Yeah,
there's
it's a Banana
Monkey
Rush.
Banana Rush.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's great. Yeah, I'm claiming this as the official name. Put it into
Banana
the game.
Rush.
Put it in the game.
Ship
Come on,
it.
Debs. I know we're watching
Ship it
Debs.
is what I'm
Ship
saying.
it.
And not just because I came up with that. Stroke of genius, but what can you do? Anyway, I do want to talk a little bit about... that first round of games yesterday. It was exciting, but that also got more exciting after the games were over, because the top-seeded teams got to pick their opponents. They got an opportunity to pick their opponents for today's 4 matches. So let's take a brief look at the bracket, and then we'll walk you through it. So let's see how we're going to move forward. This is what we're going to end up with seeing today. Those are the 4 matchups, each picked by the higher seed. So let's kick things off with the Dallas Fuel. They ended the regular season, of course, as our #1 seed, and therefore they got the pick of the litter. And their pick could not have been more surprising to me after the games yesterday. I gotta be real with you. I mean, Hangzhou Spark, a team which, yes, they came into the playoffs as arguably one of the underdogs, not being looking too comfortable the last 2 stages, but yesterday, they were on top of their game. They looked really, really, really confident and comfortable in that current meta, and Dallas still chose them. So, of course, we want to know how we're feeling about these picks, right? So I have no scale, no rules, but we have some whiteboards. So I want you to write down.
Whiteboards.
I want you
And
to
you want
write
to
down.
grade these matchups.
You gotta rate.
I've rated this matchup properly. Well, we're really grading like the pick. Dallas
Yeah,
Fuel
we're grading
picking
the
Hangzhou
pick.
Spark, right? All right. Well, Nekra, you are the guest on this, so I'll let
Okay.
you go first here. What did you grade this pick from Dallas Fuel?
Well, I said B+, and only because I think it was a smart choice by the Dallas Fuel, but I
Okay.
think that Hangzhou Spark could come out with something maybe surprising. Like, are they able to punish the Kiriko, for example?
Yeah, because
that's
Tiro
the
played a
big
bit
thing.
off, right? Yeah. This might not make sense, but I graded it Shy plus, because it's an S plus, right? Which is the top grade, S plus, right? And then
Depends on
Shy,
who you
because
ask.
Shy is in there as well. So there you go, a Shy plus for me. And really, it all comes down to Dallas Fuel. They're taking the battle to themselves, right? Because yes, Hangzhou Spark, they're number 12 seed going into the tournament, but they looked really good yesterday, Zoe.
They did. So that's why I'm rating this one a 1 out of 10 situation. Like, if I were the Dallas Fuel, I would have not picked the Spark. Simple as that.
Did you watch the game? Hangzhou Spark were dominating. No, I
Yeah.
meant Dallas Fuel. Dallas Fuel,
And
not you,
they,
yeah.
they didn't dominate against like a meh opponent. They dominated against the Dragons, which arguably is one of the better teams we do have in the league. Even
Reigning
though
champions.
even though
Exactly.
their seeding in the end of the season might not have lived up to the reputation they would have as a champion, but still, I don't know, Dallas. But maybe good to get a difficult one out of the way. If you can beat them, you can beat anyone.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, kind of a
Maybe-
confidence
I like it.
booster.
That's it. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what they were thinking, but we'll find out very soon. Now, the 2nd seed, San Francisco Shock, they were up next, and their pick for their opponent is the Houston Outlaws. So let's give that one some thought. Let it sink in. How would we rate this pick? Was that a good move by the San Francisco Shock? A questionable decision? How is the Houston Outlaws feeling about that? We can also like rate it from the other side, obviously.
All right, I'm just gonna say this. I need you two to buy me some time because I messed up.
All right. There's one thing we can do, and that is talk.
Yes.
Talk about everything and absolutely nothing. Also, of course, we still have footage up, or we had footage up, so that would buy you a few hot seconds as well. Necra, how do you, this is great. How do you, I see where this is going, but Necra, what you got for us here?
Right. Well, here's a fun one for you. I did the Roadhog hook as a question mark.
That is genius. I am so jealous.
Thank you very much.
It's like Costa yesterday when he saw Jake translating Korean. He was like, I'm so inadequate. And here I'm sitting and I tried to draw a horse and then I had to remove it, so I just wrote 10 out of 10 instead. Because my horse was so awful, I could not possibly have shown it on broadcast. It's a 10 out of 10 for me here. I think this is one of the biggest rivalries when it comes to franchises in the league to begin with, right? Because like they even had a trade back in the day that sent Smurf to the San Francisco Shock, of course. Dante played on the San Francisco Shock in 2018, and then they sent him over to the Houston Outlaws, of course. So this is actually like a historical matchup. 10 out of 10. I love that Cross is taking it to the Outlaws in this one.
Yeah, this is my rating. Don't know. Proper, though. I mean, I have absolute faith in Proper, as per usual. How do I rate it? I don't know, because I generally don't know what to expect from the San Francisco Shock heading into this meta. Like, that is a big question mark. We haven't seen them playing yet. Are they having all the pieces? Will they adjust well to the meta? I don't know. Question mark.
They're Proper and Striker.
They have, that's why I said Proper, though. Like, he'll sort it out for them. That's fine.
Yeah,
now, with the third seed in the tournament, the LA Gladiators got to pick next, and they are allowed to pick their opponent out of the remaining winners, of course, from yesterday. And they ended up choosing the London Spitfire. And quite frankly, this one makes me a little bit excited for a very basic reason, but more about that in just a bit. First, I'm gonna give some time to write something on our board. I shouldn't have written so much before, because now I have to raise everything, so it's a lot of work going into this. Alas, the things we do for a good bit. But yeah, Gladiators picked the London Spitfire. London Spitfire looked very, very good yesterday. I think they were the bracket buster for most of us. I think a lot of people would not have expected them to actually win that first game. Not just win it, but actually dominate it. So that was a nice surprise, and definitely.
Wow, you're like really painting over there. This is Sue is cooking.
Yeah,
she's drawing up something nice.
Yeah,
I'll go. I'll go with a good old bark. All right. The London Spitfire, they were saying yesterday in the interview with Backbone that they're barking. They feel like they're the underdog into this tournament, and also they feel really confident in their ability to like take some of these upset wins, right? I would actually look out for the London Spitfire in this matchup itself. I know a lot of people, including Costa, for example, predicting LA Gladiators to win the entire playoffs themselves. But London Spitfire, they're channeling some good underdog energy in this matchup. What do you think, Necro?
I am thinking the exact same thing, because I've got Aces High right here. And this might be
not Preds, by the way, not Preds, not official predictions.
Okay, well, but it's going to be on my Preds too, because like I genuinely think that maybe, despite it being one of my spicier takes, London Spitfire looked really good yesterday, and the team overall seems really confident. And I just maybe have some question marks about how the Gladiators are going to do based off of their performance for the second half of the season. But what about you, Zoe?
Well, this is more wish list than rating. Can we get a Reiner, Hadi, Reinhardt gentleman's agreement? Just because that's what I rate this pick, and I just do it.
That worked out
for the people.
so well for
do it for the people.
Rain.
Now, this means that the Seoul Dynasty, our number 4 seed, did not get to choose, of course, and instead they had to play whichever team is left. And it's a bit of a surprising thing that no one wanted to pick the Florida Mayhem. Then again, is it surprising? Because quite frankly, this meta, they look good in it. Like, that seemed to really play right into their hands. They had a very dominant performance. That said, though, I mean, we had 4 3-0s yesterday, so I guess the winners all had a dominant performance. So really, I said absolutely nothing right there. However, Mayhem is going to be facing off against Seoul. I'm not sure Seoul is super thrilled.
Are you rating the pick? Because they didn't get to choose Zoe.
Yeah, I guess we're just rating their feelings. We're all about the fields here at the
All about the fields.
Okay.
Well, if
Yeah.
I'm the Seoul Dynasty, I'm the number 1 seed from the APAC region, which is number 4 in the tournament. I'm gonna go with a solid 100 here. Okay, you know, Florida Mayhem. You know, they were in the play-ins. Of course, they had to qualify through the play-ins, right? So they've been spending some time, you know, leading up to the tournament. They didn't play the same meta, stuff like that. They just got them for free. Seoul Dynasty just got Florida Mayhem for free. I think they're quite happy with this one. They should be elated. You don't have to play all the other good teams.
All right, let's go.
I don't think so. I just don't think that this is it for Seoul Dynasty. I wouldn't want to be stuck having to face off against the Florida Mayhem, because there's the flip side of that, which is they did dominate play-ins, and they do look really good right now. And when the meta
Seoul didn't have to play in play-ins.
Okay.
They're too good for the
Yeah, but
play-ins.
now they're battle tested, and also they won their match yesterday without having very much scrim time because no team wanted to play against them.
Whoa, Florida?
Yeah.
Whoa.
There's the inside knowledge.
Whoa.
So basically, I'm what she said. So just that one. That's my rating for that one. Well, we all see how it's going to shake out. A playoff season is so unique because teams are picking opponents. Of course, also they're choosing the maps, and the strategy is just next level for all of that. And you know what else happens to coincide with playoff season? That's right, award season. We're giving away awards next. Which awards? Well, you'll have to stay tuned to find out. Welcome back to Watchpoint. If you're just joining us for the playoffs, welcome. Make sure to type drops in chat. Just kidding, actually.
Don't type
Don't
drops.
do that. Looking at you here,
No
Danny. You're home. Don't do it. Don't get it started. Now, we've played nearly 6 months of regular season so far, of course, and accolades have been earned over that time. And over the next couple of days, on Watchpoint, we will be giving out all the regular season awards. And here is the schedule for those awards. So take a good look, make a note of it if you want to see your potential favorites getting some awards. It's always a great time to celebrate greatness here in our league. But now, without any further ado, it is time to hand out our first role stars for tanks. And you know what? This has just been that role which dominated the front line and really struck fear into the enemy all season long. But perhaps none did it with more swagger than our first tank role star, London Spitfires, Hardy.
It has been so impressive to watch Hadi grow as a tank player this season. He started by shaping the meta for London Spitfire by forcing teams to have to play against his Reinhardt rush. But then he also started showing us more versatility, showing off his Winston and his Wrecking Ball, and his Winston yesterday looked really good to initiate dives for the team.
I would say that Hadi is the best Reinhardt in the entire league. And that is big when you want to be able to be flexible for so many of these different metas, of course. Because now you know, if there's ever a Reinhardt meta, we have Hadi, we're golden, we have an opportunity to win a championship. And if you saw here, as Reinhardt this season, tied for second in charge kills, average time alive third, and third fewest deaths in the entire league this season. And this is out of 9 players, which I think also speaks to how they were able to make Reinhardt work when no one really tried to make Reinhardt work in the first place, right? So we haven't really had a huge Reinhardt meta this season, but Hadi, with his capabilities, he's sure to make it easy for London Spitfire when that meta comes around. And also the Junker Queen in the Summer Showdown, you can't forget about that. One of the best Junker Queens around the league.
It was really fun to watch him make that Reinhardt work. No one expected it, or actually they did expect it, but they never got to scrim against it. So tough luck. Weren't really comfortable going up against it. Now, our next role star has nearly a flawless resume, is possibly the most complete overall tank in the league. And don't let the name fool you, because this tank always comes up big. It's Seoul Dynasty's Smurf.
Smurf has been fantastic for the Seoul Dynasty this season. The 2019 and 2020 winner of the Overwatch League, he came to the Seoul Dynasty this year in 2022 and brought the first stage title to the Seoul Dynasty franchise. As the lone tank of the Seoul Dynasty, Smurf has shown insane flexibility, both being able to play some of his signature heroes, Winston for example, bringing out the Orisa at times, but primarily his flexibility to bring on the Zarya to his kit, the Sigma at times. These are heroes that we didn't expect that Smurf could play at such an elite level, and here you can see the Winston this season, Necro.
Well, part of the reason why Smurf has had to look at other tank heroes is because he was the only tank for Seoul Dynasty, and I think that makes it even more impressive as we've switched over from this 2-tank Overwatch 1 to a single tank in Overwatch 2. He has way more responsibilities now that he has to carry, and those stats were beautiful to show just really how proficient of a tank he has been for the team.
Absolutely, so well deserved. Now our next role star, he just exploded into the league, punched his way through the ranks to be named a role star in his rookie year, all right? It's Reiner of the LA Gladiators.
Reiner. Man, this player has been such a treat to watch from his earlier days in Contenders, evolving into the Overwatch League and coming out with such a bang for his rookie season. This guy is the embodiment of tank flexibility, and he has played literally every tank hero on the roster for at least 5 minutes. And yeah, that includes Orisa. 5 minutes on Orisa was impressive too, because he got 8 eliminations on that hero. But how cool to see this tank be able to play so many different heroes.
And in many ways, I think that Reiner is one of the first Overwatch 2 tanks to really redefine the role, how we view tanks as well. Generally, of course, in Overwatch 1, we talked about main tanks favoring Reinhardt and Winston, and off tanks who sometimes were proficient at D.Va and Zarya. Well, you have Reiner here, who has transformed the tank role and made it Doomfist role. You can see his Doomfist stats this season. First in final blows, second in knockback kills, and first in meteor strike kills. Formerly a damage hero, Reiner adapted accordingly. He picked up the Doomfist, able to play the Winston, the Reinhardt, all of these different tank heroes. And I think that really makes him a tank role star. The LA Gladiators, they won 2 stage titles so far this season, and Reiner was very much a large part of that.
Absolutely. Now our final Roll Star Award for Tank goes to a player who has been, sorry, I have to say it is undisputed the best of multiple tanks throughout the season. Everything is bigger in Texas, especially this tank player. It's Hanbin of the Dallas Fuel.
The best off-tank player last year in 2021 also is crowned the best tank player of 2022. Hanbin has been extremely good for the Dallas Fuel throughout this entire season. Defining these compositions with the Zarya play and the kickoff clash where they rallied in front of the Dallas home crowd, but also playing the best Junker Queen in the entire league during the summer showdown. Hanbin, in many ways, his proficiency at all these different heroes, the entire tank roster, it cannot be understated. Dallas Fuel themselves. In many ways, you think about damage players as the most important role in Overwatch. Well, for Dallas Fuel, it's simply Hanbin. It's the tank role because he's that good and he contributes that much to the Dallas Fuel franchise.
That's why Hanbin actually rhymes with win, right?
Yeah, you
Sure.
can't
Let's go with
spell
that.
win without Hanbin.
Hanbin. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what they say. I mean, just look at the stats here for Hanbin Zarya. This was a meta-defining player and also hero, where we saw Zarya come to the forefront of a few stages, but it wasn't even just the Zarya, it was the Junker Queen. Like, the stat card looks very similar for that hero, too.
It's just so impressive. Like, what can't he do? But you can say the exactly same thing for all of those tank players. So let's take a look at all these talented, handsome gamers who got awarded the Roll Star 2022 Tank Awards. Hanbin, Smurf, Hadi, and Reiner. All of these players are so deserving, and we're just so lucky that, you know, we could have given this award to many more players in the league as well. Remember that we're announcing the Roll Stars Award over the next few days, so you don't want to miss that. Just like you don't want to miss our first match of the day. The Hangzhou Spark will face off against the Dallas Fuel, and Dallas, they chose this team to play. Will they regret it? Well, we'll find out after just a quick break. Welcome back to Watchpoint from beautiful Anaheim, California, home of many different parks and attractions. But the best tickets in town are, of course, the Overwatch League Finals, and there's still some time to get yours. So join us here at the Overwatch League Grand Finals and catch Leah Denise and Cherise Booth, the voice actors for Junker Queen and Sojourn alive. Tickets are on sale right now. You do not want to miss it. I guess we're here as well, which is kind of a big deal.
Yeah, I actually heard we might get to meet her ourselves.
Ooh.
I'm looking forward to that.
I am
Get a bit of a
actually
chat.
too. Yeah, no, it's gonna be fantastic. It's gonna be great.
gonna be fun.
So much fun yet to come. And again, thanks to Necro, of course, for joining us in the first half here on the desk. But she's now getting ready to cast that first series, so we have to let her go.
She's off.
She does her actual job.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this. First match of 4 today is going to be the Hangzhou Spark versus the Dallas Fuel. And we saw Hangzhou surprisingly dominate the Shanghai Dragons yesterday. But we haven't really seen Dallas play yet. So, Reinforced, what can we expect from the team in blue?
So this is the big question mark for the Dallas Fuel. They've obviously looked fantastic so far this season, but a large part of that has been with Hanbin in the mix, of course. We just hit on previously that Hanbin is a role star for the year of 2022. Well, he's not really their Winston specialist. So if we're going to see Winston in this meta, will Fearless be able to pick it up? If we take a look at Fearless stats so far this season, you can see first in Primal Rage kills per 10 minutes, first in Primal Rage efficiency with 0.9 per 10 minutes, and fourth in Final Blow. So Fearless is the Winston player for the Dallas Fuel. Will they be able to achieve the same amount of success with Fearless in the lineup as they were with Hanbin in the lineup? This is a pretty major change, of course, going into the playoffs. You don't necessarily want to change out your tank, right? Well, the Dallas Fuel, I would guess they're doing so, and the question is, how good will they look with Fearless in?
And we might be in for a treat here, because what's better than a good banana off? You might see him going up against
with everyone gone, there's no Danny, there's no customer, there's no one here to laugh at your puns so anymore.
I laugh the loudest about my own puns, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. Now Gushua's Winston, I mean, this is his hero, right? Gushua's time to shine, making that Winston work. No, did he make it work yesterday, but throughout the entirety of the season, he is actually absolutely, killing it. He has the fewest deaths per 10. He has the highest average time alive, which is always a good thing. If you can have that risk assessment and still make a lot of space for your team, and he did show that aggression yesterday with his Winston. He was able to really go in and out when needed, and stayed alive himself, kept his team alive, and did a lot of work for them. So I think Fearless is going to have his work cut out for him going up against one of the greats. One of the great Winstons in our league in Gushue.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, his aggression is a hallmark of his, so I was a bit surprised to hear that he has the fewest deaths in the league on Winston, because the aggression we saw from Gushue yesterday, it was beautiful. Nicknamed the Primal Blade because of how efficient he is with the Primal Rage. I'm looking forward to see more Gushue in today's matchup.
So do I. Now, we did see Kiriko take this meta by storm, so in Leveling Up, presented by Butterfinger, we want to tell you which player is taking this very hero to the absolute next level.
Yes, and Teru from the Hangzhou Spark, I think he stood out the most in yesterday's 4 matches, because typically we think of Kiriko as a healer. Of course, you want to provide that healing and get a lot of healing done. Well, Teru, he did that, but also the offensive capabilities, utilizing this triple critical hit damage multiplayer with Kiriko. He was able to output so much damage and really put some pressure on the Shanghai Dragons. We saw multiple times the way he affected Lip's movement on the Sojourn. That set up Gushue and the rest of the Hangzhou Spark to dive onto Lip when that slide on Sojourn was not available. Also, just like headshots like that. Like, are you kidding me? So Teru, with a former kind of like damage resume, being a damage player for the Vancouver Titans, for example, he's now moved into the flex support role for the Hangzhou Spark and utilizing the offensive skill sets of Kiriko as a hero to the Hangzhou Spark's advantage. Will it be sort of maybe like abused now by the Dallas Fuel? Will they be able to find a weakness in the Hangzhou Spark? We're yet to see. But for now, Teru is looking flawless with these knives on Kiriko.
But I mean, he's essentially just playing it like a Genji, right? So and that can be very scary. I guess as a Genji can heal himself, that's great. Yeah. But I am a little worried because Teru's very aggressive style. That's very punishable as well, right? Yeah. So like there is a lot of interesting openings potentially for the opposition. I do want to know who picked what for this very first match, so it's time to take a look at our picks. How confident are you in yours?
I'm very confident in mine, but Costa did say, and Costa's not here now, but he did say that he was going to predict. Oh, he went with the Dallas Fuel after all!
Right.
There were some murmurings that he was going to go against the Dallas Fuel, but we're all in unison. Dallas Fuel, the #1 seed, to take it against the number 12.
I think that's a safe choice. Until they prove us otherwise, it is the safe bet to go for the Dallas Fuel here, but I don't know. Spark looked good yesterday. Upset potential is definitely given, and we are ready for this. So this is it for Watch Point, a pre-show. Buckle in for 4 matches, at least 6 hours of non-stop Overwatch League action starting right now.
It's started as a promise of something different, a promise of heroes. But the path to glory is never promised.
This is a knockdown, drag-out, no-holds-barred brawl.
What a devastating loss.
Heartbreak City.
This is the largest mountain to climb.
But somewhere, a glimmer of hope persists. The promise of a new era.
The stakes get ratcheted up a notch.
Oh! No way does he win that. That's what you want to see.
Are you not entertained?
An era that celebrates where we came from. At a place we call home. Which heroes will fall? Which heroes will rise? The Overwatch League playoffs start right now.
Day number 2 of the 2022 playoffs starts right here, right now. My name is Jaws, joined by Rose, is about to get into a whole new day of action.
It's going to be such an exciting one, especially after yesterday. There were so many big upsets, maybe a little bit more 3 Overwatch than we would have liked to see, but I think we're going to continue with the hot-paced action here today with the matches we have ahead.
Oh yeah, some teams haven't played yet, Rose, which is the crazy thing. I can't wait to get in. Of course, the teams that end up at the highest seed will end up playing their first matches, and well, that first match, the Dallas Fuel versus the Hangzhou Spark. First seed versus the 12th seed, quite literal. Like, people use this in casting all the time, the David versus Goliath thing. Like, that has been said so many times that I don't have enough hands to count, and I won't have enough hands no matter how many universes exist. But it is quite literally the case right here. Dallas Fuel coming in as number 1, and number 12, the Hangzhou Spark, who ended up 3-0ing yesterday against the Dragons, which boomed 99.9% of people's spreads.
I know, and I think what was also really surprising about Hangzhou Spark coming into this tournament and looking as good as they did is not only the Titan they took down in the Shanghai Dragons, but that 4th stage for them for Countdown Cup qualifiers was not great for them. They went 1-5.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy because there was a point in time as well, even last year with the Hangzhou Spark, where they went undefeated in one of the qualifiers for the tournaments, got into the tournament and then just got knocked out. Like, it's insane. They can have these massive spurts of energy and potential, and then sometimes they fall flat. But like, coming into the playoffs, I don't think many people kind of expected them to do well, especially against some of the Titans that we saw yesterday. Like, now going against the Dallas Fuel, this feels like a different kind of beast.
It really does. I mean, Dallas Fuel, people have been talking about the scrim bucks that have been happening, just even preparing for this tournament, and Dallas Fuel might have really earned themselves the number 1 seed coming into this tournament and this patch.
Yeah, this patch is looking pretty wild, and I'm glad we're seeing some Kiriko, but I think it's about time we jump into the game, or at least get the teams out on the stage. Chat, please put your hands together for the Hangzhou Spark. I can hear the claps from the chat already, so thank you for that. Hangzhou Spark taken to the stage right now, and it's, well, it's been said yesterday, Rose, but I'll mention it again. Like, it's so nice to have these players playing on a stage right next to each other, and teams obviously we don't normally see play against each other either. Like, the Spark taking on the Dallas Fuel for one of the first times this season.
Yeah, it's a really nice to get that cross-region representation, but also you should have heard the cheering when Hangzhou Spark won their match yesterday. The staff were going wild, the rest of the players. It was really neat to be able to hear that experience happening in their practice room. But this is our starting lineup here for the Spark. We've got Shy, Alfie, Gushwei, Super Rich, and Teru, who are the same 5 that started yesterday.
Yeah, no real surprise there. Actually dominated their game, a 3-0 like with the rest of the games we saw yesterday. Let's bring on their opponent. Please welcome to the stage, the Dallas Fuel. What more can you say about this team, really, Rose? Coming in as number 1 seed, have some of the best players on their roles. And speaking of which, I think we better address I guess, the small elephant in the room being Fearless starting today over Hanbin, but not really too surprising when we're seeing what the meta is currently bringing us. Fearless, known for his Winston play. Hanbin taking a little step back right now. And like you were saying, Rose, you know, Scrimbucks Express, they're looking pretty fire for the Fuel.
Yeah, I mean, I know the desk talked about the stats a little bit for the Winston matchup, but Fearless is still one of the best Winstons in the league. Second in hero damage per 10 when you look at 7280. And then also in terms of eliminations, 17.7 per 10 for Fearless versus 15.4 for Gushue.
Yeah, I mean, 2 Goliaths on the Winston pick. There's a reason why the Primal Blade is called it that, and like Gushue's ability to Primal Rage people is insane. And it's insane to see the Hangzhou Spark up here too, right? Like I mentioned, 12th seed. Faith in one's own destiny can really be a powerful thing, right? Can they actually topple the Dallas Fuel today? They are very much the underdogs coming into the game right now. And you got to think about this too. The Dallas Fuel, this is their first match. The Spark have already played. So you best believe the Dallas Fuel were watching those VODs.
Oh yeah, they were definitely sitting there and preparing for this matchup, and I think one of the things that they will have identified that they might be able to capitalize on is the risk that their Kiriko player takes. I mean, when you look at how Teru performed yesterday, taking some pretty risky positions, but getting away with it because he would be able to walk away with a pick or two and then be able to go back to the team. I mean, he was the leader, in fact, in damage per 10, so it was at 4160, and I know we don't have a huge sample size for this yet, but that still bodes really well for the type of damage he might be able to pressure Dallas Fuel with.
Can that playstyle be punished though? That's
Absolutely.
the big thing too, right? I mean, Kiriko, of course, having the Swift Step, can dart back to the enemy team, can take those very aggressive flank routes, but you have to be guaranteeing damage too. And I like the point that Scott brought up on the desk the other day, or yesterday, was her damage output very much relies on those headshots. Like, if you're doing body shot damage, it's only 40. That's like not that much at all. Like, you have to be consistently getting headshots in those picks, which we saw a lot from, to be fair, from that area.
I mean, he's got a 20% critical hit accuracy, which is
that's pretty good.
The highest right now. So they say it's pretty good.
Lijiang Tao is our first map. Gonoku Command Center, a little classic.
I will say what's going to be really interesting about Dallas Fuel is who do we see on the Reaper? It looks like right now it's going to be Sparkle hovering over the Reaper, but when we saw the Hanbin Zarya, a lot of that Reaper role was being picked up by Edison. But the fact that you've got Reaper and Sojourn in a lot of these compositions, we're going to see that role being split up here as Edison looks to take the helm on the Sojourn and Sparkle the Reaper as the gates open.
Yeah, no big surprises there. Edison, of course, rather a crack shot. All right, see how Spark end up dealing with this. And of course, like you were mentioning, Rose, maybe the eyes should be on Teru right now and like how many angles he can kind of get off already, kind of sitting to the sidelines. But Shy already takes a headshot by Edison. Already the Dallas Fuel setting a nice little bit of tempo for themselves. Gushue and Shy dead. Point unlocked in a couple of seconds. And that'll be the first cap you can imagine for the Fuel.
Yeah, well, yesterday a lot of what we were seeing in order to start off these fights was what types of picks are these Sojourns able to get, and if you can charge up your railgun really quickly, then you will be able to get a charge shot. And especially when you're going to hit your mark, yeah, Edison's going to go ahead and walk away with 40% towards that overclock, and also a nice point capture here for Dallas. But it's about time we start seeing what these Reapers can do as well as they start getting into the front lines.
Both Monkey Bubbles already used there. Monkey Bubble's so important this meta, Rose. It blocks off the healing from the Kiriko, the damage, of course. Kiriko has a hard time actually chunking through the bubble, worth keeping in mind. It also blocks the Suzu, so having a good bubble is going to be paramount in this meta.
And we're seeing a lot of Winstons use that bubble to be able to kind of weave in and out of it to make sure that they have that protection for when they need it. But yeah, I mean, Kiriko's definitely going to have a little bit to work out there, just being able to heal through that.
All right, Edison nearing that overclock. The Dallas Fuel almost got Kitsune Rush and the beads. The Spark, what have they got to really answer with? Shy's very far behind his own overclock. Dallas Fuel again, once again, making a move. There's the road. It has been paved forwards. And a whole lot of damage is on the other end. Gushue again, isolated, was even sitting on that mega health pack, but there was nothing that could heal him up from all that damage. And Edison didn't even need to use overclock there. 65%, the Dallas Fuel looking great.
Yeah, I mean, they used the Kitsune Rush to be able to win that team fight. Super Rich did not get that sound barrier online in time enough before we saw Gushwei isolated, but Shy with a big opening pick here to get Hangzhou Spark some space.
Okay, Spark at least have their Kitsune Rush. Let's see how Dallas Fuel end up responding. Speaking of which, Fearless came out of nowhere and just bonked him. Dallas Fuel laid down the beat to sustain through the damage of the Kitsune Rush, but the Spark used theirs a little bit later. Remember, it's 85% on the board, and the Dallas Fuel can cycle themselves onto point now. Ultimate for Edison, can he click the hits? Gushwei's trying to make it look at him, and that's it's perfect, successful distraction technique. Alfie jumps to the back, Death Blossom kills too, as the Dallas Fuel end up losing the point.
Yeah, well, they are able to lose it at 97%. So what Dallas need to do right now are just come back into this one, see if they're able to get 1 or 2 picks. And we saw the Widowmaker for a brief second there from Sparkle, but he's decided against it. Really not going to be able to get anything done with that Widow in terms of point presence, and also that Winston bubble going to be blocking many of your shots. But Dallas Fuel don't have a whole lot coming into this one, where Shy can just shut down this push with that overclock.
Yep, there's the overclock from Shy. He's hunting, seeking, and he's already found some damage. A nice body shot onto Fielder helps Gushwei clean up that kill. This is a very quick team fight. Quick reset though, Edison doesn't want to hang around for too long. And the Dallas Fuel will get team killed, but not the worst thing in the world. You end up burning Shy's overclock there. The Hangzhou Spark don't really have a lot coming back into this next one, but same with the Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, neither team really. I mean, the first ultimate we're going to see come online is going to be Fielder's Kitsune Rush. A lot of healing being pumped out from that player, which is going to help generate that charge just a little bit faster than doing that raw damage with the Kiriko. So look at that already. The poke damage, it's going to be online now.
Yep, there you go. Kitsune Rush launched out, and it's going to connect with the point. It's a lot of ability, hey. So Phyllis jumps forward, straight back into the rest of the team, and the point does get flipped. Dallas Fuel in control. Spark get the touch with Gushwei, and he does end up backing up to the Mega Health Pack there, and Shy opening the things up once again for the Spark. Alfie does end up going low, pops the Wraith Form though, and the Spark now earn a Kitsune Rush of their own. The Dallas Fuel pushed all the way up, but they did manage to garner 99% to Spark find the flip, and they do once again force out support ultimates, very important in this meta. As long as you're not overlaying them, Rose, like right on top of each other, you should be good. Spark looking at final fight territory now.
They are, and now we're really looking at all of the rest of the ultimates coming online for both of these teams. So it is going to be a photo finish to see which team will come out on top for this very first round. Sound barriers, lots of sustain, and the Primal Rages too for both Winstons.
Alfie looking to try and set up something rather big. He goes pretty low, though. Someone heal him. No, Spark ends up taking him down. He had to use the Wraith Form early on in that fight and couldn't escape, and he had an ultimate in his back pocket. The Dallas Fuel only used their Primal and their beat to come back in. The Spark are left with 3 ultimates, but it doesn't matter. The Dallas Fuel end up picking off Alfie when he had that ult. If he managed to save that Wraith Walk, maybe that would have been different, but it wasn't to be. Nice focus fire from the Fuel there, knowing their win condition, taking down the Reaper. And as soon as you take down the Reaper, well, Phyllis doesn't really have anything to fear.
I know, and I saw Teru using the Suzu, but it came out just a touch too late to be able to save the Reaper as well. So that's really unfortunate that that is how that went, but great focus fire there from the Dallas Fuel, and great ult tracking as well to know that that Death Blossom would be online after how fast Alpha Yi had generated that before.
All right, night or day market, whatever you want to call it. Next round, little TP there from the Spark. I prefer it when teams do that. Look how quickly you do get to the point, a little bit faster than the Dallas Fuel. Get TP and then use your amp.
Yep.
So the Spark really is taking a priority position around the point. And setting up your Sojourn, of course, very, very important here too. And I like these off angles from Teru. It's something that he was doing a whole lot yesterday and finding so much success. Already Shy opening things up once again with a rail. A perfect damage dealer for this meta is Shy. His proficiency on the Sojourn is just unreal. You saw the stats from earlier on in the season. And once again, picking up Edison. The dude's just, he's a little nasty with it, let's be real.
I think we're going to see a lot of railgun charge shots come through from both of the Sojourns. They're going to be getting picks left and right here, but Fielder with a nice pick on his Shy to remove that damage option from the board.
Yeah, you love to see it. Also, Gushwei's bubble's already been used, so he can't then again re-engage onto that point. Nice pick off by Fielder. You love to see it. A little bit of support combat there. Teru and Fielder have been kind of like jostling for position in the mid, which has been quite an interesting dichotomy. Just a little 1v1, then teleporting back to the rest of the team. We'll see how the Dallas Fuel end up wanting to play this defense. They're letting them kind of come in first. Fearless then with a later jump in and a later bubble. Protection Suzu to help keep Alfie alive, but using the Wraith Form at the same time. The Spark don't really have a lot of defensive tools. Have to wait for those cooldowns to come back up and then make another re-engage.
And look at Edison's going to be taking the same positioning that we saw from Shy to be able to get those long-range shots.
It's a Kitsune rush from both teams now as Edison just dives to the backline. Little to no fear from Edison, and they use the beat on top of that, so he stays alive in the front line. Alfie takes down Fielder in the end, burning his Wraith Form, and a later beat from the Hangzhou Spark. It does only hit 3 members of the Spark, so the Dallas Fuel have a lot less to kind of chunk down, and Sparkle makes it hurt. Gushway received that overhelp, but he ended up going down anyway. An overclock being burned by Shy to try and end the fight in a wicked headshot on Fearless as he tries to leave, but they are still managing to stall out some additional percentage, almost 60% for the Fuel, as Spark find the second capture this round.
Okay, maybe a bit of an overextension there here from the Spark, but no, Tero's going to be able to clean that up and make sure that Spark can maintain their control of the point right now.
Yeah, without those Sojourns being up, obviously quite hard to get a one-shot right, even if you're Reaper, very close to an enemy. So it's just more of a neutral here, just building up towards ultimates. Speaking of which, both Death Blossoms are available from Sparkle and Alfie as they make their push in. Alfie hiding around the corner. Nice awareness there from Sparkle to spot him out just in time. That could have been disastrous, but it was avoided.
You're going to see both Wraith blocks, though, used by both Reapers. So now you're waiting for that cooldown to come back online so you can use it to get into a position to use the Death Blossom.
Kitsune rush, like perfectly placed there by Tero right across the point. So in the advance from the Spark, they were able to use that pushing forward. When you are in the Kitsune rush, you leave it. You do have a brief moment, a brief window still of having that ability haste. You don't have to permanently be on it. You can kind of juggle in and out of it kind of thing. All right, the Dallas Fuel battling against 75+% now, and the Spark are taking high ground control away from them.
It looks like it might be the final fight here too for the Spark if they're able to get in position to use this Death Blossom, and Super Rich gonna have the sound barrier too.
Well, here comes one of these attempted Primal Blades. Can't really do much though as the beat comes out from the Dallas Fuel, but it was fairly early and they actually overlaid that with the ultimate from Fielder. But look at the Death Blossom from Sparkle. Just jumped straight to the back. A little speed boost from Chio, a couple of assists there, or well, 5 of them. Basically for the Dallas Fuel, as they do end up reflipping. 94% though for the Spark, and they still have the sound barrier.
Yeah, I think what's really big here is that Spark basically forced out the Kitsune Rush, the Sound Bearer, and the Death Blossom. 3 very high-value ultimates here from Dallas Fuel to leave them with just the sustainability from Fearless's Primal Rage. But look at how Spark are trying to approach the point. They're playing in this small room where Fearless just might have a field day with this.
Wow, Chio and Sparkle tried to execute a 2-man mission there in the front line, and Chio just got chunked down, slow with the slow orb, and ended up dying. Fearless uses the Primal Rage to try and even the fight, but rather unsuccessfully. Shy's getting perma-pocketed right now, and with Dallas Fuel almost in OT territory, someone's going to have to touch. A sound barrier to end it all for the Spark, maybe tying the rounds up. Someone from the Fuel is contesting, but they're losing members thick and fast. Edison's already dead, so a lot of their pushing power and damage potential is now lost. They do manage to get themselves back onto the point, and Sparkle Wraith forms away from that Death Blossom, but the Spark is still at full control and full power. 5 people on the point, and the Dallas Fuel a little bit in shambles right now as overtime ticks through. A Kitsune rush to try and end it all from Tero. He's flinging out the kunais, but he doesn't even need to hit him. The rest of his team are doing more than enough damage. Oh, the Suzu and Sparkle's life gone. A nice kill from Fielder onto Tero, but it's only 2 of them left on the points. Even a Kitsune rush once again to kind of take control, but there's just too many bodies from the Spark. And this should just be the round done and dusted. Well, Fearless is back in, but it's only him. Overtime will disappear in a blink of an eye, and the Spark, they're going to tie up control.
All right, we really do have a photo finish here between these two teams, in fact going to a 3rd and final round to settle Lijiang. But what's been really impressive is just how close these fights have really been. Kind of whether or not you're going to be able to convert your ultimates into value. Dallas, unfortunately, in one of those fights had to use 3 in order to win the fight. But I think that Hangzhou at this point in time have been getting more value from their Kitsune rushes. Shy too, I mean, look at that. Like, you've got so much pocket there from the Suzu, the speed from Super Rich. So impressive.
Yeah, that two-man push was a little questionable there, you got to say, from the Dallas Fuel, like saying Sparkle and Chio. Maybe they were trying to isolate Shy, but there's so much mobility, like you mentioned, on this comp. It's hard to pin someone down, there's some birds and ability. Oh, speaking of things burning, Edison's corpse is kind of falling over there. That is not a good start. And this is the crazy thing too. The kunais just do so much damage. Like, you've really got to be careful. If you're a crack shot like Teru's kind of proven to be, like you were mentioning before, 26% accuracy, like your health bar just disappears in a blink of an eye and it's half for healers to really recover. Dansfield is still going to try and make something of this on the point, but Shy's just free firing into them, gaining that the railgun charge. I mean, Alfie dies, yeah, but Chio's also dead. Just the small pickoffs from Teru has just worked out so well for the Spark. Edison does get a little bit of his own back there, dunking Shy in the gun, but the Dallas Fuel do end up losing all their lives and resetting. The Spark end up controlling the point first.
It's really impressive how Teru and Super Rich are basically juggling the healing and supportive duties between, do they want to try to go pocket Shy, or do they want to go in with Kushui, or even just go get some picks of their own, I guess. It's been really nice to see just how well-oiled this team has really been to be able to enable whoever's going to be going in and getting that big damage.
Oh, Kushui pops the Primal Rage to pay a little visit to Edison, who's quite on his own right now. Luckily though, Fielder does teleport to him and give him that Kitsune rush, but can they make anything of it? Sparkle is already dead, and Shy, once again, just sitting on an island on his own. Oh, the beat almost gets Ajaxed. Chio luckily gets it off in time as the Dallas Fuel tried to make a name for themselves on the point. They do end up taking down Shy, who's been the main damage dealer for the Hangzhou Spark, at least for the time being. But these comps, not only being quick, a lot of mobility, take a long time to kill too.
They do. I mean, you've got the Suzu, you have the Winston bubble, you have the lifesteal from the Reaper that makes Reaper very self-sufficient, and then also just the healing output of Kiriko and Lucio is pretty insane. So it can take a little while for sure, but these fights have been going relatively quickly, so while Dallas will get the flip here, Hangzhou Spark are already back to come in for a recontest.
All right, Edison's got a nice little sideline now, taking over that perch from Shy. Railgun, overclock available, double overclock. Bubble's gone down though, so we can't get a nice sideline, and look at that. The Hangzhou Spark recognize this and end up just dashing forwards with that beat, but the health bars are just falling. Edison once again just kind of free firing. Somehow in the thick of things, the Spark do end up finding the flip, so a nice bit of percentage off there, but Chio with a double boop. All right, that's one way to end a team fight.
Yeah, I don't know whether they were trying to go for a reset or if Chio just...
I mean, you take that free ult charge any day of the week.
Absolutely, yeah. You get ult charge if you're able to land any type of damage before the enemy ends up going off of the map. So Chio now already 80% towards another sound barrier. And when you're looking at trying to close out the map here, Dallas have the Death Blossom, they have the Kitsune Rush, and Chio should get that sound barrier online if things go a little awry here in this next fight.
Yeah, they're looking really good to maybe set this up for last fight too if they don't layer those support ultimates. Like I mentioned, they're so tough to take down. People have got a lot of life steal. Okay, Kitsune Rushes are traded, and Sparkle looked like he wanted to go in. In fact, he's going to straight into the back line. Look how fast those shotguns are firing on all cylinders. Kushui did not stand a chance. And with the Dallas Fuel in control right now, the Hangzhou Spark, if they end up staggering here, it's going to be incredibly bad. Fielder does end up falling, but has got a swift step to teleport to one of his teammates.
Exactly, and Fearless could use a little bit of a top-up right now, so that'll be a really easy target to get back to. But Sparkle saved the Death Blossom, trying to look for an opening here.
Primary from Kushui could be rather big, but that Death Blossom is getting so much damage down. No immediate kills, but Fearless and Chio are there to clean up. Alfie is dead, and the Hangzhou Spark, history in this first map, it feels like. Kushui, if he gets a 5-man Primal Blade there, I will eat a hat. Maybe a saucepan as well, I'm not sure. Overtime is ticking down, and it's really just staggered members at this point. I don't think there's any hope. There's no ultimates on the side of the Spark, and nope, they're not going to see any point presence at all. The Dallas Fuel starting off the series strong, 2-1.
Really close fight though by both of these teams, and maybe something you might not have expected coming out from the 12th seed going up against the 1st. But Hangzhou Spark proved themselves yesterday, and what a hard-fought battle so far between these two teams.
Yeah, like I mentioned before, faith in one's own destiny, really, like it can give you just this unbelievable buff, and that's what it felt like yesterday with the Hangzhou Spark. their comp or their lineup right now seems so suited to this meta. Gushway on the Winston, Shy on the Sojourn. Like, what more can you really ask for? A very close game so far. I mean, the Fuel are 1 seed and Spark are the 12th. Like, pretty crazy stuff. I want to see how they end up transitioning into these next maps. Of course, it is loser pick, Rose, so Spark will have their choice and hopefully go on something that's a little bit more beneficial for them. But will we see any change-ups? That's, I think, the big question on a lot of people's lips.
I guess we're going to have to wait and find out.
Yes. We're going to go jump to a quick break. That was a perfect transition. Nice one. We'll be right back. We've got map number 2 coming up soon. It is, well, it's Spark's pick. Oh, that's good.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
start the shout and the blade from Sparkle with it. Now that they're flow targets, Nova gets deflect on the arm.
Courier's to the back, ball beating shot. Edison with a 5K. That's what you want to see.
Gio demands shears. A triple for the Lucians.
Who's getting unreal value right now? What is this?
Look at the confidence in one-man army at the front.
Lucifer Blue, the brightest.
Yeah, the Dallas Fuel burning pretty bright right now. 2-1 on Li Tower, taking the first map of the series. Looking pretty close though. Rose, Shy, oh sorry, well, I guess Shy as well did have an answer for this question that we're all wondering. Where are we going? Well, we're going to Paris, so it was Spark's pick. No substitutions either, so Shy, Alfie, Gooseway, Super Rich, Teru, and Dallas Fuel, same Ross, Edison, Sparkle, Phyllis, Fielder, and Gio.
I don't expect to see any substitutions from either of these teams right now, which is exciting because I've been really enjoying seeing some fearless Winston. I mean, we haven't really seen a whole lot of this player this season because a lot of the meta that Dallas Fuel has been playing around has been predominantly the Zarya and the Junker Queen. But, you know, we saw maybe some sprinkles of fearless there in the Countdown Cup qualifiers, but there was a pretty big lapse there where we didn't see him since mid-season madness.
It was pretty mad. It was very strange coming in to this year, I think, and questioning where tanks would be, if main tank was going to be... I guess you obviously you still call the main tank an off tank, right? With the for example, Zarya and Zarya and Ryan.
The
but
tank
like
heroes themselves still have categories.
yeah, exactly.
But, yes.
But like it was kind of an interesting question. It's like, where are main tanks going to be? Where are off tanks going to be? And it just turned out that off tanks were kind of primarily played, of course. Dallas Fuel very comfortable on like the Zarya and the Reaper to start out the year, but now chop and changing, having Fearless coming in. And I think it was a big question mark of like when we kind of see Fearless, and we did see him in Sprinkles, but like it just didn't end up being successful at all. But this just happened to be in the playoffs, and now it's the perfect meta for him because he gets to play Winston, one of his best heroes.
Perfect meta, perfect patch, absolutely. And what a perfect map, though, for Spark, because you have all these nice buildings to play around, so I think we're going to see some really big verticality plays coming here from Fearless and Gooshway, just kind of using the rooftops to be able to popcorn down, jump back up, and also Primal Rage in between
Popcorn
the buildings.
down?
Popcorn down.
I never heard that phrase before.
Really?
That's good,
I feel like, yeah, like you know, pop. I don't.
Yeah,
pop it
and
up
you
and
go down, and then
popcorn.
you're like the Colonel, and you go down, and then you pop
They
back
pop
up.
back
Yeah,
up.
makes sense.
Exactly. But Spark also have a 75% win rate on this map too, which might be another reason why they picked it. Not just to enable the meta right now, but also because they're pretty good at it.
Oh, yeah, they're pretty good at it. Who's really surprised? Absolutely nobody. Oh yeah, don't forget you still get your tickets, by the way. There's a little thing in the bottom left. Overwatch.com/2022/playoffs.
Yeah, come see us in person.
Alfie, come on. Give us a shot, Alfie. I've tried this many a time myself. I've not once found a pick yet.
Wait.
We've seen it a couple of times in the league, but yeah, not today. It's just Winston, just peeking his head out. And he switches straight back to the Reaper.
Right, we're gonna see a little bit of a standoff here as we wait for cooldowns to come back online, but a quick rotate here from Dallas Fuel is gonna give up quite a bit of position. It allows Gooshway to jump in, but a quick response there from Dallas.
Wow.
Where was Teru?
Edison messing with the best of them there. Teru ends up taking down Edison to start this one off, and Gio falls too. Looks like a very quick cap for the Spark. The Dallas Fuel, if they can stay alive, which looks rather unlikely because you don't have a Lucio here, maybe they find some space. Spark actually on the point right now. They're just trying to clean up so they know they can guarantee it. Sparkle ends up falling. Respawns are coming in. A slide away from Edison, so he won't be available in this fight. Shio playing the skybox on the buildings, so it will be at least one tick for the Spark.
Okay, well, this was a question mark we had on our hands was, where's Teru? And can Dallas Fuel actually punish these off angles that Teru is taking? Because he ended up wrapping around behind the Dallas Fuel, got a surprise pick, and when you're down a member like that in the game, it's really, really difficult to come back from unless you have ultimates that you can expend and you actually convert it into value. So really fast take here from the Spark. They're gonna go ahead and get that cart rolling around into the streets phase where we see Dallas Fuel set up around these apartment buildings, just kind of watching all of those off angles.
Okay, Sparkle actually almost got one tap there. Teru again on a nice off angle with Alfie, can teleport to his tank if he needs to. As the Kitsune rushes, both roads paved on top of each other. Gooshway and Alfie end up going down though. A nice bubble from Fearless to stop any of that incoming damage. I spoke about it a little bit before in the pre-game. Those Winston bubbles are so important in this meta. Teru is still alive, but will teleport back. All good, all good. A trading of Kitsune rushes, nothing else thrown into that fight.
Well, Streets Phase 2, like these Winston bubbles are going to cover such a large area, so you can use it even just to be able to rotate into a building, and there's lots of different ways that that Winston bubble can keep your team safe. You're going to see both of these teams try to focus down that bubble to provide a sight line for the Sojourn, especially when Shy and Edison have those overclocks online. You want the path to be clear.
Nice Suzu there from Fielder, keeping Edison in the game. Primal Rage popped by both Winstons. A bit of an old battery, of course, always kind of has been. Now Kushui will use that to take to the high ground. Luckily there's this sign here, otherwise you would be toast right now. Overclocks on both sides. It's just a trading of ultimates. Everybody's just hitting Q and no one's dying. Both beats out. There's the Death Blossom. Alfie just ducking back into the shop. Maybe forgot a little bit of sun and sunny. Dallasfield have no ultimates now, but neither do the Spark. So it was a trade of 5 ults, and yeah, nothing really happened apart from the payload moving just a couple of meters.
Which is just wild, because you would think that after using some ultimates, like maybe somebody gets a player advantage, but really nice survivability there, and you know, you can already see that in the ultimate charge there from both Teru and Fielder, getting really close to having those Kitsune rushes back online. They pumped out so much healing in those fights.
Just waiting for these Sojourns to try and find a headshot. You saw Alfie trying to dash in, or not dash in, sorry, teleport in, right on top of Edison. Oh dear, Shy's on top of the board right now. He does end up falling, so both Sojourns dead. Pretty bad sign if you're the Hangzhou Spark right now. The payload, you're not really concerned about it moving too far back, because you can take a lot of free space, but yeah, losing Sojourn's not great. You are looking for Shy or Eddie to pick off someone at the very start of the fight. Now it's just positional control for both teams, waiting for their Sojourns to come back.
High ground control now over to Dallas Fuel. The wraparound from the Spark is already on its way to be able to meet Dallas Fuel on these high grounds. But Heroes can just kind of jump away from this, and that's what's really nice about playing on top of the roofs of these apartment buildings.
Nice Kitsune rush. They're actually just going to try and wrap around the Dallas Fuel right now. They've actually fallen to the low ground. Spark in a very good position. Already forcing Sparkle's Wraith Walk 2. Gooshray popping the bubble on the side of the corner. Jumps back to the rest of his team. The payload is moving for free right now, Rose. Not until Fearless has got something to say about it. Use the jump straight with a bubble on top of the payload. Stops it from moving. Now using the Primal Rage. He's getting chunked down something fierce right now, but he is isolating one of the members from the Spark, but they end up taking him out. Shy was just forced backed up into a corner, but he had the support. Both emotionally and physically, it felt like his team were holding his hand, making sure he survived, and now it's time for Shy to pop off. Overclock used, and oh dear, Sparkle in the wrong neighborhood right there. 1 minute and 40 seconds for the Spark as they do move this payload in, but the Dallas Fuel are going to try and recontest it even without their Reaper. A beat comes out for both teams, so now the Dallas Fuel are a bit at odds with themselves, I think. Edison and Fearless making sure the payload is contested. It's only a couple of meters before it is put in, and now Chio isolated with the bubble. A perfect pick-off by Gooshway. And yep, this Kitsune rush, unfortunately, the road's getting paved over with Sparks by the looks of it. 1 minute and 13 seconds to go, but look at this. Actually, the Dallas Fuel, I spoke a little bit too soon. Sparkle just jumps into the fray and takes down 2.
Wow, okay, so Kitsune Rush gets used first to ensures that Sparkle is able to have a clear path to go in to use the Death Blossom, and just when it looked like Dallas Fuel, down a member, going in with a sound barrier, was trying to come back into this one and might not be able to get the job done and lose all of that ultimate investment, they do it. But they are starting to run out of time here, the Spark, to be able to push this payload over the line and capture this second point. Dallas Fuel already taking a more forward position to try to deny that space here from the Spark.
Edison, I'm looking at you, buddy. You got to come out with something big. Primal Rage coming up for Fearless, but this overclock could be crucial. He dashes all the way back. He's super low. That bubble from Gooshaway was almost so sick. A Suzu used on Edison to try and keep him alive through this overclock, but he can't shoot through that bubble. Has to take another angle. Teru teleports away, getting out the line of sight of Edison, and that overclock completely negated by the Spark's offense. There's the Death Blossom. The Reaper putting in work now for the Spark as they clean up. No hope for a comeback here from the Fuel, but a lot of time burnt there, Rose. You're not too upset about that if you're the Fuel.
No, but I think you're really happy about how you played that last fight if you're the Spark, though, too. Not only did you buy yourself a little bit of extra time by capturing that second point, but you're also just really just showing how you can play around those Winston bubbles to have that extra additional coverage and Gushue, even though he was kind of in a bad position, was able to get out of there. And look at this, Shy's already starting off with a pick.
I mean, the dude is just cracked on the Sojourn. Edison's already dead, but, well, Dallas Fuel making it competitive. Look at how fast Sparkle's going. Oh, nice Kitsune rush there from Fielder. Regardless of losing your Sojourn there, you haven't got the one-pick potential, but the Kitsune rush makes up for that and then some. My word. All right, 40 seconds to go. ZZ, easy?
Oh.
Easy? Okay, all right then. All right. Okay. Come on, Teru, show us what you got,
All right, come on then, Teru. Where you coming from? Where in the rafters is this Kiriko? All right, looking at last fight though, we've got less than 30 seconds remaining. Gushue has that Primal Rage online. Super can go in with the sound barrier as well aggressively, but Gushue's going to jump into the back here to try to dislodge these DPS
Oh my word, the juggle is good. Actually forces out the sound barrier there from the Dallas Fuel as Edison was going super low. He is so good with the Primal Rages. Fielder ends up falling, a lot less healing now, and Sparkle once again trying to even up the fight, but it doesn't work out this time around. You can't fool Spark a second time, as Gio and Phyllis do end up coming up with kills, but crucially in OT, Spark win this fight.
Yeah, and now they're going to be able to have a Kitsune rush online as well as Teru, yes, going to have to be coming back from spawn.
Someone has to touch, by the way. Someone's up! Oh my god, I almost lost it. Oh my.
No.
It felt like Alfie was on the point there, to be fair, hiding around that corner.
They just want to allow Dallas to come back in, though, to try to punish that.
Yeah, all right, okay. Woo! Alfie had it in the bag. I almost went sicko mode there, not gonna lie. All right, there's the Kitsune rush from the Spark, actually laid down across the point, straight to the last checkpoint. So they're gonna be able to utilize this. And the Dallas Fuel end up just taking the high ground, but they still have to deal with this payload. Someone's gonna have to drop. Edison pops the overclock and dashes straight in. Tries to go for a fadeaway kill, but it doesn't happen. The Hangzhou Spark come up rather large though with a Death Blossom on the point, killing Sparkle. There's still a man advantage for the Spark as Alpha Yi is putting in the work. Dallas Fuel so close to their own Kitsune rush, but it doesn't end up working out. The Spark end up capping third in OT.
Wow, what a great game coming out here for Alpha Yi as well. I mean, just looking at the fact that the damage per 10 is at 7760 is pretty large. I mean, the next best, you're really looking at kind of like some of the Winstons or the Sojourns here. But I mean, just also Shy, Alpha Yi,
yeah.
The damage lineup for the Spark here is.
I mean, who's really
so
surprised?
Good.
Shy is doing a lot of damage. Like, he's got 3k more damage per 10 right now than Edison does on the Sojourn. Still just opening the fights off, killing Edison. Like, that's an unreal pick.
You're removing so much damage off the board, especially when we've looked at Edison as one of the best Sojourn in the league. And removing that giant threat is making these fights way more manageable for the Spark. So they really have identified one of the ways they can carve out an advantage for themselves. And they were able to capture all 3 points. Even when it looked tough, it looked really tough there for how good Dallas Fuel's defense was on B.
It's definitely, it reminds me a lot of Dorado in a way. Like, it's, the last point is sometimes pretty tough to cap. Like, the architecture too, there's like a little bit of the high ground. Not as much as it is on Dorado, but can be quite a tough point to overcome. Or in Masolica games, the toughest point is point A, because no one knows how to rotate, which is the most frustrating thing in the world. These games, every Overwatch League team, yeah, I know, right? Every Overwatch League team makes it look too easy. Oh, that was rather cheeky there.
It's okay.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Teru got a little bit of charge there and a little bit of healing, so
take that.
Yeah,
End up Sue's doing himself so it doesn't get insta blown up.
Exactly.
Nice.
I think it's fine to try to take risks like that, and that's what we mean by Teru is a risky Kiriko. He's found in places you wouldn't necessarily find your healer, just kind of tanking some of that damage, utilizing the aspects of her kit a bit more freely, but it works out. And even though Edison's got a pick here, I'm waiting to see what Spark do to respond to this.
Gushue's super low though. They might just be able to finish him off. Yeah, Fearless dives straight after him. His healers were on the low ground. No hope, really. And the thing with being an aggressive Kiriko though, Rose, because everybody's so mobile, if you need to use that Swift Step and you've used it for yourself, like aggressively, putting Teru in a position where he can do damage, you can't follow your Winston or your Lucio like someone that's trying to escape the enemy team. And that's what can really lead to your team's downfall in these fights. You have to use that ability, you know, aggressively, but sparingly at times. You've got to make sure you're ready for those dives and that burst damage.
It has to be a nice kind of even distribution of using it a little bit more selfishly, or making sure that you have that Swift Step online to get to a teammate that really needs that healing. Especially when you get more ult charge on Kiriko for healing than you do the damage. Gotta make sure you're kind of juggling both responsibilities. But I mean,
look
it's
at this.
paid off for Teru. Look at how he's wrapping around the team. He's got
already in the back line. Fielder, dodging the... Yep, they're good. Dodging the kunais. Not quite raised it up just yet. Teru looking at the ground there, avoiding getting headshot by the railgun. Does make their way through the streets.
Okay, well now both Kitsune rushes are online for both teams, and so you'll see them maybe crisscross each other as we round this next corner.
Overclock percentage right now looking great for Edison, not so much for Shy. There is the Kitsune rushes for both teams. On high ground for Teru as well as Dallas Fuel. Both the Kitsune rushes up on height. Can they make good use of it? Looks like it. Yeah, you're feeling pretty good about that. Dallas Fuel on just a spree right now. Pushing that payload, got 3 on it, 4 minutes to go. Spark will have another recontest though, Rose. They do have beat.
Feels a little unconventional to use the Kitsune rush on high ground, but I love that, as you mentioned, you kind of have to make sure that you can kind of pepper that a little bit, but they don't get there. Spark don't get there. That second point captured there for Dallas Fuel.
And Spark even used that sound barrier. You saw Spark was positioning, kind of chilling out in that corner, planting some flowers, like waiting for the team to come out so he can hit him with the Death Blossom. Spark was just unable to get through that door. Fearless's big burly body standing in the way, and the Dallas Fuel with 5 minutes to go on third. Like, that's a little bit silly.
I mean, this is rough too, because the way that the hybrid maps work, like, Hangzhou Spark got all 3 points, but they don't have any time in the bank. So they really are going to try to have to eat the clock off of Dallas Fuel to less than a minute remaining, or just stop them here.
Mad respect there for Shy. You see Dallas Fuel just run for the hills. So you see, hear that overclock coming out. When does it end? Well, it ended in a second ago. Oh, Alpha Yi. Do they know where he's there? Surely they see him. Surely.
Well, it doesn't look like
they do not see him. Fielder does not see. Okay, they see him now. That was kind of nice from Dallas Fuel. They're kind of playing back just a little bit. Death Blossom straight in Sparkle's face. Sparkle gets Suzu, but not in time. Alpha Yi just keeping himself alive through that. You get the lifesteal, of course, with the Death Blossom. Looking pretty good. Tank ultimate and a DPS ultimate invested in that fight for Spark. I mean, ideally they hold right here because they can drop onto the Fuel, but Fuel are just banking ultimates right now like they're on the weakest link.
Yeah, they're just playing for econ here. Now that they have a pretty big advantage over Hangzhou Spark, like they can go in, use the Kitsune Rush. They have a lot of self-sustain there with the Death Blossom 2 and the Primal Rage. Oh, and what a great position to use the Kitsune Rush as well, as you are looking at these big high grounds to play off.
Well, Teru's already dead, Rose. I mean, no Kitsune Rush for the Spark right now, and no more Shy, no more damage to be. They can't kill Gushwei, but he does get back to the rest of the team as soon as they respawn, of course. Dallas Fuel did not use their Kitsune Rush in this fight. I mean, what better point to use it on? A straight line, straight there.
Ooh.
Teru, who's got one on line 2.
Shio still has the sound barrier as well to be able to respond to that Kitsune Rush from the Spark.
Okay, Spark end up touching, and there's the Kitsune Rushes, but now Dallas Fuel respond with a beat. They gotta focus someone in Alpha. He's already used that Wraith form. The target is almost too perfect for the Dallas Fuel right now, but Venus ends up going down regardless. How are the Spark able to keep themselves alive and burn down a Winston in these fights? I do not know.
Super Rich got that sound barrier online right at the nick of time in order to just kind of have that sound barrier happen later. And oftentimes when we see that from teams, if you use your sound barrier after your opponent, then that can typically work out for you in order to get a team fight win. That at least worked out for the Spark in this case, but now we're looking at dueling overclocks here as Edison pops his first.
All right, there's the overclock. Raid form away. Shy versus Eddie. Oh, Shy gets him. 1v1 taken care of. The Spark looking good. Dallas Fuel once again kind of respecting this ultimate. They want to back up ideally here, regroup as 5. I tell a lie. Dallas Fuel pumping the gas once again. Well, now they lose Sparkle and Shio. All right, now we reset. You don't want to waste too much time here. Ideally, you want more than a minute, right, Rose? Like, you want to get the free attack.
Exactly. And so that's really what Dallas Fuel are looking at. So they have one more attempt to be able to ensure that they will have that minute remaining, but they don't have much in the bank right now. Looking pretty empty when you look at what Spark has in spades, and that is damage. Alpha Yi right now has been able to convert these Death Blossoms into, what, 2-3 picks every single time?
And he can drop on the team too. That bubble's already been used, another big tool to kind of protect the Reaper, and that Death Blossom is pretty devastating sometimes. Alpha Yi also already burned the Wraith Warp. There it is. Edison just plonks on his little head. Little Goomba Stomper attempted one. Alpha Yi more like Sigma Yi in that fight. Edison stood no chance, and neither does the rest of the Dallas Fuel. Look at this. Spark have defended against a 5-minute time bank. Dallas Fuel, rather unlikely now to finish with time. You've got to imagine with the ultimates coming up for the Spark now.
Well, I mean, what if Dallas Fuel don't finish at all? That is a possibility that we need to consider as well, knowing that Teru was another Kitsune Rush online. Super Rich is outpacing Chio at the moment to be able to get that sound barrier back into Hangzhou Spark's ult bank, but Teru has been hitting these Kitsune Rushes perfectly.
Yeah, Fielder's not using his just yet, and Sparkle takes advantage of Teru stepping forward, being rather over aggro. No Swift Step available maybe, or maybe just caught him by surprise. Sparkle fire machine guns right now. They aren't Hellfire shotguns at all. Shy, Alpha Yi dead. DPS missing for the Spark, but it is now under a minute. Exactly what the Spark wanted. A nice Suzu to keep Gushue alive, at least for a brief moment before he takes a face full of lead. 40 seconds to go. Spark have another contest, maybe, just maybe. Alpha Yi triple blink onto the point. Teru trying to touch. Doesn't get there in time to cause overtime, but it's all good. They got it below a minute, which is the most important thing there. And they defended for like 4+. So
that's really impressive.
You're pretty happy with that if you're Spark. A minute to a minute 36 now.
Yeah, so that extra 36 seconds is pretty important here for Dallas Fuel. When you're looking at a minute left in the time bank, Spark realistically have enough time on their attacking push to get maybe one ultimate online, and that would be the Kitsune Rush. So the onus is on them right now to be able to build up to that ultimate and then see what else they can snowball out of getting that increased attack speed, and just seeing if they're able to top off some of the other ultimates to rotate through and snowball through the map of Paraíso. But for Dallas, that extra 36 could give them another attempt to attack. It gives them more time to get other ultimates online, and so they don't have to be perfect on their first attack push. And I think that's what's really important about that extra time that Dallas has for themselves.
Yeah,
might not look like a lot, but it's kind of a lot.
Yeah, a little bit less pressure, right? I mean, that's lovely to have. You get set up a little bit better, take a more advantageous fight, and you get to defend first too. Some teams like that, I guess. Some teams don't. I do prefer attacking first, normally. But
I think having the defense first though is really good for teams that like to, you know, set the tone. Where's that finish line gonna be? How far do they have to get? What's the goal in mind? So we're gonna see a little bit of jockeying for position here as Dallas Fuel just kind of getting some poke as you see Edison
you don't see Edison anywhere.
Okay then.
Dude's molecules at this point, he got vaporized. All right, Phyllis, you've got to come up with something large here, and same with Sparkle. They're going to be able to back off, Rose. Giving a tick isn't the worst, but it isn't, you know, it's not the best either. All right, Sparkle's dead. Looking rough for the Fuel right now. At least they managed to keep a couple of people alive in the back. You can see Fearless and Fielder just kind of chilling, maxing, relaxing on height, but...
What an awkward position to come back into this, though, when you have to wrap around like that.
Beautiful spawn camp there from Gushue. Edison probably used that slide to try and get back to the point in time, and, well, you're dead. Gushue with a 9-head push. Point has been captured, overtime coming in, but the payload has been unlocked, more importantly.
Yeah, fight was a little too fast to be able to see that Kitsune Rush get ready for this next engage, but you're really fighting right now to see both of those come online for either team. But Hangzhou Spark, they cannot get off of the payload now, or overtime will expire. Dallas Fuel are already back in action, and both bubbles have been used.
This would be a really nice spot to actually hold the payload for the Dallas Fuel. Look at those health bars just melting right now. I mean, Fielder's in the backline, which is great, but I mean, you are fighting the doorways still. All right, you are going to fall. All good. Dallas Fuel go again. Spark looking great. Both support ultimates come up. In fact, it's
they
5
have
ults.
everything.
It's 5 ults, basically.
Yeah. I mean, look at how far forward Alpha Yi feels like he can play right now. Also knowing that he has the Wraith Walk, he can get away if he needs to. Also makes a really nice target there for Fearless, but then you can kind of catch him out by surprise. Where's Teru going?
Where is he? Nice Kitsune rush. He does drop off of high ground, does not climb it. Worth keeping in mind. Those are healing. Those healing shots coming out pretty damn fast too if you're Teru. All right, so ultimates invested for a lot of space from the Spark. Even a Death Blossom straight on top of themselves to try and play a little bit more defensive. Dallas Fuel have to use their beat to sustain themselves through it as Gouche is the first to fall. Shy next as overtime is in session. The Dallas Fuel looking like they're going to hold here. But what an impressive push from the Hangzhou Spark. All off of a single minute.
They went really far with that minute time bank. Just being able to cycle through the ultimates that came online and also winning those 2 fights they had where nothing was available. So just raw vanilla fights there and still winning in the neutral. Dallas also, I mean, the only way that they could stop them was just by ultimates coming online. That's it. And I think that just, speaks volumes to how well Hangzhou Spark have been looking for those opportunities to just take out just one member of Dallas Fuel and then converting that into a team kill.
Yeah, I mean, ideally their Spark have an initial opening where Shy gets a pick onto Edison, ideally, or just someone else. Didn't end up working out that way, of course. And then, well, Dallas Fuel, because you end up going down that late, you were able to kind of sustain. As long as Chio got that beat off and it hit people like Sparkle, you're good, because it's a later beat because Spark ended up having theirs first. So it was a little bit of cash up there from the Fuel, but it didn't end up working out nonetheless. Well, let's see what they can do on their attack. 1:36. Like we said, you get a little bit of extra time to set up, but you're looking at winning 14 fights in a row, getting it all the way to second, right? So it's looking pretty rough, but we've seen crazier things.
I mean, does Edison get a chance to actually play the game? I feel like Shy has constantly had his number this entire match so far. And if you see Edison in a position where he's able to kind of free fire, so maybe Fearless is able to create enough space that Edison can play a little bit farther back and still find those railgun charge shots, then you're in business here if you're Dallas Fuel. But that's a huge reset here. Dallas will have to go again.
Where Shio was there, he was just kind of on the very back line of the Dallas Fuel, didn't end up pushing himself through with the rest of the team. They can stagger these kills too. I mean, you'll take a couple of seconds here and there away from the Fuel. That was their free attack gone, 60 seconds to go now. What a good pick. Again, man, Spark and picks, name a better duo.
Yeah, well, at least you still get a chance to see a second attempt here. That's really what that extra 30 seconds provides. But this is it. This is it. Jaws, they've got to be perfect here. They've got to get a pick here now, and they've got to be able to capture this first point and sink it in if they want to be able to take this map too.
He has right click. He's got right click. He has rail. Oh, Chio takes a body shot. Looked like a headshot, but it was a little bit too close to his chest there. All right, Dallas Fuel make their way to the grocery store, picking up hopefully a point. And now they just need to juggle contest here, just wait for those cooldowns to come up. You can see Edison trying to take an aggressive stance here. Alpha Yi noticing that he has no Wraith Walk available. They bubble him so he can't get healed. There's the beat from the Spark. They got the ultimate from Teru coming out rather soon, but Shy's already taking care of the team. The Dallas Fuel unable to break that first point open. A team kill for the Spark as they tie the series up.
Whew, boy. Those Kitsune rushes have been so standout there from Teru. Coming online at the right time, but also just the trajectory of those paths and the way that the Spark have been able to play around that has been spectacular.
I mean, ridiculous damage numbers as well coming up from Shy, right? 31% of the team's damage for the Sojourn. Like he's leading currently in the lobby with 21k damage.
Yeah, that's over 5,000 of the next person.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. He's pretty good when he does click the heads of other I was going to say other teammates, other players in the lobby. I mean,
it's really good that there's no friendly fire.
Overwatch would be unplayable with friendly fire. I would love to see a little workshop mode with that on though. That would be quite funny.
Yeah,
I mean,
Shy would just be killing everybody.
yeah, I mean, hey, you got a 9k kill, right? You just start clicking on your teammates as well for some additional kills. You feel pretty good about yourself. I mean, Shy's just picking off Edison time and time again, really opening things up for the Spark. And it's not 3 Overwatch!
No.
Let's go!
First match that has not been a 3-0. Let's get it.
Dallas Fuel, #1 seed versus Spark, the 12th seed, currently tying things up. Dallas Fuel's map pick after this.
To kick off week 2 of the 2022 Overwatch League season.
What a series. I mean, it really couldn't get better than that.
Happy, though, gets OG, which is huge because he can't build into the sound barrier, and you have less than a minute now. If you are the Atlanta Raid trying to have an opportunity, a chance to stop the Washington Justice, Matt getting taken out, but Decay with the answer right afterwards. He gets a 3K, make it a 4K. That's the Raid checking out, and the Washington Justice now 30 seconds left for them to claim this map.
It's going to be a pretty big deal to try to get some of those picks, but oh man.
Oh, the Gravitic Flux. Everybody's having a party, but not Merit, though. He gets taken out by Proper, and that leaves Iris open there, too. He almost got the Transcendence, which would have been absolutely huge right there, but Proper has other plans. Now he's still racking up. He's about to get another Pulse Bomb on board here, too. Take a look at our Proper highlight, moving in, taking care of Merit here too. On top of this is the very start where we saw the Outlaws rocking the Bastion, and you continuously see Proper not only taking care of so many of the Outlaws, but also right after that, he was able to quickly build up the Pulse Bomb and then land the Pulse Bomb right afterwards.
Once Dallas can get the engagement they're looking for, they're off to the races.
This fight for the Gladiators, though, coming up should be pretty good. This will be a Nano, Tac Visor.
Oh, he's dead.
Hunman should get mowed down, yeah. You also have Sound Barrier, but you're probably going to save that, right? You know Sparkle is going to have that Blade coming up soon. Not going to pop it now. Funny Astro with a little, with some big kills there in the feed. So.
Yeah, Lastro or Funny Astro, both of them really getting involved in a lot of these final blows.
They flopped and lost it all. Didn't even get the second tick. So Florida down to 1:36. All the ultimates coming out. Primal and a Nano Tactical Visor. It's matched by Merit and shut down just as quickly. Hydron with the 4K, and Pelican will soar back to spawn.
Call that one a 5K, Lemon. The American Tornado spins up and gets those Houston Outlaws out of here. You can go all in, but I hope you got insurance against the weather, baby.
18 seconds left in the round. Now Dallas able to sneak out in front there. The Nano on the Sparkle creates enough space for them to go to work. And now the Gladiators, not only, Matt, do they have to win this fight, they have to exceed Dallas's previous progress. This is it. The locus of activity now is about to go down as we're into overtime on New Queen Street. Hunman is a grab. That could be it. It's what he's looking for. He gets three pretty much straight away. Going to be defensive by the grenade from Shu, but it's not going to be enough. Fielder drops a bio in of his own, and Dallas spend the entire round behind on New Queen Street, but it's them at the end wearing the crown. What a reverse sweep from the Dallas Fuel. Haters be silenced. Incredible comeback.
Claim event perks live at the Overwatch League playoffs and grand finals through the mobile app. Get all broadcast perks, plus 100 tokens, new in-game cosmetics, an exclusive spray, and all new drops across games. Tickets available now.
There's still time to get your tickets. Join us at the Overwatch League Grand Finals and catch Leah, Denise, and Charisse Booth, the voice actors for Junker Queen and Sojourn, live. Tickets are on sale now. overwatchleague.com/2022/playoffs. If you didn't catch that, it's on the screen. So yeah, if you want to come meet some sick voice actors, then you can come down. Also, yeah, you can watch some sick games. It's going to be great. It's going to be a good time. There you go, and time and date are on the screen too. November 4th at 4 p.m. PT. All right, the Spark and the Dallas Fuel currently loggerheads 1 apiece. No more 3 Overwatch. Thank you very much, Spark, for that. The guy on your screen, absolute Chad gameplay from Shy in that last round. I mean, Rose, you picked up on the very end, like, a little bit more damage than the rest of the server.
Maybe just a little bit.
21,000 damage, 21 charge shot kills, 19 final blows, overclock kills, 6 deaths. Like, the guy is made to play Sojourn. It was one of the big standout performances when Sojourn really started to gain popularity in 2022. He had like 79% rail accuracy at one point, which is inhuman.
That's very inhuman. I don't think we would have expected to see that from many players, and definitely leagues above, but also just like kind of removing that damage potential from Edison off the board. Edison died 14 times, and many of those were at the hands of Shy.
Yeah, that's what you want. Sojourn, you go get a pick now. Shy says, okay. You click, he dead.
Wow, you make it sound so easy.
It does. I mean, hey, it's easy for Shy. Not easy
That's true.
Not easy for a lot of people. A lot of crack Sojourns in the league, but Shy is definitely up there. Dallas Fuel ended up choosing Dorado, Rose, as our next map. What do you make of this?
It's definitely another good Winston map. So I definitely expect to see Fearless come out on the Winston here for Dorado as well. And, you know, Fuel has had some really close calls in some matches, but pulling out that pocket Fearless Winston pick on a map like Dorado has really been beneficial to them. So maybe this is just what they need to play on something that's comfortable and play on something that's going to give them a confidence boost.
Confidence is the name of the game. Destiny is in Spark's hands currently. If they take down the #1 seed, I mean, how many boards are left? Predictions?
2.
There's like 2 or something? Yeah.
I don't know. I actually don't even know if there are any left at this point, because this isn't a 3-0.
Oh.
So I don't know. Scoreline matters too.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Day #1 was a trip, and we haven't even reached the destination yet. All right, we'll see what Spark can do on their defense. No changes here for the comps. Oh, sorry, the rosters, but a little bit of a change in the comps. Yeah, we have Alfie actually on the Echo.
Okay.
Instead of Reaper.
Whew. All right, so when we were watching the Overwatch League team scrim, a lot of what ended up settling out of the meta was like Winston stuff, right? But I didn't actually see a whole lot of Echo. So this is a bit of a surprise, just knowing that, you know, Echo maybe being able to play around the buildings a little bit, be surprised to see how long maybe Alpha E stays on the Echo pick.
Any headshots? Oh, look how disciplined they are, just respecting the Widowmaker. You always got it. But yeah, Alpha, you can play around all these buildings as well to get mad damage down. Also, the burst damage from the sticky bombs, way too much for Kiriko to heal through. You have to. Oh my! What was that? How did Eddie die that quick? That must have been a little bit of an assist there from someone else. That was an instant try shot to the face.
It was sticky bombs on top of the headshot damage too. I think he got all 3 try shots just straight to the dome.
All right, Spark on the Tracer. Like he can dash across these buildings quite easily, just pressure that high ground. Speaking of pressure, Gushway under a lot of it. A Mack truck of pressure from Sparkle. He's just dodging around now. You can see him trying to find Alfie, just chunking Alfie down will be really nice. Teru's healing is going to be able to hit Echo up in the air. You just need to make sure your crosshair is kind of over the Echo, but the cards take a little bit of time to actually get towards the Echo, so you can take them out before the healing is in effect. We'll see how Dallas Fuel want to approach this. Of course, killing Gushway was nice. It forces Spark all the way back.
Oh, look at that too. Alfie just kind of locking down these corridors so that nobody can come by and surprise them. Oh my gosh, look at the sticky bombs too, just onto Fearless's face.
He is getting rolled, but no, it's all good. Suzu was there to help him out. Nice. Wow. What a stick for Sparkle too. Oh, Sparkle. Okay. Alfie, Teru, Shy, turn to Cinder.
All right, well, that's going to be a point A capture there for Dallas Fuel off the back of a very nice pulse bomb there from Sparkle. And we saw this, you know, when looking at the damage hero choices and just looking at that statistic a little bit earlier on the desk, that Tracer did have a 1.5% pick rate. Just kind of if you decided to play a little bit more of that dive. where, especially if maybe you expected the echo here coming out from Alpha Yi, you can go back, change to the Tracer, and get a little bit more into the backline.
Yeah, I much prefer Tracer here on this map than I do the Reaper, if they aren't going to mirror you. So a lot easier to chunk the Echo down. The Reaper's fall off is a little bit ridiculous, plus Tracer's got a lot more mobility on it too. You can see Sparkle, all he needs to do really is just farm out the pulse bomb off of Gushue, then go into the backline, or even stick it to Gushue, to be fair. Oh, Alpha Yi does take care of Chio though, and he did have a beat in his back pocket, so the Spark are more than okay just sitting on this high ground now, knowing that Dallas Fuel don't have speed, so they can't really go for any cool flank plays. You can see even Alpha Yi just going a little bit aggro. Same with Teru. Where is Teru? Well, nobody knows.
In a corner somewhere, just waiting to come back out, especially when the sound barrier is active and ready to go. That's good. Really nice disengage there from Dallas to let that expire.
Yeah, Alfie's got a copy. Double Winston, potentially. Or even something more Chad-like. Maybe a copy Eddie. Have two Sojourns. Well, one Sojourn did, so maybe a second would be nice right now. Super Rich ends up falling. They capitalize on Spark not having beat there. They just beat in and just start killing. That's really about it. That was the game plan right there. That was what in comps. We beat, we kill. Easy as that.
Worked out. I mean, Gushue
sometimes
pops
it's really that simple.
Sometimes it is. Gushue pops the Primal Rage here, so that will maybe provide a bit of sustain. But unfortunately, there was just too much follow-up there from Dallas to allow Hangzhou to come back in and recontest. So look at the ults that are off the board here for Spark. But look at what's available here for Dallas. The Kitsune Rush is going head-to-head. And we haven't seen the copy yet come in from Alpha Yi's Echo, so where does that go?
Honestly, you could even transform into Kiriko. You get so much ult charge from headshots on the monkey.
Kitsune Rush and then into another Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, you could literally pave the way to Rome at that point.
That sounds busted.
All right, Kitsune Rush for Teru. There's the copy. It's going on to the Winston. So double Winston on the field. Free Primal Rage for Alpha. If you can stay alive, you do get a lot less health now in Overwatch 2 with the copy. So Alpha doesn't even get that Primal. Shy ends up falling over once again. The target priority from the Fuel looking great. Shy, the main damage dealer for the Spark, especially in that last match, is just getting perma-focused. Sparkle hits a Pulse Bomb on the wall. Not quite onto Super-ish, but a pretty hard target to hit nonetheless. And now the Dallas Fuel doing a little bit of spawn camping, being rather cheeky about it.
All right, just kind of keeping the body blocked, I guess. Fearless just pushing up too. I'm not really afraid of Alpha Yi either. Okay, Spark do make it out of the gate.
They do make it out there, yeah. Primal Rage for Fearless, batting everybody back, and now they have to contend with that beat, but it's going to look a little bit bad for them if they do lose people. Speaking of which, Shy and Edison, Edison and Sparkle end up going down. And that was the Shy we wanted to see. We need Shy to get hits if you're a Spark fan right now. No ultimates really for the Dallas Fuel to kind of continue that fight. They were closest to the beat, but you can't really sustain, especially when the spawn's right there.
Yeah, well, we're going to see a nice switch, though, from Alpha Yi. After using the duplicate, he will switch to something that provides a bit more point presence, and that's going to be the Reaper. And Sparkle as well, you know, the Tracer really just losing its potency as you have less ability to go in and surprise your opponent, and you have less access to the backline, too, because it's just not as stagnant.
Nice little flank there from Edison. In fact, the entirety of the Dallas Fuel just kind of chilling on the high ground, turning the tables on the Hangzhou Spark. There's the beat from the Fuel, but they're not able to use it. Look at that. Gushue literally playing bouncer right now at the door, refusing entry, no ID, no getting in. The Dallas Fuel end up using the beat and they get really nothing for it, not even positioning really. I mean, sure, you touch the payload, but whatever, say the Spark. 2 minutes to go, and here comes the Kitsune Rush straight onto the final point, and now the Dallas Fuel can move on forward. You got to be careful. Eddie's shooting fast, and he's nearing that overclock. A couple of meters to go. Spark end up touching the point just in time, but not in time to save Gushue. Teru lays down the Kitsune Rush, but no one's there to touch. I mean, Gushue is the main person there, right, to get a contest on the point, and maybe Alpha Yi, but they end up stepping off, and they give Dallas Fuel a little bit of extra time there. 1 minute and 51 seconds.
It's always tough because you do expect that like your tank player would go in just because they have that extra health, and then seeing some follow-up there from a DPS that has a bit more mobility. But sometimes things can get miscommunicated, or you just get lost in the sauce a little bit trying to clean up those kills. But we've seen Spark and Dallas go into extra rounds already on Paraíso. And that was a great defensive hold there from the Spark. So let's see what they can do coming out on the offense. Do they go with the Alpha Yi Echo again? It looks like Dallas is going to go back to that Tracer pick there from Sparkle. Woo! Oh my god, the long-range Suzu.
Unreal Suzu there. Stopping that laser beam doing well.
Oh, that's unlucky.
That's unlucky. But he gets up!
The slide.
Don't worry, baited!
All right, that's a new
My
tech.
word. Okay, that was a sick play from Edison. Wow.
What? Well, I mean, I see like the Reapers too. Sometimes they'll get like booped off of the edge, and then they'll.
Yeah.
It's
not a
actual
direct
teleport.
plummet, right?
Yeah. So you have some time to get the teleport back up there.
There's probably very few surfaces you can do that on, but that specific spot, because the rocks are angled downwards, you're able to power slide up. That is
very cool tech.
Pretty
very
sick,
cool.
nasty there from Eddie. Alpha Yi. Oh, if he hit that shot. If only. That would have been the highlight package for the rest of time. All right, so Dallas Fuel is still going to run the Tracer at Rose on first point. Alpha Yi, no Echo to be seen, just Reaper.
I actually think that's really... Wait, no, hang on.
Oh, little change. Okay, matching Tracer.
Matching the Tracer. Okay, so, you know, the Tracer versus Tracer here, you're really maybe hoping that they're going to keep each other in check, but also look at how they control the health packs and really how they try to get access to the Kiriko to force them to use their mobility cooldowns.
Another beautiful bubble there. If you can use the bubble a little bit later, you're
like
more than the better for it. Yeah, Teru Swift Step. Very short cooldown, mind you, Swift Step. But if you do use it, like, teams are going to dominate you. if you use it right in front of their face and then you're right next to them still, like, yeah, you're dead.
The best teams will notice when those cooldowns are you know, what the timer is and just try to capitalize when you don't have that available. But it is let's go again. Alpha Yi actually going to switch over to the Reaper here, so not feeling the Tracer right now. And I like the Reaper, even against the Tracer especially, because you've got such a big amount of sustainability, being able to just be a little bit more self-sufficient, but then also look at how well Alpha Yi is going to burst through these Winston bubbles. It's not something Sparkle can do on the Tracer.
Little Suzu action there from Fielder. Had to save himself from Alpha Yi. Yeah, I really like the switch over. It's like a brute force tactic, right? You switch to Reaper because you just want to hold W and M1 and just force Fearless into a position where he can't use the bubble like super aggro. We'll see how they want to do this fight, though. Fielder, a little bit more damage and healing from him, so he's got the Kitsune Rush online first.
Yeah, we will see that probably get just used here to keep Hangzhou Spark from being able to take this first objective. Especially if they can beat Teru to the punch, but Super Rich already has the sound barrier. Holy moly.
Yeah, there's a lot of healing from Super Rich. He's training in terms of damage versus Chio, but healing looking great from him so far. Oh, you messed with the best, you die like the rest. Sparkle, Shy with a nice headshot. Kitsune Rush is coming out. But look at that! Oh, Edison, how does he kill Shy in that situation? It looked like he had the perfect lineup. Beats from both teams. It's like very staggered, but losing Sparkle, he's going to be able to come back, yes, but he's got no front line now. Edison gone. Fearless is going to follow. He had Primal Rage, but maybe deciding not to use it, getting a better position on second is more often than not better for you. You don't want Spark to set up on that high ground, so they're not going to invest much else. They're going to let Spark have that point as they do make their way back up onto height.
It's great, too, to see that, you know, Dallas, they just recognized it's not even worth to have the Pulse Bomb to be able to use that, maybe to get a pick, because it's never a guarantee whether you're going to hit it or whiff it. So Sparkle gonna just go ahead and switch over to the Reaper to contest against Hangzhou Sparks. Force a little bit better.
I mean, Alpha Yi descending from the heavens there. I mean, Chio did end up going down, probably received a little bit of damage from that Death Blossom. Nice bit of charge there for Edison. Can he find a headshot? Nope. Finds a body shot, though. That'll do it. That'll do it. Fearless Primal Rage has ran out, but without a front line, the Hangzhou Spark need something more. Teru takes down Edison. Is back off here from the Dallas Fuel.
They have to disengage from this. Edison will be able to get back pretty quickly with the power slide, and you can play at range, but all the while, Sparkle just going to go ahead and hold the front line strong here for Dallas.
Woo! There he goes. Oh, little TP. Surprise. Surprise, but not really, because you knew I was there. All good, all good.
I love that voice
appreciate
line.
it nonetheless. Yeah, there's a ton of new ones. There's a lot of interactions with Kiriko too, voice lines with other people, it's pretty sick.
So look at the Winstons too, how Fearless and Gushui are just kind of posturing against each other. You know, getting that Tesla cannon damage, just trying to make sure that they are able to create enough space for their DPS to operate in, especially when you can hold that corner. And that's going to be great for Sparkle. You get the Winston bubble pop down because Gushui's a little bit out of position, but it gets popped immediately by Sparkle's focus.
Shy doesn't... Well, Sparkle doesn't want to get headshot by Shy there. They must know he's on the high ground, surely. Nice boot. Straight into Tero, though. Oh, my word. Super Shoots with a half a team kill as he boops the Death Blossoming Sparkle away, straight on top of Teru's head. Geo does end up going down, though, so supports are being traded. A perfect pickup there from Shy. Sparkle was trying to get back to the rest of the team using the teleport, but wasn't able to as Shy picks him out. They haven't, the Spark don't have Teru, but it doesn't matter because Super Rich had the beats. Shy focused eventually, but the overwhelming presence from the Spark right now pushing them forward. They've still got control over this payload, but the spawns are in the Dallas Fuel's favor right now as Edison overclocks and takes down Super Rich. Teru not long for this world, I can imagine, as Sparkle does chase him down. A few meters before that second checkpoint was unlocked by the Spark, but the Dallas Fuel holding on.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a really big stagger there, too, where Hangzhou Spark coming back into this second point push. They have a minute remaining, and that is it. So looking at their ultimates, they have got the Death Blossom online. That can be really potent, especially if Alpha Yi... Oh, look at the wraparound that they're taking here, too. Shy's going to get into a position to be around the team behind the Fuel, under this Ivy, and then Alpha Yi can go in with a teleport and drop back down onto Dallas if they decide to move in.
All right, don't get headshot challenge. Ooh. Dallas Fuel. Alpha Yi's already dead. Overclock coming out. Shy is just getting juggled right now by Fearless. A good use of the Primal Rage, stopping Shy getting any work done. I mean, he's shooting the Winston, sure, but he just gets isolated and killed. Teru, he can kind of heal him through that. You saw how long Shy was staying alive, but what a perfect mitigation of the overclock by Fearless.
I mean, Fearless was getting pocketed too there, so those railgun charges were just not doing as much damage to be able to chunk down that Winston in the Primal Rage. But that's it. Less than 10 seconds remaining. Still haven't used the Death Blossom yet, but will Spark even get there to be able to use it?
Yeah, okay, they do manage to get that touch, so... Overtime triggered. Gushui, Primal, up in the air as Teru touches the point. The Dallas Fuel have to drop and get there, but no, look, Gio taking it to the back line. Teru ends up getting focused down. A nice little leap there onto Fearless, and Dallas Fuel just kind of working around towards these ultimates. Sparkle, Edison, they are the ones you want to look at right now. They've got to get these ults online to stand a chance in this fight. There's the Death Blossom, everything thrown in. The Spark's journey on Dorado looking like it's going to end here. The Dallas Fuel up a map now, 2-1 in this series with a nice defense on that second checkpoint. Shy just having a little bit of a rough one. Looked like Dallas Fuel kind of had him on lockdown. They looked at, oh, look, who's killing us? Well, it's Shy. Overclock comes out. Fearless instantly hitting Q. Jumps to the backline with the Primal Rage, making sure Shy does not get any overclock kills, because that's what's been really just opening things up for the Spark, making these fights doable.
That was a really nice adjustment to see from Dallas when they recognized that they might have to invest a little bit more to make sure that Shy doesn't have free reign of their team. So they will win their map pick.
What a sick clip. Man, that Suzo on Edison was so clean. Dallas Fuel up a map, Rose. We go to map number 4. First time in playoffs 2022. You'll love to see it. It's day number 2. We'll be right back after this break.
all comes down to this.
For the first time in a damn long while, we have land.
This is where legends are born, Matt.
You can feel the momentum.
A global tournament finally pitting the West and East regions together.
This is the playoffs, so you gotta give it all you've got.
We are going all the way. Today is about maximum Overwatch. Are you not entertained?
If you're not entertained, you probably should be. Map number 4 coming up in just a moment. Rose, am I going to say it correct? The bingo board has already been struck through because Johnny said it incorrectly. But for the first time in Overwatch League, we are playing Esperanza Spark's pick.
Oh, I'm so excited about getting a chance to see this map played by some of the best. It's a beautiful map, but also I think that it's going to be really interesting to see how teams decide to take fights on this map too.
Yeah, it is interesting. I don't really know what other word to kind of slot in there. I'll go to my Theosaurus in a minute and find one, but it's kind of cool. There's a lot of high ground on the first point, and looking over the second point too, it looks pretty inassailable. More often than not, there are a couple of flank routes here and there, but I've wanted to see this pro play for so long, and you know, thank you, Spark. Thank you.
Yeah, thank
you. Picking it. We get our first taste of Esperanza. I can imagine it's going to be the same kind of comps though. Reaper's still pretty good here. There's a lot of corners, a lot of hiding spaces too. If you really want to go crazy with it and hit the cheeky Death Blossoms, I'm curious on how teams end up not only kind of attacking the first point, but recovering from that first fight, because there's, like I mentioned, there's a lot of high ground to defend on if you win that first fight and the bot ends up moving below the bridge, and that high ground overlooks the second point. So it's kind of a Sojourn paradise in that way.
Well, let's talk about the Sojourn. We already highlighted how Shy has been able to do in this matchup so far, but Edison finally got a chance to play Sojourn, and that was thanks to the adjustment we saw from Dallas Fuel to put a little bit more focus on making sure that Edison could stay alive. I mean, you saw the Suzus coming through from Fielder. That was a super sick clip, but also when your charge shot accuracy is 66% and your hero damage is almost 12,000, this is what we wanted to see from Edison in this match.
It's what you kind of expect, right? Edison to come out pretty big on Sojourn, but he is dueling with one of the best in Shy on the other side. Shy looking a little bit muted though. He's turned the volume up just a little bit. I mean, look, Fearless kind of had his number. There was a lot of times where he was committing Primal Rage or like just a bubble on top of Shy, forcing him to use that power slide, and not in an aggressive way, more of a defensive way. And that's been the key, or at least on Dorado, that was the key for Dallas Fuel. It looks like they've very much identified that target and taken him down. You could see that in the stats. Of course, you can't see them directly on your screen, but Shy's damage numbers weren't nearly as much as they were in the previous maps, like not hitting that 30+% team damage. He's more sitting at like 23% with the rest of his team.
I think what's really impressive about Dallas Fuel being able to play a bit more reactive is that's kind of not their play style. They're the playmakers. They're the ones setting the pace for a lot of their matches that we've seen from them this season. And so Dallas just, you know, using their abilities a little bit more to react to whatever Spark are throwing at them. Pretty cool to see.
Oh, his music going kind of hard though. All right. Esperanza, first time we're seeing it played in pro play, in the Overwatch League at least, in the 2022 playoffs. I'm glad a team actually was brave enough to kind of choose it. It's kind of, it's an interesting one. Could be a double-edged sword, you know. Our team's practiced enough on that map. Will it end up hurting teams because they haven't practiced on it because it is the new map? Maybe they're thinking, oh, well, no team's going to pick it because it's fairly new. How much scrim time has been played on the map? That's the kind of the big question. And I'm glad we're seeing two Titans at this point. I mean, Spark 3-0'd yesterday, looking great against the Dallas Fuel so far, despite the scoreline. We'll see if Dallas Fuel can round this one out, though, with a dub, sending them through, Spark down to the lower bracket.
Well, I mean, the first two maps between these two teams were very close. Lijiang, all 3 rounds were played, 99 to like, you know, 85 in that range of capture progress for both teams. We went to extra rounds there on Paraíso, and Dorado just a little bit less close. So we'll see what happens. I mean, Spark and Dallas, when they get a chance to play the Reaper and the Winston, they also start out on that. I feel like that's really where we start to see these two Titans go head to head.
5, 4,
all right.
3,
Doors are opening. Same kind of comms. No real surprise. Again, like I said, there's a lot of corners for Reaper to hide around, and Sojourn, she's pretty good. She's pretty strong. She can one-shot people. All right, let's see how both teams end up attacking. There is a miniature, there's a health pack. You can see where Gooshway is. No health pack in that small little room, which you can kind of hold. Both teams taking a very opposite approach. Looks like Spark just wants to go for a wraparound, so switching sides almost here.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, too, you're just kind of making sure that there's no surprises coming at you. As,
oh
man.
Yeah, you can't just walk up like that. Super straight line, easy shot, even for the noobs out there, even for me. Dallas Fuel end up losing both Phyllis and Sparkle right off the rip. I mean, Fielder, I guess he can TP away, but the bot is in firm control of the Hangzhou Spark right now.
Yeah, after the 2 picks from Shy, Dallas will have no choice but to back off from this. Especially when they're missing such a big key piece of their front line in Sparkle's Reaper.
Okay.
He's missing again. Okay, then Shy.
Yeah, all right, Shy woken up. Volume up to 100 right now. Edison in his sights. Nice body shot. Alfie finishes him off. Bot doesn't getting stolen, by the way. I believe that was by Fielder, who teleports back to the team. And Alfie teleporting onto that health pack, actually trying to steal that away. That was pretty nice. But you can kind of see what I'm talking about now, Rose, with this high ground. As soon as this bot rounds this corner, Shy can just sit on height with Railgun. And he almost has overclock.
Yep, exactly. And that's really scary to have to play against if you're Dallas.
And Teru well.
Where are you going to actually poke your head out from that doesn't give Shy a sight line?
Yep. Pretty tough map to assail on this point, but it looks like Dallas Fuel, all the mobility tools, you should be able to get on top of Shy. He's waiting for someone to peek. Nice 2-man, 3-man dive, in fact, with the Lucio, and make that 4-man. This ends now, though. Shy unleashing the overclock. However, Kitsune rush from Fielder, but just runs head first into an overclock shot. Dallas Fuel used the beat to try and push on 4, but a later beat from the Hangzhou Spark. With little to no heal, the Dallas Fuel holding this one just by a thread. I guess Fearless has got Primal, but it doesn't really matter. Sparkle is down. A lot of it ult invested for the Dallas Fuel. The Spark don't even use their Kiriko ult, so they're able to get that checkpoint with ease.
Put a lot of faith into Shy's ability to use that overclock and convert it to kills. And that it does. I mean, the sound barrier as well, just a really nice response there to the Kitsune rush and the sound barrier coming in from Chio, but that's full support ultimate's gone. Edison's time to overclock though.
He's turning it, it's cranking it up. Oh, look at this. Gooshway trying to get him away from the rest of the team, but he's got to look at the rest of the Fuel, who are the main ones doing the damage. Fearless has got himself on the board already as the bot is going to get split over. It's Dallas Fuel's time to push.
All right, well, they have a little bit to make up for. That was a point capture for Hangzhou Spark, but those forward spawns have been deactivated. I don't know what I was going for there, but deactivated. Now Dallas have to start pushing is the point I was leading up to. They don't have a whole lot for this except for Sparkle's Death Blossom, but they're contending against one from Alpha as well.
That was so close. You can one-shot someone with the 85 there. Ideally you want 100, so even if it's a body shot, it's still almost enough to kill somebody. Very early bubble from Gooshway, so it looks unlikely that Spark are actually going to go for a super aggressive dive. You see Gooshway just trying to take that high ground, has to back off instantly. A Death Blossom straight from above. Shy ends up taking down Sparkle, but Gooshway and Super Rich are already dead. You see Shy hunting, searching, trying to find kills, but no one's in his sight lines. Shy gets taken down, the bot's firmly in control of the Fuel, and they even have that Kitsune rush available.
Alpha, he didn't get a chance to use that Death Blossom either, so that's a resource at least Hangzhou Spark have held on to for this next engagement. But when you look at how they might be able to use it here, I mean, Dallas probably getting this first checkpoint unless Gooshway wants to commit his body to the point. And I don't see him doing that because he's just not within the sight lines of his healers right now. Like Super Rich was still coming back from spawn. So point will be unlocked here for Dallas Fuel as they round this corner. Fueler's gonna have a great time using this Kitsune rush.
Oh yeah, long straight road to be repaved. They know they just need to play it. There's a Kitsune rush. Yeah, cuts off the road. Oh, what a shot by Shy. Shuts down Fielder yet again. Can the Dallas Fuel hold on? They're not done quite yet. Alfie and Super Rich bite the dust. It's the Dallas Fuel, they're in the lead. That Kitsune rush, more often than not, Rose, especially in this meta, has just been a Q to win button. of Shy once again coming up with kills. Like, this guy's almost 50% of his team's damage currently. Like,
oh my God.
Insane stuff, and he's still finding picks. He is the sole member of the Spark right now that's keeping this one competitive.
Really, I mean, we've looked at this from Hangzhou Spark a few times, that Shy and Alpha Yi, like, they're just such good DPS players.
He has 6,000 damage, almost 50% of his team's DPS right now.
It's just nuts.
All right, railgun charge.
Come on, Shy, what you got?
He's gonna vaporize. Edison right in front of his face, trying to go for an ego peek, but the jump kind of lands short, and Fearless takes him out. Shy tried to get onto the opposite high ground there, but ends up just getting focused down by Fearless. The bot is currently in contention with the Spark and the Fuel, but with the main damage dealer down for the Spark, looking quite unlikely they're able to finish this one off. Nice Suzu to keep Fearless in. There we go. Bot regained control by the Spark. Nice work.
All right, so yeah, Super Rich just stalling for a little bit, but that bot is going to walk very quickly back to pick up where it left off. And now you're really looking at this bot train around these final two corners here. I love this overhead view because it shows you also where Fearless was going after Shy. Okay, that's a huge threat taken off the board, and now this is the space Dallas Fuel need to round this corner and look at this straightaway.
Yeah, the straightaway is crazy. You gotta be careful though, people playing Widowmaker, just popping their heads out real fast, clipping, giving you a nice little clipper haircut. All right, Gooshway, what you got? Primal Rage, he's in. He do be in, and now he is out. Okay, the Dallas Fuel are still kind of jostling around. Gooshway's not able to kind of pay attention to Edison right now, but the straightaway might be in their favor as Shy unleashes the overclock. Fearless falling, Edison dead, and Sparkle not long for this world. Does get booped in the air. Sparkle still finding value, but Shy still taking it to him. A couple of free meters maybe for the Dallas Fuel here as both Super Rich and Chio taking the honorable 1v1. You love to see it. Super Rich does bow this one out though, same with Chio. Somehow Sparkle comes out with 2 kills with a spawn point Rose. Pretty damn close for them.
Yeah, it is. I just, it's funny. I appreciate that Super Rich backed off after he saw Chio grab that health pack and had escaped.
No, that's cheating. In the,
Oh, is that
in the honorable 1v1,
okay.
taking a health back.
That's why Super
I'm going
Rich
to say
backed
it.
off.
I'm going to be the brave one. All right, still the payload in control of the Dallas Fuel right now, Rose, and Edison has got the overclock. Sitting on high ground, there's no way Spark peeking right now. They know he's got a charged up rail too. Like, ooh, Dyson with death there. Just a little bit. All good though.
You still use the overclock here, but what you run the risk of is if you use the overclock now, you might just see a swift disengage here from the Spark and lose your targets.
Overclock, Shy, main focus, Alpha Yi. Nice bubble there. Coming out from Gooshway, wasting a couple of those railgun shots. Alpha Yi with perfect movement, trying to dodge out of the way of Edison's headshots. He's got another shot charged up, but the Spark are moving the bot. As long as Dallas Fuel end up just making Spark use ultimates, they might be in a good spot. Super Rich put down the beat, but it only hit Teru in himself. The Dallas Fuel coming up quite large with a kill onto Super Rich. And now the ultimates are just being flung in from the Fuel. They know the Spark don't have support ultimates to back them up. Spark whimpering right now on this point, unable to get it back to the mid.
I wonder what happened there, because Super Rich definitely felt the need to use the sound barrier, but only hitting Teru meant that the rest of the team just didn't get that overhealth to be able to keep up with this fight. Dallas Fuel still invested the Primal Rage though, so, you know, that is an ult that's going to be off the board for them to be able to finish out this map, but I think that Kitsune Rush is a bit more important looking at the architecture of this final stretch.
You see Edison there just jump straight into the lap of Shy. Fearless, Fielder, Chio were all on top of him too. They know the target, they know to focus. Sparkle just trading places there with Teru. Final straightaway here from the Dallas Fuel. They're looking to take this one 3-0. Can the Spark stop them? Shy's got the overclock and he's ready to rumble.
Well, this is going to be the perfect time for it.
Here it is, Shy. Overclock, unleashed. Bubble goes down. Beautiful headshot on Chiu and tries to dodge out the way, but Edison comes back big. Edison with 2 quick kills onto Gooshway and Shy. This is the first time we see an Esperanza, and this might be the first completion we see as well. The Dallas Fuel, a couple of meters to go. Gooshway have to use that Primal Rage, but his health bar dwindling, and so are the hope and dreams of the Spark to try and end this one. Edison, it ends when he says it ends. The Dallas Fuel still pretty low in terms of health bars, but Fielder and Chio topping them up from the back lines, and even Chio earning himself the beat. Then look at Edison's positioning right now, absolute chat mode. But Shy ends up finishing him off. It's 4 seconds to go, and now the Spark in control of the bots have to be perfect.
And that perfection might be really difficult to achieve here, as Alpha Yi is the one that has to carry the weight and burden of that on his shoulders. The Death Blossom has to be huge. They have to be able to get that sound barrier out of Chio, so there is no response for it.
They're just giving that Kitsune rush too. You can just layer those support ultimates. Normally it's not wise to do so, but in an overtime situation, it will end up winning you a fight. Super Rich and the rest of Spark have to play passive. They need this beat, or they need a huge Death Blossom from Alpha Yi. The beat from the Fuel pushes them forward. Kitsune rush, so everybody from the Fuel can benefit. The Beyblade's working out for them, and Super Rich built up enough time for the beat. And now the Dallas Fuel with no overhelp left. Alpha Yi struggling to find targets, but Fearless is not. Perfectly juggling Shy away from the fight as he takes him down. Gushway also falls, and that will be it. Not a full completion, but Dallas Fuel will take the dub 3-1 over the Spark.
What a hard-fought match coming out here from both teams, but Dallas Fuel, big win for them as a confidence booster going into the rest of playoffs.
Number 1 seed versus the 12. I mean, Spark, they look super competitive. A team that a few people here and there, I'm not gonna name any names. They did have high hopes for Spark just on how Shy can play the Sojourn, of course, Gushway on his very famous Winston, but the Fuel, we heard in the rumor mill that they were looking rather scary coming into today and into this meta, into the playoffs, whatever. And they kind of proven it here. Fearless jumping back onto the Winston, didn't find too much success throughout the whole season, to be fair. It was mainly Hanbin stepping up for the Fuel, like MVP level performances, but the Dallas Fuel more than happy to sub him out because they know they have a super solid Winston player in Fearless, and it looks like times don't change. Fearless, just gold on that hero.
I mean, Hangzhou Spark did give Dallas Fuel a run for their money, though, in those first 2 maps of the series, but it was going into the 3rd map of Dorado where the tide shifted. Dallas Fuel figured out how to play against Shy's oppressive Sojourn, and that was to invest a little bit more tools, a little bit more utility, play a bit more reactionary, so when Shy had those charged shots ready to go and also overclock.
Shy's damage jumps were absolutely absurd at the very end of it, but the Dallas Fuel banding together, taking him down and focusing the rest of the Spark after that. They take the series 3-1, and player of the match is gonna be Fielder for this one. His Kiriko, to no one's real surprise, is pretty damn good. Like, we saw obviously the clip on Dorado of him saving people, but you're nothing without your supports. You hear me, everybody? You're nothing without your supports. And Fielder's Suzus, especially when his team are going for more risky plays, have been on point. You saw it there. Sparkle goes with the Death Blossom. He instantly Suzus him, so he can't be focused down by the enemy team. Kitsune Rush kind of speaks for itself. And the aim too, looking good, Fielder, looking good overall. And the damage from Kiriko is a little bit variable. You have to hit those headshots. You've got 3x multiplier, but your body shots don't do too much. But Fielder putting up some mad numbers today. Look at that, 11.5k healing per 10.
It's the offensive assists to me that I feel like are the most impactful, looking at that 8.8 per 10, because that's really where you're going to see how those Suzus impact the rest of your teammates to enable their damage output, but also how the Kitsune Rush has been able to find value as well.
Yeah, I mean, everybody was kind of talking about Teru yesterday, how he was a terror on the battlefield, but today it was...
He still was.
Yeah, to be fair, he still was, but it was Fielder that came out on top. Player of the match goes to him. The Dallas Fuel looking great. 3-1 in here. They're going to advance. The Spark going down to the losers bracket. Still, we can expect big things from them. It's almost a perfect meta, and having a massive confidence boost coming out of day number 1, you can imagine they're going to be feeling the same going down to the losers bracket now. There's almost nothing that can kind of stop them. Dallas Fuel did here today, but still big things coming out from Hangzhou.
Yeah, most definitely.
We're going to jump to a quick break. Do not go anywhere. Des is going to break that one down, and then, of course, more Overwatch action after this.
킬코 하나로. 리퍼. 나이스! 야, 마스크 써. 가자. 나이스.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Butterfinger. Crispity, crunchity, peanut buttery. No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger. Welcome everyone to the game break. For a quick word with the Dallas Fuel, we now got Sparkle joining us with the translator Deer. Thank you guys so much for taking the time to quickly chat with us. First question I want to know from Sparkle is that yesterday we didn't get to see an awful lot of Tracer being picked, but today you picked her up. How viable do you feel Tracer is in the current meta?
지금 이제 어제는 트레이서 픽이 많이 보이진 않았는데 오늘은 좀 보였던 것 같아요. 그래서 지금 트레이서에 대한 메타 해석은 어떠한가요?
트레이서가 지금 좋은 영웅은 아닌 거는 다들 알다시피 보셨을 거고, 근데 이제 또 제가 한 트레이서 하지 않습니까? 제가 너무 트레이서를 잘해가지고 경기 때 이렇게 잘하는 모습 보여준 것 같은데, 트레이서가 지금 메타의 티어에서 한 4티어쯤 되는 것 같아요. 진짜 안 좋아요.
As you already know, or as you may have already seen, Tracer is not a very good hero currently. But you know, I just happen to be a really good Tracer player, so I think that's why I just played it today. But I would say that Tracer is currently maybe like a tier 4 currently.
I'd love to know more about those tiers. Very interesting there indeed, yeah. I love seeing more Tracers, so I really hope we get to see Sparkle rock up on that Tracer more. Now, I wanted to know from Sparkle, of course, coming into the playoffs, the Dallas Fuel, they are the most recent Summer Showdown stage champions. But participating in the playoffs and playing for the end of season title, does Sparkle feel any additional pressure with that on the line?
이제 가장 최근에 썸머 쇼다운 우승을 했잖아요. 그래서 이제 시즌 말에 들어와서 플레이오프까지 오게 됐는데, 그것 때문에 조금 더 부담감을 가지고 있는지.
마지막 토너먼트를 저희가 우승했다고 해서 저희가 딱히 플레이오프에서 부담감 느끼는 건 없고요. 또 저희가 서머 쇼다운 이후로 저희 팀 모두가 폼이 많이 올라온 상태라서 부담감보단 자신감으로 가득한 것 같아요.
Just because we won the last tournament doesn't mean that there's additional pressure. I feel like it actually helped us build more confidence instead of having more pressure.
Well, that is great to hear. Now, one last question before I let the two of you go. You will either play Seoul Dynasty or the Florida Mayhem. Which of those two teams would you rather face off against and why?
네, 마지막 질문으로 다음 경기는 저희가 서울 아니면 메이햄 대 붙게 되는데요. 누굴 더 상대하고 싶나요? 그리고 이유 좀 부탁드릴게요.
지금 제 뒤에서 서울이랑 메이엠이 세팅을 하고 있는데요. 누가 올라오든 이길 자신 있습니다. 얼른 올라오세요.
Right now we have Seoul and Mayhem getting set up for the next match right now, right behind us. And honestly, it doesn't really matter who we go against. I know that we're confident enough to win, and just make it up here, guys. Already, just finish it up.
Yeah, he's waiting. Sparkle is waiting for all the action. Sparkle, dear, thank you both so much for joining us. We can't wait to see more from both you. And of course, once more, big congratulations on that first W.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right on. That's the confidence we need from Sparkle. And I do want to know more about those tiers. So Tracer is tier 4, but if he plays it, it's tier 1, obviously.
Yeah, exactly. So like tier 1, what would that now be? Like Winston, I suppose, because it's almost like 100% pick rates. And then tier 2 and 3, what do we fill? What do we fill tier 2 and 3 with? The Reach Tracer.
Well, we figure it out as we go. Maybe he'll fill us in. But let's talk about the match. I do think that Spark actually put up a very valuable fight here. I think they really held their own and throughout the entire series, actually.
Yeah, I mean, if anything to take away from this series is still that Hangzhou Spark is still a really good team. They look fantastic to me, like they could go deep in this playoffs. The difference maker is that they're playing the Dallas Fuel. Dallas Fuel, any questions, concerns you had about Fearless being integrated into this Dallas Fuel lineup because of how good Hanbin has been so far this year, just dismiss them entirely. Fearless is looking phenomenal on this Winston, and particularly against a team like the Hangzhou Spark that plays Kiriko a little bit differently with these aggressive angles. Tiru likes getting into the back line, taking wide flanks, and that can throw you off a little bit. Doesn't matter. Fearless decision-making on the Winston, whether to recognize when they're overextending and when Tiru is overextending on the Kiriko, or finding a dive opportunity to go aggressive themselves. Fearless is doing an amazing job for the Dallas Fuel, setting up the rest of his team. So the Dallas Fuel, to me, is looking like the best team in the tournament so far.
Right on. How do you think Fearless stacked up to Gushue, or how did Gushue stack up to Fearless?
I mean, in this particular duel, I would say yes. Gushue is punching upwards. You know, definitely the challenger between these two. But we know that Gushue is fantastic. He did a great job. I think this matchup in particular, it was more about Tiru for the Hangzhou Spark and how he was setting up his team, and also Shy. We saw this was the first time we saw Esperanza being played competitively here in the Overwatch League since it was integrated with Overwatch 2, of course. So awesome to see two teams here in the playoffs battling out on this very new map. And you saw Shy He had 50% of the team's damage at times here on Esperanza. And also, I mean, he was deadlifting 13 out of 19 funnel blows. Now, to deadlift, you have to win the map as well, right? You have to win the map, so they didn't do that. But Shy with an incredible performance, and here you go. Here's the Tiru versus Fielder Kiriko stats as well. So the hero damage certainly in favor of Tiru, but that healing done, that difference maker, it helps you get up those Kitsune Rush assists per 10 minutes as well. So
which of these things would you prioritize? If you had a Kiriko on your team, which of these two would you rather have?
Well, if I'm playing with some random person in ranked, please heal me, okay? First of all, that is like job number one, okay? The way I'd like to look at the Hangzhou Spark for the rest of this tournament is a volatile team, okay? They're taking risks. They are definitely suffering as a result of those 3.2 funnel blows per 10 minutes. Yes, that is double of what Fielder is having, but they're sacrificing some healing, some protection, and arguably positioning as well, because Tiru is taking the time to position himself on off angles, and that has the potential to hurt the Hangzhou Spark. So it's a very volatile playstyle from the Spark. I would say, at the end of the day, that volatility is going to benefit them though. Against teams like the Dallas Fuel, they'll be able to play around it. They won't have to worry about Tiru. But when you go up against teams like London Spitfire, Toronto Defiant, Houston Outlaws, these are teams that you're more, you know, similarly matched to, and maybe that volatility can be enough to throw the enemy team off guard. So I would value the healing overall, but if you're the Hangzhou Spark, if you want to take a gamble, you can go for the funnel blows.
I mean, it worked out yesterday. If you go back and rewatch the match between Spark and Dragons, Terra taking those off angles, actually going for those flanks as that Kiriko, like, Dragons were kind of taken aback by that. Yeah, no, it was a rough time out there. So unless you're the Dallas Fuel, you gotta watch out for that Tyra in your backline. And now heading into our second match of the day, which will be fought out between the Florida Mayhem and the Seoul Dynasty. We do want to once more take a look at Leveling Up presented by Butterfinger, and no better head-to-head we could ask for than Smurf and someone on Winston. Which of these monkeys has to go to the moon and even further?
Well, I'd say that Smurf is already on the moon.
Okay,
you know,
that's
he is
good.
definitely feeling at home in this matchup. Smurf, of course, one of the best Winstons of all time. So if we compare the Winston stats, we will see that Smurf, he has the better primal rage kills per 10 minutes. He's better at using that ultimate ability, and he stays alive almost a complete death per 10 minutes less than someone here. But someone, he's no slouch, 7.7 funnel blows and 7,000 hero damage done per 10 minutes. That leads the league. Someone is the most aggressive Winston in the league, and he's a rookie, keep in mind as well. Smurf, he's a two-time Overwatch League champion, 2019, 2020. So the rookie someone, he has the opportunity in this Winston matchup to really make a name for himself and show what he's able to do against one of the best Winstons in the world.
This is going to be such an interesting matchup. But keep in mind, of course, that Seoul Dynasty, they did not get to choose the Florida Mayhem. They were thrown at them. All the teams with the higher seeds avoided picking the Florida Mayhem. And we were split on the desk whether or not this is going to make the Seoul Dynasty happy or rather concerned.
I'm smelling a Florida pick here.
You're smelling it? Do you?
Are you actually going?
Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's take a look at our predictions for that match to see who is going with what. Would I not? No, I would not.
Necra is going with Florida Mayhem.
Necra is the bold one. I love it. Is it just the color, though?
It might be the color, but also Hydron. The
there
color
Hydron.
plus Hydron, that's like a very powerful combination.
Hydron and someone. Yes. Also, we haven't seen Seoul play yet. So, knowing that Mayhem was very, very competitive yesterday, you can make a lot of good points why you would pick them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Hydron is looking like one of the best Sojourns we have currently. Hydron, he leads the league when it comes to first eliminations on Sojourn. So to start off these fights, look out for Hydron on the Sojourn to kickstart things for the Florida Mayhem. Seoul Dynasty, we talk a lot about Profit, for example, and Smurf. Well, it's not a Tracer meta like Sparkle just said, right? So it falls into the hands of Fitz. Fitz on the Sojourn, will he be able to take that duel to Hydron? That is something that Seoul Dynasty really need to shore up, because that could be a win condition for the Florida Mayhem. I will say I predicted the Seoul Dynasty to win the entire thing, but this matchup scares me because we looked at the stats, he's very lethal on that Winston, and Hydron is really glowing up on that Sojourn as well.
It's glowing up. There you have it. Now, of course, Seoul Dynasty got some tape on the Mayhem. They did get to watch their match from yesterday, so maybe there were some good takeaways with which they can use in today's matchup against them. I can't wait to get all the action going, but first, we're heading into a quick break, and then we will be back with the second match of today.
Welcome back to the Overwatch League Playoffs 2022. I'm still joined by Rose to get into our second game of day number 2. It is the Florida Mayhem versus the Seoul Dynasty.
It is, and I know that my pred looked a little weird.
Please defend it right now, on camera.
All right, one, I just wanted to play contrarian to everybody else because Seoul's going to get all the love in the world.
Yeah.
I actually predicted that Seoul's going to win the whole thing, so I stand by that, but I do think that maybe they'll have to go through the lower bracket because Florida Mayhem have looked good. I think they have some surprise factor. There are very few teams that wanted or had the opportunity to scrim them. They still were able to get an upset yesterday.
Yeah.
Someone has looked really good, and I think that his Winston has just evolved over the course of the season so that he isn't afraid to take these duels versus Reapers. And I think that's something that we have seen a little bit of hesitation from some of our Winstons so far in the playoffs. So that's where my pick comes through.
Okay, I like that, like a little Seoul Dynasty lower bracket run. The winner from this game, Rose, actually plays Dallas Fuel. So pretty tough game, you'd imagine. The entirety of the pick'ems and the desk went the Seoul Dynasty, but honestly, at this point, we're used to upsets, so yeah, you know.
Hey, nobody wanted to pick Mayhem. Nobody picked Mayhem. Seoul got stuck with Mayhem.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that says something.
Yeah, exactly. That does say something at least. I like what they brought up on this on the desk as well, like Summer versus Smurf, 2-time champ. Like a lot of Smurf heads out there looking him to get the MVP of the 2022 season versus someone who's a rookie, and he's aggressive Winston play has really found a lot of success for the Florida Mayhem. And they're a team as well with a bunch of people that came in late into the season. They've had an incredible run with people like Sermajed and RuPaul. Their backline has looked incredibly solid. I think it's about time we bring them up on stage. Of course, these two teams haven't played each other in like eons, it feels like. So let's bring to the stage the Florida Mayhem. Now, there's leading the charge. Of course, Sermajed. Tall lad, I will say. Taller than I expected, although it's a bit hard to tell people's heights when you're obviously casting from home whenever he's in their facilities. Arnamo for Lucio, of course, and their backline looks very solid from meta to meta. They have Arnamo, another veteran player, in that support lineup, swapping in and out with RuPaul when needed.
Yeah, but I don't think we're going to see RuPaul much more for the playoffs, at least not for a bit. If you didn't notice, yesterday RuPaul started in the lineup, got taken out, and confirmed later that that might have been a roster mistake. That was his first time playing Kiriko ever. That's another reason why I give a little bit more credit to the Mayhem, because yeah, they still won. They still won that map, even though RuPaul was not as comfortable on that Kiriko as Sermajed has been.
Yeah, maybe they're not their full power yet, but some team has been at full power for the majority of the season. Let's bring to the stage the Seoul Dynasty. Man, clean colors as always too. The black, white, and gold looking suave.
What a
powerhouse. Their seats. Yeah, absolute powerhouse. The team is scary. Like Prophet. Okay, we don't really need to talk about Prophet because he's a beast. Like Smurf too, MVP level contention. Their backline also looking great. A lot of rookie talent in the league this year, but sometimes you just gotta look at the veterans. Prophet, Smurf to do the damage, do the reps and the heavy lifting for the team. And Seoul Dynasty have that in spades. Fitz too has just been an absolute powerhouse.
You got to look at Iris as well, a newer addition to the Seoul Dynasty roster. Actually got traded to the team from the Houston Outlaws, and so seeing Iris come in and just slot in so perfectly next to Vindane, it's been such a treat to watch. And so both of these teams, I'm just expecting a really, really good match.
I mean, a lot of people were saying that Iris trade with Creative was one of the most beneficial for both teams.
Yes, mutually
trades of
beneficial.
all time, yeah, which is ridiculous. Like you said, slotted in super well, really fast, and just got going. Hit the ground running. It was really good to see the Seoul Dynasty and the Florida Mayhem. I mean, you've still got to be fairly scared of Seoul when it comes down to it. Yes, they didn't get their pick, Rose, but they're still the Seoul Dynasty. Like,
well, yeah.
The name value in of itself is rather scary. Now, how do they perform on this meta? That's the big question coming into it. But having Smurf leading the charge, like a lot of the Smurf heads out there, they're going to be rather pleased, I think, when the meta kind of shifted towards this Kiriko and the Winston, because they know they've got all of the tools really required. I mean, even Prophet, do complete anything you put him on, but then Fitz also a cracked hit scan. What can't Seoul Dynasty play?
I mean, you know, despite the fact that Smurf hasn't really been able to play to his full power on the Winston, Seoul Dynasty have still come out on top. They won a stage tournament this season. Smurf, Roll Star for tank. Like, there's a lot going for Seoul Dynasty, and it's why they are considered one of the favorites for this tournament. They just need to, you know, let's see what they got here. This is the first time we get to see what they can bring to the table for playoffs.
Yeah, Ilios is going to be our first map. Yeah, no RuPaul, so Summerjet starting. Hey, and like I said before, it still worked out regardless of who's in the roster, which is rather Chad, honestly, for the backroom stuff. Oh, we were late to do the rosters, whatever.
They were full on Korean barbecue, is really what they said.
Whatever. He can play it. We know we'll win. Easy game. Like I said, they did end up winning that map, so good stuff. All right, we're going on to Well as our first point. Definitely a map where you can cheese, and I'm expecting some teams, especially in the upper bracket, to cheese a little bit here and there. Of course, we've only seen Houston flex the big guns, playing like Roadhog and whatnot. We'll see if Florida Mayhem or Seoul Dynasty end up doing that. I mean, Florida, to be fair, Rose, they're the team to cheese if it's any team in the playoffs right now.
Well, that was what was really impressive about the Junker Queen meta from Florida Mayhem, when everybody was playing the standard Junker Queen with the Lucio. It was Florida that decided to bring out something special, which was that double flex support with the Zenyatta in the Ana. So that was really neat to see, but it's going to be just meta right now for both of these teams as they meet in the middle.
Alrighty. How do Seoul and Mayhem fight around this center point? Of course, got to be careful of the boots. Alright, Railgun charge for Hydron. I love the perfect positioning here. If you just put Hydron on a straightaway like this, it's so hard for Seoul Dynasty to really dive him. A lot of corridors to jump around to. You can see him perfectly navigating around the Seoul Dynasty right now, as the point does unlock. And Iris, first to fall.
That was just lined up there perfectly. Wall climb there from Iris. Hydron just says that's just a pick. So should be a really quick point capture here for Florida as we see Seoul Dynasty make a getaway.
Yep, easy cap for Florida. I guess we probably should have done at the start of the show there. Talk about Hydron just a little bit, but...
Yeah, I left that one so we had something to talk about during the game, because that is another factor.
Yeah, true. You don't want to blow through your material straight away, you know? Smart from you, honestly. Smart from you. All right, Hydron still holding this off angle. Pretty nice. Of course, Summerjet can jump to him too if he's really in trouble. We'll see how Fitz, to be fair, he's someone, look at that. Instantly diving on top of Hydron to try and protect him, but not enough protection can save him from Profit. A couple of Hellfire shotgun blasts to the face. Checkmate also going pretty low. Forced to use that Wraith Walk. Fitz taken down pretty low, in fact. It forced Iris and Vindime to kind of retreat, giving Florida Mayhem a little bit of space and time to move, but with Animo going down, Florida Mayhem forcing themselves to try and win this fight. Kitsuna rush for both teams, including the sound barrier from the Seoul Dynasty. With Animo dead, no chance to build up to a sound barrier of their own, but the Florida Mayhem is still holding on. 50% from that first cap.
And that's going to feel really good too, knowing that they did get both support ultimates out of Seoul. So when you go back in with Checkmate having the Death Blossom ready to go, Hydron has an overclock. This is a lot of power that Florida Mayhem can pack. And there's not really a good answer to it. And Fitz is just dead. Oh my gosh, the overclock for Seoul Dynasty's off the board now.
There's overclock. Oh, I mean, Iris did not stand a single chance there. I mean, Smurf taking a few headshots of his own. Takes care of Hydron. Looks a little bit rattled in the... What was that? Profit managed to get 2 kills off camera. A Smurf juggled Hydron. They're not done yet. Someone also falls. Florida Mayhem with the perfect pick to start off the fight. And Seoul Dynasty, that veteran talent coming in. Profit knew that fight wasn't over until he said something about it.
Absolutely. I mean, that's just Profit for you. You know, if you're unfamiliar with the Overwatch League, Profit has been one of the best DPS.
The GOAT.
Like
literally the
GOAT. And that's why, like, Seoul Dynasty is such a favorite. Keep an eye out on Profit's Reaper.
Right there. Overclock gonna struggle getting anything done. Oh, Checkmate receives a Suzu too to keep him alive in that fight. Vid still managed to kill off Checkmate and Animo somehow, now dueling out with Hydron on the point. Seoul Dynasty, all the meanwhile, are controlling as Fitz finds 4 kills. 69% in building. Seoul Dynasty looking great. Florida Mayhem need to come back.
Vindame has a boop here, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Oh no!
Still gotta be careful. Even with knockback protection from on the tank roll now, the tank passive, you still gotta be careful. You're so close to that well.
Yeah, absolutely. And not having your jump on cooldown either, that's devastating here. But final fight territory here for Seoul, and they have the sound barrier and also the Kitsune rush to back it up.
Stalwart mental here from the Seoul Dynasty. They're gonna use that beat. Everybody getting over health, and the Suzu from Surmajed used super early on in that fight. Surma's dead, Hydron dead, Fitz with the easiest kill of his life. Checkmate falling, and so do the rest of the Florida Mayhem. That Kitsune rush should see them ending this round 99% to 50. GR. Seoul Dynasty take round 1.
Really clean round from Seoul Dynasty as well. You know, the first few, Hydron able to get an initial pick, and that's what we've come to expect from the Florida Mayhem, especially when you can see that Sojourn pick come out from Hydron. But Seoul, that's just clinical gameplay from them to be able to cycle through Prophet and Smurf in the front line. Iris is just such a proficient flex support that seeing this Kiriko in his hands has been so fun too.
Yes, it has. Wow. Can't count them out even if it's 4v5. Normally these rounds and this kind of meta, very much based on the tempo. If you find that first pick, especially on a DPS, it's kind of hard to come back. Seoul Dynasty proving it's not that difficult as long as you have the mental to back it up.
And the DPS picks of your own.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. High ground control rather important here for Fitz or Hydron. Super easy to get on top of it with that power slide. It's whether someone can actually bully Fitz off the high ground, which looks rather unlikely. An early railgun shot there from Fitz does end up taking down Checkmate. And you can see now the high ground taking control. Well, the Florida Mayhem point is going to get unlocked, but with Prophet and Vindame dead, should be a very easy point cap.
Yeah, again, this is, you know, Hydron's specialty, just kind of playing at range, and when you see that the focus is away from Hydron, he gets a lot of free real estate to work with here. Just gonna get set up here as Florida start to look at taking this height away from Seoul. As on the income, look at that, Vindame Fitz already at half health. They've gotta back off a little bit and wait to be topped up before they move in.
There's a railgun shot there by someone who's got a railgun of his own. Smurf, he's got a railgun of his own, that Tesla cannon. Little hit scan projectile. Focus fire onto someone, retreats to the high ground as the Kitsune rush comes out. Someone peeks his head in, wonder what was going on, but met his demise rather sharp. Seoul Dynasty are going to take control of the point with Checkmate resetting off of the map. And this is where Florida Mayhem had trouble last time. Nice aim there by Smurf, hitting the right click on the way out there onto Animo. Florida Mayhem unable to cap again in their first round. We'll see if the same thing happens here.
Well, the biggest thing too about this push is that Iris just used the Kitsune rush and that's it. But okay, maybe have to rely on the sound barrier, the primal rage here. Seoul really just trying to play to keep hold of point right now as long as they can.
Nice Kitsune rush positioning there from Surmajed. They know they have to push onto that point as Surmajed claims his second victim of this fight with those deadly kunais. Maybe even a third one too. Nice Suzu to keep himself up. Smurf dead. Seoul Dynasty unable to regain control of that point. Surmajed's aim looking clean.
Looking really good right now. I mean, he's still focusing on a lot of damage here. Iris is going to outpace on the Kitsune rush just a tad. But the fact that Florida Mayhem were able to retake the point, going to match the percentage and then some of Seoul with 4 ultimates to spare, you're feeling really good right now, being able to set the pace with your own ults.
Look at that, he's going to follow Prophet. Oh, he does end up getting the beat. In fact, beats traded across the board for Flora and Seoul. Checkmate erased. Oh, and Hydron takes it to Fitz. This ends right here, right now. Hydron now just pushing on forward. As long as he controls the high ground, they should be good. A lot of ultimates invested by the Florida Mayhem as Prophet tries to make it even. And with a kill onto Surmajed, this might be in the favor of Seoul Dynasty now. Prophet's full HP just blasting on the point. Oh boy, That was a perfect start for the Florida Mayhem, taking down Fitz with the headshot from Hydron, but they weren't able to kind of capitalize on it. Seoul's Dynasty's ability to stick in these fights, even with the player down, is unreal.
Well, this was even after Hydron actually tried to draw Iris' focus away. He isolated him into a building, and so it was really just on Vindame to try to get that healing on the board. But let's see what this Death Blossom can do from Checkmate.
Oh, see it. Yeah, no. Don't want any of this. Continuing rush from Iris. It's going to make it last fight, you can imagine. 75% on the board. TP from Prophet. He's doing something cheap. Do they know where he is? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe not, though. Somagen taking a hell of damage. Has to use the Suzu, but puts down the Kitsune Rush, so we'll have another Suzu in just a second. Checkmate baiting them in, trying to at least profit a face full of lead. The Seoul Dynasty still control the point, however, but with members falling rather swiftly, the Florida Mayhem are going to be able to regain control. 95% is all that they garner. Now Seoul have to attack one last time with only a primer.
Yeah, you talked about how the Suzu is going to be coming back online, and it came up at a perfect time to be able to give that over to Checkmate and make him invincible to finish that Death Blossom. So now it is final fight here. Hydron looking at an overclock right now. It's going to be on him to be able to get that online as Smurf tries to hold down the front line with his Primal Rage.
Smurf low, pops Primal. Hydron the target. Hydron tried to lose him there in traffic, but Smurf still focusing him down. This ends right now. Hydron using that overclock, still getting chased by Smurf this whole time. Smurf's just hoping the rest of his team can clean up. Hydron puts a disruptor shot at his feet, so Smurf cannot escape. Overtime in session. Florida Mayhem do end up losing Surma yet, but Seoul can't get back to the point. Florida Mayhem will tie up control as we go to round 3.
Super competitive right now, and it's off the back of initial picks from both of these teams. And even if that happens, sometimes they're able to hang on from smart usage of their ultimates just for survivability or making sure that they can get picks. You know, maybe Fitz gets taken out, Prophet's able to go in with the Reaper and stay on pace with Smurf to just try to take out whoever's in the front line of the Mayhem. But vice versa, that's happening too.
It's been hard, really, to stop Hydron just kind of getting away with what he wants, especially when he unleashes the overclock. It has been on Smurf to kind of focus him down. We saw at the very end with the Primal Rage, something that a lot of Winstons are doing. Primaling when that overclock comes out from the enemy team and just pushing the Sojourn away, making sure she can't get one shot. Speaking about getting one shot, someone's in trouble. Same with Checkmate and Hydron. They're all taking a boatload of damage. A fridge full. Something. A bucket full.
A vessel.
A vessel full of damage. There you go. You can use any of those, to be fair. Fitz just trying right now, playing Headhunter, looking for someone to snipe from a distance. Point is unlocked as Seoul has put themselves on it, and they do gain a little bit of percent there. Someone's bubble burned is quite big, and now Seoul Dynasty want to go on the offensive. They know someone is pretty low and actually end up taking him down. Fitz used the rail, doesn't find the headshot, but a body shot will do. Take down the Winston. Can't really capitalize on any of the space. Okay, Surma still.
What? Well, I mean, that's actually a pretty big pick because now, you know, Florida, they are going to get their reinforcements back in pretty good time. Swiftly coming back to the point already. That's it. They're going to contest. Oh my god, Prophet's dead.
Already? And now Hydron, look at Smurf just perma-focusing right now. I know you haven't got power slide stuff, but you don't need it. Checkmate was right there. He just dashed into the warm embrace of Checkmate. And Smurf falls, and so do the rest of the Seoul Dynasty. Like I said, that was all capitalized on because Fitz ended up going down first, regrouping extremely quickly to Lucio as Florida find their first cap of the game.
I mean, Surmaj is also playing like, hey, he's playing with the team, but he's also carving out those small opportunities to go on a flank and try to get some massive damage in. He is a sharp shot. We have seen this before in meta's past, especially when it's come to the Zenyatta. So that's been really great to see that translate over to the kunai from Kiriko.
Oh, he's just so good with the railgun. All right, Smurf, you got to find him. You haven't got much health left, though. Yeah, you see that? He didn't even touch Hydron in that engagement. He wanted to stop him getting railgun shots off, but he was just burned down so quickly. Fitz gets boot, Prophet, stone cold stunned there. Seoul Dynasty struggling. to get any semblance in this fight.
It's just the pace that Florida Mayhem have been setting as well, where someone goes in, dives in, and it just is so much follow-up, so much support from the rest of Florida, whether it's the Suzu to really help someone stay as aggressive and in Seoul Dynasty's face. But what's going on with the Reaper here?
Dead Blossom from the top rope, someone putting a bubble on him so he can't be interrupted or killed. Later peek for the Seoul Dynasty there is really nice. They don't use it against the Death Blossom because they didn't take much damage from it. And now Profit holds in the corner. A nice little boop off the map, but Checkmate doesn't have that teleport away. And now the point flip will come through from the Seoul Dynasty, you have to imagine. With Animo dead. All right, there we go. 88% though for Florida. You're feeling so good about that.
Yeah, that's final fight. You're always looking at that benchmark of 85% before you allow that point to flip back over. But Seoul still have their work cut out for them. Really looking at that Kitsune rush to try to get something else online. So Eurus is able to kind of plant that on the point, maybe plant that over the Mega Health Pack by the ledge. But, you know, gotta take care of Hydron too. Nobody's keeping him in check right now.
Cheme gets his head caved in there by Fitz's railgun. All right, 50% for Seoul. A single pick will end this. And you got to think, the Florida Mayhem, they know if they just lose one, they can regroup as 5. They have a little bit.
Ooh.
If they lose one, they can regroup as 5. They can go again. They've got a little bit of time to play with.
They do, but this is going to be final fight, especially with the positioning that Smurf is going to be taking on the high ground here. Eurus has great sights on Smurf to just kind of get up close.
If they lose one, they can regroup as 5 again. So, yeah, so they got a little bit of time to play with. Sojourn, everybody.
Oh, man.
So, okay, not Sojourn that time. Wow, these staggers are pretty brutal. Yeah, Florida Mayhem are playing on their spawn doors.
Well, they just have to back up. They just have to. If they lose anybody else here, they can't regroup as 5.
True.
So, final fight here.
You do be spitting facts, though. Speaking of facts, Fitz, factually highest damage in the league right now. Oh, what a shot on Animo. See ya, son. Dynasty have that Primal Rage too to epic storm. Hydron does take out Iris. They cannot afford to let this point flip, but look at this chase. Smurf is absolutely pummeling Sir Mached. He's got no teleports. Smurf heads rising up. Seoul Dynasty looking good, and it's the final hope for Florida Mayhem. Animo and someone getting onto that point using the beat in the Primal Rage, but looking rather unwinnable as Seoul Dynasty end up using a beat of their own. Fizz does end up falling as the reinforcements come back. Hydron switched onto Widow to find a miracle pick maybe. Animo dead, Checkmate next on, and now even Sir Mached getting a say in this. But yeah, ultimates, damage, and bodies on the point. The Seoul Dynasty start off the series strong with a dub.
Woo! Okay, Seoul. What a good first map, though, for this series. Very close, 3 rounds. But yeah, Seoul, just like the way that they're able to control the territory of each map is very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're getting picks like that, especially on control, really messes up the tempo. And like you said, Rose, the Florida Mayhem, super aggressive. We know someone likes to get up in your face, play to the spawn doors, and punish people for stepping up. When the tables have turned on them, that's when they found themselves in a little bit of danger there when Fitz is on height, getting railgun clicks on the enemy Sojourn, or like Lucio, whoever, right?
Yeah, Florida got off kilter there just a little bit, just kind of being held at the gates.
Off kilter, but not capsizing just yet. Seoul Dynasty, though, up a map. We'll have to see what Florida, where they want to go after this break. We'll see in a sec.
doubts are put to the side. They said couldn't make this team good. Well, you're wrong. This team is now a championship team.
As they will now have Vindane following up on those kills and pushed all the way back to the spawn room.
The hell was that? Prophet in the meantime starting to go off. Finds Butterfly and Sleejake on. They're looking for a little bit more though. He's trying to get the tracking down here on Izayaki. Eventually gets that elimination. Prophet is going off. He's finding damn near everything in the kill feed right now for the side of the Dynasty.
Smurf does have Primal though. Another time buy for sure that it's Primal time for Smurf. That's exactly what you could ask for. And he gets another. And that's why you sub this man in. The Smurf show is real.
Damn, Smurf had to be rising and grinding. He almost led the server in damage. That was a pretty exceptional game of Ilios. Him and Fitz just going quite crazy. 27% of the team's damage. Fitz, Smurf not too far behind it. 26% of the team's damage. Looking good so far at the Seoul Dynasty. We see if Florida Mayhem have something to say on the way back. They do get a map choice, so that's pretty nice. We are going to Eichenboulder as our next map.
Smurf also had the lowest deaths. That's pretty cool. A lot of uptime, I guess, leads to being able to do more damage, but nonetheless, very good to be able to have such a strong frontline presence.
Oh, yeah.
Up and ready.
I mean, honestly, this is going to sound very one-dimensional, but it's, seriously, if you just don't die, especially if you're a support player, right? Like, just not dying is more important than killing people, right? Because your presence is more than enough, especially on control where you're gaining percentage every single second that you control, right? So Smurf just existing and just not falling over and waiting for his supports, playing a little bit more passive, juggling point, like, it's really what separates the best Winsons from the good ones.
I was just giggling at the fact you said just Smurf existing.
He,
Like,
he does exist. It's true.
He does exist. He's real.
I think Florida Mayhem would prefer he didn't exist for this series because right now he is going to town. We're going to Eichenboulder as our next map, Rose, and yeah, this is Florida Mayhem's pick. So, what do you make of this? Where are we going here?
Well, this was a map they absolutely dominated play-ins on. It was in every single one of their map pools where they just completely smacked their opponents. And not only did they win the map, but they won the map with like time to spare. Especially when they were given the defensive option first. They just kind of bum rushed to the finish line. So, comfort pick for Florida. They have a lot of practice with just how someone has been able to play the Winston on the high ground of second point and just how they navigate through the third one as well. And Kiriko also enables you to be able to play on the streets way better.
Yeah, now I'm kind of thinking about it. The amount of like straight lines we have in Overwatch, like, you know, they say all roads lead to Rome, right? Every pathway being straight. It's kind of insane how much value Kiriko can get with the Kitsune Rush. Like, if you think about second and third, they're just lines, man. That sounds so ridiculous what I just said.
Everything is just lines.
I guess technically everything is lines.
Everything in a video game, for the most part, is lines.
True. They are pixels technically, which are 4 lines.
But they make lines.
We're getting rather philosophical here in the playoffs, don't worry.
All right, pick. No pick.
I mean, teams, you know.
Listen, you say that.
Sometimes it happens.
You say that, but sometimes it happens. Okay, so Widowmaker not going to get a quick pick here. So Seoul Dynasty going to pivot Prophet onto the Reaper to be able to lock in this composition for now. And a big jump in there from Smurf to send out both Disruptor shots.
Like the reaction there from Hydra. He slides away, but also lays down a Disruptor shot in his wake. So if anybody does try and chase him, they get slowed down, takes some damage. Pretty nice movement there from Hydra. Does lead Seoul Dynasty to get this nice flank. That right click from Fitz goes straight into the bubble. And look who is behind right now. Hydron just snuck into the backline of the Seoul Dynasty and just spatching him.
He's gonna go touch the spawn doors.
Oh, you don't want to lose the charge? No.
Nah, you know what, that's okay. He gets a little bit more damage there. The Disruptor shot was thrown at the spawn door, but a nice disengage so Florida can get reset back up for their defensive hold. They're playing around that central pillar as well as just playing around the gate that payload is going to go under. And it's great because they have the natural cover, but they can also know what to expect when Smurf jumps in. He gets chunked to half every time.
Good reactions by Surmashed there. You can see he just saved someone. The Suzu on the ground, teleports straight back. You've got to ignore Surmashed in that situation, right? Because you know he's just going to TP. It's kind of a waste of resources if you end up trying to chase him. Oh, now the Seoul Dynasty on the chase, on the hunt, looking for more kills. Hydron's in the sights of Fitz right now, just permanently focusing him, just even charging his right click off of him. The beat comes out from the Florida Mayhem. If they can survive, the Seoul Dynasty might just lay down a beat of their own. Fitz receives it, luckily jumping out of the bubble, but Profit still ends up falling. An extremely scrappy fight. The Seoul Dynasty end up using the beat late, and they find no positioning off it at all.
It was unlucky because the timing of the beat wasn't quite there to be able to save Profit. Profit also wasn't in range to be able to receive that overhealth, but he died instantly. He was super, super low. So Seoul, they have to go again here, but it is less than 2 minutes. So they've got a minute 40 to try to get this done.
Oh, give him a punch.
Oh.
All right, all good though. Still got the kill. Hydron, that's the second time he's been behind the Seoul Dynasty. Overclock and the Primal Rage being unleashed. The Florida Mayhem, they've got to come up with something large. Oh, Fitz ending checkmate spree there with the railgun. That's Death Blossom shut quickly down.
Cybernetic innovation at its finest.
All right, quick take here for Seoul after a very scrappy beginning of the map, but getting the payload rolling, not having much in the bank is a little bit scary. Florida Mayhem, they wiped pretty quickly enough so that they could have that forward spawn and grab this high ground position. So you'll see that someone will go ahead and take one angle and you'll create a crossfire as Hydron gets set up on those castle stairs. Oh my god. Oh, the power slides too, just to be able to take that verticality, find even more of it. Really, really nice here.
Sojin has a bit of everything in a kit. Oh, Fitz just super scared. He peeks there real fast, I can imagine, just to see if Hydron had rail, and he does. A couple of... there's company! Okay, he's got the slide. Now it looks very ominous there. The Seoul Dynasty staring down the barrel of that railgun. Hydron. Oh, that was a short slide! He didn't complete the slide at all. Actually just kind of stopped midway, and the Seoul Dynasty just used amp speed to chase him out. Wow, Hydron's movement not looking quite as clean as it normally does.
I think part of that is it's really just that Seoul know that Hydron's going to go on some type of flank. He was behind the enemy team a lot in that first point defense, so look out for it, right? Punish it when you see it.
Jesus, Fitz got X-ray vision shooting someone through the trees. Taking him out, Kitsune rushes, and Hydron comes back from spawn, but look at the side that he's on. He can't really fight this. He has to find some sort of miracle pick, and he actually does! So, Hydron just going kind of nuclear there, killing off Iris. I thought he was as good as dead. He was looking straight at Fitz, but actually, he was looking at Iris straight behind him. The Seoul Dynasty, at least to push that payload almost onto that bridge. Now they have to back up. Spawn position's quite nice for the Florida Mayhem. Now they're in a good spot to just kind of rain death from above.
The defensive position for Florida is really good too, because that card is in such an awkward position, where no matter how Seoul tried to approach the card, they're still in a pretty significant amount of open space.
Oh, look at this. Nice beat, saving Hydron's life there. Smurf just evaporated in front of Hydron. My goodness, Seoul Dynasty used their beat. They've still got Fitz and Profit kind of alive, not really anymore. Oh man, they still got 2 DPS ults, I suppose, to push through this this choke point. Someone going hyper aggro with that Primal Rage, trying to get some additional staggers. Last fight for Seoul. They've got Railgun, the Overclock, and they've got that Death Blossom. It's actually traversing this high ground, which has been a big problem for them.
Yeah, that's why that card is in such an awkward spot. I mean, and how do you approach this? Because as the attacking team, Seoul have to invest a lot of mobility cooldowns in order to actually approach and reach Florida. By that point, they have their own cooldowns to get away, so...
Railgun for Fitz. A body shot onto checkmate as he uses the fate to get away. Is there going to be any more kills? He's trying as he might, but the Florida Mayhem just playing completely out of LOS. He hasn't got no more charges left, but Profit, of course Profit does that. Just hits him with the one shot. Easy mode. That was, that was everybody from Florida looking at Fitz, dodging out the way. Profit TPs to high ground, jumps on him, and there you go. Spin to win, getting the kills. All right, Profit to save the day. That's one of the big benefits. I mean, if you think of the Seoul Dynasty, it's like, okay, if Fitz doesn't pop off, that's fine, because Profit's going to pop off either way. Like, they have 2 humongous threats on their roster. It's so scary. Now they enter their last push here.
Yeah, they got the Kitsune Rush as well, ready to go, but maybe Checkmate can dish out a little bit of Profit's own medicine at them.
All right, Kitsune rushed on the corner. Only Smurf benefiting right now with someone just instant to the back line, trying to find some damage. Oh, straight for the rafters. Oh my goodness, like Nostradamus, but he ends up going down. That was a nice death loss for attempted one, but Suzu was there to save Iris and the rest of the team. Vindime does fall to a railgun, but look at this. They're pushing so quickly, and they may be able to finish with over a minute, but the Florida Mayhem still have spawns. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to do so unless Smurf just bashes people away. Nope, under a minute is going to be the goalposts here. Even if they can set it in, I'm not sure they can do it on this push at least, with Prophet falling and Smurf super low HP and annihilated. All right, final fight here for the Seoul Dynasty. They're going to have to regroup one last time.
Losing Vindame was pretty risky here for Seoul to have to go in and try to approach the card. They didn't have a great disengage mechanism because they didn't have that Lucio speed boost available to them, but they also didn't have the manpower to be able to deal with the respawn pressure of Florida. Surmajet though, a huge pick onto Fitz with 20 seconds remaining.
Yep, Seoul Dynasty have to fight this 4-on-5. Look at the headshots coming out from Surmajet right now. Wow, the damage output is extraordinary. 13 seconds to go. Seoul Dynasty need to touch, but they're going to be facing a Kitsune rush. It's going to be all up to Fitz. He has to hit a 5k with this railgun. The beat comes out from Vindame, but it only hits 2. Prophet trying to save the day once again with the Death Blossom. Teleports to the chandeliers and descends like a gargoyle in front of the Florida Mayhem. And now Fitz trying to open this one up. The Seoul Dynasty managed to group as 5, but Hydron with an emergency Widow Swap takes care of 2. Hydron, one of these shots. Both Iris and a DPS fall to Hydron's Widowmaker, and they will hold the side down in Seoul Dynasty just before that 3rd point.
Oh, the Suzu, the emergency Suzu from Surmajet 2 onto Hydron's Widowmaker to keep him alive from the Winston dive. What? What a hero play coming out from this player. I mean, we've seen how good he is with those charged railgun shots from the Sojourn, but the Widow pick, you know, he tried to do that too on Ilios, but it didn't quite work out. But this time around, stopping Seoul in their tracks.
In those last minute, like, desperation picks, if you're Seoul in that situation, you're touching payload. You have to. It's OT. You get off, you lose, right? Or not lose, it's just, you know, you end the round.
Yeah.
With the Widowmaker, you don't need to charge up a shot. Well, I guess technically you do, but you don't need to charge it up like Sojourn does.
It takes
so
way
just
less time.
One pick is more than enough. And sometimes, you know, like I said, you're in a position where you're like Fitz, like Prophet. You are peeking corners to try and get impact in the fight. You can't just sit around just waiting for the Widowmaker to be dislodged. I mean, let's have a look. Okay, insta switch to Widow, grapples around the corner. Iris lined up, dude's duck hunting. Look at this guy go. And then he just sits on this corner.
Yeah,
nice
I mean,
flick
like,
onto Fitz too.
Fitz was looking in Hydron's direction too. He had that charge shot ready, but couldn't hit it fast enough before Hydron took him out. But let's go ahead and swap sides here. There's the goalpost set there from Seoul Dynasty's attack push, just shy of 3rd point.
The breeze brings relief.
The breeze brings relief. They're going to need a lot more than just relief, I think, to topple the Titans that are Seoul Dynasty. Right, let's have a look. I would love Hydron to just continue to play at this. You're corralling the team right now into a small choke point. And yeah, Prophet have to look 2 different ways. A good start for the Florida Mayhem. And Smurf gets chased down. Look, he's not afraid at all. Hydron, 0 fear of the Winston. Maybe has to fear the Lucio a little bit, as Vindime does take him down eventually. But look at the tempo that Florida Mayhem are playing at once again. It took Seoul Dynasty a couple of attempts. They were slowly, kind of, but surely setting these fights up. The Florida Mayhem playing at a tempo kind of unmatched by Seoul on their first attack.
I love that you said Florida Mayhem were corralling Seoul Dynasty. The way that Hydron was able to create that crossfire as the rest of someone and the team started pushing in from another direction. You even saw that too from Checkmate, teleporting up to the high ground of that health pack building behind the 1st point.
Prophet, I think, just went for a little flank there. Just a little TP and then an insta-kill onto Surmajet. Now back up to the high ground. All right, Kitsune Rush available for Surmajet coming in. He's going to have his one online a little bit faster than Iris after all that damage he did on 1st point, but with Checkmate going down, looks rather unassailable, this castle. I mean, ideally, all you do here, this is like classic Icon, right? You just hold the team at the gate because your hit scan, or Sojourn in this scenario, has such a free sightline, and Florida Mayhem have to peek, but Seoul Dynasty have like the priority angle over the Florida Mayhem. They're going to have to do something to try and even the ties, but again, Summershed just gets flattened into a pancake as that Kitsune Rush comes out.
Animo Hydron have now fallen. Summershed held on to the Kitsune Rush though, so at least you know when Florida Mayhem are coming back into this one, they've got 5 ultimates to be able to break this stronghold that Seoul have on this first doorway. Although Smurf could probably just go in and play Doorkeeper too. He's got the Primal Rage online, could just juggle people away, but someone does make it past the gates.
Yeah, nice Kitsune Rush too. Look at that lineup. You can benefit from that looking all the way up that street. Smurf had pretty no hope. Of course, your cooldowns of ability haste too, so someone's just leaped and literally like leapfrog. We're going back to 1980. Playing a little bit of leapfrog there. That's even too far back for me to be there, buddy. I'm gonna be honest. All right, beat coming out. Beat coming out from Vindime. Okay, to try and, I guess, to match Arnimo's beat there. But it only hits 2, him and Iris, and then Smurf had to back out anyway. If you're Florida Mayhem in that situation, you're way more than happy about Vindime using B to try and stabilize this fight. High ground control looking to be taken by the Seoul Dynasty. The juggler's looking great. Hydron can't even get on top of the floor. Smurf with the Primal Blade almost there. Shades of Goosh Way. And now Summershed's the target. Does he have the teleport? He used the Suzu, but Smurf just running him down.
Really nice fight there from Seoul, and now I understand why the sound barrier was used there from Vindame. Looked a little funky, like, you know, why are you using it when Florida Mayhem are so far away? You're down players. The sound barrier saved Seoul from getting staggered, so they had a chance to come back in and recontest, knowing that Smurf's Primal Rage will be good. Oh, Prophet's Death Blossom before they can move in.
Just Prophet things, I guess.
Woo.
It's a good amount of time being put off the bank right now.
Yeah, that sound barrier not looking too funny anymore, huh?
Yeah, that's true. True and real.
All right, well, it's time for Seoul Dynasty to hold Florida Mayhem at the gates. But the Disruptor shot and also someone's ability to jump forward will be able to at least try to push Seoul Dynasty back. Nice disengage, but another Kitsune Rush online. Where is someone going?
Well, I mean, he tried to make like an entrance there. They're touching the payload, forces Seoul Dynasty to back up.
He's pushing the payload.
Yeah, well, yeah,
wait,
do be chilling. I guess he's kind of hoping that he can TP to someone, then someone leaps out. Whoop, there you go.
Alright, just getting a little bit of progress, but that does actually buy some time. Reinforcements are back.
Opens it up a little bit as well.
Yeah, like now they get a chance to actually try to go up to the high ground, which is something that has been difficult for both of these teams. Seoul Dynasty had trouble doing it when Florida was defending, and now vice versa.
Oh, early Suzu. Oh, can't Suzu that. Summershed. Wow, Fitz is just on another level right now with these railgun shots. Kind of insane. And who can really stop him at this point? We've seen a lot of Winstons try and do it in the past, but when you're burning that jump and the bubble to get onto high ground safely, you cannot dislodge Fitz. He is literally a stone structure on there, like a turret.
Well, that's why, you know, when you can't use those cooldowns defensively, then yeah, that's got to feel bad.
Sneaky beaky, like you see Fitz there on the camera, looking over the rest of his team, making sure he knows the exact positioning of Prophet, Smurf, Iris, and Vindame. It looks like Florida Mayhem, they were actually bypassing him completely.
Yeah,
so
that's not going to work out.
That play didn't really work out too well. However, he's still, okay, now in a lot of trouble. Florida Mayhem, knowing, Fitz is in a weird spot. I wonder where he was. Now I know where he is.
It was a nice attempt.
I mean, to be fair, if they go through the main gate, he unloads Overclock, like easy clap, right?
Yeah,
but,
right.
Yeah, didn't end up working out. Florida Mayhem took an alternate route. And now the payload is finally moving. 30 seconds to go, though, and Seoul Dynasty have a touch.
They can get another touch in, and this would be last fight territory.
Death Blossom's coming out from Checkmate. He's being kept alive. That's Suzu. Not quite enough to keep him up. You see Prophet, both Beyblades hitting each other in the arena, but Prophet smacks Checkmate straight out, dismantling the Beyblades and getting them banned from the schoolyard. Seoul Dynasty pushing the Florida Mayhem away when with 10 seconds to go, and Hydron completely eliminated from the fight. Oh my god, 4 seconds and 0.3 meters. Florida Mayhem almost managed to C9 the Seoul Dynasty, but they managed to touch in the nick of time. Summershed erased, and Seoul Dynasty And now 2-0 in the series, securing that match point.
Ooh, that second point was hard to assail for both teams, but Seoul being able to stop Florida Mayhem's push before they even entered into third point. Pretty big.
That was so close to a C9.
I feel like you and I are just like, we're prepared to see the C9.
Oh yeah, no,
so we always look at like, oh man, are they gonna touch?
It was 0.3 meters away there.
It was cutting it a little close for comfort.
Oh
but
yeah.
Seoul did it.
Wow, 2-0 up in the series already. Florida Mayhem still putting up a heck of a fight. They managed to stop Seoul just before that third point. The finish line was in their sights, but the Seoul Dynasty managed to bit into it. And look, at the end of the day, Seoul are one of the more scary teams. They didn't get a choice of their opponents there, of course, but if you look at their performances in recent memory, and just like the caliber of players on their team, it feels like it doesn't matter who they end up picking. They can take anybody on at this point. We'll see if Florida Mayhem can come back after this break. Don't go anywhere. Seoul on match points.
Guys, there you go. We've got the first week of APAC out of the way. It has been a long time coming. We're finally able to do it, and it feels great to be back.
Who are you diving on in? They just SMGs him down, looking for more damage out, and he's finding for sure.
So top there's going to be the grab coming through. They lock in Void. It's an easy headshot here for MN3. Continues to look for a little bit more. 2 minutes now remaining. Time what? Drained down by half as MN3 is unleashed. What a beautiful shot there on the Lee Jae-Gon. And Shanghai Dragons, they need to reset now. This is just time being wasted. Where are you going, my friend?
Jeez, what's going on here?
MN3 domes him from above.
Double Reaper is arrayed against them. Come to a point and dare to face our Goth army.
Oh, the shock, hoping to reap what they sow. The coalescence to pressure the gladiators back. The sound barrier used to counter the death blast of duplicate of Sam. He heads back, 99% for the shock. If they win it here, it won't be it. Proper, the dent has been made. The gladiators fall. It's not shields up, it's brooms up. Shock will take the game 5.
And that is a mastery of tactics and continuum of play from the San Francisco Shock.
Victoria shifting its attention when playing with his team is where Boston looked their best. Now with this fight win, and they stagger Decay, that is big. A 5 versus 4. They have lost Valentine. Happy is back on the Widow and his headshot 2 people. Alert, 911. Happy has killed 3. Crimso is down. Boston barely have any heals. Pocket get no help. The sound barrier is too late. Boston have flubbed the bag. I can't believe Happy clutched that.
Hello, 911, I'm gonna need an emergency brain because it's headshot after headshot after headshot from Happy coming out at the end of King's Row. I'm getting the weirdest feeling of deja vu right now, and Boston Uprising are feeling pretty miffed about what just happened. You crazy, man.
They actually managed to take the high ground, then link up with LPE on the top, but now they have to push the payload into OT. Shanghai have reclaimed high ground. Burner's on the ground. Yeah, they are going to touch, thankfully. But the rest of the team's cut off. Look at Iony's positioning. He's still back in spawn.
Yeah, Alpha, you're going to get jumped on here. The Tac Visor is available, and Lip is going to pop that. They put a lot of heals out on him, the Nano Boost as well. Lip going to find 1, 2, 3 kills, looking for a little more, and he's going to get all 5 members. Gets the team kill, gets the ace to go ahead and close out Eichenwald.
Here's that wall. Sparker playing from his side of it until he gets close enough to get at the Ryan shield. Sound barrier for both sides, but Pelican not benefiting from it there. Another big shatter from Hardy. Beautiful stuff. Merritt's knocked to the ground, and Piggy's not long after him. Cleaning house, this man on the Reinhardt. Ooh, okay. I mean, 5 kills? That's filthy. That's Hardy for you.
Hardy representing main tanks everywhere.
Postseason perks are here. New community-designed Overwatch 2 cosmetics. Our skins for all heroes including Sojourn, Junker Queen, and Kiriko. And 3 for 3 perks are back. 3 League home and away skins for every 3 hours watched. Connect your Battle.net ID to your YouTube account and watch the perks pile up.
Well, you're already getting some tokens. You might as well have something to spend it on. Don't miss the Kickoff Clash Legendary Team Mix skins. That's the Glad and the Soul one. They look pretty snazzy. The Soul one is on your screen right now. The Soul Dynasty Tiger skin is on sale now through November 15th for just 200 tokens. Grab it before it is gone. Yeah, do it. Just grab it. On sale right now.
Looks
great.
even better with the Golden Reaper guns, too.
Yeah, it does actually, yeah.
Looks so good.
I rock that one when I'm playing Reaper. All right, the Seoul Dynasty, the team in question. That's a very funny scoreline, 2-1, 2-1 right now. They're 2-0 in this series. I mean, look, Hydron has had a heck of a game. Widowmaker looking great. The Sojourn, obviously looking good. Sojourn has just been such a standout for the Florida Mayhem. He's put his team on his back sometimes. But the Seoul Dynasty, they're putting him up to task. It's been tough for him to get any value down. And the Florida Mayhem feeling like they need to switch things up here.
Yeah, that's why we're going to see a little bit of a sub coming out here. RuPaul coming in for Onimo, so might not see some Lucio this time around, but rather the double flex support. That is a look we have seen from the Florida Mayhem, especially when they don't feel as confident going up against their opponents. We have seen them pull out some interesting picks.
Yeah, I'd love to see what they want to run. I mean, we kind of spoke about it, right? It was like, well, who is going to run cheese in this meta? And we saw a little bit of Outlaws, a little bit of Hog, a little bit of Hog. But Florida Mayhem, they do like to mix things up a bit. They just play to their strengths or find something that might work a little better. And having a map pick too, you're like, okay, Junkertown, double flex. Are we going to see something like a Zen here or like Zen Ana or like... Honestly, at this point, I have no clue. Kiriko Zen, Kiriko Ana, but then you have like no super good util. I mean, you've got Sleep and Nade. It's all up in the air right now. I'm curious what they're gonna pick.
I can see like Kiriko Bap, actually. Oh my God, could you think about that? The Suzu plus the Immortality Field.
Everybody was kind of worried about that. I remember when Kiriko got.
But that's like the cheese, right? It'll work for a time until Seoul Dynasty figure it out, but then do you have something else that you could potentially rely upon if that is the direction you decide to go in for Junkertown?
All right, luckily with Florida on the defense. All right, good stuff. Thank God for that, because I want to see what they're going to run. Do they have the Zen Kiriko? I mean, that's a lot of upfront damage, to be fair, with the orbs, but it is going to be the... Wait for it. He might go back. Waiting. No. Okay. Someone on the Hog and RuPaul on the Bat. Alrighty. And checkmate Widow. Woo.
Okay, this is spicy. I'm glad to see the BAP and the Kiriko because that makes me feel very smart. But I do think that having the double sniper-esque combination is also really good. Haven't seen Checkmate Widowmaker in a while because it really has been about the Reaper, the Genji, but to be able to see that have some impact here would be pretty big. You have a lot of one-shot potential across the board. You have the Sojourn charged up railgun shots. You have the Checkmate Widowmaker snipes. And then what if you get hooked by someone and just, like, slammed in the face?
No Kiriko for Seoul Dynasty either. They're actually just running the Zen and the Ana. I mean, it's the perfect counter to the Hog, right? Anti-nade, of course, but baiting out the Suzu is going to be so important. If you get an anti in the Hog, Suzu comes out, he's immortal, and it cleanses the anti. So
that's right.
It's a pretty big ability you're going to have to force. Classic double sniper too from Seoul, Widowmaker and Hanzo. Ooh, good sleep.
Okay.
Rock nade. Oh,
yeah.
Whoa!
Actually got rocked.
Put to bed. How are they going to defend this now? It's going to be pretty damn tough. You're relying on Checkmate here to get picks to make this even. Looks like Hydron has done that. Fitz taking down Hydron, who went on the flank. Same with RuPaul, and Fitz found himself between a rock and a Kiriko there.
Okay, well, Sir Marchand barely escaped through this life there, but he is able to go back to the loving arms of RuPaul.
Someone
get
dodged
healed
that
up.
rock. I'm sorry, what?
Listen, I don't know,
Call
but...
him Neo. Well, that was some kind of defense from Mayhem.
That was a defense.
Yeah, do they switch? Okay. Ooh, Nice shot. Seoul Dynasty, I feel like they maybe switch the Widow here and go Sojourn. Makes the most sense to me. Florida Mayhem switching up completely. So RuPaul off the flex support now. He's going to a main support, and it's going to be Lucio, but checkmate. Not on Reaper. He's going on to the Genji instead. I can imagine to kind of contend with Iris here.
Which is interesting because the Genji has been nerfed just slightly for this patch. So you're looking at less ammo in your kit. So you're going to have to reload a little bit more often here. And also you're doing less damage. So is the Genji really going to work here? It is just to be able to contest with the Sojourn and the Hanzo here to make sure that you can deflect those shots.
Oh man. I mean, Servercheck kind of lined himself up for that one, really. Just jumped straight in front of Prophet. Look, he's not going to miss those.
No. That's why the Genji's really risky. Is it works if you're able to get into a position to use the deflect and also help out your front line so that you're not just going to get bodied by some snipe shot from the Sojourn or the Hanzo on the side of Seoul Dynasty. But what a quick point beat cap here for Seoul. 5.5 minutes in the time bank entering into this third objective.
Yeah, this payload has not stopped.
They haven't used ult yet.
Okay. Nano boost.
Used ult.
Nano fits. You won't.
Hello?
It is a one-shot to the body, mind you, for low health targets with that overclock, so wouldn't be bad at all. Iris does get taken care of though. Now Fizz in a whole heap of trouble, but of course he's got Vindime in his back. Overclock coming out, Servershed, Hydron, absolutely toast. Prophet does end up falling, but Smurf just staying alive for at least a little bit longer there does prolong the inevitable. Get a little bit of push on the payload. Seoul Dynasty switching it up. They want to save the nano boost. I could imagine Smurf switches to Winston. He does. So they're just looking for a nano engage, then switching onto the Kiriko. But checkmate cooking up something saucy. Nope, Iris is found it.
Okay, what?
Oh, and he goes in with a blade anyway. Nice 1/2. Sleep comes out way too late. Checkmate kills one. And that should be the Florida Mayhem holding off at least for a moment.
Yeah, Prophet received the nano boost there from Iris. It did net him a little bit of charge, also in elimination, but eventually Iris will switch over to the Kiriko, so we're back to a bit more standard composition. And Checkmate's going back to spawn as well, just recognizing that the Genji has served its purpose, the Hanzo is gone, so you may as well go back to the Reaper as well. Otherwise, you won't have the same type of damage to be able to contend with those Winston bubbles and against the other team.
All right. Kitsune Rush and that overclock, you're reloading hella fast. Even more so if you get an elimination as a DPS, you reload at light speed. Pretty scary. Hydron, oh, he is caught. He is completely caught out. I don't think he was expecting that beat there from the Seoul Dynasty as they try and push their way through that choke point. Someone takes Fitz, at least to the grave, as Iris finds a couple of headshots. He's actually dodging out of the way of someone quite effectively. As the Seoul Dynasty get the payload going once again. A couple of minutes burnt there, but you take that any day of the week.
Yeah, you are waiting for your Sojourn to come back, but I see the taxi coming in from Vindame to make sure that Fitz is back in the action, and use the power slide as well to make sure that you had a little bit of high ground presence here, but quickly taken away by Florida as they meet them up there.
Nice, Suzu, stopping that incoming damage. Iris doesn't want to take too many of those right clicks on the Winston. Tanks do have aim, trust me. Seoul Dynasty in a good position now though. If they can get this payload around this corner, this Kitsune Rush will be devastating.
No, that's not just the Kitsune Rush, but also the overclock that Fitz is working up to as well. Hydron trying to just keep them at bay.
I love
here.
this rotation.
Oh, there's the,
He misses the shot. Okay, Hydron has to just escape real quick. He does manage to get out just in time. Someone separates him with the bubbles. Those heals not being as effective, but the Seoul Dynasty, just one giant brain cell right now, all on the same page. Dodge out of the way of that bubble and receive the healing. Oh, Smurf is just dirty on the Winston. Florida Mayhem shoved all the way back into spawn. They got a couple of meters to contend with, and they still have to rock and roll into Fitz and Prophet's ult. They end up using the beat, hit someone RuPaul and Servershed, but Prophet's lining himself up for a big old Death Blossom. Everybody standing in his way. He's spinning, he's winning. Seoul Dynasty just taking this map in their stride. 2 minutes on the clock as they complete the map.
This has been a rough one for Florida. The way that Smurf has been able to control Hydron has been really big. I mean, Hydron has the most deaths out of anybody in this game so far, and it's because of how much focus Smurf has been putting onto that DPS player for Florida.
Yeah, I mean, the eliminations, to be fair, Rose, they're pretty staggering for Seoul. They got 25 kills, not elims, 25 kills versus Florida's 11. So over double their kills right now. And Hydron just not having the same effect. You mentioned the 7 deaths, but he's only got 2 final blows himself on Sojourn of all characters.
It's very uncharacteristic for him, but I think it's that, you know, in this series as well as how Dallas Fuel were able to beat the Hangzhou Spark even just this match previous. They figured it out too. If you have a good Sojourn on the opposing team, focus them. Because if you do, then they are not able to play the game and they can't eliminate your own teammates.
Yeah, that is true. That is very true. If you just eliminate them, then they can't kill us.
Hey, sometimes the best defense is the best offense.
Look at this Primal Rage here from Smurf, just juggling. Blimey. Yeah, this juggle, it is hard to juggle a Sojourn, but she can't really move when she's in the air. So when she's in that power slide, we've seen it a couple of times now, you are pretty useless. You might as well be one of those little origami birds in the wind. Like, you don't really control much, your wings aren't going to be able to power against the wind.
You're a clay target.
It's rough.
Smurf is gonna do it. But with dueling Widowmakers here, Sigma's on both sides. Also, the double flex support once again here for Florida, but this Zenyatta instead of the Kiriko. But wow!
I see you.
I mean, both teams, like, I wonder if they made some type of agreement here because this really feels off the script. But the Sigmas make a lot of sense when you are looking at the Widowmakers on both sides. Sigma just is a nice classic.
Oh my!
With those snipers, that was very close, Fitz.
What a big brain Fitz has there. Like, looking where Hydron's probably gonna jump. That was pretty crazy. A real sixth sense. If you're a Widowmaker player, like, you have that sixth sense of, like, you know where the grapple spots are. So kind of looking at them.
You can be a little predictive.
Exactly, yeah. It really does separate the good from the great Widowmaker players there. Also, your SMG usage too, actually forcing Prophet all the way back. Vindem gets capitalized on as well as Surmashed just kind of runs in. We know he's bloodthirsty, but this bloodthirsty, also kicking Smurf in the face. All right.
I mean, look at this. Surmashed is double the alt charge right now of Vindem. His Zenyatta is disgusting. One of the reasons why Florida was able to make as much headway as they did in the Junker Queen meta is because of how aggressive Surmashed's Zenyatta was. It was those Orbs of Discord ensuring that that damage would be true, but then also, yeah, just their own shots.
Just a body shot there from Fitz. That would have been rather bad if RuPaul goes down, takes another body shot, but Surmashed still on a killing spree. In fact, both Zenyatas are a Transcendence and a Lamp. Okay, support, backline, fine for the Florida Mayhem, at least for the time being. In fact, Surmashed is just going to face check Fitz. Okay, Surmashed, we see you. We see you. We know what character you want to play. It is Zen. He's getting his name on the board through and through. All right, first checkpoint unlocked. Florida Mayhem now get to take that high ground.
I mean, this has just been so fast-paced for both of these teams. It really wouldn't surprise me if we ended up going into extra rounds, especially with that huge stagger onto Vindem. Seoul Dynasty cannot take this forward defensive position that they would like to on the high ground. And even Checkmate with the Sonic Arrows, he's pushing really far forward to see if he's able to grab anybody with the Storm Arrows. Oh, gets stuck though. Okay, well.
Didn't even see him.
Nah.
Wow.
And you don't want to waste a lamp there either. Your spawns are so close that it's not worth spending that defensive tool. You know he'll be back soon enough.
Also, good luck getting the Frisbee up there in time.
Yeah, it's also true.
No way. Oh, Prophet forced to recall at a Discord orb on him. Look at everybody looking at him right now, but survivability paramount for Prophet. Stays up, takes control of the Mega Health Pack, so Hydron can't get a good angle. Gets a good headshot onto Smurf, should be healed up rather quickly. Now he ascends. A flick onto Prophet, but Prophet pays him a little visit, almost locking him under the cupboard under the stairs there, stealing a health pack away, so no sustenance for Hydron. Dragons to clear out the high ground is a pretty smart move from Florida, but Fish just still holding the hang. Hydron does pay for him, so all right, a one-for-one trade as the Seoul Dynasty now try and hold in this corner. Vindem completely caught out, and now Hydron is coming alive.
That's a good couple of eliminations there for Hydron. Yep, cleaning up shop. as that's going to be the second point captured as well, and maybe not as fast as what Seoul Dynasty were able to push in with 5.5 minutes, but 4.5 still feels pretty good if you're Florida.
Jesus Christ. Okay, Sermaged.
Sorry. Florida have have two snipers, Hydron on Widowmaker and Sermaged on Zenyatta.
Jeez, he is really taking it to him. How Sermaged's still finding picks, I do not know. And on Widowmakers too.
I know you know the feeling. Sometimes you just line it up and you know too where they're going to be sitting so you can get that predictive volley.
Very true. High ground on Winnow on the high ground. Actually, Transcendence invested. That is a lot of respect for that window. Might not have it for the Flux from the enemy team. Speaking of Fluxes, will be Smurf forcing out Transcendence. RuPaul not needing to use that lamp. All good. Nice trades there. But it's all about high ground control. Getting your Widowmakers and even your Sojourns in good spots.
Another amplification matrix, this time being used by Iris.
What a nice angle. Double body shot mid lane. Yeah, you just died to that. There's no hope. Absolutely no hope. Prophet also switching over to the Genji. Gets sorted out. Checkmate and the rest of Florida Mayhem just firm control of the high ground. 3 minutes to go, pushing into third rows. They might be able to beat out Seoul Dynasty's time if they're quick enough. They're Flux, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, the Flux should be good enough. We saw the Zenyatta Transcendence used already by Seoul. They're making a quick swap of their composition as well. Got the Winston, the Cure go online. Prophet has the Dragon Blade.
There's the Flux. Blade comes out from Proper. Someone has already managed to annihilate Smurf. The Blade's good from Prophet. I mean, Hydron falls, so does RuPaul. There's very little support left for the Florida Mayhem. Initially, it was a good Flux, but Prophet comes out rather large. There's a couple of meters to go. That comp swap working out well. It's whether Seoul will actually end up sticking on this comp if they keep Prophet on Genji.
I think you're fine if you do that, but I want to see the swaps coming in from Florida now. The Sigma is really slow to get working when you are constantly trying to rotate through, pushing yourself forward, and then your shield to create that space. So, no Ana on the other team?
Oh,
maybe it's Roadhog's time to shine.
Okay, we're getting a little wacky and wild here in day 2 of the playoffs.
But you have to. I mean, you've got 2 minutes remaining. Florida, they weren't able to get what they wanted to done with the Sigma Flux, and they're hoping that the Blade is going to be good and the one-shot potential of the Roadhog is going to be enough, but Fitz has already shut down this push.
Oh! Wow, Fitz almost took a hook to the face there. There's no Ana on the other side, so you're like, okay, I guess this is good. You take control of the Hog is kind of nice, or the high ground as the Hog is kind of nice. Oh. Prophet dicing with death there. Hydron fighting back with the rail jump. He's in a lot of trouble though. If he this is just staggering now. I mean, this is what Seoul Dynasty, they're so good at, Rose. They're so good at pushing to the limit that the enemy team just absolutely crumples like a bit of paper in the wind. Like, there is absolutely no way they finish with time, it feels like, because the stall potential is just so big.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you switch over to the Roadhog, because you're hoping that maybe you grab a hook, but what an early Kitsune rush!
Yeah, you go fast, you go first. Pulse bomb, Kitsune rush, of course Prophet gets 2 kills. Guy's an absolute menace. I guess you at least kill Fitz with the hook and the melee, but with 45 seconds to go, the Florida Mayhem struggling to keep themselves in this series.
Yeah, I mean, they lose this one, they're done, and Seoul Dynasty's gonna win this with a 3-0 and move forward. So as we enter into the last fight, we're looking at the Kitsune rush from Sermaged. We're looking at the Dragon Blade. 4 ultimates online for Florida, and do they get shut down here by Vindame's sound barrier? Is that enough? Sustained.
Another nice dive there, Smurf, completely blocking out that hook. The whole hog straight in the face. 2 supports dead. Whole hog Kitsune rush. That is infinite damage if I had to put a number on it. There's a few seconds remaining as the Florida Mayhem making their final assault on the point. But Seoul, they have 2 massive ultimates coming back. They got Primal, they got beat, but Smurf is super low. The supports are coming out on spawn. And a Suzu, perfectly timed to stop that hook landing, Rose.
Okay, well that means the Primal Rage can come out here and Smurf's gonna be able to touch the card.
A 3-man beat for Seoul. The supports are now out in force. Someone falls, and now the Florida Mayhem have to try and find a way back into this fight, but they don't touch! The Seoul Dynasty are going to end that series quick, sharp. A 3-0 to end it all. They will face Dallas Fuel tomorrow.
what a valiant effort there coming in from Florida Mayhem, especially when the going got tough. They were down 2 maps, tried to bring out something a little bit cheeky, but it didn't quite work. Not enough to fool the team that is at the top right now, Seoul Dynasty.
Yeah, they play Wednesday, sorry, not tomorrow. Seoul Dynasty will end up playing the Dallas Fuel in one of Wednesday's matches. Handshakes, GG's all around there. The Seoul Dynasty still looking scary. I mean, Smurf on the Winston looks great, but the guy that just stands above the rest, time and time again, playoffs after playoffs after playoffs, it's got to be Prophet. The guy on the Tracer jumps on a blade from the Genji, not something we usually see, especially in this kind of meta, actually getting value. Just always manages to tip the scales. I mean, I think a lot of people coming into this had Smurf as one of their MVPs, and that was the big question. Who gets MVP this year? Are the Smurf heads rising up, or are the proper fans, you know, out in force? And you can kind of see why he was in contention for that, because of how versatile he's been for the Seoul Dynasty over this year. In a single tank game, not even a meta, you are looking at your tank players to step up something massive, and Smurf just continues to perform. And you can tell how much veterancy the Seoul Dynasty have as well, Rose. Their ability to push the boundaries of what is possible in these fights, just really taking Florida Mayhem to the bleeding edge. You saw the stackers at the very end. It's very hard to come back from that.
It is so tough to come back from that one, and a lot of why we really saw that, you know, pedal to the metal was not only the space that Smurf had created for the team, but also Prophet was just running rings around them. Prophet will be your player of the match as just such a dominant force. I mean, what can't this guy do? The Reaper plays were on point, the Death Blossoms constantly converting over to 2 or 3 picks.
Prophet's history in the league has just been extraordinary, honestly. You think of the players that have come and gone from like Season 1. There is a lot of players right now that are brand new to the league. Prophet is still playing at the height of his game and the height of Overwatch 2. Like I said, pushing the limits of how Overwatch can be played, and he's just continuing to dominate. Like, he's been around also since like the Apex days. It's a very scary prospect when you join the lobby and Prophet's there too, and it's astounding at the level he continues to perform at. Words can't really put it in, well, you can't really put it into words how good Prophet is. Like you said, Rose, player of the match here. Reaper stats looking great, but he played a lot of this game.
I mean, he played Reaper, he played Hanzo, he played Genji, he played Tracer. Just heroes that he's been known for the entirety of his career.
Yeah.
But to be able to still play them at such a high level, all those characters are really tough too. So to know how to do that and be a difference maker in the team fights, very, very big.
I feel like the big pick he needs to pull out now is the Bastion. Some win, some. Just get some ridiculous clips on that. Like, we've seen a little bit of the Bastion, of course, but I'm not sure we're going to see him here. Maybe not.
Well, we saw Roadhog, so.
Yeah, did it work? Yeah, kind of. But yeah, at the end of the day, like, the Seoul Dynasty, now, they will end up moving on. Their Wednesday match is going to be played against the Dallas Fuel, who also look exceptional in this meta. The road has not ended here yet, Rose, for the Florida Mayhem. They will end up going down to the losers bracket.
Yeah, we are playing that double elimination bracket, so Florida still have another chance, as do our teams that did take an L yesterday. But we'll have more of those matches coming up for you later.
Yeah, they actually played the Atlanta Reign tomorrow, so a big rematch there for the Florida Mayhem. But we're going to jump to a quick break. The desk is going to break this down a little bit more. And after this, well, we still got 2 more bangers coming at you. So stick around.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Butterfinger. Crispity, crunchity, peanut buttery. No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger.
Welcome again to our game break. Zoe here, joined by Reinforce, and we now have Smurf from the Seoul Dynasty joining us for a quick chat after their first victory here in the 2022 playoffs. So, of course, congratulations to you and your team, but let's talk shop. Unlike all the other top-seeded teams, you did not get to choose your opponents today. How confident were you heading into your match against the Florida Mayhem after watching them play on day one?
다른 상위 시드 팀들과 다르게 서울 다이내스티는 상대방을 선택하지 못하였는데 첫날 플로리다 메인 경기를 보시고 어떤 마음가짐으로 경기에 임하셨는지 궁금합니다.
저희가 선택하지는 못했지만 어떻게 됐든 저희가 4위 시드로 이제 전날에 메이엠 경기를 보고 분석할 수 있었기 때문에 좀 자신감 있게 했던 것 같습니다.
Unfortunately, we didn't get to pick our opponents, but luckily we still were in the top 4 seeds, so we were able to watch Florida Mayhem's match yesterday. So we were able to analyze their plays and then head into the match with some confidence.
Yeah, and another key part of confidence, of course, is playing a hero that you like so much, and it's good to see Smurf back on the Winston pick as well. So I'd like to ask Smurf, after having seen some teams play this meta, we've seen some teams be very aggressive with the Winston, like someone, for example, here on Florida Mayhem, but also Winstons that are a bit more reactive in their playstyle. Which playstyle does Smurf favor himself? What does he think is the best playstyle for Winston?
저희가 이제 이 현 조합의 메타에서 다양한 윈스턴 사용법을 봤는데 스머프 선수는 어떻게 좀 공격적인 윈스턴 활용도를 좋아하시는지 아니면 좀 받아치는 수비적인 윈스턴 활용법을 좋아하시는지 여쭤드립니다.
이게 상황에 따라 다른데 이제 상대방 컨디션이나 이제 궁 상황에 따라서 서로 번갈아가면서 공격적이든 수비적이든 할 수 있기 때문에 좀 그렇게 사용되는 것 같아요.
I think the playstyle is all depends on the situation. We have to consider opponents' ults and their health status. So I can play both aggressively and also reactively.
Which one does he prefer?
어떤 거를 조금 더 원하시나요?
공격적으로.
I like to play more aggressive style.
And that's what we like to see. Well, Smurf, thank you so much. Paul, thank you so much for helping us with the translation. Good luck to the Seoul Dynasty in the next few games. Can't wait to see more from you and the squad. But let's break down the action. 3-0 sweep for the Seoul Dynasty, a team which you picked to be winning it all just yesterday. After getting your first peek at what they can do in this meta, still confident with your pick?
I actually thought they looked better than I anticipated that they would, because I thought that this would be a pretty close matchup. We gave a lot of credit to the Florida Mayhem with someone's Winston play looking spectacular. Hydron on that Sojourn as well. But Seoul Dynasty, they didn't skip a beat, much in large because of Smurf's Winston, of course. But also, I think that Profit on the Reaper, a big impact player, earned Player of the Match honors, of course, fits on that Sojourn. Perhaps the most underrated Sojourn we have in the entire tournament, being able to compete with some of the best Sojourns in the world, right? So Vindime as well. I'm just going to mention the entire roster at this point. But Vindime on the Lucio as well. Rookie main support coming into the league this season. And if you talk to other teams, if you talk to other coaches, they acknowledge that Vindime is one of the best main supports we have in the entire league. So Seoul Dynasty coming in as the number 4 seed here. I thought that this matchup would be a bit rocky considering how good the Florida Mayhem has looked. But 3-0, that is a big statement for the Seoul Dynasty and very telling for the rest of this tournament.
Well, starting off in this series, the Mayhem on control and made it very competitive, fell off a little later in the series. Do you think there were any very obvious shortcomings from the Florida Mayhem team, or do you think they were just unfortunately outmatched by the Seoul Dynasty?
I think it comes down to a few different factors. For example, here on Junkertown, I mean, it was quite obvious that I think they were out-strategized by the Sigma composition coming in from the Seoul Dynasty when they played some Hanzo and some Widowmaker, for example. Here on third point, someone had to swap to the Roadhog. I speculate that that is because RuPaul was in the lineup as well to play some of these Sigma compositions to cater to that double flex support style. And that means you can't play Lucio anymore, right? You could put Sir Majed on that Lucio, but he's your dedicated Kiriko player. So they just weren't optimized on Junkertown. But on Eichenwalde, I think it came down to someone's aggressive Winston play and how they adapted, how Smurf adapted to that play.
Glad you're bringing it up because there is a particular...
What a coincidence!
What a coincidence! It's almost like we planned it. But yeah, there is a particular play on Eichenwalde which I would like you to break down because everyone at home, you know, you're seeing those top Winstons being aggressive, being passive, pulling back at the right moments, going in at the right moments. Can you please break it down for us in the current meta, how to Winston?
Yeah, so I wanted to give a bit of an example of what to look out for in these matchups because it can look really messy. You have monkeys flying all over your screen, and there's abilities, sound barriers, bubbles, everything going on. So here are some standalone examples that will give you a picture of what it looks like, the ebb and flow and fight momentum in these matchups. So if we go ahead and pull up this replay, it's going to be paused right here, and what we're going to see is someone, the White Winston from Florida Mayhem, diving into the Seoul Dynasty. So if we play this out, we can see that someone will be diving in here with this bubble very aggressively, and if we pause, we can now see that the entirety of the Seoul Dynasty, they're like, there's a monkey in our team, we need to deal with it. So Prophet on the Reaper is going to turn, Fitz on the Sojourn is going to turn, and that means for Florida Mayhem, no one is looking at Hydron and Checkmate. So this is creating space for your team. You're creating space for your damage players to not be contested because they're dealing with someone. Now, if we go ahead and play this out, you can see that Surmagen on the Kiriko is going to dive in, pop that bell, make sure that someone stays alive, and they're dropping solo. This is where Florida should have found a pick, but they didn't. So if we go ahead and pause it right here, we can see that Seoul Dynasty, they recognize that these abilities have been used. There is no bell up, there's no Kiriko Sutsu up for the Florida Mayhem. We're gonna use this time to capitalize, so if we go ahead and play it out, Seoul Dynasty, they're pushing aggressive. They're going to use this fight momentum into their own advantage and take space onto the point. Smurf, he dives in now. This is Seoul Dynasty's time to capitalize. They're going to end up picking off Checkmate from the Florida Mayhem because of this result. Now, Florida Mayhem, they're on their back foot. So if we go ahead and pause it here, the Seoul Dynasty, they acknowledge we need to win this fight before ultimates come online. You can see Anemo, Surmajed's ultimate charge up in Florida Mayhem's top left corner. It's almost at 100%. It's at 95 right now. Seoul Dynasty, they need to use this man advantage before those ultimates come online. So they dive in, we can go ahead and play it out, and you'll see that Smurf is dropping the Winston for the Seoul Dynasty, and it's because they're trying to go aggressive here. Now the ultimates do come online, the sound barrier comes out from Anemo, and the Kitsune Rush from Surmajet, of course. And this is going to be enough for Florida Mayhem to win this fight. So you can see the ebb and flow with these Winstons going aggressive first, then disengaging and Smurf capitalizing, and then Florida Mayhem disengaging themselves to end that fight, and then going back in with the ultimate. So it's very much an ebb and flow. It goes back and forth into either team's advantage. And so this is really what you need to look out for when it comes to the Winstons, who is peeling backwards and who's going aggressive and who has momentum in these fights. And that's going to tell you what team you're perhaps rooting for to stay alive and what team you're hoping gets the frags.
You make it sound so simple, but in reality, that's not how it looks like when I'm playing. So, yeah, no,
Look,
but today we learned.
I'm not top 500 anymore either. I'm not that good anymore. I just tell it all.
You get paid to talk about it, and you're doing a darn well job at that. So I just felt very educated. Thank you so much, Reinforce. We are now looking ahead to our next match, San Francisco Shock and Houston Outlaws. Heading into that, I'm not quite sure what to expect from the San Francisco Shock. We haven't seen them in the meta, so this is going to be our first glance at them. Houston already played yesterday, and of course, we're also dominant in their very performance with a 3-0 sweep. So let's take a look at Leveling Up presented by Butterfinger. Who do you want to see us taking us to the next level?
Well, for the next level in this very matchup, I mean, I would like to say that it's Dante with the Road Dogg. But I feel like we have to go the way of Sojourns in this one, and it's for good reason as well. There are two fantastic Sojourn players. Dare I say top 3 Sojourns in the entire league. Proper, statistically, paves the way for so many of these Sojourns. You can see on your screen 11.2 final blows per 10 minutes in the Countdown Cup and 8,000 damage per 10 minutes. That is fantastic numbers. Merit, though, a rookie for the Houston Outlaws. He has made his name playing Sojourn throughout the entire season. 10 final blows per 10 minutes. He's no slouch either. 6.2 charge shot kills per 10 minutes. So you can see that these are two extremely proficient Sojourn players. Those are very high numbers on both sides. So when I see the Houston Outlaws go up against the San Francisco Shock, we can talk about the tanks all we want. At the end of the day, though, the win condition for the Houston Outlaws is Merit needs to step up and take charge of that Sojourn duo.
I am so excited to see that head-to-head coming to a blow. Now, let's take a look at our Preds for this one. I feel like those can go either way. Surely there's some Outlaws believers.
No.
Not a single one. What?
They didn't play Road Dogg. I think there's a bit of, you know, like disbelief there. Like they're playing Road Dogg.
That should have been a hook for Danny to actually go for that.
Yeah, true. I mean, Necra, come on, Outlaws.
Necra, yeah, what's going on there? Oh well. Okay, everyone put their eggs in the San Francisco basket. Let's see if they will disappoint or not. We'll find out after a very quick break, so don't go anywhere.
And welcome back, everybody. It's time to get into the latter half of the evening here on our second day of the playoffs. I am Achilleos hopping in to cast alongside Avril as per usual. And we have two excellent series to bring you here on the back end of the evening. Starting off for our block, it's going to be the Houston Outlaws going up against the San Francisco Shock.
We're waiting for this one, Merit versus Proper. We saw some of the Sojin stats a little bit earlier on, and by the way, Proper's only played Sojin like recently in the Countdown Cup. He wasn't even really playing that hero before. Now he's a dedicated hit scan for the team with Striker joining the fray, expecting him to be on the Reaper today as well. Houston Outlaws, impressive performance yesterday. Honestly, Dante right up there as well. He might have missed out on Roll Star. Personally, I put him down for Roll Star. I think he deserves it this year, but in any case, a fantastic tank. We saw a bunch of different picks. Hog, Orisa working out, the Winston as well. Honestly, pretty good from Dante. That was good.
Yeah, it was a really good showing. And, you know, we kind of mentioned it yesterday. Seems like maybe a bit of a runner-up for that player of the match because he did exceed all expectations, picking up that Winston and showing that he was extremely comfortable in that regard, where some of the other players looked, who are making that swap, did look a little bit more offset by it yesterday, looking at you, Atlanta Reign. So maybe some things to shore up in their lower bracket run, but it's Atlanta. They'll be right at home down there, and we expect to see them moving forward in the future rounds. But this is all about who's going to be staying in that upper bracket, who will be falling down and be on their last legs. And it's going to be a tough battle. Houston Outlaws, they certainly have their work cut out for them here today.
And we have a good idea of how they want to play the game, right? We saw them yesterday, 3-0 versus Toronto, including a 2-0 sweep on Busan, playing quote-unquote off-meta. On the Shock side, though, we haven't seen them play this meta yet. We haven't seen them since we ended the Countdown Cup, so we don't know what they look like on Kariko. We don't know how they're handling a Winston meta. Is it going to be Kaluj coming out? Is it going to be Mikey? You'd probably think it would be Mikey because Winston's his hero. However, Kaluj has been the tank player that has been starting for the Shock basically the entire year, and we do know that Kaluj has been practicing Winston as well, so I think there's a high likelihood that Kaluj actually plays. As far as the DPS goes, I think I've kind of outlined that. I expect it should be Striker and Proper together.
Well, we'll have to just wait and see. But for now, let's go ahead and take a look at our first squad that'll be making their way onto the stage. It is the Houston Outlaws as they get ready to do battle against the San Francisco Shock. Work cut out for them as stated. But it's not like they haven't gotten the better of the Shock in the past in moments where Houston looked considerably weaker than they do currently.
Yeah. In fact, the most recent matchup between those two teams, Houston did win. That was in week 21. So 3-1 victory as well. Beyond that, I mean, Shock have certainly won more games this season versus the Outlaws. I believe the record for 2022 is 3-1 in favor of the Shock, but the recency bias for the Outlaws stands pretty tall. And especially when you look at the quality they showed yesterday versus Toronto, didn't let anything go, didn't drop a single map, everyone played to their strengths. Merit was fantastic. The test will be on today. If you remember me saying after the Outlaws game, you know, I think there's still room where, okay, Dante got the better of Muse. Now he's got to go up against some other tanks as well. Merit got the better of Hisu. That was a great matchup, but now he has to face Proper.
That he does. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the San Francisco Shock as they get ready to take their seats and hop into game. See as well what their map pick is as they come into this as the higher seed. So they will have that initial selection for control. See where they want to take us to try to garner that advantage for themselves.
There you go, the starting lineup. We can also see, we see Mike in the middle there as well. So that's another question answered, right? Who's actually going to be starting on this team? I did not expect that Kilo or Sam would play, but Mikey, there was a pretty good chance. I would have said a 50-50 there. It is his hero. Winston is his hero. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. I guess the only other question is, okay, well, what does the support look like? I suppose it'll be Violet Lucio, right? He's played that the entire year through. Finn's their more dedicated flex support player, despite Violet having that in the past for the Shock. Finn will most likely be on the Kiriko here. So a very exciting lineup. If you remember Shock of old Shock's past in previous years, Striker Reaper was one of his key heroes. I would have said the top 3 heroes for Striker in no particular order is something like Hanzo, Reaper, and Tracer, right? So Striker gets to play one of his all-time greatest heroes. I think that's so good for the Shock.
That he does, and we have been seeing, you know, especially in that last series, namely by Prophet, who is the GOAT, that you can play some of the things that are kind of on the outskirts of the meta. You can play things like the Tracer, even though some people are saying, yeah, like Sparkle saying, it's a bit of a tier 4 pick, but if you're very good at it, you can pilot it. And between Striker and Proper, you could just kind of take your pick of the litter as far as who you want to run that, should they decide to bring Tracer out. So that can always be in the back pocket for the Shock.
I think you've got like two of the historically best Tracer players right now on the same team in Proper and Striker. I mean, obviously you have some
Doc
other
just has
great
to pick up
Tracer
Sabiobi
players
and they'll
across
be
the
good to go.
board. Right, I mean, depending on whether he gets Harmony or not, then we'll see about that. No, I'm kidding. At the same time, though, we look at the situation, and it's like, I think the only interesting thing about the Shock in terms of substitutions is if we get to like a Circle or Junkertown, we just saw a Junkertown between Mayhem and Salt where Sigma was played, Hog was being played. So I do think if we go to some maps like that, even if Shock actually wants to be the team to pick, let's say they actually lose map 2 and they end up picking map 3 for Escort, they could choose to take us to Circuit. Kaluj comes in on his signature here, on his best hero, which is a Sigma, and that's going to put Dante in a weird place. So look out for that. I still think map 3 could get really tricky. I think Houston would like to avoid those types of maps, but to start things out, it is going to be the Ilios.
So Shock can win here, then they do the tactical int on Hybrid to be able to get the Circuit Royale pick on Escort. I got you. I see you. I'm picking up what you're laying down here, Avril.
I mean, like, the idea is they go 2-1. The idea is I think, you know, Shock have a good chance to go 2-1 here, because if they lose Hybrid, they pick Escort, they can go 2-1, or they can just win the first 2 maps. Maybe they lose Escort, they'd still be 2-1. So I think they got a pretty decent chance to be at a 2-1 no matter what. They would have to win Ilios, though. So this is a very strong, important map to start out on. We'll see what the answer is. I'm looking forward to seeing if Dante's going to pull through anything interesting here, or if he's just going to stick to the Winston again.
Well, don't have to wait too much longer to find out as we do get ready to load into Ilios for map number 1. Houston Outlaws versus the San Francisco Shock. Both teams battling to stay in the upper bracket. Loser, while their playoff run might not be over quite just yet, it gets that much more dire for them, so you want to avoid it at all costs. 24 seconds, the gates will open, but for now, we're seeing some very meta hovers by both these teams.
By the way, just to put it out there as well, the loser of this match when they do enter that lower bracket, they're gonna have to face Shanghai Dragons. So while the Shanghai Dragons did lose the Hangzhou Spark, I don't think you could ever underestimate or count them out. So that's still a dangerous match to go into if you do lose this one. A lot on the line here. The winner of this faces the winner of LA Gladiators versus Spitfire. But gates open to Ilios. Let's take it forward to Ilios. It is going to be Ruins, and as you said, for the hovers, those will stick through. We're going to get the typical mirror matchup.
Yep, and instantly everybody is clashing over here by the Mega Pack. Poking and prodding away, but no one really looking to close that distance just yet. Last throw, okay. Close. Don't need to close any distance.
In like the first 5 seconds.
Angle manages to find one, but instantly the collapse is there from Merit. Creative able to find a killing blow. They pick one up. It's going to be a 1-for-1. 2 DPS down. Respawning, going to be rejoining the fray, but Houston Outlaws cyclical inside tracking onto the point. Pick up for just a brief, really important shot down there. Hops down, and Merit up over the top, builds up the rail. They get enough damage down on the Striker, and the body shot is enough to kill. They find the eliminations. Mikey heading for the hills. Houston Outlaws occupy the point, and they lock it down first.
We got 2 great kills coming through from Houston. Prophet's gone. Takes down Striker as well. That's going to force the Shock back just as the point is about to tick over. So Houston Outlaws lead ever so slightly here. Finn, though, on 69 to 70, has a major lead over Creative. We saw this from Twilight versus Creative yesterday. Finn now has a very similar lead. They're going to get a very early Kitsune rush.
They're looking to contest that high ground. CP to the side, Finn joining in. Technically, they managed to find the punish as well. Dante now eliminated. Big window of opportunity for the Shock. Go ahead and get this flip back in their favor here relatively quickly. 30% for now established, and with the final headshot there on the Merit. Yeah, there's no way to fight back against that one. Houston Outlaws on a full retreat.
You can see that Finn was holding as well. He's thinking, do I use this or not? We have a player advantage. Proper confirms another kill, so they end up holding the Kitsune rush. It's really good. They save an alternate. They can now play up against Houston Outlaws' next push up with double support ultimates available on both sides now. Proper Merit also over towards the overclock as well. This one's going to be pretty much 6 ultimates burnt, I feel. Everybody's going to use what they have. Going to get it. Got it. Okay, there's the rush, B-rush coming through. So far the sound barrier is going to be held by either side. Mikey down to about half HP. Striker as well. Chipped away at in that regard. Lucio's holding.
Shield's going to be held on to. Lastro and Violet both trying to push this one to the limit. Clock comes through, the flip is there. Houston Outlaws now in control. Violet did pull the trigger, drop the beat. Lastro still holds on to one of his own for the follow-up fight. Dante in the meantime, Primal Rage is out. Mikey's still waiting to build up his own in that regard. Houston should be able to take this one.
They got the point already. Proper needs to pull the ultimate though. He's waiting a little too long here. Shock to go in. Striker's going to get forced first.
He doesn't. That's going to be the beat in response. Lastro holding it for that very moment. They follow up with the Death Blossom of their own. Pelican also not able to find any eliminations. Proper now, the overclock going to be popped. Mikey has the primal rolling and trying to clear out the point. The Outlaws are still in control. Low HP bar.
Outlaws so low.
Members of the Outlaws, but they have not been able to get these eliminations quite just yet. Proper looking for a target, looking for somebody that he can execute with his rail, but it just goes into Dante at the end of it all. Pelican finally going to fall. Mikey finds that kill. Narrowly does manage to stay alive, and the San Francisco Shock will finally lock down the point for themselves, now ticking up to 50%, as we can see them chase forward, looking for some additional kills.
Yeah, some late kills coming through now. One at the last year. They like to get creative as well. Creative, who leads barely over Finn, and winning this fight is so important for the Shock, because if it goes longer, Creative then pulls the ultimate, and Houston Outlaws maintain control of that point. Shock played that situation very slowly. Proper waited a long time to use overclock, and even then, Houston Outlaws, they juggled aggro so proficiently. No one went down for so long until the first member fell, and now Mikey's going to fall as well.
Yeah, really heavy push there from Mikey. He gets punished. Now Violet's going to be taken down. Finn looks like he's managed to TP out. Same deal. Well, maybe he can. Waiting on the cooldown. Somehow, these Q9s are not hitting, but Merritt will finally find that elimination.
Merritt will find it. Yeah, okay.
I thought he was already out because he wasn't dying. It just turns out that he was dodging every bullet.
Yeah. It's no. It was Creator was definitely staggering. That's what it was. It was definitely staggering. Yes. No, Finn's got the ultimate now. So here we go. Cisco shot. 82% both sides. By the way, Dante but finally gets super important. I think they can stay in. I mean, if Dante can hold the front lines here, allow Merritt to use his ultimate on the overclock, they might be able to hold the lines versus Sooner Rush. Oh, especially with that kill.
Yep, Merritt just finds the headshot. The sound barrier now needs to be committed because they know that this is final fight. They have to try to turn the tides right here, right now, but Dante still holds on to the primal. Merritt still looking for some targets with that overclock. So far, not going to find anything. Now it expires. Looking for the knock off the side of the map. Final swipe there. Don't think that quite sent Mikey up. No, it did. He got him in the end, and no one else is really going to be able to touch a final tag in from Violet, but in the end, that is going to be the OT bleeding down 182%. The Houston Outlaws will take ruins for themselves.
And this is why I respect a player like Dante, right? Because now he is truly showing his capability to be playing a Winston to the level of career Winston players like Mikey. Great mechanics being shown there even on the Primal. That's usually the most difficult part of the kit for a Winston as well. A shot from Merritt that I think is the key shot that breaks the San Francisco Shock on that Ruins map. Merritt taken down proper. It's a 4v5. Finn and Violet, you see the desperation there. Double support ultimates being dropped in. They know it's the last fight. They got to make this work. And the Outlaws, not to be perturbed. I mean, they didn't have to really burn anything. Dante held on to Primal for so long because he was never under pressure. Last result had the extra sound barrier coming online, and Houston Outlaws convert that 5v4 to a 5v3 after Finn and Violet both use ultimates. That's really dominant in a final fight.
Now moving over to Well, looks like we're not going to have any swaps as far as the comps are concerned. Chengdu isn't here, so we're not going to be seeing any bar action. Let's go ahead and clash once again, hovering around the health pack. Pelican leading the way. And Proper taking
that's
down
interesting.
finding that opening kill, and yeah, now this is going to be a big window of opportunity for Merritt to storm ahead towards that overclock percentage.
The Shock just running back as fast as they can. They know the point's still unlocking here. If they get Proper back in time, there's a chance that Mikey jumps in, stalls the point capture. Here it comes now, so there won't just be a cap yet for the Outlaws, but they have positioning. Shock have to try and break through, and that's difficult. And now the cap has come.
Very much in control first and foremost yet again. Pressure playing well back. Dante, just holding the corner for now. Push around, Proper looking for the target. Doesn't get the shoulder clip on the Pelican, but it's not the headshot that he desperately wanted. No opening picks to be found quite just yet. Shock rotating around.
That's so fast.
For themselves. And yeah, he's been building this one up. Lastro's still going to be...
They can tempo. They can do it.
I mean, he's going to be able to have it actually here to match it. He will have that second beat. Beat now dropped in from Violet. Lastro has it. Instantly pulls the trigger on it. Pelican does receive the shielding. For a second, thought maybe he missed out on it. Given the second pull on the ult, this is going to go the way of the Houston Outlaws. Proper again taken down. Dante gets on top and finds the elimination. The rest of the Shock still postured forward, but might need to go for a reset here sooner rather than later. If we lose one more player, and this push is definitely going to be over. They still, however, do commit the Kitsune Rush to this. They're dropping in the ult, but they need to find some picks. And so far, the HP bars are relatively healthy on the side of the Houston Outlaws.
Mikey Primal's here. Dante can respond. He does indeed do so. Merritt low. If they can get Merritt down, there's advantage for the Shock. Finally, they have the 5v4. Looking for some supports next. They got to flip this one as well. 65% for Outlaws.
Yeah, still haven't been able to get this one now. Violet's going to be taken down as Dante uses the primal of his own. Striker holds on to the Death Blossom. Maybe that could be the turning point in the fight, but Pelican just as well has one of his own. Merritt still the barely ahead of Proper at the moment. There's the death blossom. First out from Pelican, goes to the back line, manages to find one. Striker gets one himself. Found a second kill in the fight, but Marin comes up with two to boot. Just trying to lock down Violet, who is playing a bit elusively, just juking back and forth, hides behind the pillar.
Violet cannot die.
But crucially, the shot never got the flip with the point. The Houston Outlaws still hold it. It's now at 93.
And if Violet dies there, I think the entire round is over. Shock now have one more chance. They're going to reach back in. Mikey needs to touch. They got the sound barrier. Proper's got to save the day as well.
And he does. Shot goes over towards Dante. It whiffs. Everybody's just kind of breaking line of sight. Outlaws just leave the point. Yeah, they do. Pelican just holding it there with the race form. Keeps it contested. Now they know that the ult is done. That's Dante straight back in onto the point. Beautifully and patiently waited out. Violet again, sound barrier online, but Lastro not far behind. Will have that. The rush as well from Creative online now to match. Mikey taken down to a sliver of HP to pursue forward. They're looking for that elimination, but Violet saves the day. The beat comes in, but they still need to find some kills. They still need to find this flip. The rush is coming across from either side. Lastro with the second beat does come in. Pelican going to be taken low, but it's going to be Violet taken down first. Now Mikey, Striker, all in dire straits. The San Francisco Shock are crumbling here in the overtime, which will bleed down ever so rapidly. The final jump in, finished off Finn. They clear the point out, and it is a sweep on, well, 100-0% as Houston Outlaws kick things off with a bang. Ilios is theirs.
That's a statement to be made straight off the bat as well. The Houston Outlaws are 2-0 shown on the Ilios map, and like I said, 100-0 on Well as well. Very competitive on Ruins, we'll say that much. But you get to Well, it starts out with a very fast sound barrier from Violet. That's after, by the way, probably gets picked up somehow by Lastro. But it's Lastro's secondary beats, the slightly later beats coming on through, that give the Houston Outlaws that extra advantage to play through with the longer running sound barrier while Shock's running out of the green HP. The first time it happened, Lastro just happens to have the sound barrier slightly later than Violet. San Francisco Shock probably felt like Lastro didn't have it in time. He does, and that swings the fight over. And the Houston Outlaws never let go of the point. Every single time Shock want to make a play, Proper's coming in with the overclock, whatever have you, Houston Outlaws, their ability to disengage, come back in, wait out that overclock, and then win the subsequent fight, so strong.
Statement, as you say, made by the Houston Outlaws, but can they continue to back it up, or will the Shock be able to reply? Granted, that was their map pick on Control, but now they're going to have another one as we get ready to go into Hybrid. We'll see where they decide to take us and whether or not there's going to be any swaps, any substitutions made during the break, which we're going to go to right now. We'll be back in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere, guys. The playoff action continues in just a few.
Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time on my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My gut eyes on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm at whether it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much. They swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now. Just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone.
And we are back. Houston Outlaws, the hype video, and there's a good reason to get hyped up. They have taken map 1 over the San Francisco Shock. Ilios was theirs, and it was pretty damn clean.
And Creative in particular, interesting stat line I have for you all. He had 0 deaths on that entire Ilios map. Didn't die at all. Boom, there you go. 24% crit accuracy as well. I think that's reasonably high. My benchmark for like Pro Carico is about 20%. So if you're hitting 20% crit hit accuracy, that's, you know, the kunai headshots, the triple damage kunai headshots, you're doing pretty damn well. I think that's the general baseline. So 24 is 4% above that standard for me, which means he's playing quite well. That's reflecting the damage done as well. He actually did about more than twice the damage of Finn over the course of the entire Ilios. He had a bit less healing because he was probably a little bit more focused on that damage. But I feel like this is generally an improvement for Creative. He did actually start a little slow in the Casino Rush ult charge time compared to Finn in that first fight on Ruins. But aside from that, I think generally Creative had a much better game. You know, 9 eliminations, 3 final blows. And we'll talk about this substitution in a hot second. But the 3 final blows, by the way, fun fact, 3 final blows is the highest number of kills that any player in the Shock got on the entire map. So Proper had 3, Striker had 2, Mikey had 3, and then Creative had 3. But there were a bunch of players like Merit who were like 6 on the other side. So now we can talk about this elephant in the room. Mikey has been instantly subbed out. Krusty, maybe not a fan of what he saw on that first map. He's like, all right, let's change it up.
Yeah, I mean, for all of the Timmies out there, I'm sure that we're yelling in the chat. Well, I was seeing Mikey play. I want to see Kalush. Well, here you go. You got what you were asking for. There you go. Also, the shout out to Mr. Scott Kennedy, because Custa was also curious about it. But now we've got Kalush coming in, and we will see if that is going to be the difference maker. But right now, honestly, with how Dante has been playing in just this first map as well as yesterday, man's looking hot. Guy has just been crushing when it comes down to the Winston, something that we weren't sure how it was going to look. But yeah, the Dante Kong is looking incredible.
Yeah, so it's decided then, is it? We've landed on Dante Kong as the official term. I like it in
Dante
the one.
Kong.
You know,
I also still like the
I was a fan of Dunstan
checks in,
but
Dunstan was also good.
I think I brought that one up. I think I like it because I brought it up with Dunstan. We'll take it. We'll move through whatever. I'm curious about Kalusha. What is he actually going to play? Because he's known for more of the off-tank picks, right? I did say he's been practicing the Winston, so I think in a similar way he'll kind of be like the Dante, be like the Hawk type of player, where not normally something that's within his hero pool, but now time to test if he can really bring it to bear, because so far Dante's been showing some good stuff on that Winston.
Alrighty, well, Kings Row, as we've been seeing a good deal of it so far here in the playoffs, is the selection by the Shock. Seems like they think that this is going to be their best odds of being able to get back into this. Try to tie things up 1-1. So far, we've only had, what, 1 series that wasn't a 3-0 here in the playoffs.
Thank you, Dallas and Spark. Very based.
Yeah, thank you, Spark.
Very based matchup.
A map. But even with the 3-0s, the series have been damn exciting all the same.
I gotta say, so I think of the 4 games we have today, this, and I gave a little bit of benefit of the doubt to Spark. I think Dallas would very much favor that matchup, but I think this is now the Houston Shock game, not just because Houston's already won a map, but even coming into this, I felt like this could have some real fireworks, and we're getting a taste of that already. 1-0 start. Kaluch is obviously going to be coming out of the Winston. That is the flavor of the month, flavor of the playoffs, current tank hero pick. Maybe on map 3 you can see something different, but for now, same mirror that we've seen plenty. Outlaws getting aggressive.
There's already a lot of space given up. They're going to try to counter-rotate through with a hotel kit in behind them. Dante does get taken dangerously low, does manage to survive, however, and already a ticket's going to be snatched up here on the point by the Outlaws. The Shock have to step to them to try to go ahead and counteract this and keep it contested. Halfway to the second tick now, as the bubble comes down. Dante again getting tagged up, but healing just getting pumped out. Creative trying to keep pace. Finn right now is going to be leading that charge. TP to the side, as Striker goes TPing forward, trying to get on top of the Kira going. Just playing elusively. Now the Shock will occupy this point. Proper gets a great headshot there on the Pelican, much needed. For them to try to go ahead and maintain control. Finds the second kill, and that's much more of the Proper than we were anticipating here in the set. And Striker will also find a final little pick-off.
Yeah, just to slow things down even further, Houston Outlaws eventually get away. Creative dying here as well is fantastic in terms of slowing them down for the Shark Red. That's what they want. Been already holding on to that Kitsuna rush. Violet in position to be able to match Creative when all is said and done. Question will be, do Shock want to get super aggressive here, or are they going to hold this ultimate, wait for Outlaws to push up first, and then respond to Kitsuna rush? At this point, they should know that Creative is basically caught up. So it's going to be rush versus rush.
Rushes are out. Beat's still going to be held.
That's for holding.
Opens up. Does have that overclock at the ready. The bubble comes down. Blocks a lot of that damage. Trying to continue to pursue forward around Dante down so very low. The sound barrier now in from Lastro to go ahead and keep him alive, but now they need to find some things of their own. Violet still holds on to this beat. He's going to go ahead, drops it in. Shielding goes out. Now Outlaw's still going to be held at bay. They get up to just about 83%, but Dante gets taken down again. Striker finding value. Houston Outlaws once more are going to have to reset.
And Shock don't get more than that, though. Remember, Shock used 3 ultimates. Now Pelican gets the first kill to Proper. That's 5v4.
Right.
And Shock don't have much to respond with. Kaluj might be able to just slow this one down with a Primal. Striker could. Death Blossom here, but Pelican's got it as well.
Jump comes in. Kaluji does have that Primal to go ahead and bail himself out. No! Finn, he TP's right into it. He thought he was coming to the rescue, but in fact he delivers himself unto death. Drops to the Death Blossom, which finds 2. Both the supports taken down. Now it's still going to be over 4 minutes in the time bank here for the Houston Outlaws. But given what we've been seeing this weekend so far, just 2 days, this is a fairly weaker time bank.
There was a lot of exchange happening on A. It was very back and forth with a long neutral into multiple ults exchanged. 6 ults exchanged by the end of it when all said and done, capping A. The way Outlaws played that one, slowly holding their beat. I thought it was risky, but Lasher ends up getting mad value on it. It was pretty decent now. Striker goes in with a Death Blossom.
He does, and he finds value. Lasher going to be taken down. And with that pick, Shock can go ahead and establish some semblance of choke control here. The cart perfectly locked in place. We have seen time and time again how difficult it can be to try to get out of this position for the Outlaws.
Outlaws can rush this so easily. I mean, there's no response from Shock. They're just going to go, and Creative's actually holding this one.
Never mind. Okay. Oh, now he's going to use it. Rush comes down. They go pursuing forward. Gets a headshot there on a Striker. Now Violet's going to be taken down as well. Cleanup comes through. And yeah, Shock, they try to give some space over, but as the rush comes in, they just cannot run away fast enough. They end up getting an extended team kill coming through to the Outlaws, and now they can start pushing.
I think I know what that really was. I mean, Outlaws start rushing on through. When I say rush, I just mean like they run really quickly. They didn't really use the ultimate yet. And that baits out Violet to use the speed boost. So they trade speed boost for speed boost. And then when that's gone, Creative's like, now's the time to drop down Kitsuna Rush. And Shock can't get away. So they're able to chase them down very effectively off the back there. So, you know, honestly, well played by Outlaws.
Should just Kitsune Rush all the way back towards your spawn, you know? Sound the retreat.
I don't think Finn had it just yet. I'm not too sure. I think he was just missing out.
Maybe. Either way, it'll work to treat the Outlaws. 2 minutes and 20 now. Collusion just got picked off. Dante looking to acquire some space here up at the front. Now pops that Primal to try to clear them out. The rush is there. They're going to go ahead and drop it. Both the support ultimates on the side of the Shock. Laster now going to be matching with the sound barrier. Dante's Primal about to expire. Self-situated here on top of the card, but they haven't been able to find eliminations. And now Proper does have that overclock rolling. Pelican, as you say, Death Blossom is there. He's going to try to use it. Drops in with it. He himself only going to be able to get 1 elimination, but it's enough damage dealt. Go ahead and get the cap. So now 3 minutes, 15 seconds remaining as the Houston Outlaws begin the final stretch.
I mean, that's hashtag space created for sure. You see Pelican playing super aggressively. He even uses the Wraith form to shift in. And the San Francisco Shock, they know it's coming in. You see Proper sliding on out, but it already happens. The damage is already there. The Houston Outlaws, they follow through. I mean, it's not just Pelican walking forward, it's the rest of the team there as well. And with the timing, look how important this is. Grave now has another Kitsuna rush, while Shock have nothing to respond with, and we're on the potential final push here. Outlaws can cap in the next fight.
Pilot as well. They absolutely can. There's going to be the rush coming through. Pelican gets on top of Striker. Kaluj eliminated. Violet, Finn, both likely to die. Looks like Finn has managed to teleport back into the spawn room to stay safe, but the card is getting so much distance. It's very rapid. It's only 30 seconds shy of where they started on point B. Now we need to look to find the touch. Kalush does get slowed up.
He doesn't touch.
That nade from Merritt is just enough.
Oh my God.
Buys them just enough time. What a clutch slow from Merritt. They cannot get there in time. It's 2:27 on the finish.
And that would have been an extended fight as well, even if Shock lose that fight. And I don't know that they would have, but even if they did, that would have been a lot of time bought. Maybe another 30 seconds off the clock at least, because you're looking at a primal from Kaluj, some other ultimates getting close as well. Striker, Finn, Violet, actually, they had a very strong shot of holding, considering what was coming online for the Shock. Basically, all 5 ultimates, not that far off. The furthest away was proper 71 towards the overclock. Super winnable situation for the Shock, but as you said, they held the doors. It was Dante primaling on the right side door. And you see the disruptor shot from Merritt on the left side door. And that happens to be enough. That is a wild marginal difference. Incredible stuff. It's down to like less than half a second worth of difference.
And it is. We'll take a look back here at Merritt. And this should be the nade.
He doesn't even know. He's just timing. He's just like off complete instinct. He's timing it off instinct. Like he has no idea that Kaluj is actually right there. But in his internal like clockwork of his mind of what he believes is happening behind the scenes, he's like, Kaluj was probably about here by now based on how fast he can move. And that ends up being a perfect disruptor shot. I mean, you couldn't write it better than that.
I think it's honestly even less than that. I think he's got a position where he can watch that right side exit, but he can't quite watch the left side. So throw the nade. If if somebody's gonna go pushing through that nade, he'll hear the ticks. Then he can turn his attention down towards that left side below him, and it just happens to work out impeccably. Could have been luck, little things to make the difference.
Mix of both maybe, but it works out. It gives the 2:27 insanely good time back, especially after how long it took on A, right? And Merritt again, well, he finishes out the C attack. He'll start out the A defense.
Kick things off with a bang. Striker taken down right off the rip. Dante just taking a quick little peek, going for a right-click zap. From here, Shock need to have a very strong attack. They need to build up these time banks. I mean, Violet is storming his way, mind you, towards these sound barriers. Look at his percentage charge right now.
Yeah,
80%.
same as what we saw on Well, I think. This time Lastro won't be able to respond. Creative might catch up. Finn's also doing a lot of work here. He saw Shock, have taken a lot of damage. They got the first take as well. Outlaws give that one up.
Manages to take that for themselves. Pelican eating just a bit of damage there. Sound barrier builds up. Violet pulls the trigger on it. They want to try to go ahead and get this cap right here, right now. Form going to be used by Pelican. Now Merritt going to be taken out. Proper finds the kill. Real shot to the chest, gets the elimination. Dante down low, 9% shy of having that primal online. So far, Pelican is only able to answer one back on the Striker. Creative getting hounded down. Lastro stuck here at the statue for a second. I thought he was actually dropping the beat, but crucially, he does hold on to it because he's going to need it to get ready to try and defend in the archway.
And that was that one missing beat that makes a difference as well. Proper multi-frags there. To be fair, like 3 of those were clean up, but he got the opening kill. That was important because when the Kitsuna rushes are traded in, and we're rushing towards that statue side of things, Houston could technically still hold on there. They can build ultimates. If Lastro then finds a sound barrier in that fight, Houston actually turn it around, and I think Shock lose that fight. So the fact that Proper gets a kill enables a 5v4, and then, Outlaws just can't do much about it. Too low HP. And they have to back on out. In this case, backing on out means they just lose the fight and go back to the spawn room. Yeah, pretty big win there for San Francisco Shock, but Outlaws now have 4 ultimates.
That Blossom is going to be used here in the side room. Pelican
Striker baits him.
Hoping that they were going to come in a little bit deeper there, but yeah, he just kind of dipped his toes in the water and then dipped straight back out. So ult going to be burned with no gain whatsoever.
That's 3 ults from Outlaws, and now they lose the beat.
Yep, Lastro again taken out. Dante tucks back inside, grabs the mega pack, goes back in and contests a little bit longer, but doesn't live very long at all. Ends up getting focus fired down. The cart can continue to push forward as Proper just looks to finish off Creative, and he does. And this is exactly the kind of pace that Shock needed if they want to match.
Yeah, I mean, dude, Proper angry now. San Francisco Shock losing that point on C the way they did, and now they are storming through Kings Row A and B. 4 ultimates on life for Shock, and that is a pretty big blunder from Outlaws in the previous, initial B Archway fights. 4 versus 2 ultimates. 3 of the ultimates went awry. Pelican completely baited out by Striker. Proper with another shot to Lastro. When does Lastro get to play the game?
I don't know. I think right now I'm fearful though, because when he does finally decide to go ahead and drop this beat, in all likelihood he is going to get headshot by Proper once more. Completely Ajax the whole damn thing. Striker now, Death Blossom going to be unleashed. Pelican eliminated. The cap is there. Proper scoops up 2 eliminations. Now a third as Merit will fall. And Lastro will
Creative rushed as well.
ironically be the only one left standing.
Creative rushed as well, so they lose the rush in that exchange. It was 2 ultimates from the Shock, 2 to 1, but you take that to get the the kills and to be able to get that cap in there as well. Strike a great value on the Death Blossom. Lastro, by the way, that's still the same sound barrier from the start of the defense on 8. Still the same one.
Meanwhile,
Stein
gives
gives out lots of room to play with. I lost count.
Just been,
he throws him
been
in.
crushing it as far as the build time is concerned. So take notes, Lucio mains. Whatever Violent's doing, that's what you want to be doing for yourself. Well, for now,
Play flex support for 3 years and then swap to main support. That's what you should do. Is
yeah, exactly.
Note of that. Yeah.
Just be a god at the game. You know, have 4 accounts and at the top of the standings. If you can do that, then you can do really well in your comp games.
Yeah.
Slow and steady for now. Dive at the back line. Kalush inserting himself there into the thick of the Outlaws members. Oh, probably will come out, but oh, Baron. Beautiful 2 shots. Violent Striker both going to be eliminated, dealt with very swiftly here by him. Look for a little bit more. They will find Finn, but they added a little bit of stagger. Yeah. For now, he's an Outlaws playing for that superior time bank.
And that's the thing, right? That expenditure actually becomes worth it. Typically, you say, well, that looked a little bit expensive there. Yeah, okay. Clues dropped in the extra primal, so it's a 3-to-1 trade. But however, it's the time bank differential that we're really playing for here. Houston Outlaws, by winning that fight, slowing things down. Shock they can't match 227 now.
Dante so low. Kalush able to chase in on the back of the rails shot. Merit narrowly avoids death, but then just as quickly.
Pelican shut down.
Getting taken down. Proper gets the follow-up, gets creative. That's going to be the team kill coming through. Rounding the final corner, 2 minutes 40 now in the time bank. Both support
10 seconds.
Still online for the Shock.
And there's one more fight. Yeah, the 10 seconds won't be enough here. Shock will not get his superior time back. It's going to be Houston Outlaws coming on through. Continue to rush out. Creative has it.
He does. Has it out there. Now the sound barrier in from Violent. Going to finish the job right here, right now. Merit going to be taken down. Kalush finding the opening kill. It's a hell of a lot of the damage now. Eliminated. Striker playing elusively. The Death Blossom online. Gets pushed back, but now that boot is on cooldown. He TPs right into the back lines. Manages to find Lastro right off the rip. Creative as well. Going to be dealt with, and there's nothing that Merit can do. The lone Sojourn just now respawning. He slides in. He will take the time bank under 2 minutes, giving them a 29-second advantage for the Outlaws as we get ready to go into overtime rounds.
Score 3-3.
When you really look at that and you examine the time difference, I mean, that's roughly 30 seconds, what, 29 seconds, and that's the difference that I think, San Francisco Shock at minimum, had they lost that team fight defending C, would have had, just from, stalling out, Kalush primaling a little bit. So the fact that Houston sneak away that cap, force a C9 via the Disruptor shot, which is the first time I've really seen that, will give them a reasonable advantage to play through here. Now that 30-second-ish kind of advantage can disappear very quickly if Outlaws are not able to get enough done there. But even just defending first, I feel like there's a pretty good advantage here to play through. So run back this A offense, and to remind everyone of how this went for the Shark, essentially they did a long rotate through the Alderworth Hotel. We swapped sides entirely. Outlaws had Statue, Shock had Archway, and Shock eventually, they snuck in a single tick even, and then Violent Finn had the earlier support ultimate, so that's how Shock capped A.
Alrighty. Gate unlocking in 15 seconds. Shock first on the attack, 1 minute and 58 to work with. A fairly successful first go at it. Able to best the initial time bank of the Outlaws with that A cap. See if they can do it again. So we're not seeing any adjustments whatsoever. No time for cheese, no time for cheek. It's all about playing the meta. Trying to outdo your opponents. That from the shot, getting an immense amount of value around the backside of the Statue. Displaces for just a moment. This first rail from Robert could be a difference maker. Just line up ahead.
He's had a few of those so far. 100 charge, this is dangerous now. The bubble saving the day. Dante actually nearly died there.
Yeah, he and Kalush both taken very low. Limit testing as best they possibly can. There's the push through the hotel once more. Shock trying to decide how they make their move. Waiting for any kind of openings they can possibly find. Proper nearly eliminated Dante.
Dante won.
Dire Straits needs to get some healing. It's taking low and Merit. He's going to be able to find first blood here in the OT. Gets a second one to boot. Pelican gets involved as well. Finds Finn. That's the first volley dealt with. It's going to be the first little bit off the time bank. Now just a minute remaining here for the Shock, but Violet again is building up rapidly, but this time Lastro is catching pace with him.
And Finn's not, well, he is 10% ahead of Creative, but I think Outlaws can sort of last long enough for Creative to catch up. It's a huge amount of time to be lost here. Shock basically onto last attempt here. I mean, unless they lose super quickly and reset again, this is it. This is the push. Finn's got the ult.
Merritt.
Something opens.
Take it down, Proper himself still low, and Dante will be able to find that elimination crucially moments before the sound barrier shielding does come in. Support ultimates across both sides, everybody matching. Dante, Primal Rage online, ready to pop it at a moment's notice. Kaluj 9% away from one of his own, but Pelican gonna be taken down, and he nearly had that Death Blossom up. That could have been a major difference maker, but Dante still gets into the back line. Manages to get a trap there onto Finn, finds the kill, now pulls back, dropping the bubble so they can safely exit back through the archway. They're going to have to surrender a couple things, but they can go for the recontest.
And they are, because Dante is still alive here, by the way, still ultimates online for Shock. This one's going to get really interesting. Mirror comes through, overclock, Nissan hands. Where the shot?
Striker! Oh, damage! Kaluj goes diving forward, Striker's right there with him. The Death Blossom finds two. Lastro and Merritt absolutely assassinated, and that's going to be the cap on A.
Wow. Great last attempt from Outlaws. But Striker landing on a ton of damage. Merritt actually not getting the valley. Where was Proper? Currently,
he's all the way up here.
Really far ahead, looking for some rail charge. San Francisco Shock, I mean, at this point, if Proper just finds it, so if he gets some rail charge, finds a snipe, Shock get a lot of free push time. They're trying to maximize push here. Very limited number of opportunities for them to still get some push in.
Dante
melted.
Tag down, the overclock goes through. Striker has the follow-up shots. They get the kill. Merritt stuck into the corner, just knocked there by Kaluj with the primal, and Proper's able to play off the back of it. Alley-ooping the kill for him. It's another team kill, and the cart will continue to push. Shock looking to make the miracle OT run.
And it's the extra, you know, push here now that really makes up for the failures of that first minute and a half of pushing for the San Francisco Shock in terms of A. They didn't get much done on A. But after capping, they're now getting some serious work done on B. And the Outlaws, they need to find a solution. Pelican has a Death Blossom, but how do you get him in? Creative looking for a kill. He's got one. He's got the Suzu, and he's got a rush up next.
That could be it. I thought maybe he was just going to pull the trigger on the Death Blossom, but now goes in for it. Does get pushed back for a brief little moment. Striker goes into the Wraith form, keeps himself alive, but as that expires, Merritt will strike him down. The OT bleeds away as they clear the cart, but considering that they had the disadvantage coming into this, the San Francisco Shock are going to be feeling rather comfortable with the distance that they were able to acquire. They just have to hold off for 2 minutes and 27 seconds to be able to tie this up.
Yeah, for sure. And based on the distance here, it's super doable for the Shock. I think if they just managed to cap A, but then sort of, you know, lost the initial fight in the archway or something like that, and the payload didn't really get in distance on B, this would be definitely in the hands of the Houston Outlaws. It can still be in the hands of the Houston Outlaws, but a lot of serious work needs to be done here because that was some great snowballing coming from the San Francisco Shock after capping. Really setting the stage now to have a great defense. Even if the Shock lose A, the distance they gain on B should be pretty defendable too.
Well, now, Shock got to be ready to be strapped in for this defense. Very well could be a hole today. You can see this is the setup from Striker. Sneakily got himself up onto the high ground. We'll see the engage come down from Kaluj. Yeah. Kaluj draws the attention. Striker drops in from above, and the Death Blossom absolutely wreaks havoc. And this is one of the things that people watch plays like this and they'll be like, oh my god, he pressed Q, that's so impressive. But it's about the timing. It's about the decision making and setting up a play.
It's also about
like
the impact.
To make it work.
He shut down Merritt.
And also just
shut down Merritt.
You can't just die when you go for those plays. We've seen it this weekend.
I think Outlaws would have had the potential retake, you know, if Merritt was alive and managed to get the rails in. Striker shutting him down is everything. Shock are getting very heavy in front of Outlaws' face here. They don't want Outlaws to really touch the point at all, but Shock will leave a little of that space now.
Oh, getting Proper. Oh, that would have been a monstrous pickoff, but can't quite finish him off. The Shock, however, are going to be contained back in the archway as well as the hotel, but now that they get topped up, they're going to start pushing forward, trying to retake some space, not surrender the second tick, but Houston Outlaws will be able to grab that all the same, and given the time advantage, that's still going to be rather good for them, but Dante ends up falling at the end. The rest of the team either needs to die, reset now, or try to get the hell out of there. You can see the Striker cut off their exit. Yeah, TP is right in behind them. Lastro will be able to make it out. Pelican, the last one to fall.
Okay, and that's definitely the 30-second advantage gone now. We're down to 130. The Houston Outlaws Looking at the ultimates, Creative this time is very far behind Finn. I think that was kind of the case beforehand anyway, so we're going to get into first ultimates here with Finn and Violet arrive just that much sooner than last run Creative, especially Creative's current charge. That will make a difference yet.
Big looking to challenge the corner. So ticking up again now at 76.6%. Creative further behind. The rush now going to come out from Finn. They go pushing forward. The rail shot is good. Proper assassinates Merit in midair. Looks for a little bit more and just hold on to this ultimate. The reset needs to come in right now for the rest of the Outlaws. Lastro low. Barely breaks around the corner to keep himself safe. Creative continuing to play forward. Doesn't have that bailout, but he is playing with fire.
And it's so important that Prob actually held on to the overclock as well, because now they can be popped for this fight. This is going to be a really big one. But for Outlaws, it might be the final one if they cannot cap, but they do have double support ultimates. They finally had that rush available. Here we go. Creative goes in.
Rush comes in, but still the sound barrier not forced out. Violet not feeling that pressure.
Watch the cap.
Go ahead, they pull away, but the cap is going to be coming through. So Shock now are going to have to play for that control of the choke point.
They give it up.
They have it. Certainly is possible.
And actually, I kind of respect that. Shock know they have more space to play through. They know this one's going to OT. There's sort of a long push on B that the Outlaws have to make. So they allow Outlaws to have the cap for just a rush. However, that means Outlaws still hold on to 4 ultimates. Shock are about to have their own 4. Nobody has a Kitsune rush.
No rushes. The beats are there. Both overclocks. I mean, it's pretty much going to be evenly matched. As Striker has it. Death Blossom online. Proper opens things up first and foremost. The sound barrier comes in. Death Blossom out from Pelican to try to stave them off. Gets through the shielding, but doesn't find any kills. Creative will find Finn. Now the answering. Death Blossom comes through from Striker, and he cleans up Lastro. Dante, the last man standing, and he can't get himself over to the cart. They zone him back perfectly. And even though Proper will say C9, it certainly was not. But it is the San Francisco Shock picking up a map win as they tie this series up 1-1.
And they played the time bank so well. I mean, say what you will about the actual regulation time, and to be fair, even then, Shock had a pretty decent attack. I think both teams left a little bit to be desired on their respective defenses. And the extra advantage that Houston had on the time bank, I mean, it makes a lot of difference, but only if the entire time bank is contained to the A point or near the A point, as we saw from Shock holding the archway there. The fact that Shock get their payload so far beyond that to the final corner of B onto nearly the final stretch, that's far too much for the Houston Outlaws to deal with on their own time bank.
Well, we can celebrate that this is not going to be a 3-0 series. We have a series on our hands. Tied up 1-1. Houston Outlaws now on the back foot, looking to try to retake the lead with their map pick as we get ready to go into Escort. We'll see what they decide to take us to and whether or not it's going to be good enough to go ahead and retake this lead over top of the San Francisco Shock, or if it will be the Shock moving forward, looking for revenge after suffering a loss the last time these two teams did face off against one another. We're going to go to a quick little break, and when we come back, we'll have that Escort map for you, so don't go anywhere.
You know what?
Yo, Danny, Jesus Christ, calm the hell down.
No, I'm muting.
No, just please mute. Don't let Danny touch the mic, please. Don't let him touch the mic.
Is it loud?
Yes! Yes, Danny!
왜 한숨 쉬는데? 텐션 좀 안 떨어지게 해줘. 진짜 부탁할게. 너네 너무 재밌어. 나 그냥 그럼 입 다물고 있을까? 너네 너무 재밌어. 텐션이 막 떨어져. 입 다물고 있을게. Thank you.
Whoa. Yeah, you're good. Oh,
This is Kev.
This is Kev. Kev, sir. This is Kev, sir.
Where are you?
Who are you? Where are you?
젤라스 큐리오 막 이런 거 하겠네. 아 우리는 왜 저렇게 안 해줬어? 네, 우리는 이제 홈이 아니라 하지. 온샌드 특혜야 이게.
얘네도 홈이잖아.
Yeah,
there'll be
so many Dallas fans.
Look at them fuel fans.
Imagine being a fuel fan. Hey, look, if they're on, can they shut up?
레디 준혁이 형이 치자. 준혁이 형 심판 다 이겼어.
야.
응?
야.
뭐라고요?
야.
견디라고?
이기자.
아.
이기자. I need a motivational speech right now.
Do you guys need water or hand warmers or anything?
Yeah, I have 3 waters here.
Always stay hydrated.
You praying, Runner? What?
Thinking.
Oh Father who art in heaven. 터졌다 이거 핫팩. 핫팩 터졌어요. 어떡하지? 그냥 키보드를 바꿔야겠네.
그러니까 저 인식력 잘 안 되지 않나?
아 할 수 있어 할 수 있어.
잘했어.
퍼드
잘했어.
그거다. 퍼드 걸리면은 관중들 잡아주잖아.
그거 잘했으면
그렇지.
그거 잘했으면.
그 자리야 낙사 딱 시키고 함성 소리 딱 들으면 이제 지르지 그냥.
충분히 잘했어. 뽕만 지렸다.
내가 공 돌릴 때마다 함성 소리.
야, 리퍼.
맞지.
Whoever said lightning doesn't strike twice has never met the San Francisco shots.
Just the depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied. Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
This is going to be a wild ride.
Somehow Violet's going to come to the rescue, get a double kill. Toulouse says, how about that one, Chief? See you later.
Dude, his aim is so crispy.
Finn doesn't miss those. Holy cow.
A stick on Hardy. Striker's able to bring the Titan down.
Sam straight to the backline, insta killing.
Oh, Mikey! San Francisco, the greatest team in Overwatch.
And welcome back. Now listen, chat. I told you this yesterday. I'm not going to tell you again unless I'm contractually obligated, which I might be during this playoff run, but get your Clockwork Zenyatta skin while you still can. It's a limited run, November 15th, and then it's gone. So what are you doing? Get off your butts. League tokens, buy them. Buy it. 300, I think. I forget the value. Anyway.
Buy it all.
That's my,
buy the pack. There's a pack.
Read.
There's an entire value pack. You can get like a bunch of the, if you missed out on some of the other stage skins that we've had, like the Luchador skin, the Happy Genji. Yeah. There's one more. There's the Mercy one as well. Yeah, there's like a big bundle you can get as well. So get them all.
I'm going for the
get the recolors
real
too.
estate. I'm going for the free real estate-esque sales pitch where I just yell at people into doing something. Where I'm just like, just get your real estate. It's free. So this is 300 tokens. But hey, if you've been watching the league all season long, you probably have plenty. Wink, wink. Anyway, let's focus back up on the series, which is tied up at 1-1.
My goodness, that last map was super competitive, right? Went all the way, 4-5. Look at the scoreline even. When we look at how Ilios played out, I think we all expected a bit more from Shock on Well specifically. Outlaws dominated them 100-0, let nothing go stat-wise as well. Did not look pretty for the San Francisco Shock, but what a comeback on the Kings Row map. I mean, they really put San Francisco, they really put the Houston Outlaws, you know, to the sword there. And I think after what we saw from that first defense where they didn't get the touch in time, a very nice 4C9 via Merit's disrupt the shot. San Francisco Shock came back with a bit of a vengeance on their own attack and then an extremely successful time back as we now hit the Route 66, which is going to be the Houston Outlaws pick, and they will be avoiding any particular escort maps that could involve a Sigma.
Well, let's see how this goes for them. It was a great start, really dominant from the side of the Outlaws. I mean, being able to get that second round of Ilios 100-0, but things have slipped up just a little bit there on Kings Row. Granted, was Shock's map pick, so they shouldn't feel too bad and too down on themselves about that one, but they can't get a win on Route 66. That's when things are going to start getting a bit dire and when the Outlaws fans are going to have to start sweating.
Let's take a look at if anybody does anything interesting here. We did actually see a hog, I think it was from Boucher on the A attack, just to defeat the spawn hold. And teams do like to hold quite forward, I think, on this A defense here as well. So expecting San Francisco Shock to run right up to the Houston Outlaws spawn doors. Not maybe touching it, but certainly close enough to slow things down, allow strikers some angles to work through. A lot of disengage tools as well for teams holding up close. So we did also, by the way, see Dante pull up the hog on Busan in their previous matchup versus Toronto, so that is a capability and a possibility.
Alrighty. Curious to see, do we have the Hanzo for the recon arrow come out here off the rip? Do we get the Widowmaker one-shot attempts from the Outlaws? Or did they just play this straight, go out with this Sojourn Reaper? Because right now, looking like that's going to be the case. So no cheeky plays. I like the cheeky plays because when they work, they look incredible. They can turn the tide of a initial fight, but it's like they're all business.
Shock playing this one safely. Houston Outlaws will find the first corner without too much issue here. As I think both Proper and Merit would like some opportunities to charge up these early rails. We've seen plenty of those open up. These points, Proper's had some, Merit's had some as well. This will be Outlaws making the first move. And a jump to Big Earls as well.
Kalush taking down Lastro. Finding that elimination, not quite sure what the positioning was there, but either way, zone back away from the supports, didn't get any TLC from them. And with that kill going down, that's the Shock having to play well back here into the canyon. Striker just going to be TPing back across the opposite side and make sure that he doesn't get bit by anything.
I think he's trying, no, he's going for the flank. He's working with Violet on the side here, so they're going to go for a two-pronged approach. And while Striker's buying space here, Kalush finds an opportunity to jump in, Merit with 100 charge. Can he find something here? That would end this defense.
Couple taps in, see the Proper's up here on the high ground. Dante comes joining in to try to find the elimination. Finn taking the TP across, stay safe, and the rail shot not really going to connect. They get within 3 meters, capping here onto A, but then do get pulled back as they were sending a merry chase by Proper.
Look at Finn's ult, by the way. He's going to have that very soon. Unless Merit can find another strong rail shot. Should be double support ultimates here. Shot can pull trigger.
Yep, any kill, any ult could really be the tipping point here, but now it's going to be support v support ult available. Proper does have the advantage towards that overclock if he's able to stay alive. Currently going to be hovering down below half HP. Merit finds Finn as the rush comes out. Takes his head off. Violet for now, still going to be holding on to that beat. Gets sinking lower and lower, and Dante will just juggle him around. So good on Violet to go ahead and hold that ult. Knows that he would have died. Ajax having tried to pull the trigger on it, so ends up getting cleaned up due to the Shock. They drained the time bank by about half, but now it's going to be that 2.5 minute bump up. So 4:25 in the time bank.
And I think we're playing a little bit of ult chicken game here as well. You see the Shock not wanting to pull extra ultimates into play. I kind of felt like maybe Proper would throw in the extra overclock that would force Lashro to ult. Merit could then possibly go for his own ult, and Violet would respond with the sound barrier, right? Currently we're seeing a lot of sound barriers being thrown in response to overclock specifically. But here, Shock, I mean, they just barrel through.
Oh, Proper.
By the way, takes a huge shot. Merit took him to one.
Okay, well, they say, yeah, let's contest the high ground, and the Outlaw said, thank you very much. Pleasure doing business with you.
What a wife.
I'm Pelican, yeah, just invests the one ult. Cleans up 3 people in the
other
fight.
thing is,
the cart can continue to glide forward.
Typically, when you're the defensive team and you lose A like that, and you say, okay, we're going to hold on ultimates for B, you're looking for very early fights, a lot of value there. You see Pelican finishing off Proper. It was Merit getting the initial shot, dropping Proper to 1, that then allows Pelican to get the cleanup.
And we're right back into it.
Fight starts
once again, Merit finds the follow-up. At the overclock. Okay, this is going to be 3 kills for him. Looks for a little bit more, does spot Violet out. Finn out in no man's land, gets taken down by the right click here from
that could be the cap.
That pick so far is working out beautifully from the side of the Outlaws, as you say. Could very well be the cap, but still over 3 minutes, so this would give them another 4.5.
They got to get there now. Is a disruptor shot going to slow this one down? Sound barrier, they want a Shock. They know they got to touch. Still got a primal there to play through as well.
Yep, answering beat comes in. Violet hovering around a half HP. Slowly helps himself back up, steadily channeling that healing. Proper finds 1. With Dante falling, that could be the turning point, especially with Kalush finding a 3rd here in the fight. So the support's going to be the last one standing. Creative, they could try to stagger him a little bit. So go ahead and show a bit of mercy, kill him off, and
I gotta say,
successfully hold.
That is the first actual San Francisco Shock defense that we've seen this entire defense so far. provably by the fact that you see how all those Outlaws players just died. That is all of their first deaths. They actually hadn't died yet. Everyone just had their first death right now on the Outlaws in that fight. That's how long it's taken. So Shock finally got a defense going their way. First time they actually reset the Outlaws.
Well, Creative does have the advantage here. The rush is going to be used. Everybody from the Shock is sitting up here on the high ground. Striker now going to be dropping down. Does get the cart contested. Violet, however, going to fall. And as soon as the Wraith Walk is done, Maris will go ahead and just put a rail right through Striker's head. And yeah, there's the cleanup. There's the cap. 3 minutes 25.
And here's the problem with that line of play from the Shock, because I think it would have otherwise been correct, right? They just want to hide away from the Kitsuna rush. They have full high ground control. They don't want to contest. However, the payload is about to cap, so they're forced to go in. Shock cannot hide away from the Kitsuna rush. They must contest, and when they do, they get wiped out. Houston Outlaws, instantly after being reset, right back on the horse, right back into action. Still got 3 minutes plus working through on the C time bank.
And there's the rush. The Pelican looks to counteract it. Drops down with the Death Blossom. Finds Proper. Kaluj is eliminated on the back end of that fight as well. Shock tried to step to the Outlaws, but they end up getting shut down. Unless they can turn something here right now. But it's only going to be Creative as a casualty for the Outlaws. And he can rejoin so quickly as he's just now respawned and can TP right back in.
This momentum doesn't stop as well, because Merit and Lasher still have ultimates to play through. Violet's the only one that can really put an end to it, at least delay long enough for Proper and Striker to get their ultimates in. But Shock has just been losing these fights in such dramatic fashion. Like Outlaws, when they're winning so hard as well. So now it's Merit time to frag.
They beat it from Violet, shields up the whole team. Merit trying to get this shot across the Proper, unable to make it happen. Striker now holds on to the Death Blossom, unleashes it. Will find Lastro, finds Dante to boot. Once again, Shock will be able to steady themselves and find a defensive hold as they clean up the team. Widely, still going to be feeling pretty damn decent about it, given that Finn is going to be on the way with that next charge here in just a little bit.
Striker's been reliable. Old reliable Striker, finding Valley on the Death Blossoms, his ability to get in with the Reaper. And now the San Francisco Shock, without having to burn extra ultimates off the back of that Death Blossom, and also, while they did use a sound barrier, responded to by Lastro. Shock will hold for now.
Oh, look at this. Dante now jumps into the back, but all of Shock just go forward. They say, okay, we'll just pick apart your back line. Yeah, Merrick gets cornered. Lastro left out the try. Ends up going down. Card is contested, not getting any back cap going through. Cleanup will be there. This push does not work out for the Outlaws.
I mean, you gotta be concerned now for Outlaws a little bit, because we're down to just about 1 minute when all the respawns are done. Yeah, they are gonna have a Kitsuna rush, so will Finn. So there's no more like strong snowball coming out of Houston Outlaws. There's no more major advantage unless Merit or Creative or somebody just finds a snipe out of nowhere and confirms a 5v4. Doesn't look amazing. They got a big flank over them though.
Okay, double Kitsune rushing right now. They do have the Shock pushing back towards the attacker spawn, and Kaluj just gets assassinated. Merit with a great headshot finishes them off. Proper now. The overclock expiring is just pinned into the corner. Dante and Pelican able to take him down. Now the smacks come through just to clear everybody off this cart. Violet will fall, and that should be the finish coming in here for the Outlaws.
Oh my God.
Not as monstrous as a time bank as they were looking at, given the way that things started off, but they still managed to complete the map with time in the bank.
I mean, Kaluj just melted that. It was incredible. Houston Outlaws destroyed him, and on the other side, Dante lives, gets a primal. It makes a world of difference. The Houston Outlaws, fantastic play in the flank, you know. I guess they look at a situation that we don't actually have to go through main. Our entire team can work this flank. Everybody has the mobility on this composition to go for the high ground, and the Shock are not prepared for it. I guess they didn't really do the scouting. They didn't realize they were getting flanked, and we dropped down the Kitsuna rushes, and this is the other thing as well, because the payload positioning is so good for the Outlaws, they can make that play happen, because as soon as they come out from that flanking angle, they're instantly on the payload. They force to fight. Shock can't wait it out. Shock must respond. And then it just comes down to who gets more value out of the Kitsuna rush, who gets the opening kill, and it was Houston Outlaws getting one of the most important kills you can get. Tank gone, 5v4, and Outlaws cap.
Well, that they do. Set themselves up nicely here. Let's see how their defense fares. Shots was widely absent, just those few little moments. Granted, the few moments did drain down the clock considerably, but it's not enough to deny the push all the way to the end. And now Outlaws, I gotta say though, far forward.
This map is much harder to cap than Kings Row, in my opinion. So, Outlaws having this 36, I mean, Shock, we'll see if they can get that. I don't know if they can, if they cap, it might end up just being an OT cap, right? They would have to have a really, really well played, especially B and C side of things. A was quite contentious between both teams. Striker's obviously not going to stay on the Hanzo, but you do want to scout out the early positioning, and Outlaws predictably will be playing forward.
But boy, I would love if he did it.
Oh,
okay, well, Merritt getting proper right off the rip.
So big.
Taking a beating, trying to stay alive. Striker twice to answer back with a kill of his own, but he can't quite get the better of Lastro. Getting taken down by the Lucio here in the end. Violet trying to bring line of sight here continuously to keep himself safe. He does so, but the Outlaws are not interested in pulling back from this position. They continue to hold on top of the car.
Yeah, I mean, they have plenty more position to play through. Even if they lose this positioning here, they can still play for at least one more, if not two more fights. And they're so heavily stacked. I mean, they got a conga line on top of this container, just all five of them.
They will start pulling back now a little bit. Proper early avoids the rail shot. Disruptor shot goes out to try to break him out of his position, but Proper finally finds an opening. Lastro taken down. Proper still under fire, but does successfully pull back away to keep himself alive at least for a little bit longer. Creative trying to go for the kill, playing well into the back lines here, but soon is going to be, I mean, I think he has run out of targets actually the TP2, so he does end up falling. And we'll be able to get a retest in, but only by a minute and 15 seconds off the time with the forward hold.
Yeah, it also doesn't feel great that Creative dies slightly late. That will, they do have to wait a little bit extra longer. It's probably only a few more seconds, but slows down the Houston Outlaws in terms of their approach. They will still get a pretty reasonable defense. Ultimate starting to come online now. Creative, despite dying, is still slightly ahead of Finn, but they'll both have the rush at the same time. And their payload distance, not even really past Big Earls yet.
Blue's dead. The sound barrier not catching him. Dead just a moment before. Merritt for that mid-air shot. This time not quite going to connect, but again, the Houston Outlaws with one little pick. They managed to gain control of the cart, keep it locked in place, and that's half the time bank now drained.
And timing-wise as well, speaking of, it's the fact that, like you mentioned, Violet doesn't save Kaluj there. Kaluj is on 91, doesn't have the Primal to save himself. Just gets killed. Dante's in trouble, and he'll just run out of this.
Okay. A bit risky there on the initial dive in, but he does get the pop going through. The Kitsune rushes out from Finn. Striker, however, taken down. Merritt with a rail shot, finds that kill. As the overclock pops, looks for a little bit more. Push to the side, turns his sights towards Proper. Able to find the tag. He's looking for another target, and he's going to get Finn at the very end. Proper now out no man's land's going to try to slide away, but it's easy pickings here.
What a defense.
Admits the Primal to this fight. Now he's just going to be taken down. Another successful hold, and just a minute and 25 left to go for the shock on this push.
I mean, Merritt's controlling the game so well. He is consistently getting opening first bloods, putting the pressure on the San Francisco Shockers hard, because now even when you have Proper using overclock, Lastro has saved the sound barrier just for him. I think it might have to come down to striking. He's got to find a sneaky Death Blossom again.
Okay. Pushes straight out to the tunnel.
Good Suzu by Finn.
Yeah. Decent damage, but no kills. Still buys a little bit of space here for the rest of the team. Striker CPing forward into the gas station. Ult of his own at the ready. Finds
that's forgotten.
That should finally be, that should finally be the cap coming through. And Pelican's got nowhere to go. Striker will hound him down, finds the kill. Striker, however, still does get picked up by Creative, but he himself will also fall at the very end. So the cap on A will be coming through, it would seem. Thought they're playing quite far forward. Does he actually want to play for this?
They don't have enough. They only have 3. Not even that, really. It's just Dante. 2. I mean, they could touch, but he's got to do it now.
The Reaper. They go out. The sound barrier's there. Creative. He can TP back in with the rest of the squad, and he also has that Kitsune rush in here. For now, the shock is disengaged. Kitsune rush does come through from Creative.
Violet's holding.
That overclock
he needs to use Violet.
Melted down. Lastro again has gotten the killing blow. Violet uses the sound barrier here to try to keep the remaining 4 players left alive in this fight. Proper still going to be hounded down. Dante finds the kill. And this last second contest is everything. It works a treat. The shock disengaged. Kaluj ends up falling. And then no one else can touch in time. A full hold at the hands of the Houston Outlaws. Their map pick of Route 66 is absolute perfection. First they get to the end of the map, then they completely shut down the attack from the shock. They now regain the lead. 2-1. Match point is in their hands.
I mean, so many well-played defenses there, but like you said, it's the final recontest, the one that looked unlikely, the one it's like, are you sure? Are you sure you want to do this one, Outlaws? Because half their team is not quite here yet. Dante goes in. They've got Pelican on the side as well. Lastro, sound barriers, that's how much they want it. And then, like you mentioned, Creative can just TP in, Kitsune rush. But what boggles me is, why does Violet wait so long? Shock cannot afford to disengage that one and try and re-engage after the Kitsune rush is gone. We're in OT. You have to touch, you have to fight, you have to play for the point. And most of their team was low HP, by the way. Violet waits so long that Kaluj dies. This time it's not even like Kaluj got melted. Violet just held on to the beat. He held on for way too long.
Then he did. Been able to build him up, but using them, picking those timings just a bit off here on this map, and it costs them dearly. Well, now the Shock again will have their map pick. We'll see where they decide to take us. Is hey, you and I get to cast a push map. It's been a little while here at Emerald. We'll see what they decide on. Whether or not it's going to be good enough for them to be able to tie this up and take it all the way to 5. And Houston Outlaws are looking hungry for the win. We'll see if they can close this out and send the Shock down to the lower bracket when we come back from the break. And we are back. Right now, the Houston Outlaws leading 2-1. And the San Francisco Shock, as you can see here on the stage, have not moved since the map ended. They have remained in their seats. There are no adjustments to be made. Players just trying to stay focused in on this series, chatting amongst themselves to get ready to try to run this back into a map 5.
Frosty shut the doors. He says you don't get to come home until you beat the Houston Outlaws. So there's some work still left to do. 2 more maps to play for the Shock. They want to get it done.
You stepped away. You weren't on your headset. I made that joke to production. We're so in sync with each other.
But you didn't say it on the broadcast. I'm going to put it out there because you know I felt it. I felt the energy in the air. Yeah, it's a funny thing to think about. But for Houston, it's all serious business here. They're 2-1. They're match point. They nearly beat the San Francisco Shock. And by the way, if Shock lose, they go up against Shanghai in the lower bracket. What a crazy opening lower bracket game that would be. Imagine that, Shanghai versus Shock. Like 3 of our last 4 championship winners in the last 4 seasons. They have to eliminate each other in the first round of the losers bracket. That would be insane. But that is the situation that Shock are currently in if they do not pull through in this matchup. As they're down 1-2, and that last map did not look good. That was probably the most one-sided map out of the 3 that we had, and we had a 100-0 on well. It's a full hold versus a full map completion coming through from the Houston Outlaws. I mean, it really doesn't get more one-sided than that.
No, it does not. Well, Esperanza going to be the decider. Apologies if I said it incorrectly. I know that Jaws is always trying to make sure that he gets it right.
Yeah.
But
Esperanza, I think is what we're looking for.
Is it the Z? I thought it wasn't the Z.
It's about it. It's like a SZ combination. Look, I don't speak any Spanish, so I can only get close. But it's something like that.
Maybe it is just Esperanza.
Like
maybe I thought that. Maybe I thought that it.
See, closer to an S. There's a bit more of an S in there. It's not like a hard Z either. Esperanza, you know what I mean? It's got, to me, it's kind of like an SZ combination there.
I think I'm throwing myself off. I don't really know. I think I'm throwing myself off.
Whatever it is,
I
look,
thought it was stated originally.
All you need to know is whatever you just said will probably still be better than what Jaws said. So that's all it's got to be.
All right.
Jaws, the name butcher, as we call him behind the scenes.
I'll take the L on it if I did say it incorrectly, and then I'll double check it later. But anyway, let's focus up as the teams get ready to prepare their compositions, which I think we know exactly what they're going to be, and we do. We'll see who is going to be able to walk away victorious on this map, because we've only seen it once so far here in the playoffs, and now it's going to be the second
time. I saw it a little bit more in contenders, so I think what I can speak to is that still pretty limited amount of sightings, but I think based on the map design, Esperanza seems like a map that is far easier to cap the checkpoint than either New Queen Street or Coliseum, because you can get this checkpoint in about 2 fights, whereas New Queen Street, you'll require 2 to 3 fights, and on Coliseum, at least 3 fights, if not more. So, yeah, I don't think it takes that much to get a cap here. It's getting the rest of the way after the cap that can be quite difficult. Also, a lot of flanking angles. So, you know, if you've got a flanking Karika on your team, gotta watch out for that. Also, Reapers like to approach from that angle as well. San Francisco Shock, though, they're starting out on the bridge side, and Houston Outlaws is starting on the actual cap side.
Alrighty, well. Bot now unlocked.
Swap sides on the map.
His push, and yes, we have. We're playing Ring Around the Rosie once again. San Francisco Shock, we're doing plenty of this on Kings Row, playing to the hotel. Now they're doing the same here with the center pillar, but now the bot is still going to be pushing in favor of the Houston Outlaws, so Shock need to find an avenue of approach to get themselves on top of this damn thing to stop it from moving forward.
Alrighty. Opening damage. No one's really found a pick just yet. Merit holding 100 charge. Been invited once again, getting away with the ultimates. I don't know how they do it every single map, time and time again. Fight, by the way, screeching ahead. Kalush low, though.
Is steadily getting healed up, and Violent again.
That's the shot.
First to have that sound barrier available, and probably gets a headshot on a Merit. Opening kill going to be found. Dante as well going to be taken down, so finally the Shock will be able to steal the spot away. Again, looking to buy a little bit more time, but it's quickly dealt with there by Striker, who is just filling the kill feed over and over again. And the Shock, they build up these ults a little bit faster, don't have to invest any of them to regain control.
And I think for Shock as well, they're... Okay, we've got a bit of a pause coming through, but they go through a very kind of... not quite long rotation, but it takes them a while to get into the fight, and due to that, Houston Outlaws sneak away 21 meters on the payload. So, you know, while 21 meters certainly won't win you the map or anything, it's a decent amount to just slightly have for now to at least come back on to work through. You know, I talked about the fact that it should be fairly straightforward to cap a checkpoint on Esperanza. So, if Shock can win a second fight here, no, they would have to win 2, because they had to win 1 to get control of the payload. They would have to win 1 now and then 1 more to get the cap. So for them, it'll actually take 3, based on how this game mode actually works now. So Striker disconnected, by the way, so he should be coming in. That's the tech issue we're working with.
Well, Fortunately for the Shock, they were able to win the fight before it happened. Yeah. So now we can get him back in. Oh, maybe a monitor issue. Either way, should be able to get things taken care of here relatively quickly.
His peripherals are safe. That's all I care about.
Yeah.
As well, we'll see what happens with this monitor there. Got to get all 360 hertz or whatever.
As long as the desk stays intact, that's one of the things that can cause a really extended delay if you happen to break the desk. So,
and the entire desk it looks like an extended desk. It looks like everyone's working on the same super long desk as well.
You accidentally kick the legs out on the far end, and everything goes sliding down.
Your whole team falls. Yeah, your whole team just ends up copping the L there.
That would be, I think that would definitely call for a very meaty pause. That would probably take about 30, 40 minutes to try to get everything back up and running. So let's hope that never happens. And I think so far we've had a pretty good track record in that regard. But once this is squared away, we should be able to just go back into this one, where the Shock have established a monstrous 0.07 meter distance gain.
And despite having, here's the other thing as well, like, despite having the earlier support ultimates, Shock don't always use them earlier as well, because they want greater value in fights. Like, obviously, if they can win a fight and not have to use any ultimates, that's the ideal scenario, which is the scenario we find ourselves in now. You're proper finding an instant headshot, Shock save ultimates, they clean up, and they start to push forward. But like I said, they need to win about 2 more fights here because they had to reset the payload and get back control of it. And in that time, Creative should be able to find his own Concerno Rush. He's only about 13% away currently. He's on 87. The rest of the players are fairly even. I mean, everybody on the DPS and both of our tanks are probably going to get the ultimates at the same time. So the subsequent fights from here on out are going to get pretty bloody. And for the Houston Outlaws, with that extra 21 meter advantage, I mean, they probably won't be able to cap in a single fight win because they'll have to win. They'll have to take control of the payload, start some push, and probably have to go for one more fight there as Shock come in for the final contest.
I mean, you talk about things getting bloody. Aside really from Route 66 and the one round of Ilios, it has been nothing but bloody between these two teams. Kings Row was just so much back and forth, people getting picked on either side throughout that entire map. So I think that, yeah, it's definitely going to be bloody between the two once we can get back into it. But for now, you guys just get to hang out with us, and we get to just chill and do our classic little APAC podcast between the two of us here, I suppose. Never mind. Maybe not. Podcast is canceled. We're going to a break. So we'll be right back after these messages. See, our podcast is sponsored, so we have to go to, these are our sponsors. So yeah, we'll see you guys in just a bit.
The 2022 Overwatch League Grand Finals are upon us, and it's going to be one heck of a battle this time around. We got the East, we got the West, and it will be a clash of the Titans like we've never seen before. Personally, if you were to ask me, who is going to win the 2022 Grand Finals for the Overwatch League? I'm going with the Dallas Fuel, baby. I think this is the year for Hastro and the boys Burning Blue to win the Overwatch League, all right? Everything's been building up to this moment. Hanbin is having one of the best seasons a tank player ever has in the Overwatch League this year. Just the flexibility, being able to play Zarya, D.Va. I mean, Hanbin, he can play everything at this point. This is an incredibly strong roster from the Dallas Fuel. The team sync, the hive mind, it's online, it's booted up. Coach Rush, he's been on it this year. I'm picking the Dallas Fuel to win the 2022 Overwatch League playoffs. It's gonna be sick.
Okay, who do I think will win the 2022 Overwatch League Grand Finals? I would have to say Dallas Fuel because Hanbin on that Zarya looks unstoppable.
I believe that the Seoul Dynasty are going to win the Overwatch League Grand Finals this year because they have Profit. Duh.
Who do I think is going to win the Grand Finals this year? Honestly, it could be Seoul Dynasty or Shanghai Dragons from the East, even Philly, and less so Philly. We got Dallas Fuel, we got the LA Gladiators, we got the San Francisco Shock in the West. Personally, I'm going for the Dallas Fuel. When Hanbin's on that Zarya, they are unstoppable. Burn blue, baby.
Who do I think will win the 2022 Overwatch League Grand Finals? Well, honestly, no clue. I think it's going to be really, really close this year. It's really hard to make a prediction. However, if I had to make one, I'd give it to the San Francisco Shock just because they have proper... I don't think with him in the lineup there is any stopping them.
Hot take. I think the Seoul Dynasty kind of clean sweep their way through playoffs and land themselves in the grand finals, then eventually win it. They've got Profit and Fitz. They have Stalker. Their DPS line is not only hyper solid, it's also extremely deep in terms of their hero pools. They have Smurf, who can play every tank under the sun. Vindime and Iris, do I need to say more? I don't think I do. The Shanghai Dragons, Dallas Fuel, all the top teams that are currently up there in the rankings, they don't stand a chance against the Seoul Dynasty. Look, at the end of the day, I know people are going to fight me on this. They shouldn't. I can put up a meme fair of fisticuffs. Don't cross me. And don't cross the Seoul Dynasty.
Who do I think is winning the Overwatch League 2022 Grand Finals? Yeah, it's a tough one to call, but I think for me, it's going to be the Dallas Fuel. They seem to be peaking at the right times as a team right now. They've just won the Summer Showdown. They have a great record in the Countdown Cup as well. The meta that we're going into the playoffs, I believe, heavily favors off-tank heroes like D.Va, like Zarya, all tanks that Harbin is considered to be the best in the world at. Edison's also starting to pop off at the right time. He's had great improvement over the season on the hit scans. Looking at the Dallas Fuel roster, they have all the pieces they need to dominate this playoffs. They are the team to beat.
And we're back, and hopefully it should be underway here in just a brief little moment. But Dante, this man has continued to impress us. We've been talking about it the whole way throughout during the break and whatnot. By the way, thank you to our sponsors, which is like all of the other Overwatch League casters. So thank you for sponsoring the podcast. But Dante has been a breath of fresh air. It's relieving to see how well versed he is playing this Winston.
Yeah, I think that was especially shown in our opening map as well on Ilios because, you know, stat-wise, obviously everyone in Outlaws stat-wise basically outperformed San Francisco Shock, but Mikey did not have a great map to start things out with. Now versus Kaluj, it's been fairly 50-50 on Route 66, as you can see the stats here. Houston Outlaws with their domination of actually finishing the map, full holding. Kaluj didn't have a great time. Dante dominated the stats over there. But then you look at how it went on King's Row, and that was much more competitive for Kaluj. So I don't think it's necessarily set in stone yet that Dante is definitely better than Kaluj yet. I think we can wait till the end of the series, maybe after Esperanza, that can be settled once and for all. But the point is that Dante is definitely showing some really good stuff on the Winston as a tank player, because you could say, okay, well, you know, both of these guys are not necessarily Winston players. They're not career main tank players. But before this year, Dante wasn't even a tank player. He was a DPS player. So he's got that going for him as well in terms of having to have role swapped.
I mean, it feels like the Houston Outlaws have a deep history of doing things and changing things up where it really makes you like scratch your head initially, and then you kind of see it play out, and then you say, okay, I get it. It's actually worked out. Jake moving over into a coaching position while also playing the game from time to time last season was one of those things where like, I don't know how this is going to go. Turns out it's been pretty damn good. Dante moving over from that DPS role into playing tank has also been incredibly good for the Houston Outlaws. Right now, I mean, they're just one map away. Think about this. They're one map away from sending the San Francisco Shock into the lower bracket. That already is crazy. But it will be the Shock versus the Shanghai Dragons in a battle to stay alive. That is insane.
If it goes that way.
If it goes that way. Setting right now.
Because if it's like, yeah, if that's what it ends up being, like I mentioned earlier, that is literally because Shock went back-to-back, 3 of our last 4 champions between the Shock and the Shanghai Dragons having to face off straight away in the lower bracket. Like, that is insanity. That's, you know, I don't know if you'd call them favorites, because I think most people consider teams like Gladiators or Seoul or like Dallas Fuel obviously to be like the stronger favorites here, but Shock should still be up there in contention, right? Houston Outlaws are a team that look incredibly dangerous. Shanghai, you still give them benefit of the doubt. They had a really bad start versus the Spark, but maybe they could make a lower bracket run. But for somebody, it's going to be a very early exit. I actually saw a tweet from Lip earlier today that was a little bit heartbreaking, and it basically went, it's like, I don't want this to end. I'm like, dude, I feel you, brother. Feels like Shanghai have barely gotten a chance to play. They haven't won a map yet. So at least Shock have got that. It's been a 2-1 series here. We're not going to get 3-0.
No, we're not, which is all we could have hoped for. And right now, this series has been delivering on the 5 maps. Because, you know, sometimes, especially with the Outlaws involved, they have been a part of a toilet bowl or two. In the past, this is one of those series that is deservedly looking good and deservedly is extended. All we can really hope for is that we go to a Game 5, as well as have the issue taken care of, because I'm told that we have another little bit of sponsor block coming up, so we'll stop the podcast here, and we'll see you guys on the other side of these adverts.
thank you to all the fans that support us. Overwatch League channel just hit 1 million subscribers. We wouldn't be here without you, so thank you everyone.
Thanks everyone for getting us to 1 million subscribers on YouTube.
앞으로도 계속 쭉 봐주세요. 시카고.
Hi everybody, Danny here. Overwatch League YouTube is popping off. Let's keep on going until we reach 5 million, even 10 million in the next couple of years, hopefully.
Appreciate all the support, guys. Thank you for getting the Overwatch League channel to 1 million subscribers, and I hope you keep supporting us.
Thank you so much.
What's up everybody, it's Reinforce here. Thank you so much to the first 1 million users who subscribed to the Overwatch League channel, okay? We did it, alright? That was the cool kids. But don't miss out, you still have a chance to be part of the first 1 billion subscribers to the Overwatch League YouTube channel, alright? Wow. So get in there, subscribe to the Overwatch League YouTube channel. Thank you so much for everybody for subscribing, supporting the channel. And let's get the next pack, let's go.
오버워치 리그 유튜버가 이번에 100만 구독자 수를 찍었는데 정말 일단은 100만 찍을 수 있게 도와주신 리그 팬분들한테 정말 감사드리고요.
오버워치 리그가 있기 때문에 저희도 있는 거고 저희가 있기 때문에 또 오버워치 리그가 있는 거기 때문에 이제 저희도 더 열심히 해가지고 오버워치 리그 더 승승장구할 수 있게 노력해보겠습니다.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. I was too busy checking out the Overwatch League's 1 million subscriber. We did it! We made it to the promised land of success. I'm proud of every single one of you. Thank you for being subscribers and following us through it all. Here's to 100 million subscribers.
앞으로 더 많이 봐주셔서 200만 달성되기를 기원하고 그다음에 앞으로도 자주 봐주시길 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
Cheers, love, Zoe here. I want to thank you all so much for your support and helping us achieving this beautiful milestone, 1 million subscribers. We obviously couldn't have done it without you, and we hope for many more years of your support. Like and subscribe.
And we are back. And yeah, thank you guys so much for subbing to the channel. Make sure you keep that stuff up. But as you can see, we do have a substitution mid-map. It's going to be a PC swap. But now that we've gotten that taken care of, we should just, you see Striker's just making sure that he's got all his settings ready to go, and then he'll get back into the game. And from there, we will be underway. So we appreciate everybody for sticking with us throughout this little pause, but what can I say? It's all my fault. I'm cursed. I was there at the pause.
That's true.
World Cup 2018 in Korea. I was there for the Unco pause. I was there for the Coma and Luffy pause of Gongdu Panther of Contenders Season 2 2018 alongside Wolf. So it's just basically, it's me.
Nice.
If you want somebody to hate on me. But here we go. We can finally get underway.
Yeah, here for the great striker pause of the 2022 playoffs. As we head back into Esperanza, which I've been told is actually not Spanish, it's Brazilian, so stay mad. As we head into what is our next fight. We have same ultimates, same deals everyone's going to have there. So here we go, rush in.
There are margins there. Proper was nearly picked off, but it's going to be Finn with a nice headshot there on Dante to finish the job. And 2 more quick follow-up kills with Creative. Going to go down here on the back end. Last one to fall, and that seems like Shock not really missing a beat. Now, just going to go ahead and start storming forward as Proper looks to find a cheeky pick right out the gate. He won't.
Should be one more contestant here. Not a lot was used by Outlaws there, just the one ultimate traded. As we head straight for that captain, look how close you get. Even after that fight when Vision Outlaws will arrive, won't take too much. What Pelican here should be an interesting strike actually for the first. Lastro, no chance he right in.
Yeah, had he gone for it, likely would have died. Proper cleared down there by Dante, and yeah, the Cavi is there to the forward spot. Could be snatched up here by the side of the San Francisco Shock, but it's going to fight back here from the Houston Outlaws, so they should be able to take this at no additional distance. It's going to be found on the back end. They can't wait out the little break, but Shock still do have a nice little advantage.
We have to start on that 21 there, and with the extra forward spawn, you can see that everyone from the Shock suddenly arriving on time. Forward spawn now removed, but everyone spawned in time anyway. And a very quick engage here, and actually Outlaws are in the sort of position where, yeah, absolutely, if they win this fight, they are going to get this cap, so they can actually get it in 2 fights as well.
Moving their way forward, on the clock, pop from Merritt. Charge here from Proper, looking for a target to try to shut down, goes wide, doesn't manage to find Merritt. Merritt's not finding much of anything either. Just gets Striker there on the flank, but it seems like he's just as unprepared for it, so has to just pull back away from that position. No elimination is going to be found on the back end of that all. Now, Zune rush out from Creative, Finn not quite having his to match. Violet does have the sound barrier, drops the beat. Lastro going to be using one of his own, but Parrot has been taken down. Striker finds the elimination. Spot's still going to be locked into place. Houston Outlaws unable to advance. Blues goes diving forward. Pelican opens things up, however. Death Blossom goes in, manages to find 2 kills in that fight, and that might just be the difference maker here. Narrowly.
Finn's such a late option. Something like 3 people right there.
The fight, but Striker moves forward off the back of it, still finds the kill, finds the second one, and maybe and Kitsune Rush is just what they needed.
No primal
to commit it to the fight, and Striker cleans up 4. It works a treat, and the Shock have the bot right back in their control. It seemed like Finn waited way too long, but it was right on time.
I don't know what just happened. Krusty must have inserted. He snuck in some hacks on that new computer, that PC. 2 coming in for Striker coming in clutch. Finn with a 3-man Kitsune Rush when they were losing the fight, and Striker just walks forward, kills everybody. And the Houston Outlaws, they try to survive the potting pot. Suzu and Dante calls it, says no primal, we're just going to lose this fight. And the Shock clutch on out. I think most of the times that ultimate would have probably been wasted, but Striker really made it work. Now comes that primal.
Okay, well, Striker has been taken down. Pelican looking to do much of the same that we just saw from Striker. Finds 2 kills for himself. Lastro will claim a 3rd. It'll be the bot once again getting shipped back over into neutral territory here by the Houston Outlaws, taking away that forward spawn here in just a moment. And yes, okay, Finn will be split spawn, but given that he's got that teleport, it shouldn't be too big of a concern.
See what they can get here. Again, very close to reaching this cap is the Houston Outlaws, but they've really run out of resources here, waiting for Creative to pop through next. The Shock, everyone around the corner. They're giving away a lot of distance here. They can definitely get a little bit more aggressive than this. Taking the corner now. There's Creative.
Okay, left up by himself, ends up falling. Merritt will find Striker. Now the Houston Outlaws are in a very good position to be able to take the lead here. Rush forward, hounding down everybody off the back of Creative's rush. And that will be the checkpoint. And given that the respawns are still waiting to come through, Outlaws will
flip as well. The lead. Yep, 1.33 meters. Pelican comes back to escort. Outlaws now have a couple of other ultimates coming online. And with 4 minutes remaining, this distance here being set by the Outlaws, I think will be potentially the final distance set by the Outlaws and what they will use to try and win if they can at all. Dropping now the overclock. Merit to answer.
Clock on either side. Striker, the one who pays the price. His Proper still looks for a target desperately. He's trying to hound down Merritt, but can't make it happen. Now the sound barrier used by Laster to go on the offensive here. Violet matching. Finn has the rush in as well. Pelican pulls back, Wreath away. Death Blossom still at the ready, but they suss it out. They know exactly where he sat at. They collapse in onto the Reap, but they find the kill. Pelican now out of there. San Francisco Shock have the man advantage. The bot's still not moving forward. With Dante dead, however, they should be able to start moving this back across and try to get their advantage back into their hands.
You see there was a moment there where Pelican's like, there's about 3 people in this room. If I just press Q, it might work out. And ends up holding it. They have the 71-meter lead now to the 54 of the Shock, and Houston Outlaws will save it for the next fight. And so we'll get all the forward respawns here. They'll have a very early opportunity to defend. A few plays on the flank as well. Look at this. They're actually got to all move away onto the side. Have bridge control. Is this scouted out by the Shock? Well, they know now. They certainly do.
Okay, drops down. Pelican instantly finding 2. Takes Proper and Striker down to about a sliver of HP. And Dante will be able to dive in there with the Primal rolling to find a kill on the Proper. The team kill comes through. Houston Outlaws maintain control of the bot.
Yep.
Back to the midpoint of the map. Now they're going to be looking to gain even more distance. But ult-wise, they are going to be lacking. And Shock are going to have several more coming online here relatively soon.
We'll see if they sneak any distance here, because Shock are coming back in very quickly. Yeah, they should be able to reach the marker in time, so no distance snuck in at all. However, look at the rush.
Rush comes in, diving to the back there briefly from Dante. Takes
the
beating. Oh, he gets back around the corner just in time to stay safe. Proper now. Overclock pops. Still takes a nasty shot. He'll get top back up. Pelican's going to be picked off. Striker finding the elimination. Overclock widely not going to be leading to too much, but they will still be able to crunch here onto the enemy Winston. Find the kills, and once again, just like tug of war, go back and forth between the two.
And you know what?
Not again, shipping.
We actually did see some
intercept.
We saw Outlaws actually sneak meters in there, because Shock, they had to run away from the Kitsune rush, right? Houston Outlaws will get about 10 to 15 meters there with the Creative down. Shock will have the lead here. How much Outlaws want to commit? Dante needs to exit.
Say for a second, I'm not sure if Striker wanted to drop down off the high ground there, but Outlaws do go ahead and hightail it out. Bot will get
This
back
is, by the way,
over to the checkpoint.
Potentially the final good push there for Shock. Look at the time available now, 120. If you get reset, it's going to be OT. It's going to take Shock a long time to get back to this position. So they got to win here.
Xenia Rush comes in from Finn. Dante well up into the air. The sound barrier comes in. Laster catching everybody, shielding up his allies. Down into the back here goes Striker. The Death Blossom comes through, and 2 bodies hit the floor instantly. And Creative and Marin for a little bit more. Dante, there's nowhere to go, nowhere to survive. Ends up falling. And the Shock now have a very real opportunity to take the lead and hold it.
Violet dying, though, is not inconsequential here. They need Violet. They need the 5. It's going to be a 5 versus 4. And Outlaws need to touch. It is crucial they touch. They cannot allow the flip. If the flip happens, what happens is bad news.
Okay, he gets there just ahead of this going across the line. Now the Primal comes in. They still need to stay glued to this one. Kalu's trying to create some space with a Primal of his own. Violet rejoins the frame, manages to find Pelican. That's going to be an exchange now.
Halo's gone.
Dead on either side. Bot gets shifted away. The lead still not established. Zap's coming through. He's just trying to take down Violet, but he manages to stay elusive. The bot again starting to get shipped back further and further. The Shock cannot afford to have any more losses, but Dante has overstepped in Violet. Completely ensnares and the headshots fly across. Manages to find the kill. The Winston now out of the fight. Pelican doing his damage, but that is going to be a lead in all likelihood established here from the side of the Shock, especially now the Pelican is gone. The bot again going to be contested to get shoved back away. Wow. There's the finish. No OT. The Shock barely managed to clutch it out. One huge kill coming through from Violet on the back end of the fight. And that takes us all the way to Game 5. You might have had to wait a damn long time to get there, ladies and gentlemen, but the Shock make it work in the end. I think it was worth the wait.
A change of PCs leading to a change of fates here for the San Francisco Shock, facing the premise of going down to the losers bracket nice and early as the highest seeded team here even. They clutch it through in the final fight. They needed to win one more fight. And in the last contest, Houston Outlaws, they prevented the flip initially. Dante managed the Primal in time. It does cost them a Primal to get that done. And when all the dust settles, Proper finds the shot, gets Dante down to 5v4 to confirm that Violet rejoining the action. And they'll be able to get map number 4, taking us to 5. We're going the whole way. This is our first 5-map series so far in the playoffs.
And what a brilliant one it has been. Tech issues notwithstanding, this has been a damn exciting series. And now a map 5 to go ahead and top it all off. You think about how dominant Houston did look on that initial map of Ilios. Control was in their back pocket, and now they have their pick of the litter when it comes down to the remaining controlled maps. Is that enough for them, though, to close out this series, or will the Shock hold firm? They come into this as a higher seed. They're looking for the win. The loser goes down to the lower bracket and has to play against Shanghai. Everything to play for as we get ready to go into map 5, so don't go anywhere. And we are back. A game 5 to decide which one of these two teams, the Houston Outlaws and the San Francisco Shock, are going to be staying in the upper bracket. Who is going to be falling down to the lowers that play against the Shanghai Dragons? Houston Outlaws had the advantage, but as we went to Esperanza for our push map, the San Francisco Shock were able to clutch it out in a major way to take this all the way to game 5.
Whew. Busan to finish things out here. What a finish as well. I mean, that is one of those photo finishes you see on push sometimes where, I mean, how many times do we actually get a push game that straight up ends without an overtime? I mean, usually they will have this kind of long overtime, maybe some final push comes through from the losing team, but in this sort of case, you know, Shock just shove it across the finishing line and that's it. I mean, Houston out there, they lost the fight. It's all done. And by this time as well, this game is, I mean, the game's been going for some while. I wouldn't be surprised if the specs have been heating up. Certainly the PC for Strike was heating up or something. It's already at the stage where with the pause, with the map 5, with the extra map 4 that we saw from the first series, we're at the sort of time today where I think the entire day was over yesterday because it was all 3 zeros across the day. But now, Busan, as I mentioned, the decider.
And here we go. It all comes down to this, a final map selection for the Houston Outlaws. Second one in the series. Let's see if it works a treat for them. Control was very dominant for them on Ilios that second round on well, 100% to 0. Let's see if they can replicate a bit more of that magic that we saw from them to be able to try to close this one out. The Shock are going to be able to answer back. I mean, as mentioned, loser has to play against Shanghai. And if we have the Shock versus Shanghai as a lower bracket match to decide who goes out in last place, it's just the weirdest reality that I could really think of, but it might come true.
Downtown. By the way, when we saw Busan last time for the Houston Outlaws, we did not get to see Downtown. We only saw Mecha Base in Sanctuary, where Dante ended up playing a bit of Hog, a bit of Orisa. So keep that in the back of your mind, because we are going to see 1 out of those 2 rounds guaranteed. Now we get to sort of find out what Dante would have played on Downtown. It seems like it will just be the Winston here. But if you're Shock and you did see the Busan match yesterday, you have further comps potentially to look forward to. Here we go, that one more merit to start us out.
Out the gate, Shock right now drifting a little bit closer over towards the point, but widely making battle here in the center. Swings around the corner, Robert looking to back him up, Rail at the ready. Pull the trigger on it yet, sends it out. Flips Pelican to the shoulder, not going to find the elimination. He slides out of there, making his exit, trying to stay safe. The drop down comes in, however, they know that he is going to be one of the key members to try to pick off. Can't quite make it happen, but Merrick will finally get the rail shot across. Finds the first blood, finds that elimination. Striker drops down to buy a little bit of time, but eventually is pushed off of the point, ends up dying. The Houston Outlaws once again have the first lockdown to the point. I believe that's 4 kills right now on Control. Huge from Merritt. I mean, look at the charge right now, 66%.
There's only been 4 kills, it's all of him, and 67, like you said, leading the way in terms of the DPS at least. Still as the supports that will find the ultimates first. Violet has been ahead of Lashra so far. Is he going to pull trigger early though, or is he going to wait? Because at this stage, you might have to wait for Merritt. He's going to have that overclock shot going into the health pack room. Health Outlaws don't they have this kind of surround. As well as a 30% lead on the cap.
Jumping forward, Striker taking the rail, and survive. Finn and Creative both going to be using the rushes now. The clock in the ready here for Merritt Proper. Trying to catch up, 25% behind. Top of the rail, the barrier comes down from Violent, trying to keep everybody protected. Now Lastro going to be using his second to match. So far, nobody going down on either side, but it's a whale of damage going out here onto the members of the San Francisco Shock. Dante goes diving in with it, that primal pop, then Pelican cleans up 3 with a Death Blossom. Message sent and received. The San Francisco Shock wiped off the face of the map. 62% now for the Outlaws.
And that's what the early lead does for you. Win the earlier fights, you have the slightly earlier ultimates, Proper and Kaluge. In fact, put Striker in there as well. They did not find ultimates, Dante and Pelican. They did get those ultimates, and it was a Death Blossom that finished things off. And by the way, Lastro, he had a very clutch beat. Merritt was on like 1 HP, barely saves his life as Proper went hunting, but Merritt will be kept safe.
Proper now stuck in the corner there for just a brief moment. Looks like he just managed to slide out to safety.
Dante low.
Dive forward from Kaluge, looking to just play forward, trying to zone back the rest of the members here. Striker tries to play around the backside and eventually gets the headshot across, and Merritt goes down. Dante down to a sliver, will get finished off here the opposing Winston. It's just going to be a time buy now for the rest of the Outlaws, trying to tick up towards 99%. That being said, Striker does fall, but so too will Pelican, and the supports don't really stand a chance here playing all in their lonesome. So the cleanup is there. 99% is achieved, but San Francisco Shock, they managed to take the point, and they don't have to invest any of their ultimates to make it happen.
And that's the thing, they were very much interested. The game plan was to save ultimates here because they know they have to snowball. They have to go from 0 to 99 themselves. Striker with a solo kill to Merrick just walking into him. That's what starts off that entire engagement. And Shock say, okay, with the 5v4, maybe we can just grind this out. We know Houston Outlaws used all 5 ultimates in the last fight. They should not be able to respond. And now Shock themselves, they have 5 up and available. Creative now on his second Tuna Rush.
There's the overclock there. Pelican trying to get himself the hell out of there, but he just can't do it. Overstepped. Ends up falling. Proper finishing him. The solo kill found with the overclock, but most of the solo ult committed here from the San Francisco Shock, so they still hold on to 4.
40% though. I mean, you do that for an extra 40% on the cap. Totally worth for the San Francisco Shock. Now, roughly 50% left to go. Still 4 ultimates. I mean, in terms of playing for economy, this has been flawless so far for the Shock.
Oh, great boot. The Blossom goes in from Striker, but Lastro keeps him at an arm's distance, but
Lastro dead at 99.
Violet finds that elimination. Cleanup continues to come through. Creative commits the rush there to try to match with Finn, but they just can't find much of anything on that push. So the Outlaws once again going to have to reset. Now the Shock holding onto this sound barrier as their lone ultimate. Get ready to crest 70%.
And speaking of which, right, that was the one kill that really mattered. They got Lastro down, they prevented the sound barrier from the Houston Outlaws, so they could not survive in the fight, and now we're going to head to the final fight situation. Kaluj just finds Lastro.
There's a push. Oh, but Pelican, he gets pushed right back into him. Manages to find Prophet with the Death Blossom. Merritt with the overclock as well. Finds one and just drops the beat for 2 people. He and Striker is gone. The Outlaws now train their sights here on the point. The TP forward, the flip coming through. No one here to touch. It takes up to 100. The first round goes the way of the Outlaws.
My goodness, that was a really good play to start things out from Kaluj, but then Houston Outlaws, they instantly punish. They take a hit and they swing back twice as hard. With interest, that payment comes on through the Houston Outlaws. A huge number of kills to clean up and confirm that 100%. It was a big comeback from the Shock. To be really honest with you, they made a really good comeback, but right at the end, they gambled. They gambled really hard, and it was a high-risk, high-reward play. If they do succeed, they potentially take away the round, but yeah, it wasn't to be the case. And here it is. You look at Merritt's HP, by the way. Lastro just pops that one in. Merritt is literally on a single pip of HP when that happens, so very clutch sound barrier coming in.
Impeccable timing. We've seen so many near misses. People just die right before that barrier goes out. But he gets the save, they get the round. And now it's just one more here for the Houston Outlaws.
I'll tell you what, Kaluj has not shied away from playing Hog. Previously we saw him and Reiner both fall through Hogs in Mid-Season Madness. So how's this going to work now? You want to be the Hog and the team that has early control of the point. That's currently going to the Shock. They want Dante, they got Dante.
Huge pickup here right off the rip. Yeah, with the Hogs coming back out, feels like I'm watching 2020 all over again. Not to be though. Cap coming through.
Arista now. Because I'll tell you what, if you're talking about watching 2020 again, that's exactly what Shock won. So they won in 2020. Super was playing the Hog back then. Kaluj will take it now. But the Houston Outlaws there, answer to the Hog, as mentioned, is going to be the Arista. We saw Dante play this on Mecha Base. He might still play the Mecha Base. They can take this round. Big stick.
Oh, the stick. Okay, not going to find the double up there. Striker did get into the raid form. Nice reaction from him, but Pelican will get him on the back end all the same. 2 kills now here as Outlaws try to get this into their favor, and with Finn going down, Violet as well. That will just be the flip coming through. So 34% set up here for the Shock as they lose control. Kalu's going to go ahead and swap it over to the Winston. Striker now over to the Reaper.
Yeah.
Hey.
Never mind.
It's like a bit of rock, paper, scissors here as now Dante, he'll probably stay on the Arista for a little bit, try and get this Terror Surge, then maybe go back to Winston himself, or actually maybe even go back towards the Hog. We'll see what happens. But the Shock do have ultimates. They have double support ultimates. They're definitely going to engage. Here comes the Kasuna Rush.
Rush comes in, sound barrier now on top of it here from Violet. They commit both, they're really trying to get Merritt, and they won't have him. Luge not going to be denied. Straight in on top, shuts down the remainder of that overclock. Finds Valley, still however, need to get this flip. TP across the opposite way. Striker looking for an opportunity here, but it's going to be both supports and proper cleaned up here by the Houston Outlaws. They're going to be able to stave this off. Spear spinning. Striker's got nowhere to go. Get the spear into the back. Clean up on a collusion. Houston Outlaws managed to hold strong.
And Shock never really were able to convert a 5v4 into a 5v3 or further. Creative again, let's take a look at the double kill. This, by the way, extra sound barrier coming from Lastro a little bit later makes a world of difference, because the Shock, the reason they pulled back is they were trying to outlast this creative Katsuna rush, and by the time that's gone, Lastro has a sound barrier. The Shock can't outlast that one. See if there's any value found from this Orisa ultimate. Proper though with the headshot.
Shutting down Pelican.
There's no surge.
Amount not going to be able to find too much. Immortality Field is there for Violet to go ahead and keep everybody protected. And Violet himself going to be able to clean up 2 kills. American Creative both dying to his hand. Dante now going to fall. Likely going to be the swap off.
I mean,
this is like coming through 81% for Outlaws.
This is the greatest support variety we've seen as well. We have not seen anything that's not Lucio and Kariko so far, so we're getting a little bit of Bap in it. So actually alive. When we got to, I think, Junkertown, the Mayhem game, they did play some other supports, but that was Sigma, double flex support, etc. For now, though, in terms of Winston gameplay, do we? I guess we did. Anyway, Violet will come through in the Bap. Just double flex support, no Lucio here. The speed is going to be important. So we'll see if that ends up affecting the Shock at all. They're close to this support once more.
Playing on the knife's edge there is Pelican. And the recall up still holds onto the pulse bomb. Dante going to be taken down. Faluge, Robert able to find those eliminations here with the help of the Primal. Faluge stays safe at the end of it all, so they're not even going to find that answering pickoff to try to swing back into the point. San Francisco Shock now 4 ultimates at the ready. 75% on board. They're getting ready to retake the lead.
That's another economical fight, right? They didn't have to use too much there. Kaluge, like you mentioned, doesn't even get punished. Suzu from Finn will save him. They're going to heal in. And for the final fight, Shock can just unload everything. Outlaws need a bit more time. They need to find their last 2 ults.
Sound barrier held. Lastro still has that in his pocket. American
shut down.
Shot across. Proper going to be taken down, but so does Dante fall. Luge finding the kill. Rush out from Finn. Freedom has matched that one. Now you're going to see the overclock out from Merritt, the sound barrier, as they look to go aggressively. They have the tag in. That's going to be the OT force out. Violet stuck. Going to be blown up to pieces. Pelican finds that elimination. Outlaws not done yet. Collusion nowhere to go, stuck inside of the boat. Ends up falling without the peel, without the leap to get himself out to safety. The flip is there at 99%. Outlaws once more in control. Striker, pulse bomb, it could be everything.
Now the Lucio's back online for the Violet, and that's what you think of. You know, the sound barrier is just so much more useful. The aim matrix, not enough, it doesn't do anything for you. Pelican frags out. It starts with Merritt's headshot into Proper though. Merritt begins, Pelican ends the fight, and now it's the final fight. Like you said, the touch will have to be engaged. It is there.
Striker has
Still need to see the pulse.
Recall. Now he's that much more at risk if he goes for the pulse play. Takes a chunk, goes down to half HP. The bubble comes in.
Dante Primal, by the way.
Going to be built up here by Dante. He leaps into the back line. He's looking for Finn. He's not going to be able to find him now. Merritt's going to get taken down. Deluge.
Dante, 97.
Dante, dead. 2% shy of having the Primal online. He ends up getting picked off, and maybe we're not done yet. Third round getting ready to come up as Lastro. Everybody on the side of the Outlaws will go down. Pelican is desperately trying to buy enough time, and the flip is going to be coming through.
Wow.
The OT bleeds down, and Dante, even with the Primal pop, is not going to be able to arrive. 199% Shock. They take it all the way to Mecca Base. A third and final round of Busan to decide who is walking away the winner.
The full distance here. Maximum rounds played. The Orisa is what we saw yesterday when the Outlaws played against the Toronto Defiant. Dante's got it locked in again. What is Shock's response? They would have seen that game. They should know this is coming. There it is. It's Kaluge and Proper working together onto Merritt and Dante there as well. Already low HP. Proper with the frag required, and Dante crucially dying so damn close to the Primal, and that Primal could have made some serious difference here, because once Dante falls, you're already starting to lack damage from Merritt, but once you don't have a tank anymore, doesn't look good for you. Double flex support again. Violet looking over towards the BAP. To me, this seems like a response to the Orisa, because last time, when we saw Dante when the Orisa even, Merritt, nice, even on Sanctuary, Violet decided to play BAP. And I don't think he'll change it. We'll have to look at what he chooses, but I'm pretty sure he'll stay.
Spot to strike the TP. Kaluge as well getting tagged up quite a bit. Proper trying to rotate around the spear. Oh, near miss there. Dante almost sniped him mid-slide, but Creative gets the kill all the same in the end. The BAP of his own. First lockdown of the point goes the way to the Houston Outlaws.
How do you push out of this? And I think this is where maybe the BAP really works out for you, because the double flex support allows you to have some range versus Orisa. Like will TP past. They'll get past that choke. Very important. Their team is currently a little bit split. Between Dante.
Loads up the rest of the squad. Send their own out. Pelican cheating forward. Pulls back. That Wraith walk. Dante looks to go forward once more. Spear spinning. Wow. Words.
Merit one. Wow.
Spear connects. Still going to be safe. But now Dante moving up onto the walkway, just ripping them to shreds. Immortality Field's going to be cleaned up. Violent in desperation throws down the Amp Matrix, but he is swiftly dealt with. Last reply to the kill. Dante does end up falling, but the cleanup is going to be there. It's going to look clean for the rest of the Houston Outlaws. That being said, Robert Striker still in the mix, but they've got no HP to work with. So eventually they end up dying to the hands of Baron and Pelican. The two Houston Outlaws DPS players standing tall at the end of it all.
That was a DPS fight, a straight 2v2 DPS fight. Nobody had tanks or supports or anything. Dante though, what a play. He just runs up to Violet, basically denies the Ant Matrix. I mean, you can't really do much when Dante's in your face there. Sacrifices his own life, but it's totally worth. And now he just gets Violet down.
Kaluj dead. 70% online here for the Outlaws. San Francisco Shock need to go for a reset. They're in the final fight territory.
Dante used a Terror Surgical. That's what he used to get Violet down. That's not the ultimate that kills him, but it'll do enough. And with 4 more ultimates, they have control here. Creative can pop a fairly early window. They spot the underpass push, and Dante's just in there, blocking the way.
They deny the access. The Immortality Field, the Ant Matrix comes in from Creative.
But the Kasuna rush is burnt as well. Finn used the rush. It's gone.
This ends now.
Move back there onto Kaluj. He drops down, he gets his way over to the point, but he is so damn low. Pops the Primal Rage, Sound Barrier out from last year to try to keep everybody alive. The Immortality Field's going to be cleaned up. Merit looking for a target. Kaluj comes in huge. Finds Dante, finds Merit. Proper gets the headshot across to the Pelican. Once more, we are not finished yet. They cannot take this one cleanly like we saw on Ilios. It is not 100% to 0.
Wow.
San Francisco Shock, they get themselves on the board, and it costs them damn near everything. They have 1 ult left to go.
Kaluj with a huge play coming through there, touches the point, confirms the OT, gets a double kill. You say it costs Shock a lot. Houston Outlaws also put in all their ultimates as well. Now look, Houston only need to win 1 fight with a Shock. They have a long road ahead of them to try and make this comeback with little resources. That's going to be the window pop early. Outlaws, they respect it, they lead.
Susan there for pin as well, saving Proper. Outlaws.
Violet needs to go to Lucio. Violet needs to get on Lucio now because we're back into Winston, Kariko, Mirror.
Disrupting shot.
But he's committed. He can't go back. He has to stay.
Point flip getting ready to come through. 41% right now for the side of the Shock. Violet tagged down to the half HP. Gets top back up. The flip is there. We're now into overtime. The Shock, they somehow let this happen. Now they need to retake it to themselves. The longer this goes, the worse it's going to be for them. And Violet is going to be the first one to fall. After Ho just get traded Kaluj again. Doing work for his squad when they so desperately need it. Rushes out from either side. Dante falling lower and lower. They're trying to keep him sustained. 8% now, 5 left to go for the Primal. He finds some kills. Kaluj taken down. Proper is out of there. And it's just the supports, and now Violet on his lonesome, and there's not a damn thing he can do. 100% to 45. The Houston Outlaws will take it in map 5 in round 3 of Busan. They go the distance. They keep themselves in the upper bracket. They send the San Francisco Shock down to the lowers, where the Shanghai Dragons are waiting for them.
Yeah, I mean, pause be damned there. Lost some momentum at Esperanza, but we still go to fight. We still get the Houston Outlaws clutch. You know what? Dante might not have had the Primal earlier on in that map on, what was it, Sanctuary? But he'll find it later. He'll find it on Mecha basing. Orisa works wonders once more. Shock, they struggled versus it. They had what in their mind would have been maybe a soft counterplay. Violet starts on the back. They choose to play the Winston into it. And for a while, it starts to maybe work, but only towards the end. They don't get a flip until you reach the 0 to 99 mark. Kaluj goes big, gets a number of frags. They get the flip, but Shock gives such an uphill battle from that point onwards. Violet's now stuck onto the BAP, and the trap is set. It's sprung, and the Houston Outlaws collect the reward.
We often say Houstonable when it comes down to these tense moments. But this time, they stay firmly planted on that point, and it's the Shock who step away. They allow the flip to go through, and Outlaws pilot their way to a victory through that final team fight. Fantastically done from this squad, and a very well-deserved, hard-fought victory for them. 3-2, the final score line. They do not allow the Shock to get themselves back into this series, to be able to take it away from them. They keep themselves now in the upper bracket. And two teams that have such a storied history against one another. The Shock and the Dragons are going to be battling it out in the lower bracket to see who stays in the playoffs and who has their season ended. We'll go ahead and zoom in on the man right there. Dante has just been immaculate across these last 2 days. Exactly what the Outlaws need. We weren't sure how he was going to be. Stepping up to the plate, having to play this Winston, but he has worked a treat. When he goes over to the Orisa, it's just as good. And of course, he's our player of the match.
Yeah. And the Hog as well. I mean, he showed a number of different picks. He showed that yesterday as well. And this time he does it against the Shock. Doing it against the Toronto Defiant is one thing, right? Toronto have had some interesting results so far this year. Maybe not the biggest competition for the Houston Outlaws, but Shock is a different story. And you see the mechanics that even after the Ilios have started praising the Winston, I'm like, man, he's doing some real work. Again, Mikey's a career Winston player. That's just one of his main heroes. This is his main role. He's a main tank. Going up against Kaluj, who really held his own, but for both players that haven't really had that much time on Winston, for Dante that hasn't even had that much time on tank, which only recently swapped to it professionally this year, he's done so much work. I mean, the level of improvement, the impact he's having on the server, right now, he is legitimately one of the best tank players, and I think that was reflected in some of the Roll-Star voting as well. He had a lot of tank Roll-Star votes going towards himself, well-deserved, and you can see in some of the stats here, the damage done, the eliminations in there, just even tracking the damage versus Kaluja, some of these maps consistently being on par, but I think on most of the occasions, actually just looking through now, every single map, the 4 maps that both Kaluj and Dante played in after Ilios, Dante led the way in stats pretty much all 4 times.
Yeah, I mean, we said we would save it to the very end, but there you go, Dante able to walk away with the win at the end of it all. I mean, Kaluj, he did his damnedest. So many turning points, especially there on Mecha Base, were pretty much, you know, by his hand, being able to just knock people down with those Primal Rages, but it just, unfortunately for the Shock, was not enough. But, you know, while it is unfortunate to see, you know, our number 2 seed fall down to the lower bracket, it is a huge story for the Houston Outlaws to be able to keep themselves in this, and now we get to see Proper versus Lip on Sojourn to decide who the hell was staying in this tournament.
Is this the greatest result for Houston ever, this deep into the playoffs?
I think so.
I think it might be. It might be.
Kind of be shocked if it wasn't. I'm sure the desk can break that one down for us, and they're going to do just that in a little bit here. So we're going to go to a quick little break. We're going to allow for Zoe and Reinforce to lose their minds, much like myself and Avril were, about this series and the result that we just witnessed. And then we'll get geared up for our final series of the evening. That's going to be the London Spitfire versus the Glad. So stay tuned, guys. Desk breaking down the action. We'll see you guys in just a bit.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Butterfinger. Crispity, crunchity, peanut buttery. No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger. What's up, everyone? Welcome to yet another game break. Zoe here, joined by Necra, by Reinforce, and we are so excited to welcome in our interview guest for this one. It's going to be Dante from the Houston Outlaws. Dante, first and foremost, huge congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you. I appreciate it a lot.
Well, what a game that was. You really took it all the way. Map number 5, it was so exciting to watch you guys play it. But I do want to take a step back and ask about the reactions from your team after getting picked by the Shock. Did you expect it? What was the mood like?
We were actually expecting to get picked by Glady because, you know, they just always pick us. But Shock picked us first, so...
Were you guys worried at all about that, or not at all?
No, I don't think we were really worried. I think... we're really good at this meta, and we're really confident in our play, so there's not anyone we're... Okay, maybe we're a little afraid of Fuel, but besides them, we're really confident against, like, everyone. I don't know. I think every team's beatable.
You beat Fuel just a few weeks ago, Dante. You know?
Oh, yeah, that's true,
I know
actually.
It's a different meta, but, you know, you gotta keep those spirits up, you know, in the Texas rivalry, of course.
Yeah.
Look, Dante, you gotta talk to me, bro. You gotta talk to me, bro.
What are we talking about?
You gotta talk to me about this Winston, man. You've been picking up tank heroes all season long, whether it's the Junker Queen, the Doomfist, of course, we know you're great at Doomfist. And now you're picking up the Winston, the Road Dogg here in the place as well. Who taught you to play Winston like this? Because it's looking clean.
Our coaches do a really good job. They give me a lot of feedback. I actually started playing it like 5 days ago, so I'm like
no,
really
stop.
No, I'm not even joking. We were playing like a Rissa Hog, a bunch of other stuff earlier, but it just didn't work out. So then we started playing Winston a few days ago, 5 days ago, whatever.
I gotta be joking, man.
No, I sincerely dislike you for this, actually.
Natural gamer.
Not okay.
So talented, yeah. What's been your favorite tank to pick up this season? I mean, you played, you know, I even saw you on some Diva just a few weeks ago. Now you're playing Winston, Junker Queen, Doomfist. Do you have a favorite tank you picked up this season?
Doom is my favorite. Doom is so fun. It's like fast-paced. You have big pop-off potential. I think Doom's just by far my favorite.
All right.
Really fun.
I love it. Maybe we'll get a chance to see some more of that Doomfist as we enter into the later stages of the Grand Finals. Maybe? No?
Not a great place.
All right. Well, a final question for you, Dante, is that I know you said you weren't particularly nervous to play against any team, but you will be playing against the winners of the Los Angeles Gladiators versus the London Spitfire. Do you have a preference between which of those teams you face next?
I think both of them are really good. I don't really have a preference, honestly. I could see either team taking it.
All right.
Fair enough.
All right. Well, that's good. You gotta be confident about any team which you will be facing to make it all the way to the top. Dante, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations once again, and we hope to see you again soon.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Dante.
Bye-bye. Right on. Wow, Outlaws. They did it. They took down the Shock. All of us did predict the Shock, which was shocking to me. I did say heading into this one, I actually did expect someone maybe picking Houston because they looked really good yesterday. And today, again, against the San Francisco Shock. Very, very clean gameplay. Let's break down all the action, which we just saw.
I mean, first of all, when it comes to the predictions, I'm just wondering. I predicted against Houston Outlaws both times now that they won.
That worked
Is this like a streak thing now? Like, if you're an Outlaws fan, can you hit me up on Twitter? Do you want me to predict the Outlaws in the next match? Or do you feel like it's bad mojo, like if I predict the Outlaws now? Because sometimes the fan bases, they go against you and they're like, oh, you didn't predict us, how dare you? But now, you got a bit of a thing going here, Outlaws. Like, do you really want my support, or do you just want me to, like, revenge predict against you? I'm just saying.
I mean, you have to predict them so we can make it, like, then we know for sure
okay,
whether or not you're the problem.
If I'm the problem, yeah.
Maybe
we'll
you're
figure
the
that
problem,
out.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Either the gift or the curse.
Yeah, the gift or the curse. No, but massive props. Like, talking about the game itself, massive amounts of props to the Houston Outlaws for coming out and looking like this, beating the San Francisco Shock 3-2. Because, let's be real, we always, well, not always, but we sometimes joke about the Houston Outlaws, you know, Houstonable and all of that thing. But when things go their way as well, when they play like this, we have to equally give them a fair amount of props and credit, because they are coming out in this meta and they're looking really good. Sure, Dante on the Winston, of course, picking up this hero, but the backline as well, Lastro and Creative, I feel like it's one of the most outstanding backlines when it comes to engaging and disengaging. It feels like they always get value from their Kitsune Rush. I've been massively impressed by the Houston Outlaws so far.
I'd like to talk about Lastro real quick and put a highlight on that particular player, because I don't feel like we talk about the Lucios enough and how big of an engagement tool these players can really be. Lucio being able to boop other players out of position, also get those environmental kills with the same ability, but then also how they go through healing and speed. It takes a lot of focus to be able to switch between the two of those and identify which one is right in what moment.
Absolutely, and now we just got to see a lot of Reaper footage, and that's actually something I want to hit on, or rather I want you to hit on, reinforce, because we saw a lot of instances where the Outlaws were able to really punish the aggression from Striker.
Yeah, last segment, of course, we talked about the Winston and how the Winstons goes back and forth. So I just want to add another ingredient into the mix. You know, we're advancing our cooking. We're advancing, you know, I guess I'm the Swedish chef now, you know, cooking up strategies and, you know, breaking down the meta, all that stuff, right? So let's introduce the Reaper as well into this mix. So we can just play a few clips here, and we're going to see the Houston Outlaws punishing Striker, utilizing the Wraith form on the Reaper to their advantage and capitalizing on this. So right here you can see Striker utilizing the Wraith form, the bubbles are out. Houston say, yo, the Striker, use the Wraith form, go kill Striker right now. So this is another win condition added into the mix. As soon as either the Sojourn or the Reaper utilize one of their movement abilities that they can use to escape, for example, like the slide, or in the case of Reaper, Wraith form. Another example right here, Striker trying to contest the high ground, utilizes Wraith form. Houston says, Striker used Wraith form. We need to go, and we're gonna punish the Reaper right now. Dante drops down on the Winston, and then Pelican is gonna follow up as well with the Kitsune Rush to immediately pick off Striker as the first target of the San Francisco Shock. So I understand all of these Reapers, they're trying to be aggressive, they're trying to find an opening pick, but if that backfires and you use the Wraith form too soon, you can be sure that the enemy team is coming after to punish you immediately.
Absolutely. Now, before we move on to our last match of the day, I just need to stop everything for just a quick second. And now think about this. Tomorrow, in the losers bracket, it's going to be Shanghai Dragons going up against the San Francisco Shock, and the loser goes home.
I don't believe
That's
words
crazy.
that just came out of your mouth.
No, but I did. So here we are. Like, this is crazy.
Those two teams have won the last 3 Overwatch League.
I know. So we have a two-time champion in the San Francisco Shock, the current reigning champion in the Shanghai Dragons, and those are the two teams who have to face off in the loser bracket. I expected to see them in the finals potentially. So like, this is huge.
This is crazy. This is going to be one of the best playoffs ever. We said it many times, there are so many competitive teams who are vying for this championship. And now more than ever, teams like the Houston Outlaws, Hangzhou Spark, these teams are rising up and surprising us. Really, anyone could win this playoffs. It's amazing.
Spirit of Anaheim.
Anaheim!
Anaheim!
As soon as it gets dark, like the spirit of Anaheim
just comes out. I don't know.
You can see it floating behind us.
Yeah, it took a hold of us here on the desk yesterday already, so you can't fight it. You just got to go with it. Now, our next match is going to be fought out between the London Spitfire and the LA Gladiators, and that means it's now time for Leveling Up, presented by Butterfinger. One question I have here is, what do we see in the DPS department? Who's going to level it up for each of those teams?
Yeah, I think the LA Gladiators, they have a bit of a conundrum on their hands, of course, and this also ties into something that Seoul Dynasty did before. Of course, each team has a long-range hit scan. In the case of the LA Gladiators, you have Happy on your team. Happy, one of the best long-range hit scan players you have on your team, but Kevster has really been the front runner when it comes to MVP nominations and stuff like that. So if we take a look at Kevster as Reaper this season, this is it! This is it! This is everything he's done on Reaper. He's got 6 final blows and 4 deaths on Reaper so far.
That's big though, if you're looking at the time played.
Yeah,
6 minutes, 6 kills.
Well, that's not bad. Yeah, that's a kill a minute.
10 final blows per 10 minutes, you know,
That's not bad, yeah.
So we know that Kevster is a huge impact player for the LA Gladiators. He propels a lot of the success the LA Gladiators are having. But Reaper is arguably less of like an impactful role in that you can make less hero plays. Of course, you want to get in the face of your opponent. So with Kevster on this hero now, that he's barely played this season, I have no doubt in my mind that he can pick up this Reaper. But it's still just something to monitor throughout the series.
All right, what are you keeping your eyes on?
I'm kind of wondering the same thing, you know, does the survivability that Kevster is known for playing the Tracer, does that translate over at all to the Reaper play? That's a little bit more of a team-oriented hero, so I don't know. I can't wait to see what happens, but I think this
Neither
is going
can
to be
I.
a pretty good match.
I hope so, but I also feel like every time we say that on the desk, it's like
It's
a
a
one-sided.
3-0.
Yeah,
Oh,
very.
no.
Let's hope that's not gonna happen in this case. First off, however, let's take a look at that threads to see there's some London believers in chat. Danny, looking at you. No,
Rose.
it is Necro.
Rose, what is
Necro?
happening?
I'm the only one.
Florida? London?
Oh no.
But explain yourself.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'm pretty sure I'm sitting in Danny's chair, so I felt like I needed to do him
Someone
some
has to.
justice.
This is for you, Danny.
And root for the London Spitfire. No, but in all reality, I think that they're underrated coming into the playoffs, and with all of the questions surrounding the Los Angeles Gladiators, maybe who they're going to put on Reapers, Kevs are going to be proficient enough, then I don't know. I think London Spitfire can take it.
Yeah, I mean, we are sometimes not giving London Spitfire the fair chance. I mean, LA Gladiators, they're a huge favorite in this tournament. But the way London Spitfire has been looking so far, Zoe, maybe London Spitfire, they have a chance here for the upset.
Yes, however, I do not think that Philly put up that much of a fight. So for me, it's still very difficult to see how strong the London actually are, because I do not think that Philly pushed them as much as they should have or could have or that we expected. So who knows? We haven't seen the LA Gladiators play as of yet. So anything goes, lots of question marks, which will be answered in just a little bit. And for all the action, we're going to send it over to Seth and Kevin.
Thank you very much, Zoe, and everybody else at the desk. Here we go. One last series to round out the evening. London Spitfire versus the LA Gladiators. They're worried about, hoping for an exciting series. But if there's one thing that you and I bring, Avril, it's the occasional pauses, but also the Giga Bangers. So I think we're in. The match is in good hands. We got it from here, guys. Don't worry. I think this one's going to be pretty damn good. But I do also happen to agree. I don't think the Spitfire were particularly tested yesterday, but they certainly will have a test on their hands here going up against the Gladiators.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one. Well, maybe, who knows? I think London have a lot to show. I think they had a great match versus Philly. Philly didn't seem like they were all together on the same page there. Glads will be a much bigger challenge. And we're at the stage now of the tournament where I got to announce this one. There are no more perfect brackets remaining. 0. Everyone's been boomed. Everyone's officially been boomed. Brackets. 8 matches in. I will say one thing though. Shout out to the last remaining person who had this going. They had 18 points, which means they had 6 out of our previous 7 matches perfectly predicted. So the last one got them. The Shock Houston one got them. The final one got them. But they had all other 6 matches perfect up until that stage.
It threw them for a loop, and I mean, honestly, I'm not even sure if the Outlaws really expected it, but it was a damn good win from them to be able to take down the Shock. And yeah, things are crazy. This has been, I think, one of the best playoffs that we've had maybe ever. I think it's right up there with 2019 with me so far. We have to see, obviously, the rest of this and how it's going to continue to develop. But right now, I think it's making good pace. So I'm hoping that this series continues in those footsteps and we can have yet another incredible series. Because, I mean, you compare to yesterday, Avril, we finished like about 40 minutes ago yesterday. Now we're getting into the final series. So it's a considerably more competitive day of matches here, and we're just hoping that we can continue to round things out with another crazy Map 5 series.
I mean, we've had a ton of upsets so far. Today and yesterday combined, I think it's just been fantastic games, high-quality games. And aside from yesterday's 3-0s, like you sort of mentioned, we're starting to get some real longer series now. And I'm really hoping this one can deliver more as well. I'd like to see this one go at least 4. London Spitfire, obviously the underdog here. LA Gladiators come in looking super strong. They had a fantastic Countdown Cup. I know a lot of people still kind of, have a bit of a sour taste from the Summer Showdown, considering the LA Gladiators, but moving far and far away from the Junker Queen meta, Rhino's back in. It's a Winston meta. Like, I don't think you could have rolled a better meta for the LA Gladiators in the current one that we do have, because you get to play the Winston, you get to play pretty much everyone's best picks. I expect Shu to be one of the best Korikos out there. Funny Astro gets to play Lucio. I don't even know if you could call this a downside, but Kevstar has to play Reaper. But even then, if that's the only thing, you're like, oh, that's not a bad thing at all. I'm sure Kevstar can still carry on the Reaper. You'd love to see him on the Tracer instead, but he'll be fine.
Well, let's go ahead and bring out our first team. Welcome them onto the stage. Everybody in chat, it is the London Spitfire. See whether or not they can take down the LA Gladiators. We saw from the desk, the only person, the sole person who is predicting for them is Necra. And part of me wonders how much of that is solidarity because she casts alongside Jaws. She's like, well, my co-caster's a Brit, so I guess I got to go for the British squad. But
Danny, what happened to Danny? He's lost faith. He was going for the Spitfire. Now he's moved away. He's shifted over towards Glads. One player that I was very impressed with yesterday, watching over the London games, was actually Backbone. I felt like his Reaper had incredible value. He was able to get in very interesting positions, very similar to what we saw from Striker today, right? Just his ability to get value on the Death Blossoms, his understanding of, maneuverability on the map to get into positions to find those kills as well. Spark had a great game. Hardy, I think people don't give him enough credit sometimes. He's actually got a fantastic Winston. People think of him mostly as a Ryan player, but we've seen now multiple times when you look at his actual pick rates, he's picked plenty of other heroes over the course of this year. And then the Admiral Landon combo was, I felt like a step above what we saw from Fixer Aim God yesterday, especially Landon, stats-wise. Yeah. I don't know about now because I haven't had an update on this, but stats-wise, Landon to me had pretty much the best Kiriko yesterday in terms of what I consider to be good, and that's mostly ult charge time, amount of healing as well as keeping his team up, and some reasonable damage. Wasn't the highest for damage, that was Teru, but I don't necessarily rate damage the #1 thing I look for at a Kiriko.
Well, you already mentioned Shu, and we'll see if Landon's going to be up the task to try to keep up with Shu, because we know what he can do as well when it comes down to just impeccable, incredible support plays. But we'll go ahead and take a closer look at him and the rest of the squad as the Gladiators make their way out and take their seats and get ready to close out the evening with one last matchup.
The team that has won the most so far this year, they might have missed out on one tournament, the other two that they did go to, flawless back-to-back wins, kickoff clash, mid-season madness. Of course, we were there to see it all. Expected lineup coming on through. Shu is in. I think there might have been like a small chance like could Skewed be the good Kiriko player on the team. Possible, but Skewed, he is an MVP nominee. He is, in my mind, still the best support player in the league. And I think a lot to show here in terms of leading the way on Kiriko. I mean, this is a hero that should be within his wheelhouse. He should have a mastery over. We've seen some damn good Kiriko so far, and I'm very excited to see what Shu brings to the table there. But across the board, I mean, you could basically say for everybody here, they almost have a best in slot for every single position. I just think this is such a great meta for the LA Gladiators. This is a team I expect to go a long way this playoffs.
Let's see what happens. Also, always great to see Funny Astro stepping up to the stage here. I mean, we're in a Lucio
he's got
meta,
the alarm
so
pin. I don't know if you called that, but he had the alarm pin as well, so a big shout out there as he's representing Alarm and will be unveiling the Alarm Rookie of the Year award during the playoffs as well.
Let's see, you're doing proud here in this matchup by taking the win themselves right up there in the winner's bracket, where this one I do believe is going to have to square off against the Outlaws, who, given their current form, is definitely not a pushover of a squad, so you need to be prepared for that just as much as you're prepared for this series right here. But we'll focus in now as Lijiang Tower will be our first battleground as we get ready to kick this set off. We'll see who's going to be able to take that one. And there, who's going to be able to keep their heads above the water. So Glad's elected to go to Lijiang Tower and see if that's good enough for them to be able to get the dub over the London Spitfire.
I'll be interested to see as well if teams decide to do anything different here in terms of the fact that Lijiang Tower has in the past been pretty friendly for Ryan. Of course, when we think about Ryan, you do think about Hardy, but also consider that Ryan has played some of that this year as well. It's probably most likely just going to be raw Winston mirrors across the board. Not really going to see too much different here, but I think Control Center could be a potential for a different look there, maybe even an Orisa. So we'll see what the teams are going to lock in here. The history of the Gladiators versus the London Spitfire has been fairly dominant towards the LA Gladiators. Last meeting was a 3-0, and they've only actually met twice so far this year, so they actually never played each other in a tournament. They've only played each other twice in the regular season. It was a 3-0 and then a 3-1. The 3-1 happening a little bit earlier on. And London haven't actually beaten the Gladiators as a franchise since Season 2, 2019, Week 3. So it's been several years now for London.
All right, well, out the gate, Reinert's going to be starting things on the Doomfist. So flipping the script, not bringing out the Winston as anticipated.
Yeah, I was saying, you know, can we see something different? Maybe an Orisa or a Ryan. Yeah, Ryan is like, you know what, how about a Doom? A Doom could be good and Happy will open up a kill.
Alright, so the slam not going to get too much, gets a nice charge punch, won't send anybody off the side of the map, but with the opening pick, things already looking pretty decent here for the Glads. Now going to be locked into the corner, Ryan just putting the fists up, mitigating some damage, rejoins it with a rest squad over here on the point where the Glads do have the initial lockdown, and there's going to be a pause.
Seth, what did you do? What did you do, Seth?
I don't know. Like I said, there's a cost for everything here, Avril. You want to have a gigabanger of a series, you got to have a pause. You got to pay the iron price.
Well, actually, well, it gives me a bit of time to maybe look at this Doom pick and try and understand it a little bit more. I did hear some murmurings behind the scenes of Doom being potentially tested by certain teams, and of course, when you think about that, you're thinking of teams like potentially Houston, Atlanta, obviously Glads, the teams that have played the most Doom over the course of the year. I still have a lot of reservations about Doom, given the fact that he is still in a pretty weak place, whether that's on ranked or in scrims. I've also heard reports that Doom generally, even if you are trying, hasn't produced any results. But we are going to go back into game now. Unpause fairly quick.
There we are.
And Happy produces another kill.
It's another one. Landon going to be taken down. Shu will find Hottie at the end. And that's just going to be the cleanup coming through from the rest of the Glads. Kills shared across the board. And still holding firmly here on the point. 20% about to be locked in for them as the Spitfire wait to respawn.
Yeah, so far this has just been building space, allowing time for Happy to get these picks. And off the back of Happy getting those kills, the London Spitfire haven't really been able to engage too much. Ryan has played a fairly passive game so far, not really hard engage or anything, just kind of, again, making space. Well, how about that? TP? Oh, just barely.
It gets it in the end. Folks staying safe, avoids the punch, puts some damage down here onto Reiner, but Kevster gets to the back, finds Landon. Gets that assassination. Gladiators, again, just winning the fight off that one pick. Happy will get Sparker for some added little stagger. And Gladiators don't have to invest anything. They nearly have 5 ults ready to go.
And we're past 50%. Half of the cap is now gone in favor of the LA Gladiators. Happy's about to find this overclock. This comp, by the way, because it's a little bit more dive heavy, also allows Kevster to play towards his strength on the trace, so doesn't even have to start out on the Reaper. That's super strong for the Gladiators. Reiner barely immediately strikes out. 1 HP.
Manages to get himself out of there. Pulse bomb from Kevster, not going to find a 6, doesn't find an elimination. Sparker manages to keep himself safe in that regard. He's going to be taken down, though, as the overclock claims 1. They look for a little bit more here on the back end. Jump up over the top, tries to get that final tag in onto Admiral. Can't make it happen. Kevster pursues quite deep. Trying to get that kill. He will be able to keep this life intact in the end. Gladiators, they dumped everything there, but now they find themselves at 90%.
Well, because they dump everything, though, they don't have a lot to defend here with, so Happy needs to find another kill really quickly, or maybe Kevster. Party, by the way, dies just as 100% for the Primal Pop that last fight. 4 ultimates.
Okay, there's the touch.
Sound barrier burn.
Yep, sound barrier burned. Hottie has leapt over the action, got himself to the point. Seismic Slam in from Reiner. The flip is going to be there. London Spitfire now in control, but for how long? We'll have to just wait and see. The Primal, couple seconds remaining on this one as Hottie tries to juggle somebody off the side of the map. Happy shot out of midair. Sparker gets that kill, and Shu is just going to get zapped down. So it seems like London will manage to go ahead, lock this down, and hold it for an extended period of time.
And by the way, those 4 deaths that you just saw, Happy, Reiner, Shu, Fighting Astro dying, those are all the first deaths for those players so far in this round. No one else has died yet before that. Kevster's still on 0 deaths, so that's how much Gladiators were dominating up until that fight. I think we expected Spitfire to get one over just because of the ultimate difference, right? We talked about the fact that Gladiators spit big on their previous attack, or rather defense of the point. And Spitfire trying to rebuild a little bit here as well. They still hold on to a Death Blossom. Landon looking towards the rush as well. Could be a good fight for Spitfire here.
Another attempt here with the Pulse Bomb. Let's see if we can find anything. It's going to be the Death Blossom out from Backbone, however, to zone them away, and Happy previously dead. Reiner drops down. Meteor strike falls low. He's got the fists raised again, trying to stay alive. It's the punch across, sends somebody flying, but Backbone is able to claim him in the end. Now Funny Astro going to fall as well. Spitfire managed to save them all once again. He keeps himself in this game, and they're looking for a little bit of extra here as Shu. Barely gets the TP back up and manages to make his way out to safety.
That's very workable because Reiner's already come back. He's back on a Winston, by the way. Gibson now on the Reaper. Hardy's only just respawned. Look how safe London to play. They're actually back on the bridge. They're going to be losing point here if they're not too careful.
Backbone for now is going to be the one that tries to keep this one contested. Funny Astro throws down the beat Shu, uses the rush. Overclock at the ready. Happy. Tag on a 1. Everybody comes back around the opposite side of the point. They keep themselves safe for now. Breaking line of sight, but Kevster and Reiner pursue forward. They will find 3 kills themselves. Sparker swings right into it. The headshot perfectly timed. Happy gets him. It's 192% to kick off Lijiang Towers. Gladiators take Gardens.
7 final blows if we're Happy, and so many first bloods as well. In the first opening, I think 3 fights, Happy had multiple kills the entire way through. Kef's is showing some Tracer, and you know, I think Johnny talked about this. The fact that, you know, if you could put Kef's on a Tracer, that's truly where he does carry on, and we, you know, have to see what happens on the Reaper. And it only nerfs Kef's slightly, but barely a downside for the LA Gladiators, because they can instantly go back towards a Winston composition and make it work, and that's exactly what happens here. And as we move over towards Control Center, this is the round that I was very curious about, because I think this is the one that has the highest chance of seeing some different comps. And there's actually not going to be the Bastion that we saw from Atlanta. Kef's coming through on a Junkrat, Rhino on the Reinhardt. Hardy would probably love this duel if he knew that this was going to happen earlier, but he has to play the Winston to the Ryan now.
I think Kevster's just playing this because he's trying to put something in Jake's brain in case they win the series and have to play versus the Outlaws later. He's trying to bait him into it, make him think like, yeah, this is really good. We'll see if it works though. Takes a nasty shot, comes back around the corner. Sees the jump there up into the air. Hottie going to get clipped by the mine. Kevster has to play back, grabs the mini pack, keeps himself safe for now. Reiner out in the open. Immortality Field comes down from Chu. They keep him protected for now, but it is going to be the London Spitfire posturing forward here onto the point. Reiner gets there just a second too late to be able to keep that one contested. Sparker now going aggressive, gets himself into the back line, gets Chu down to basically no HP, but he can't quite confirm the kill. That being said, they are routing the Gladiators now. Chu finally does fall, and given that Gladiators are playing on the opposite side of the map right now, I don't think they're going to be able to find their way in onto the point.
I mean, it's a good amount of damage from Kef, so look how close he is to the Riptide already. Before Reiner struggling to stay on the actual point. I mean, look how quickly Spitfire actually got that cap over. Gladiator set to vacate, there to exit. Landon now has the ultimate. Spitfire should pull trigger, they're going to do it.
Going for it, the rush is in. Immortality Field cleared up by Backbone. Kevs are going to be taken down. And his Martyrdom not going to find much of anything. The trap will clip here on the Landon, but he's not going to be too bothered by it. The fight is won. Kevster, even though he's
True.
Okay, it looks like he's going to stick with this one. And yeah,
I think that window's far away.
I think he's just trying to get them back into the building.
Wow, it's an expensive way to force Spitfire back, and I don't think Spitfire mind at all. They still hold on to more ultimates about to come online again. Kefster has a tie, but how do you even use this, by the way? Can Landon stop this? Is there going to be Suzu?
He's going for Hottie, but okay, he will be able to get the elimination. I thought maybe that was going to get cleaned up, but Sparker not quite able to get the destruction on the tire. The Flippy is going to be there just off the back of the singular pick. Kefster now very much stuck on this Junkrat for an extended period of time.
I mean, he opted into it. He knew this was the matchup they were going into. Sound barrier available. Happy looking towards the overclock. Reiner, this will be his first Earth Shatter so far on Control Center. And if he doesn't hit Landon, Landon can Suzu his team and get them back up. So can be a difficult place to get the Shatter to work. Needs to hit Landon if possible. And that's if it doesn't get blocked by Hardy.
Oh, push up there, the knockup. Backbone surge on a silver platter, but Happy not quite able to find the kill. Now the beat going to be dropped in by Admiral. The Astro leading the charge in that regard. Dive into the back. See Hottie looking to try to get on top of Happy. Primal comes out. Death Blossom thrown in by Backbone, managing to find one. Hottie cleaves down two. Reflip is in for the London Spitfire. Now in control, still maintaining the lead. 70% locked in.
And this is kind of disappointing section for Gladiators as well, because like if you are wanting to change comps, you would love to have used ultimates and change now. But the thing is, well, Kefster is kind of locked in because he was on like 78, 79. You die on that much ult charge, you don't want to just give up the Riptide. Rhino's on like high 90s, now reaching the Earth Shatter. You're not swapping off that. So how is this going to get applied now again? Landon's the key target here.
Pushing forward, going aggressive. Immortality Field keeps him alive. Shadow does connect on to Sparker, but Admiral gets himself right up in front of Reiner's face, pushes the corner, and somehow stays alive. Riptire now going to be used. Kevster looking for a target, looking for a pick, but it's not going to find anything in the meantime. No one is able to touch the point.
The tire can't touch.
No.
The tire cannot touch.
Yeah, that does not contest, as it turns out. Hottie will drop the scene out there in the chat, and the London Spitfire
Happy says really.
Map up.
Didn't know.
Well, Night Market.
I gotta say though, look,
as Jack said, here we go. It'll decide it.
Honestly, for Gladiators, they took a risk there. They took a pretty big risk to try something different there. They wanted to pull through a different type of composition. And in some ways, because they are 1-0 up, might be worthwhile trying it. It was just too hard to hold ground, too hard to swing the hammer, too hard to find damage, as Kevster was the only one significantly finding any sort of damage. Happy was not even hitting that many rails compared to what we saw in Garden. So a very difficult matchup, and again, I think the BAP provides a lot less value than the Kiriko does in the meta, just how much more value that Kitsuna Rush does compared to the Ant Matrix, which is not a great ultimate. So we're just going to head back into the safety of Winston. And this mirror, as Gladiators, for the first time, actually locking in at the start.
Down. Right now, London Spitfire just tucking back around the corners here on the point. Nate comes in, looking to try to find kill here, but it's gonna be Shu who ends up getting taken out by Sparker. Nice headshot with a rail from him. Reiner tagged up, dead. Backbone does get traded, but far too many casualties here on the side of the Gladiators, losing 2. Spitfire once more locking down the point first and foremost, as Happy's just got nowhere to go.
And interestingly enough, Kevster and Happy swap right. Kevster's now the one actually playing Sojin. Happy on the Reaper, that's another change we have to talk about. Typically, you'd probably think that Happy would be the dedicated Sojin player. It's interesting why Gladiators have done this. Happy performed quite well in Gardens, but this is the bed that they have to sleep in now that they've made, because they have started to get some ult charge here. Bit of rotation from Gladiators indoors. Spitfire on the money though, trying to lock them in.
Backbone looking to run down Reiner. Trying to keep him sustained, but with Funny Astro dead, Reiner can do nothing more but just exit and hope for the best. Still alley-oop play. Damage set up by Happy. Kevster gets the rail shot to take down Backbone, but it's still just not enough for them to get themselves over to the point. But Spitfire just cut back around the side.
Landon.
Keep it occupied.
There's only 3 members here. Might be some more teammates around the corner, but the Kitsuna Rush will come through both sides. Kevster nearly on their overclock.
Forward to do it. Get juiced up spots. Backbone here. The back lines. Disruptor shot not going to find too much of anything. Backbone makes his exit, receives that sound barrier shielding here from Admiral. In the meantime,
Astro needs one.
Gladiators now in
9%
control.
away.
Astro, he's so very close. The damage right now is not coming through, so he'll be able to build this one up. They're throwing a random headshot coming through from the side of Sparker. They're going to remain safe.
Oh, it's dead.
Funny Astro, he gets taken down. Never mind. But the Death Blossom comes in from Happy. Manages to find 2. Huddy and Landon both going to be eliminated. Happy, Wraith walks away. A little bit of distance before he goes back in on the offensive. Coupling with Reiner here with the Primal. They find the kills, they maintain control, 30% to 53. Gladiators ticking up.
And I really expected London to do more with their sound barrier there, right? Admiral pops it down, they're sort of on the sides, on the coast side of their point, and they were struggling to actually get on and engage a fight. They had a lot of extra green HP to work with. The Funny Astro could not respond, he was still 10% away, and Spitfire couldn't find the damage to really put the pressure on Gladiators. Now the sound barrier will come on through.
But it does, but can they get on top of anybody here? He's primaled up, he's looking for a target, trying to get an isolation there onto Happy, and he'll just go ahead and knock him down. Cleaves him out, TP over to the side. Shu rejoins in with Kevster by the point. Reiner doing much the same.
Shu needs ultimate. Almost there. Oh, they lose Kevster.
He's got it ready now, but yeah, with Kevster gone, you just hold on to it. I think it might be the play. Reiner as well.
But they're still committed, there's still 4 of them there.
Rush. It does still come through. London ticking up to try to match. They're now just 9% away from making it happen. The Death Blossom going to be thrown in. Backbone looking for a target. Everybody from the Gladiators scattering off the point. Push in the corner though. Backbone finds Happy. Gets him with a headshot off the shotgun. Finds the kill. Now Funny Astro in a dire spot. Ends up getting pinched as well. He didn't send Hadi off the side of the map. But down 2 players. This seems so very unlikely that they'll be able to do anything with this, especially now that Reiner is dead.
Late death.
Fire. They maintain control and now they're 80% ready to win.
It'll be 99 soon because Reiner's still got to respawn, and that was just so indecisive from Gladiators. What's the game plan there? Cool, you've lost 1, you still have 4, but are you trying to hold on to the point or are you trying to not? They use the Kitsuna Rush, but they don't keep the point.
Rush and Beat both come out. Funny Astro desperately trying to get in the tag the point. He does manage to do so. Shu, I believe, joining in with him. Reiner also arrives. Funny Astro finds a kill. Sparker going to be sent off the side of the map or killed off by the boom. Either way, it's value desperately needed here for the Glads. Another hit found. They get the flip. 71% now in control. They have a shot at winning this one out, but they need to play this perfectly. On the Spitfire. Likely need to reset turning the fight right here, and they're going to go for the ladder. Hadi goes for the juggle. He's got the primal pop. Knocks Funny Astro up into the air, but the beat comes through all the same. Death Blossom comes out from Happy. He won't be able to find any kills. 85% now on board for them. Happy dead. Spark gets a headshot with the overclock. Slides back over onto the point as they look for the flip, but he gets crunched. And Kevster finds the kill. Gladiator still looking good as Happy swaps over to the trying to rejoin in a little bit faster. Now Landon taken down. Reiner will be traded, but it's just far too many casualties here for the London Spitfire. They did their damnedest. They made it look good. They made it competitive. But it is the Gladiators who are taking Lijiang Tower at the end of it all. 199% to close out Night Market. They win it 2-1.
Yeah, London Spitfire, they played well there, but the last fight was very extended, a super long fight outside of the Spitfire spawn. And London Spitfire, they're saying, we're actually in a position to maybe turn this fight around. Hardy pops Primal, they want to engage, but Hardy couldn't find the kills, he couldn't find any knockoffs off the map, no environmentals. Gladiators hold on, they eventually use double support ultimates. Shu pops down the Katuna rush. London Spitfire do originally a fairly decent job of disengaging away from it, right? They move towards the point, the Katuna rush is in the open, in the courtyard. But when we actually get to the point, even though they're away from the Katuna rush of Shu, the firepower isn't there. Kevster pops online, gets 2 frags, and the LA Gladiators clean up for the win.
I'll tell you what, one map, granted it is control and often lends itself to have some scrappier fights, but that was scrappy. That was all over the place between both of these squads, just constantly going blow for blow, back and forth. Gladiators are barely left standing at the end of it all, but that is just map number 1 out of a potential 5. That's what we are hoping for. London Spitfire are going to have their map pick as we get ready to move into hybrid. We'll see where they decide to take us when we come back from the break, and whether or not the Gladiators will be able to shut them down and look for that 2-0 lead. Don't go anywhere, guys. The action continues in our final series of the evening when we come back. welcome back. Are you a fan of the Gladiators? Then buy their skin. It's on sale till November 15th. I haven't been putting too much thought into these things. But yeah, it's the Reaper guy. He's my favorite character. I love his pistols and all of that stuff. But honestly, I mean, I do love I love that we have these kind of like alternate skins coming in for the tournament winners this year. And I hope that it's something that we keep up forward into next season.
There's like a normal Gladiators Reaper skin, just like the normal Reaper skin, but colored Gladiators. But then there's this one, which is the legendary Reaper Gladiator skin. And they all know it. What's the mid-season Madness skin again? That was the Mercy one, wasn't it? So there's also yeah, it was, because Happy Genji was after that. So Knight Mercy, Royal Knight Mercy. There'll be another purple version of that later on. But for now, I think for the Gladiators, they're not satisfied with just 2 skins. They want the championship skin too, if they can get that. Who knows what that'll be. London have one, the Winston one from 2018. And despite this 1-0 result, I mean, I think we can both say that it was fairly competitive, although the only asterisk I will add to that comment is the fact that Gladiators, yeah, they did pull out some quote-unquote cheese on Control Center, did not work out for them, the Ryan, Junkrat stuff, okay. Kevster got some kills, but it didn't seem like a comp that was really doing much else. The Shadow went quite wanting, to be honest with you. Ryan kind of just threw it out there, didn't look great. And Gladiators even kind of swapped up the DPS, and Kevster and Happy just trading roles on our 3rd round of Night Market. Still seemed to work out. Kevster pulling through on the Sojin as we head into Eichenwalde, which is London's pick. See how this one works out for the Gladiators in terms of what they'll choose, because they seem to be the team that are wanting to play some different stuff, try some different things out. Spitfire are very content with just playing hard meta.
Which is odd, because they were, you know, back towards, you know, maybe towards the beginning of the season even, the team that was kind of diverging from it, that was, you know, kind of forcing the rush composition, showing us the May very occasionally, and also I think that maybe the first team that also showed us the Bastion originally forever ago. We have seen a little bit more of it as of late. We thought that we were going to get some Bastion there from the Gladiators, but it was the Junk instead. But here we are. Eichenwalde for our 2nd map. This is the Spitfire's pick. The staging ground where they think that they can go ahead and tie things up 1-1.
We sure we saw London here not that long ago as well. We look over towards the... Yeah, we did. They played this versus the Philadelphia Fusion. 3-2 result there. 2-0 versus Fusion on Lady Junk. Basically, they're rerunning the same maps they played versus Fusion. We'll see if Route 66 is up next, depending on who gets the choice for that one. I'm not expecting... Okay, I don't know if I should say I'm not expecting the Shu, Anna, plus the others here. Kevster's just going for an early kind of, you know, peek out. Happy checking with the Sonic. Shu going for a sleep dart already. We're going to be playing hard meta. Sojin again, so they're actually going to lock in Kevster twice with Sojin, and Happy remaining on the Reaper.
Everybody just got some lineups, got some stuff that they want to check for. That Widow with a Hanzo. Dive in, comes through from Hottie. It was aggressive, jumping into the PC room. Reiner, bubbled down, low HP, has to play this safely, so it makes his exit, but Kevster actually gets the punish. Hottie taken out, and that's a big opening now for the Gladiators to get themselves here on to point A.
Spitfire need to leave, give away 2 ticks, play Pie to respawn, they can still recontest. If anyone else dies here from London, it will be over, so they cannot afford to even try and go for a trade here. They'll play as safe as possible. Wait a minute, Hardy. Okay, they're barely back in. Backbone had to shift into touch.
Yep, shifts in the touch. Hottie comes up over the top. Drops in, Happy now going to be zoned back, but Kevster again finds a kill, this time on a Sparker. Takes him out, and that's going to be just as critical as he will find a second. Cleanup comes through. Landon's last one standing, but with nowhere to TP to. He ends up falling. It's 5 minutes and 22 seconds in the time bank as Glads get the team kill and the cap.
And that's like not quite 2 fights, but 1 fight where Hardy dies twice, if you think about the fact that he had to die, respawn, come back. I mean, the fact that Backbone has to use a Wraith Form just to get the touch in is going to put the Spitfire behind, and that'll be further behind. At least as far as ult charge is concerned, definitely on the overclock side of things. Some of the other members are at least somewhat competitive. Admiral's still lacking about 26% here. We'll see if Gladiators want to use these support ultimates early. Probably be forced to, given that Spitfire playing pretty aggressively on the payload.
Kevster going for the quick pop, hoping that he gets a connection there. Not going to happen, but does now have that overclock at the ready. Rush comes in from Shu, escorting them forward as they look for some shots here. A hell of a lot of damage being pumped out over towards the Spitfire members. They're going to go ahead and counter rush back over towards the cart now. Gladiators wildly split. Kevster out into the open. Gonna get jumped on. They need to keep protected. So Reiner comes in to try to peel for him, but it's not gonna be good enough. Backbone drops in. Death Blossom finds two. Both the supports now gone. And the Gladiators are gonna have to go ahead and reset on the push.
Man, that ult trade was so much better for the London Spitfire. I mean, what you actually see there is Shu pulling out the Katuna rush. Okay, that's cool. London Spitfire, they back out, they speed away. Admiral gets them out towards the bridge. Gladiators want to chase land and turns, uses his own Katuna rush. Funny Astro feels the pressure, pops down the beat, but then doesn't have that for later on when now Sparker has this overclock available. He's pretty low HP though, but Landon, Landon got two.
I'm not sure. Kevster and Shu both taken down by Landon's hand. Reiner will finally put an end to the slaughter, but the work is very much already done here. We'll have those faster respawns and start pushing their way back out so they can get themselves to the cart for now and maybe pick up a little bit of extra distance, but it's not like they're going to be able to get over the bridge with these picks.
Gotta say, despite Landon getting two there, Reiner turning it around, Gladiators pushing out from spawn. Well, now given the capability to, as you sort of mentioned, finally get the payload up. Still have two ultimates online. Need to see where Happy ends up going. This one, London Spitfire with bridge control so far, and they've landed on the payload. Happy's got to walk out.
Sparker sliding away. Happy does have the Death Blossom. It's going to be okay. 2 kills actually as Sparker ends up landing on top of it at the very end. The last few seconds gets the elimination. Happy finds another. Looks for Landon, but Reiner will take it with the Primal. TP forward, they get onto the cart. They leave Hadi behind them in the dust inside of the castle. Now they start working this cart across the bridge.
And if they chase Hardy here, it might be hard for him. Okay, he's gone the low ground. He's gone towards the low ground, jumps out, but he's not on the payload. He's half HP.
Reiner falling low. Rush comes in from Shu. Landon matching Admiral a little bit further ahead towards that beat. Funny Astro needs to build up for one of his own. Now has it online. Admiral pulls the trigger first. Funny Astro goes second. Everybody's fighting from here on out. Let's see who's going to be able to connect the shots. First one there.
Primal.
Kevster not getting the connection. Happy in the meantime. He was playing well back over by the castle doors. Ends up getting picked. Shu as well cannot exit. And with those 3 kills now as they look for more, Gladiators again are going to have to reset.
I mean, we just blow double support ultimates there both sides. We get back into a neutral stage. The Gladiators a little bit more split. A few more members further forward. A few members behind the payload. And London Spitfire will consolidate and convert onto the lone members. So plenty of time being burned here. What was a fast A-take is slowly becoming now a bit of a problem. That problem has been alleviated with shooting the kill on the Landon, but Spitfire can still reset here. So it does force Spitfire away. What that kill means is that Spitfire no longer has high ground control.
Dive into the back. You see the preemptive healing coming out from Shu. Knows that Kevster is going to be the target. He pops the overclock as well. Try to force Hadi back. Primal is out, but he is already tagged down. To join back in with the squad, get some healing. Gladiators looks like they found him. They get the collapse, and they go ahead and take him down. That might have been the case. Either way, they get the kill, they get their target. Now they just have to fight their way out of the castle, which they managed to do so successfully. Sparker's still up on the high ground, but at this distance, not going to be able to do too much. The cart does get contested here at the very last moment. Backbone again, racing forward, keeps this one locked into position while they wait for Hadi to rejoin the fray. Happy now trying to exit 90 HP, tucks away.
Oh, so low.
Space here to work with. And just the TP up, but still not out of the woods yet. He's dodging every pull they possibly can, and somehow Happy stays alive.
He's playing a bullet time game. He's just trying to dodge everything. I've seen this before. And the bullets come ever so fast, but he'll get healed up now. Gladiators waiting for ultimates. They got it. Kevster, nice shot. Admiral's gone. No more sound barrier.
Yep, sound barrier now out of the equation. The rushes are going to be used on either side. Funny Astro likely can hold on to the beat unless something goes wrong. Death Blossom instead going to be invested here by Happy. Finds Backbone, looks for a little bit more, sets up for the damage on the kill here. Now Hadi, they get the elimination, they get the cap. It's only going to be 2 minutes remaining now here for the Gladiators. You think about where they started, from 5 minutes, 12 seconds, something like that. They get drained all the way down to 30.
I mean, that even comes... You even see the difficulty on B when they find that trap on the Hardy, right? I'm pretty sure Reiner blocked it. Yeah. From what I could tell through the silhouettes, and even off the back of that, they couldn't cap off that fight. There was another fight that needed to happen, and they get it when Kevster snipes down Admiral, removes one of the ultimates. That's what got it for them. And Orlando gets sniped.
Shu has to be hitting these shots, which unfortunately for the Gladiators, he is not. Slips quite a bit, landed on the other side, did have Kevster. Now Reiner going to be taken down as they pop the overclock and go rushing forward. Easy cleanup, easy acquisition of the cart for the side of the Spitfire. The a minute and 14 seconds remaining. Gladiators that cannot go.
Honestly,
to get right back into this push.
You're seeing some consistent picks coming through from Landon. And, you know, I kind of spoke about this coming into this particular matchup. Statistically for me, I felt like Landon had the best overall stats yesterday from day one games. Now he's also adding some damage and kills on top of that as Kevson looks for overclock.
Goes for it. The bubble keeping him protected for a little bit longer there, but everybody widely just pulling back. Gets the shot across on the backbone as he TP's forward, but doesn't get the headshot, so doesn't have to kill. Down barrier out from Admiral, keeps everybody shielded up as they once again go pushing towards the castle doors. Now go on the retreat. Gladiators start stepping to them once again. Landon out ahead by about 10% overshoot towards this next rush, and Backbone is there nearly with the Death Blossom to couple in with it.
Really important, by the way, that Reiner takes some damage here. Look at that, Shoe's about to catch up. He's got it now. And the payload's in a good position. One fight can decide this. Rush on both sides.
Astro. Death Blossom not going to be able to find the kill, but look how quickly he is firing off Happy. This did not stand a chance, nor does Reiner, and that should just about do it. Everybody just ripped to pieces by the Reaper. It'll be an extended team kill as we won't even get to see it in overtime. We'll just bleed down. And that's as far as the cart is going to go. So very much a win condition here for the London Spitfire. Just need to push into the castle a little bit further than that, and then they will be walking away with a tied-up series at 1-1.
I mean, Backbone might have used his Death Blossom a little early in that fight, didn't find any value, but he's got the full auto Hellfire shotguns. Double the AA-12s walking forward. My goodness, the fire rate on that one. It was horrendous, the amount of damage coming on through on top of the LA Gladiators, stopping them from capping on in. And now you have to really examine the entire attack, where you consider that A was pretty phenomenal for the Gladiators, right? Push on through, win a fight where they kill Hardy twice. London could barely even really contest. I don't think anyone of Gladiators even died during that entire A push. B started to get very difficult for them. The amount of different attempts it took on B, no matter what picks they had, no matter what exchanges happened, London Spitfire held strong on B. There just wasn't enough time for the Gladiators to push through on C. I think, you know, a couple more fights, payload's in a good position, maybe Gladiators finish it off. It's not going to be the case yet. So I think this is the opening again where Landon gets the double. Okay, so he's literally just in the Spitfire, so the Gladiators spawn. It looks cool, but they did lose that fight, but at least he got the style points.
Yeah. Well, he used the TP to get into that position, and then from there he didn't really have a bailout, had to fight his way through, but there was still some flashy plays being done.
He exits the spawn room the hard way by dying.
Yeah. You know, dies in honorable combat. Being a good Viking.
Expectedly, no one's going to show their heads there. We're not going to see that Hydron OG moment from the Florida Atlanta game on Junkertown yesterday. One of those rare moments where a Widow opening pick from spawn does indeed work. And already Hardy, though, he's wanting to get forward. Reiner's being annoying behind, though, look at that.
He is, but he needs to be careful that he doesn't get disconnected from the rest of the team. That's why you see him jump back over onto the point proper. Still, though, packed low. Sparker, he had a rail, might have been able to get that execution. Now, though, Gladiators widely split, contained into a side room, and this is just going to be to the meat grinder, perhaps. Kepster does manage to peel a bit here for the rest of the team, taking down Landon, cutting the heals down. Now, Backbone dead as well. Suddenly, it gets turned completely on its head here by the Gladiators. Fantastically done. They give up a singular tick, but they win out the rest of the fight.
Good catch. I mean, Gladiators just sort of surround Spitfire there. They know Spitfire at that point are basically hard committed. They can't exit. And they get so many members low. LA Gladiators, I watched Funny Astro drop to 1 HP, Happy drop to 1 HP there, but Spitfire cannot even get one. If they even get one kill there and lose the fight, there's a potential timing window where Spitfire can come in with greater respawns, but not going to be the case. 4-5v5, Shu with a pretty damn good lead.
And there is the rush. Reiner leading the charge. Happy. I mean, the shotgun's just going crazy.
No kills, though.
Widely keep them zoned back, but yeah, it's not the result that they were looking for. They don't get kills. They don't get that extra 15 seconds bought off the time bank.
Which is not really great, because now it just becomes a full zoning. Ultimately, Detroit do get some ult charge. So Funny Astro probably has to, yeah, he is going to do the sound barrier here. Has to.
Uses it, but Admiral, he's going to have one online here. Builds it up. Has to go for the second shield. Sound barrier now going to be dropped in. TP up on the top. Landon is just going absolutely crazy with the aggression. Kempster mistiming on the right click, unable to find the shot across on the Sparker. Backbone drops in, the Death Blossom finds two. Shu, the only one that found an elimination so far on the side of the Gladiators, takes down Sparker, but I don't think it's going to be anywhere near enough. Reiner's still playing forward, but is taking a beating, tries to make his exit. And chasing forward, they're looking for the staggers, and they should be able to find something. Yep, the Winston will fall in the end.
Yep.
It'll be 4 minutes and 9 seconds now in the time bank for the Spitfires. They start the Streets phase.
And unlike the London Spitfire earlier, you can't really just disengage away from Landon's Fortuna Rush, because you can only go back so far here. Backbone, by the way, playing within the Winston buffing, that's just so cool, because what you see from Kev's POV when we watch that, regularly, was the fact that Kevs was trying to snipe Backbone while he's going for the Death Blossom, but Hardy's bubble placement, the combination of Hardy and Backbone working together there meant that Backbone gets max value.
Down low, gets some heals, overclock at the ready, and Happy's dead, so you can just go ahead. Yep, just keep that ult tabled for now. No need to invest. Gladiators are going to have to peel back. Finally, the damage to try to get rid of Hardy is gone. Body shot on the Funny Astro takes him low. Kempster as well. See the slide out, makes his way over the rampart to try to stay safe and maybe get some line of sight. Funny Astro does continue to play elusively. It's really limit testing against Sparker's aim there, but does walk away unscathed. The dive comes in. That's
a good rush.
Out from Shu. Kempster though needs some healing. Shu finally identifies this, finds him. Tops him back up. Match now. Spark going to be locked in the position for now. Up here on the high ground. Kempster gets the pop, finds Spark in the body shot. Good enough. Looks for Admiral. Can't quite line it up, but sends him just shipped all the way into the castle walls. And it feels like we're back in the first half with Gladiators on the attack. Spitfire now put themselves in a rough position. They have to break out of here.
They have 5. They don't have ultimates, though. Hardy clearing close towards the Primal. The good news for the Spitfires, payload actually hasn't moved. Look at the payload. It's actually moving backwards. Gladiators have forgotten about the objective completely.
If they'd gotten any kills on that castle exit, it would have been monstrous here for the Gladiators. Spitfires, anyway, stay together.
So London will get themselves out of that. And payload position now will start to move back forward again. London actually breaking out of that position is really cool, because that was... Ricky.
Got the botch. And a great boot from Admiral. Sends him over the side. Backbone. He's got the TP, so he's going to be just fine, and no one's going to be able to contest this card anymore.
Maybe Funny Astro
does go sliding in. He's going to try for it, but it gets pushed away, and the cap will come in at the end. 3 minutes and 18 seconds now, and they don't even have to push to the end of the map. That's one.
Happy ult anyway.
Here by Happy. Finds Admiral. They will also clean up Backbone on the back end of that ult. And Hardy just can't really stay in this position. Ends up dying. You can see the laughter coming through from the London Spitfire calling the C9.
So that'll just be, I guess, London, or rather Gladiators being able to get a close hold here towards the ruins, towards the front. And that's really what you're buying here, because otherwise Gladiators straight lose that fight. They have to completely reset. Payload gets to the first corner. Shoot pops ult.
Over the top. Reiner makes his presence known. The rush is out. Landon now has one of his own built up. Death Blossom from Backbone goes zoned back inside of the castle. Overclock now at the ready from Kempster.
Vlad's can exit here.
Right now he is the sole ultimate available here for the side of the Gladiators. They get pushed back by Landon. Overclock now comes in. Kempster looking for a target. Spark still holding one of his own. Stage vested. Looking for the headshot, and Kempster has overstepped. Far too wide, swung around that corner. Landon strikes him down. Now Happy as well, going to get dropped. That's the damage dealers dead on the side of the Gladiators. The town barrier has to be invested by Funny Astro. Kempster's going to be swapping over to the Tracer now. They try to keep them in this fight, try to turn the tide, because they still need to buy 2 minutes if they want to walk away victorious in this map. Otherwise, we're going to be tied up.
Oh, that shot.
2-2.
That could be it.
1-1, I should say. The headshot goes across. Shu goes down. Kempster keeps it contested for the moment. Reiner goes jumping in, but is greeted with death. Sparker finishes him with the rail. He cannot get the Primal. And that will be the finish. London Spitfire elect to take us here to Eichenwalde. And once again, we are not going to have a 3-0. They tie it up 1-1.
You know, I think so much difference was made on that B point again, because you see the London Spitfire on their defensive side, how much slowdown they had the LA Gladiators, not allowing the LA Gladiators once they get to see to make any reasonable distance. And then the opposite end, London, you know, they survive in really tricky situations, kind of stuck in the Gladiator spawn. They can rotate out, straight back on the payload, pushing on in. The boot from Admiral from onto Reiner to push him off the map. That secures in the B point cap, and despite having the happy, Death Blossom slowing momentum down for London Spitfire. The next fight immediately, they retain that momentum, move on forward, and before you know it, London, they're on the cap in Gladiators. They have the 3-man beat from Funny Astra just to stay alive. Reiner doesn't even get a primal, dies on 94. Close margins there, but Spitfire, once they get back on that payload and C, they go for all the way.
Yeah, close but no cigar. Close does not win you maps. Now tied up 1-1, London Spitfire fighting back. They keep it even. Gladiators will once again have a map pick as we get ready to go into Escort. We'll see where they decide to take us, but see if they can also clean things up just a bit. London having their number here. Another Monsters Time Bank off the rip, and they play it to a T. Very nicely done for them to go ahead and get the win. We'll see who takes the lead, who moves up to match point when we come back from the break, so don't go anywhere.
We had some great plays today, some great games today. We got more coming your way.
Piece by piece. 3% away from this Nano Blade now, though. So, Smurf wants to initiate early before the Blade's a factor, but Jinmu goes in.
Not going to happen, and Creative cannot get the sleep start to connect. Yeah, slash through. Jinmu once more finding 3 with the Blade. Big value for him. Follows up with a headshot.
No
Jerkins onto Vinham. That is the team kill. That is a massive amount of distance now.
Try and find a way to keep London Spitfire at bay. Ken looking to set up a big power drive here.
Oh, just right in the middle, and that might have been a counter shield blast from Admiral to get out of the way. Flora has overclocked. He's found 2. Make it a 3rd. Drops down. Landed. Flora stepping up to the job, and what New York need of him to do.
Since he's been away. Good headshot on Finale, though.
I mean, it's safe.
It's forcible, though.
Finale's good for at least 1 in that case. If there isn't just an insta-headshot to shut him down. Here's what I mean. Krillin going attack mode.
Wait, no. Okay,
1 second.
No. Yeah. He was off the map at least 3 times in that small fight. Nano onto Happy, by the way, just to keep him up and alive. Or Muse with a punch.
This is dangerous.
That was close. Okay.
Power block.
There was no power up punch.
Oh,
no, you can't do this.
Oh, dear. Another one falls to Muse, and now the Defiant can surge forward once more. That buys some key seconds for the Raven. Have they used that time to formulate a real defensive plan here, or are they still going to fly by the seat of their pants? Hawk hit with the Discord all blown up pretty much instantly there by Shockwave, who comes on in. That's going to be 2. Another one from the Disruptor shot to get rid of that Immortality field, and Shockwave has this on lock. Kai obliterated. OG running back to Spore with his tail between his legs here in the Vancouver Titans with 44 seconds left. They've got to get this one home.
And now we'll pop it, slides forward, tries to cut them off, throws the nade down right here into the doorway. Transformation God is nullifying a hell of a lot of his damage though, because he just can't quite get the headshots to connect. 2 kills going to be found from the side of Fusion, but it's answered back by 2 from Marvel. Picks up Aim God, picks up Carpe, ends up falling. Marvel is just doing everything
How
right
many
now.
is this?
He gets Fix Up. That's going to be 3 for him. The Immortality field obviously not quite going to count, but now here he is on the point, still relatively healthy. And so is Bellisria. He's got Zest to try to back him up. Marvel has to make his exit, but he's straight back into the fight. He keeps this point contested. He does not allow the flip to come through, and now he gets the kill into Bellisria. The minefield comes down. They'll just reroute. The flip is there. And welcome back. We are all tied up at 1-1. Eichenwald going the way of the London Spitfire. Their selection for our hybrid map. Now we look forward to Escort to see who is going to be able to take the lead. But man, what a game so far this is. And Landon has, I mean, we're bringing him up already, Avril. He's been looking damn good on the Kiriko.
Yeah, I felt like, again, you know, to repeat myself, yesterday he looked fantastic. The stats rather back it up. We look at the stats from Icavoldo here as well. 8 final blows. I mean, that's quite a lot.
95 rush assists. 95 rush assists.
Yeah, you farm a lot of assists off that. It's the healing done as well, 17,000, which is about 1,000 more than Shu. It's a ton of healing done, a lot more than the Lucio players. Funnily enough, you look at the 4,000 damage done, Admiral had 5,800, which is like an interesting dynamic between where Lucio and Kiriko is in the meta. You think about Kiriko as a high damage dealer, but actually, usually the Lucio players deal more damage. The Kiriko players heal a lot more though, because you need to do that to actually farm fast ultimates. And despite, I think, Shu typically having faster ultimates, Landon and the Spitfire, they got better value off a lot of their rushes. They also disengaged out of Gladiator's rushes multiple times successfully. Landon were able to turn fights and beyond that as well. I know the sort of 2 kills that Landon got teleporting into the Glad spawn was a bit of a meme because they lost that fight, but there were other moments as well where he actually got some pretty critical shots down, some pretty critical kills that actually did change the course of how some fights went.
Well, I don't believe we have any swaps on either side, so still we'll be seeing the same 5-man squads on both teams, as it is Dorado that has been selected by the Gladiators. They think that this is going to be the staging ground for them to be able to turn this series around and once more gain the lead for themselves. But given the way that both these teams are playing, honestly, Avril, I wouldn't be shocked if we have a bit of a similar experience as our last series with the Shock, where it's just trading blow for the most part. So we'll have to just wait and see if that does happen. But you do have to be fearful if London are able to pick this map up, take themselves a match point.
The difference between this series and the last one is, I think in the last series, it wasn't that crazy for Houston to quote-unquote get an upset versus the Shock, given the differential in the seeding coming in. And, you know, there was a reminder there as well that, you know, Houston did end up beating Shock a couple times in the regular season, so I don't think it was crazy for Houston to get that win. Here, I think it would be a lot crazy for London to get the win off the Gladiators, but London have been powering up. They look fantastic yesterday versus the Fusion, look fantastic so far right now. Honestly, London are a team that you really have to give respect for, and, you know, there have been plentiful comments about the role stars so far for tanks. Obviously, 2 of them are in here right now, both Hardy and Reiner. And the fact that, well, here it is, proof of the pudding, right? Hardy versus Reiner, and Hardy has been performing so substantially well in the win star. I think you got to give credit to that role star nod.
I think the observers are trolling me, unfortunately, by showing that taco card you and I were talking about during the break. That getting hungry. Hunger is real. If only I had some
break, by the way. In that long pause.
If only I had some Butterfingers to snack on.
In that super long pause in the Houston game on Esperanza, in the chat, Dante said hilted. That's hungry and tilted. Something that wasn't shown in the broadcast, but I thought that was quite funny. All right, let's get into this game, though.
Well, can't say that I'm tilted, but I'm definitely hungry. But I'm also hungry for some more action. Backbone, you can see the smile on his face. He kind of botched the initial jump shot, so says, screw it, I'll just go straight for the Reaper instead.
I tell you what, though,
here on the Tracers, occupying the high ground, and so far, damage harassment's looking great. He's got 45% of a pulse bomb.
And that's the thing, because we talk about, okay, well, you know, what does Gladiators want to do here? No swaps. They can make swaps within the team itself, because Happy's back on Sojin, which allows Kips to play through a Tracer. Can work pretty well on Dorado, I respect it. And the damage has been pretty darn good, as you said. This is going to be a fast pulse.
That it is. About 50 seconds so far, 87% built up. Pops the recall, has to pull back, but now Pulse going to be online. Backbone just trying to keep him at an arm's length. Arm's distance, I should say. And yeah, he does, but just dashes around the side. Pulse bomb at the ready. Everybody pushed up here into the bubble, drops it down, but won't be able to find a stick. Doesn't get a kill. Doesn't find much of anything, and once again we play Ring Around the Rosie as London Spitfire starts stealing the cart away, occupying the market space for themselves. Hadi just kind of holding that underpass, and now Kevs are gone.
Swap sides,
and finds the kill.
Where are Glads right now? They're in the archway. They've completely swapped sides, so Spitfire get free push with Kevs gone as well. Gladiators have to get a touch going. Hardy's keeping it busy. We've nearly capped this one. In fact, we have. It's gone.
They have gotten it. Reiner just got booped away, and that was just enough time to go ahead and get that cap through. Kepster gets a little bit of revenge here on the Landon, but it's not enough. They completely got outdone, out-rotated here. London Spitfire just got in front of them. Gladiators tried to pinch them from behind, but they never got on top of them. They can never keep that card contested.
That was Glad's call, though. They rotated themselves. They were the ones that went very aggressive versus Spitfire. Meanwhile, the payload was moving away from them. Spitfire never really left the payload. And so what the end result was is that Kipster dies, he can't touch. Reiner's too late for the touch and it's gone. Spitfire hold most of the ults here as well. Glads have the high ground, that's at least a silver lining they can work through. Kipster hiding the flanks.
Change that. Happy now. Does have that overclock available. Sparker ready to match. Yes, we're still going to be 9% away from that sound barrier. Yeah, Backbone taking a beating. Get some healing as Kevster goes into the back line. Second pulse bomb nearly online. Recall going to be popped by him. Drop down off the high ground from Happy. And there's going to be the rush. Shoot using his pulse bomb goes down. Not going to find anything. Sound barrier out from Admirals. Funny Astro matching. Primal Rage popped by Reiner on the other side. Hottie's still going to be holding. Come up into the air. Reiner is knocking Hottie away. He's now going to pop the Primal Rage. Sparker gets Kevster the rail shot. Enough to finish off the Tracer. He still does have this overclock. Didn't have to pop it. In the meantime, Hottie, he's juggling like 3 people over here. He's looking like
and he's alive. He lives.
Somehow tucks back away around the corner. Overclock at the ready for both of the Sojourns. Shots firing, no one finding any eliminations, but it's still going to be the London Spitfire who continue to push forward. Hottie,
there it is.
And not dip out this time. This time Kevster just managed to find the elimination, but the rest of London are just diving forward here. Past point B, looking for some eliminations, and Backbone's going to be able to find 2. Can he get a 3rd? The answer is yes. Reiner is cleaned up, even though they lose out on the tank, they lose out on Sparker. London Spitfire will continue to push, and they get the cap on B.
And that's the only fight on B. There was only one fight on B, Achilleos. That one super extended fight. 9 ultimates got spent in the first portion of the fight. It's a good pick from Happy, slows things down. And that was a Kevster death to Sparker initially. And then Backbone eventually throws in a Death Blossom. That's when things really kick off. But beyond that as well, Hardy did a lot of work to juggle members of the Gladiators. Reiner tried to lock one person down, didn't quite get that successfully done. You lose B because Spitfire had payload once again moving the entire way through. The objective control has been very good on the attack so far.
Oh, pulse bomb number 3. Good time to charm. Let's see, Kevster can get something done this time around. Backbone's going to get his head taken off, so one of the targets eliminated, dashing forward. He's just holding the door for now. Pulse ready. I thought maybe Kevster was going to go for it right there.
He's testing the waters.
Continues to hold it, spots them, pulse goes down, but Admiral just casually wall rides away. Keeps himself safe, the heals coming through from Landon, but it's not enough to try to save Sparker's life. And now Landon himself at risk will get cleaved down. Reiner coming up big, 2 kills off the back of the Primal, Backbone dead as well. Gladiators at long last finding a firm foothold, but Reiner will still get taken down to the back end.
And off the back of Reiner dying, Backbone is about to respawn. Spitfire will walk forward, Gladiators need to respect this and back out. They played very aggressively. I think the pulse is one thing. The extra primal, I'm not too sure if I agree with it. Does Reiner get a bunch of kills? Absolutely. And it buys time. I think they got 30 seconds off that. When you get to the real team fights that matter, which is about to be the one we see here, you'll probably wish he had that. So that's a great pick on the Animal. That slows things down for Spitfire. They might have to reset.
Yeah, I mean, Landon is so preoccupied just trying to keep the DPS alive, and Admiral kind of gets left out to dry, ends up falling down. Everybody tucking away inside of the bank for now. They know that Admiral's going to be split spawn. Trying to keep their eyes out for him, but he just goes ahead and reroutes around the opposite side, goes up main, manages to rejoin in with the rest of the team. Now they enter through. Happy slides back, tries to keep himself safe. Body under fire, but Wolf is at the ready. Go ahead and pop that. Admiral drops the beat. Pulse bomb gets the stick, looks for the kill, but just chews through the shielding. Admiral's still going to be alive in the fight for now. Rushes out from both of the Kitikos. Shields now gone from both Lucio's.
Death Blossom
getting jumped on. There's the Death Blossom. Solo for Happy gets the elimination. Shu going to be taken down in the meantime by Hottie. Hottie Astro well into the back lines. Low HP. Needs to try to stay alive. Kevster as well. Same can be said. Backbone finally is able to hound him down. Lines up the shotgun blast. And Kevster takes a full-blown one to the face. Just under 2 minutes now as the cart continues to roll forward.
And they got 5 alive. That's the best part for the London Spitfire. With 5 alive here, they have full presence walking forward. Sparker held on to his overclock. Pops him now. Happy responds. Wait, Happy just gets a kill. He didn't even have an ultimate.
Yeah, not the ult, just full charge rail shot to the head. Backbone taken out. And Happy gets Sparker as well. Shuts down the ult. Hottie dead. Once again, the Gladiators go ahead and put their feet down. Establish a nice little foothold here for themselves. Minute and 20 remaining. London Spitfire still seeking to finish the map. Backbone for a brief moment. Just checking to see if anybody over pursued.
And I don't think Gladiators will pursue this time. They just don't have the ults to play through. Right, last time they had a lot more. They had the Pulse, they had the Primal. London Spitfire. Back to basics here. Overclock denied. Happy does major work on that last defense. Now himself will look towards the overclock as London Spitfire looks like they want the high ground. They'll get it. They have to. They've got a payload to swap.
They did trade that one out. Funny after take it down, but obviously you have the much faster respawns as well as it being a Lucio, so not really going to lose too much time joining back in with the rest of the team. Admiral now a bit of a precarious spot. Makes his exit back up the stairwell, but the cart is still widely going to be halted. Is in fact still rolling back. 35 seconds now remaining for the London Spitfire. Rushes out on either side. Still holding on to the overclock. Happy, waiting for the moment to pop it. Likely we'll just have to wait until these
Funny Astro.
Hottie starts moving forward. The primal pop. Shoe going to be taken down.
Doesn't catch up your
Kevster. Shot. Now Kevster going to be taken down. Backbone gets on top of him, and Happy's got a sliver of HP, as does Funny Astro. They have to try to stay alive, but Happy eventually gets hounded down. Hottie gets on top of him, finds the kill. Sends out a zap, looks for a little bit more, but cannot get any further picks from here. The cart continues to move forward. Time dwindling down. 3 seconds remaining. Ult available.
Go Blossom.
The Death Blossom is online. Needs to find an opportunity to use it. It's going to have to be right here, right now. They push him away. Landon stays alive. He still won't find Hottie. Can't get much more than that. Backbone strikes just a little bit harder. Comes up with 3, and that is the finish. London Spitfire, they have a very clean start. Gladiators kind of out-rotate themselves. They still manage to drain the clock all the way down, but they cannot deny the finish on Dorado.
And that what a finish it was as well for the London Spitfire. Again, they consolidate as 5. They didn't lose anybody in the second to last fight. They start walking forward, and the big difference maker for me was the fact that Admiral Landon both had support ultimates. Shu responded, but Funny Astro was still like 10% off by the time Funny Astro finds the sound barrier. His team is under major duress. He pops in the sound barrier, but Happy and Kevster do not receive the shielding. Possibly the LOS was blocked. Maybe Hardy's, his primal was batting away Kevster and Happy a little bit too much. So Funny Astro only ends up getting a 3-man beat for all of that. Happy and Kevster 4 because they're low HP. And the London Spitfire continue rolling on through. The final ultimate there to maybe save the day was Kevster on the Death Blossom. It doesn't do enough. Landon has a Suzu. Backbone has his own Death Blossom, and they use that to put the nail in the coffin for the attack.
Take a look at the replay here. Landon playing out the final moments of this push.
What's the Suzu?
And there it is.
So clutch.
45 HP on him as the Suzu comes in. Sets up for Backbone. Just go ahead and pull the trigger. And there's no getting away from that one for Happy. Again, given the way that things started for London, this isn't the worst case scenario for the Glads, but they need to have a strong attack. They're gonna go for the side.
I think finishing at all is quite a decent amount already. And for the LA Gladiators, they want to see some TP start, run it, so it goes back. Notice that London Spitfire have counter-rotated, so now we've swapped positions. London are playing from the Glad spawns. Low members there, Hardy has to be careful.
He does. Glads wrapping around the side, kept taking some nasty hits.
Cheerio.
Lucio. Cheerios.
Should be a fast pulse bomb. That will be the thing again. Backbone was on 1. Wow.
He's got the race walk, so he stays safe. They top him up. Landon rather pursuing forward. Just keeping Kevster honest. He grabs the mega pack, and the rest of the team still just getting ripped apart in the meantime.
This is, by the way,
turn their sights to the rest. Hottie needs to get out of there.
This is kind of like the worst case scenario for Jets as well, because they're just losing one person by one. They're not getting any counter trades. It's maximum time staggering as well. Kevster desperately needs a pulse bomb. Backbone again on 1, but he just won't die.
Oh, what a stick!
Whoa, hang on a second.
And what a slide! Sparker delivers that one. Express mail to Admiral. It's Kevster, cleans up 3. That's the team kill coming through. Granted, might be just enough time to be able to get a last-second contest coming through here from the London Spitfire. Work to treat for Houston Outlaws over on
that looked like it
in our last series.
That looked like it should not have stuck. It looked like it should not have stuck because Sparkle was already on his way out, and Kevster just manages to just basically a pixel off something. Just a single pixel lands on the pulse bomb, and Sparkle carries that one through to Admiral. By the way, Sparkle was already mid-slide as Landon finds a hit from the Funny Astro, so 5v4.
Down low,
basically what I'm saying is
he's already used the recall.
Basically what I'm saying is Sparker killing Admiral there. I mean, he was already sliding right, so there's not much you can do about it.
Yeah.
Down to happen.
He's already committed. No stopping that one once it's begun. Overclock now going to be coming through, and Backbone just disappears. Ryder gets on top of him, finds that kill. They're looking for a little bit more. Sound barrier is still going to be committed. The rushes out on either side as well. London Spitfire are desperately trying to fight back, but Sparker under duress will end up crumbling. Reiner finds that kill, and Hadi, knowing better, just holds onto the primal range. They're more than happy to just go ahead and get the reset in now. They take the clock down to 1.5 minutes. It's going to be a 4-minute time bank now with the cap on A. We'll take a look at this pulse bomb stick once again.
Oh my god, it's like the craziest stick.
And then he jumps out of the bubble. Unfortunate.
I think like in that moment, it happened so quickly, like if I jump, I might be able to jump out of the way of my teammates, but he probably didn't realize that Admiral was wall riding, so it's pretty unlucky.
Yeah.
Well, got a good slowdown though. You know, all that being said, London still slowed down the payload a reasonable amount. The extra Landon kill into Funny Astro, forcing an extra reset. LA Gladiator showing good patience there to wait for Funny Astro. They held their ground even 4v5. So now they need to snowball. This is where Glads want to speed up.
Pulls back, playing inside of the bank right now. He's pushing forward into his face to try to get the punish. Reiner goes low, pops the primal with barely any time to spare. Admiral getting tagged down, but looks like Landon will have some healing for him, so he stays safe. Hadi is going well into the back lines. Funny Astro going to be greeted by a headshot there from Sparker. Nice rail, happy. Taken down as well. Hadi finds the punish, and once again, the London Spitfire just managed to wrest control of his cart away from the Gladiators.
Now, I think, like, you see from Kep's POV as well, it's been a pretty tough battle so far. Like, he gets members low, he can get backbone low, but he can't quite finish off these kills. The final bits of HP on the London Spitfire don't seem to go away, and for the Hadi as well, he gets a pretty good matchup, right? Because he doesn't have to face a Reaper, whereas Reiner does when he has to go up against backbone.
Yeah.
The Gladiators are finding themselves in a bit of a situation where Gibson needs these pulses. He's had a few so far. That's a good shot, though. That's what they need more of as well.
That it is. And, I mean, backline, I don't even know where his corpse just went with, sailing up into the skybox. There's not much else to be done here for the rest of the London Spitfire other than dying. By a little bit more time, just locking the car in place. Once again, they will be able to contest this. 4 ults about to be online for them, matching the 4 of the Gladiators.
It's been a lot of Sparker, I think, opening frags, opening damage, rail shots. We've seen a few from Happy, but it's felt like a lot from Sparker so far in the defense. So Happy finally getting one over. The 5-4 over, it's super important. The Gladiators, by the way, win that one without using ultimate. So here we go. Now both teams will be throwing those in. 8 ultimates holding.
Okay, Kepster finds Sparker the sound barrier from Funny Astro, keeps everybody alive through the Death Blossom, a backbone. Push away off the cart. Admiral going to be taken down. Happy finds the shot. The overclock going to be popped, and Hadi's got really nothing else to do here. Backbone going to be finished off. Happy looks for another target. Won't be able to find one. Gladiators clean it up. Now they have 3 minutes to push through the final stretch of Dorado and finish the map, which is what they need to do. And even then, that's just the extra innings.
We'll see if they can get a time bank here as well. Some time available, so the defense first. And have that extra time to play through for A, because, you know, assuming they do cap, this is going to end on A. So they know London have dropped down on the outside. London are making a big rotation.
Oh, that they are. They're trying to, once again, grab the cart, keep it locked in place, and put the Gladiators over towards the defender's side of the map. Reiner, however, has different ideas as the gate is going to shut on them. The cart is going to start getting stolen away. Overclock now going to be popped. The first shot going wide. Shoot down. Low to almost no HP, but cannot find the finish. He's going to get topped back up to full. Kepster
Landon.
Out Landon with a nice headshot. Manages to finish off the Tracer, getting rid of that pesky little fly. Sparker looking for a little bit more. The cart now going to be rolling back. The Gladiators again put themselves in the no man's land.
Glads have to reset.
Going to be taken out. Funny Astro going to be dead. They have to go for the reset. And that's going to take them down to about 1.5 minutes.
I mean, London Spitfire, the best part about their play, because they make that long rotation, they go straight for the payload and they deny any distance. You sort of notice the other way around, when London were attacking, they had a lot more payload control, and Gladiators were really slow to stop the payload progress. And also, we talk about the difficulties Kevs has had on the Tracer outside of some of the pulse bombs. I mean, sometimes you can just get headshot by Karika as well. 120 damage. If that doesn't kill you, instantly forces you to recall. So that also makes the matchup a little bit worse, and he's now changed over towards the Reaper.
Heard that dink there for just a little moment. Got the catch that I have. Now it's going to be the rushes coming out on either side. Sound barrier first from Funny Astro, but Backbone going to be taken down. Happy gets the headshot, still holds onto the overclock. Admiral now is going to be holding this sound barrier for a future fight if they need to go for a reset. Admiral buying just a couple extra seconds here on the climb alive, down to 1 minute, but now they're going to be pushing forward again. Yeah, 5 alive as you say.
Yep, that's huge. That's what they need. This is the same situation that London had early on, right? They won a fight near the start of C. They have 5 alive, and they will get their 5 before Happy is starting to really find some shots now at the correct time as well. Gladiators on the precipice of finishing the map, and they might just be able to do it by the time Spark comes back. The Taylor is there.
Happy doing happy things, but now Barrier aggressively. They look to take the fight towards the Gladiators, but no kills are found on the back of that. Now the shielding's going to be gone. Overclock going to be popped. Happy looking for a target. Backbone drops it. Death Blossom finds one. Kempster eliminated. Oh, Marcus. Wait, Marcus. Happy comes around the corner. What a shot that was. Would love to see his POV on that. Looks damn impressive from what we could have seen, but now the rest of the Gladiators very much split away from each other as Backbone looks to just hold control of this door. The bubble comes in as well.
That's final fight. This could be the map.
And yeah, that could just be it. London Spitfire look to take the map pick away.
Now.
As the overclock is popped and no one is going to be able to touch. Kempster arrives just a fraction of a second far too late. The Death Blossom will find nothing. And London does what they love to do. They dump a bunch of C9s in the chat. Give it the
they're just saying
this feels like projection to me. But
yeah, I was gonna say they're just announcing their org, right? I mean, the Cloud9. I get it. That's what it means.
I mean, but Hadi, he steps up out of his seat. He's banging his chest. He's saying, "I am the Winston God." And right now, he is looking like he has the upper hand in this series. London 2-1 now. Match point in their hands. They could be looking to send the Gladiators down to the lower bracket. They could just close out one more map.
Hardy's like, apparently they call me a Ryan one trick. Apparently, supposedly they say a Ryan one trick. Apparently not. As we see from the results right here, Hardy did great work on that map, but generally speaking, I just think some great shots from Landon. Not the best matchup for LA Gladiators, given that they were really trying to make that Tracer work. Had an interview from Sparkle earlier on his thoughts on Tracer. He wasn't, he even played some Tracer, but he says, not great in this meta. We really do see that it was a struggle for LA Gladiators.
That was a tier 4 pick.
Exactly. I don't know how many tears he has, but that seems pretty low to me. London Spitfire, better objective control to me. They count the map, they finish. Glads run out of time. Final fight comes out. Backbone Sparkle land the shots. Backbone doesn't die, and it's all over.
Well, London Spitfire now have this series in their hands. If they close out on push, they will be staying in the upper bracket and sending the Gladiators down into the dungeon. We'll see if they can get it done, what the Glad's final map pick is going to be when we come back, so do not go anywhere.
London Spitfire. They're packing some heat with this roster right here.
They don't know! Oh, Hardy! What a way to turn this around!
Jax's double pulse Faith and MCD, the counter dives, have traded out heals. It's over and we tie up the series.
My God! Hardy just stuck in the corner, drops down the shatter, and there you go. Chatty is back. He is here to pound. London Spitfire continue to advance.
Blizzard available for Backbone. Nero throws out the Blizzard, but a counter Blizzard from Backbone. Can they kill Gator? He's trapped. No lamp to be had, and Gator dies.
And now look at Backbone chasing down Ultraviolet.
2 shatters coming online rather soon.
It's this man on your screen that comes up with the goods. London!
And welcome back. We are now at match point. 2-1 the scoreline as London Spitfire have the lead. Gladiators have one more map pick to try to take us into 5. Push is going to be their decider is to see whether or not they can make that happen. So we'll have to just wait and see where they decide to take us. Is it going to be New Queen Street, Coliseo, or Esperanza? We'll have to just wait and find out here in just a bit. But for right now, London are looking good.
Absolutely, and on the converse as well, it's like, well, you could probably say that LA Gladiators, they seem to be struggling right now, which is, I guess, an obvious statement, but some of their struggles comes from the fact that I don't know if they figured out, like, what actually is their lineup, like, who is the Sojourn player, who's the Reaper player, is Tracer really worth picking? Because, you know, we've gone back and forth debating whether, you know, actually it's not been a back and forth, it's just mainly us just agreeing with Sparkle, isn't it? Like, most teams would probably agree with Sparkle. Tracer, not the best pick right now, you really are forcing it to work. We saw that from Kip's POV. He struggled to really find picks outside the pulse bombs. He just couldn't really dive in. And how many low players on London Spitfire that just unfortunately are not coming down. LA Gladiators today, they've played some interesting stuff. They've, to me, been, it's an interesting identity to have for this team, that they're the ones willing to try out different tanks like the Doom that we saw earlier. We had a little bit of Rhine, Junkrat. It's been pretty hit or miss. They've been playing Tracer. They've been swapping their 2 DPS player roles as well. I don't know. I feel like London's game plan, just sticking to the meta, executing on that meta, their understanding of that meta and understanding how to play it, just seems stronger than LA Gladiators.
Yeah, they seem just very disjointed right now. Uncertain. I mean, we see the swap arounds and the rolls coming through. What with Happy playing the Reaper, Kevster going over to the Sojourn there on Eichenwald, and now it swaps back on Dorado. And it's, you know, 2
flip a coin for this one.
Back to back.
Who's it going to be for this one?
Well, I don't know. Maybe it's going to be Ryder. It's actually going to be Happy who's playing tank, and then Ryder's going to play the Reaper. You know, I don't know. Right now,
Funny Astro's playing tank. Scooter's playing Sojourn.
Well, right now,
Space is going to play the Kariko.
And that's another thing, is that oftentimes, I mean, we see Funny Astro coming in here, playing a Lucio, the hero that he made his name on, and oftentimes he's lagging behind. Admiral is building up these sound barriers. He's having better timings in these fights.
Let's talk about the other support position as well. Is like I'm shocked that Landon is currently, in my opinion, outperforming Shu, and yet at the same time, based on what I saw out of Landon yesterday, it also doesn't surprise me. I just maybe expected that Shu would be a monstrous Kariko player. It hasn't been bad. I don't think Shu's been throwing. I don't think he's necessarily a bad player on this role, but Landon has been unbelievably impressive. The shots he's hitting, stellar. The timings for ultimates, he's been able to get ultimates generally on par, if not better than what Shu has had. And even you know, let's take a look at Eichenwald. Let's say that he doesn't get ultimates as fast as Shu on that map. The value that London get out of the Kariko ultimate, the Casino Rush, has been better. That's maybe more of a team thing than specific for Landon, but speaking of just what London are doing as a team, it's been greater than the LA Gladiators. So first of all, we have the answer to the question, Happy on Reaper, Kevster on the Sojourn. They're going to be playing the Winston Mirror here, so no other heroes coming on through, no Tracer. I think that's probably for the best.
But it's going to be Kevster back onto the Sojourn, Happy onto the Reaper once more, so that coin flip goes Happy's way. Takes up the mantle once again. See if this time around it's going to be able to deliver them a map win.
Unless Kevster's playing like a Junkrat or Tracer, it does seem like Glaz prefer Kevster on the Sojourn. That's what I've noticed.
Well, for now, Gladiators will go ahead and take the bot for themselves, start gaining some distance. Honey chases forward, 30% of the way towards that Primal, and okay, well, Sparker will just go ahead and take down Kevster. So even though he was lagging behind just a little bit towards that overclock charge, Now he's got a very big window of opportunity to go ahead and take the lead. Reiner dead, Paniaster dead, and yep, that will just be the rest of the squad swept under the rug.
You look at how early Kevster dies, right? You're like, well, maybe Glads can just sort of regroup here, find Kevster again. No, worst case scenario is the rest of the team just gets staggered. And as Kevster respawns, everyone else dies. It's a full 5-man wipe, by the way. All 5 from London survive. And the ultimate charge differential, and we talked about already, but because London wins so heavily, their Landon's on 77, Shoes lagging massively behind. Spark has got ahead of Kevster here as well. Spark is low HP, but he's okay.
Already going to be 38 meters built up here for the Spitfire, bot locked in place. Reiner just jumped down to half HP, had to jump back. Jumping shot comes in, and cut off some access there.
Good disengage, really good disengage.
Yeah. Pull back away. Landon just looking to keep everybody alive, sends a shot over towards Shu, and Reiner crumbles under the pressure. Sparker sliding forward, able to get the finishing shot. And now that overclock is just about to be online should he need it.
Glads are waiting for Reiner. And they can't ult until Reiner's here, so that's the other problem. Reiner just dies before Shu has the Kitsune rush. That's just really awkward timing. I think Glads could have been a little bit slow there, but now Kevster, okay, he's got that kill.
Gets one. Adi not really much of anywhere to go. Does go diving forward here in the end. They're trying to get rid of Kevster, and they can just send him off the side of the map. I suppose that works. And Landon will actually steal the kill with a nice little cheeky headshot mid-air. Adi turns his sights back over to Paniastro, finds that elimination as well to boot. And the bot doesn't go very far. It's right back into control of the Spitfire as Hadi gets a cheeky little quick zap onto Shu to finish the job.
That was a drive-by there from Hardy. Speaking of driving, we're going to get this payload into the checkpoint now, maybe. Gladiators still hold more ultimates. Plenty to work through. Are they not going to get... Okay, finally, there's a sound. That was a bit slow, but...
Sound barrier out. Reiner will find Sparkles. So shuts down the rest of that Sojourn ult, and Hadi will fall. The bot doesn't quite make it to the checkpoint here, so we haven't made it through that, so that pause will still be there if the London Spitfire are able to regress into this position, but for now, the Gladiators can breathe a much-needed sigh of relief as they have some semblance of control.
But I mean, even that moment there, if you really examine the micro play, it's like waiting to sound barrier is just taking a risk. Sparker could get a kill in that time. There was ample time for Sparker to find somebody, and if you end up at a 4v5, it's kind of still winnable for Spitfire. They maybe pop more ultimates, it's a different story, so a couple of screws there, I think, still yet to be tight, but the Gladiators happy to at least take a fight away, prevent the cap from coming on in. Happy, though.
Happy is dead. I don't know exactly how this happened, but Backbone and seemingly the Admiral just get on top of him. They find the kill before he can Wraithwalker. Maybe the Wraith was on CD. The way Landon jumping back, joins in with Spark to keep protecting. Suzu does come out. But still inching forward here for the Gladiators. They haven't fully lost control.
That's a shot.
Kevster's headshot there on the Backbone. That is a damn good way to make sure that you maintain control. But with the rush coming out, Shu going down, London Spitfire looking to just go ahead, shift the spot straight back across into Gladiators territory.
Glads might have to burn more ultimates here if they can engage a fight, but it looks like they've exited already. Yeah, they've completely given this payload control up. I mean, with their Kitsune Rush and their extra Reaper advantage, having the Reaper alive with Kitsune Rush makes a world of difference there. That's why Backbone rather dying at the time he did. It's pretty critical. Kipsa pops an overclock.
Goes for it again. Reiner goes diving into the back line. Doesn't have a bailout. The Primal, so can't go too terribly deep. Offers up enough space to get the bot moving once again. Kevster does come up big, finds a nice headshot. Landon now going to be taken out. Happy does get traded. Sparker finding one for his squad. Backbone waiting. Sound barrier has been used. Still hasn't found an opportunity to really use this death block.
Payload's gone, by the way.
Pushes around the corner. Now he trumps it in. And they fall right into his trap. 3 quick kills for Backbone. Now a fourth as Reiner falls. And yeah.
He's barking. He's barking the camera.
It's looking like a checkpoint.
I saw the whoop and I saw the bark on the camera there as well. Backbone knows he just got the 4K to get the cap. And they already moved the payload. That's the other thing I'm saying, Achilles. They were already stealing the payload away from the Gladiators before the fight even started, so they can instantly cap now. And Happy gets shut down. Death Blossom gone.
He's just completely eviscerated by Backbone. Tries to make the play, needed to have a huge Blossom, but he gets absolutely nothing from it. Hadi takes down Shu, and the Gladiators look like they have, both feet out the door. Right now, they're getting dragged along.
I can't believe it.
Holding on by their fingertips onto the door frame.
This is it's about to be 100 meters. They're about to get 100 meters here. Gladiators have to stop this now. They have to get moved. They got 3 ultimates. What are they waiting for?
Nearly 4. Well, there's the rush first. Landon not quite having his. could be a difference maker. And okay, Backbone will go down, as does Admiral. So they finally find some kills. That's going to be a reprieve. And wow, all in one moment, everybody dies. Not sure exactly what happened to Ryder. I guess he went off the side of the map somehow. Either way, the bot is going to be taken here by the Gladiators. They can try to get this away, the hell away from their spawn. But you can see, Bunny Astro, he's got to go for the taxi. They can't move this bot forward.
That's the thing, right? The fact that Reiner somehow falls off the map, actually, that makes it so they cannot move this bot forward. Funny Astro goes to the taxi, as you've been talking about. It's significant, the difference between Reiner not falling off the map there and actually falling off. No idea how he dies.
They still haven't.
Shouldn't have done.
Now they have. I was going to say, they didn't even take the forward spawns away. London Spitfire still has those right up until this moment. Great shot, Backbone nearly eliminated. Just didn't quite build it up to 100.
Sparker, wow.
Finds one. I mean, he doesn't even have the overclock rolling. He just builds one up to 100, takes down Shield. Funny Astro now commits the sound barrier into the fight. Admiral matches Astro dead. And it just continues to spiral completely and utterly out of control.
They look broken. Glads look broken. They can't get any kills here. Kev's hopping through the overclock, nothing. Spitfire survived, double support ultimates there. And the payload continues moving. This is definitely going to be 100 meters now at 97. They'll get that. And Glads have no ultimates. Last time we were here, Achilles, Glads had 4 ultimates. Now they got nothing.
Yeah. They are just completely and utterly falling apart at the seams. Push forward, Backbone takes the raid. Tries to stay safe, pops that Death Blossom because he knows that the dive
Kinda low though.
puts a hell of a lot of damage onto Reiner, and he just can't jump out. He jumps up instead of jumping back across the opposite side of the bridge. Either way, not sure if he would have made it out with his life intact, but Hadi is just continuing to cause trouble.
We're going further. We're going further.
Back there. Funny Astro just trying to keep them pushed away, but he just cannot do enough.
120.
And they continue to push. Yeah.
And that's the thing, because you look at the late Jets, Kev's are happy dying at that time. Reiner just respawned. They're staggered respawns. This is so bad for the Gladiators. 120 plus, I mean, this is insurmountable. There's 100 meters in terms of a gap between the two teams.
Yep, 100 meters in a minute when the London Spitfire are knocking on the doors of
the London cap?
complete. I mean, it looks like it's going to happen. It seems inevitable. Kevster trying to escape. Will manage to trade one, but no one can touch. And the London Spitfire will not be denied. They give up one map, and then they go to push, and they take it all the way home. Gladiators did not hold a candle to them at any singular moment in this map. And clearly, for a team that has won multiple tournaments in the year, there is something that needs to be worked on in the playoffs if they want to make it out of the lower bracket, because London Spitfire looked like they were playing with their food.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't really make sense for the Gladiators to be this bad in this meta versus London Spitfire, considering, yeah, okay, they did win twice. Did they lose Summer Showdown? That was bad for them. Understandably, it was bad. But this meta should work for them. But they were, by the way, Gladiators was 6-0. Perfect in the Countdown Cup qualifiers. They were one of our top seeds coming into this playoffs. So when I say it wasn't that shocking for Houston to beat the the San Francisco Shock, it is incredibly shocking that London do beat the LA Gladiators, because when you look at a Winston meta on paper, that's perfect for Reiner. You have Shu, you have Funny Astro, Lucio Carrico should be perfect for them. Happy, fantastic for the Sojourn if he's allowed to play it. The only question mark was, how does Kevson look on the Reaper? And yet, it's London Spitfire, where the way we finished this one, not with a bang, but with a whimper from the LA Gladiators and London Spitfire, this is the real deal. That man on the screen right there, Christopher, he has built an incredible team this year. Something to be proud of. I don't think any London fan would have expected their team to make it this far. Maybe you really believed that they would have some really good results. This now has been one of the best results, maybe it is the best result for London ever since their massive team shakeup after Season 2. Since Season 3, it's been rough skies for this London Spitfire squad, but right now, this is the best they've looked in a damn long time, and they have the capability to go even further.
It's just unbelievable. I mean, at the end of it all, the Gladiators looked like they were completely lost, and London Spitfire had the upper hand at every twist and turn. The all-in was called. They had aces high, and the Gladiators turn over a 2-7 offsuit, and they completely bomb out of it. And they find themselves now in the lower bracket. I believe they have to play against the Philadelphia Fusion tomorrow, so that is not a very fast turnaround for them to get prepped. But boy, what a performance from the team, and Landon in particular, we continue to sing him praises, and he is going to be our player of the match. You talk about somebody who slots into the Kiriko role, it's this guy right here. He continues to excel.
I don't think anyone would have had Landon on their sheet of like, well, who's going to be a top Rico player, but you better have him there right now. He better be towards the top end of that list because honestly, the way he's been playing successfully over these past couple of days, the stats show as well, I think they back it up for me. The level of kills he can get, I mean, he made Kevster's life live in hell when he's playing Tracer. Just the highlights we're seeing here as well, I mean, some funny little kill steal on Kevster. This entire map as well in Colosseo, so unbelievably one-sided. How on earth they got a full count, they got an entire completion. And you look at the stats overall coming on through. I love the expression on his face, by the way. He knows he's done well.
He looks like he's
pat on the back.
He looks like he's just happy to be here, but in fact he just hard pounded that whole series.
He looks like he's happy to be here, but actually he's one of the best Kariko players.
Yeah,
so he looks like he's happy to be here. That's so crazy to me, but he really is.
Just absolutely stellar performance from Landon, from everybody. Hottie, fantastic again on the Winston. Backbone. Some incredible fight-turning performances from him on that Reaper. I mean, just that last little gank where he comes out, manages to clean up 4 in that team fight because he hugs around the corner. The Gladiators just do not see it coming whatsoever.
Yeah,
they
that was so
completely get
huge.
blindsided. Great decision-making from Backbone and from the whole team overall. They played like a unit, and Gladiators, frankly, they just played like a team fractured into something that needs to be fixed in a very short period of time, less than 24 hours basically, as a turnaround to be ready for their next match, and that's in the lower bracket. So if you lose from here on out, it's over.
Speaking of which, I mean, give me your live reaction here. How do you feel when I tell you these 3 teams in the lower bracket? Shanghai Dragons, San Francisco Shock, LA Gladiators. I mean, excuse me? What is going on there? What is going on there? But those are 3 teams in the lower bracket. Atlanta's there too. I mean, to be fair, it's maybe not that surprising. They typically do go in the lower brackets early, but they go for a bit of a demon run down there.
They're at home.
I mean, our upper bracket semifinals is Dallas, Seoul, Houston, London. What a mix of teams.
It's crazy, and it's just wild to see. It's great to see this much, honestly, diversity in the teams that we have in the upper bracket right now, because it's not an upper bracket that we've really ever seen before in the past. So it's a completely wild ride that the 2022 playoffs are delivering for us so far, and I, for one, am fully strapped in. I am more than prepared to ride this all the way to the very end. But this is the end for today for myself and Avril. Of course, the desk is still going to be breaking down the action. They have plenty to go through, so make sure you guys stay tuned and hear from those Giga Brains over there on the desk in just a few minutes.
Nice. Get the so short. Kill one. What did you say?
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Butterfinger. Crispity, crunchity, peanut buttery. No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger. Welcome to the Watchpoint Post Show. Zoe here, joined by Necra and Reinforced. And we also have the utmost honor of having Landon from the London Spitfire joining us now for the winner's interview. First and foremost, congratulations. Huge dub for you and your team. You must be absolutely elated right now.
I am. Thank you so much. It was a really fun game.
Well, it was so much fun for us to watch. Now, I do want you to break it down a little bit for us. What do you think gave you the edge in your win over the LA Gladiators?
This whole year, we've been honing our style, and we've learned a lot of comps and a lot of styles. But the one thing that we're leagues better than the other teams is these kind of rush or hive mind style comps, where all of us are 5 people tunneled on one thing, walking in one direction.
So you think that's sort of like what gave you the edge when like this meta came around? We're seeing some of these top teams, you know, not even the LA Gladiators, you know, they're a respectable franchise winning 2 stage titles, but also like San Francisco Shock, for example, Shanghai Dragons got 3-0'd. Do you think that teams that can adapt to this kind of meta quickly, like that really suits their style here in the playoffs, like you guys?
Yeah, in this meta, more than most others, the most important thing, or one of the most important things, is communication and teamwork. So even if you have players with slightly better aim, if you play versus a team that has better communication and better teamwork, you're going to lose.
Oh, I love that. Can I ask a follow-up then? Like, what do you think makes great communication for London Spitfire, for example? Like, what is something maybe when you came into the team that Coach Christopher or something, like, what did they teach you about communication that really stood out to you, maybe?
Since I joined this team, we had really realistic expectations set for us, that if we wanted to be a really good team, we had to focus on things that other teams didn't. And Christopher, an amazing coach, really put that focus on communication, that no matter what else, we should always be communicating better than the enemy team.
I love that.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, it's especially important when, Landon, you've been doing such a phenomenal job on Kiriko. I think you are just on the top of our leaderboards right now for stats. Can you tell us what separates a good Kiriko from a great Kiriko like yourself?
In the league right now, there seem to be 2 styles of like a flank-heavy Kiriko versus one that focuses on healing. So I try to focus on enabling my teammates rather than going for lucky kills or random headshots, and that's worked well for us.
So if you had to give one tip to the people that are watching your gameplay, maybe inspired to take it to the ranked ladder, what is the one thing that you want to see Kirikos work on, or what would your tip be?
Just heal more.
Just heal.
Oh, there you go.
Simple.
Yeah, my man.
On behalf of everyone with a Kiriko and their team, thank you. I hope that one sticks. Landon, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations once again, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you.
Thank you, Landon.
What a run from the London Spitfire. Almost all our Preds in shambles. You, of course, big brain play right there. You just knew it.
Yeah.
Just knew it. Yeah. Yeah, it is unreal, but we love it. I love upsets like that. And they had a great first day. They showed what they got again, day number 2. But we do have to look at the Gladiators here as well in this match. I mean, this was the first look we actually got of them in this new meta. And they did not seem to have a good grasp on what they want to play, how they want to play it.
Yeah, this is the first team which we've really seen not really been decided on who is playing the Reaper and who will be playing the Sojourn. We had Kevster kick things off playing Sojourn here. He played some Tracer on the early rounds on leading tower. Go over to Dorado. We saw Kevster on the Tracer as well. So it was a bit all over the place for the LA Gladiators. Overall, I think that London Spitfire, as Landon just hit on in the interview, I think they communicated better. I think they had better dive execution. I think Reiner, for example, on the Winston, he was on the back foot quite a bit. So very positively surprised here again by the London Spitfire, Necro.
Well, there's something else that I feel like backs up Landon's point about communication. It doesn't matter if you have great aim, because the Los Angeles Gladiators for 3 of the maps were leading in final blows over London, and so London was still able to win. And I think that speaks volumes to Landon's point.
Yeah, I think also just like that speaks to how good Happy is on Sojourn, for example, like being able to just rack up final blows, and they might not matter, you know, you might not even win the map, but the fact that you can always have like an impact on the match itself by racking up these final blows, for example, whether it's like at the end of fights or like, you know, just randomly before fights even kick off, you know, first elimination, stuff like that. There are some huge conundrums about the Los Angeles Gladiators. For example, they were one of the favorites going into the playoffs, predicted by many to win the entire thing. And if we take a look at Kevster's Sojourn stats entering the playoffs, you can see he played about an hour for this team compared to to Padipan early in the year, played about 4.5 hours of gameplay on Sojourn. Happy has played over 5 hours of Sojourn. So you can see here, Kevster, only an hour played so far on Sojourn, entering the playoffs, and they look pretty good. You know, 8.8 final blows per 10 minutes, 5.5 short kills per 10 minutes. Like, that's nothing to, you know, sniff at. Like, that's really good stats, right? But the fact that Kevster hasn't been the primary Sojourn player for the LA Gladiators, I mean, you're really gonna ask some questions about what's going on with the Gladiators, why are they flexing these heroes around, because no other team, again, has done this so far this playoffs.
I kind of feel like when it comes to watching how the Gladiators were adapting to this meta, you saw a lot of the Tracer come out there from Kevster, maybe not expecting the Sojourn to be in the right or with the same person, but I think that with the Tracer play, it does feel like Gladiators are trying to play to a huge strength of theirs, which is Kevster's Tracer. It's so good that you kind of want to play around it.
We've seen other teams like the Dallas Fuel, for example. They like having Sparkle in the lineup because Sparkle, he can play the Tracer, Sparkle can play the Reaper, and does a really good job at that. You can flex to both of those heroes. We've seen other teams as well being able to flex over to that Tracer. The LA Gladiators, they're saying no. Like, sometimes we want Kevster on the Tracer and sometimes we want Kevster on the Sojourn. That is unprecedented so far in the playoffs.
Do you feel like this is a matter of stubbornness, not wanting to flex? Or does the Gladiators actually have a bit of an issue when it comes to flexibility if you compare them to other teams?
Which is so weird to say, because all season we've been saying that the Gladiators are one of the most flexible teams.
They look
in
meta-proof
terms of,
usually.
Yeah, they usually do when it comes to kind of being able to play to the strengths of a particular map or a particular hero or player. But it just feels like with this meta and also the Junker Queen meta, they just looked really lost.
Yeah, I mean, they did improve on the Junker Queen meta at the end. They didn't qualify for the tournament, of course, and that was a big question we had about them, but later on they improved. Many even said that the LA Gladiators at the end of Summer Showdown could have gone really far in that tournament the way they improved, but early on they had their struggles, so maybe early on in this meta as well, having their struggles. I think for the LA Gladiators, we'll never have the perfect answer on why we're seeing Kevster and Happy make these switches. I'm certainly not willing to go out on a ledge and just like proclaim why this is happening, right? I'd love to ask the team what's going on, why they're swapping these members around, because it is a bit unnatural. It's not something we've seen so far.
Well, we might get a chance to chat with them. They are not out just yet. So let's actually take a look at the brackets, starting with the winner bracket, where I have to say, there's some surprises there. I do not think that the majority of the people would have said that the Outlaws are going to make a winner's bracket run. The Spitfire make a winner's bracket run.
Top six?
Yeah,
top six.
This is fantastic. Like, those are some pretty big surprises, I dare say, for a lot of people out there.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Going into the playoffs, like London Spitfire, they hadn't even had any playoff success, like in the stages or anything. So we hyped up the London Spitfire, great regular season record, what a glow up for them, underdogs and all that. But they got reverse swept by the Florida Mayhem twice in previous stages this year. Come tournament time, so now the London Spitfire finding themselves in top 6. That is a huge improvement when it comes to tournament play in particular.
Yeah, and that winner bracket looking really, really neat. Also having like the Soul and the Fuel could be a winner. It could be a grand finals kind of match right there. But if we're looking at the loser bracket, this is bonkers. I can't believe I'm actually saying that. We're going to see the Dragons, the Shock, the Gladiators. They're all dropping down into the losers bracket. That's what? What is happening?
Shanghai Dragons and San Francisco Shock, we said it earlier, they've won the last 3 Overwatch League championships, and now they're battling it out for one of those champions to go home. Yeah. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, the loser of these is going home, and everything on the line. I very much hope that those teams are going back to the drawing board at the end of the day and really trying to figure out what went wrong for them, how they can improve. It's a short turnaround, so I very much hope to see them coming out firing on all cylinders tomorrow for their potential last match of the season. Now, it was a day filled with surprises and many things happening on the server. So, of course, I know everyone had their bingo boards out and ready to cross things off the list. So, Necro, if you could do us the honor to step over to our board and we take a quick look at what else we can cross off that list. I do feel like there's got to be more. I think also we have the reference to the 5th year of Owl. We've literally done that in the pre-show yesterday.
Yeah.
I mentioned it about 100 times. So
yeah,
yeah,
we can
that one
cross
can
that
go
off.
up.
So that's on the right
It's,
over there. Yeah.
right next to the N from bingo.
Middle on the right.
So
Middle on the right. There, there we go.
Yeah, right in front of you. There you go.
It's a lot of writing. We could have kept that shorter. What
And
else
also,
happened?
2 elims in a single boop.
Yeah,
We saw that in the Dallas Fuel matchup as well. So that's center left. There you go. I don't think a lot of bingo board things got crossed off. So if we take a look at this board,
Does Houstonable count?
No.
We said it.
no. Houstonable is when they suck.
That's
It's
not
when they're
what that
bad,
means.
but they're winning. We cannot possibly cross off the Houstonable. But taking a look at some of the others, like pause due to player spilling something, we did have an extended pause because they swapped out like laptops or the computers or something like that. So we got plenty of squares here. Is there one square we want to cross off tomorrow? Is there something we should keep in mind for tomorrow?
I mean,
Kiriko team wipe? Sneaky back cap?
Silly walkout.
Silly walkout.
I want to see a
walkout.
silly
Come on.
walkout tomorrow.
No Spitfire? No, they're not playing
Throw
tomorrow.
it back.
Yeah.
Well, Necroc, come on back. I think that's all we got for
Okay.
today on our board. So yeah, here's a board, everyone. There we go.
No bingo just yet.
And if you call now, you might get, I don't know, what else can I sell? I literally
Howdy,
have nothing.
monkey
I'm going to
plushies.
sell our best of the days. How about that? I'm going to give you some endorphins by showing you some good plays, which we got to witness today. Starting with my best of the day, and that is, it feels like an eternity ago, actually. It was a Hydron hitting some pretty neat shots. But I literally, when was that game happening? Was that still today? It was. But those.
Funny you say that.
I mean, that just
So
saved the
deep.
point because Soul Dynasty
It
were about to
did.
cap. It's crazy.
But yeah, pixel perfect precision indeed. Hydron
Just
has
sliding
been-
us like, no. I'm going so. I'm going Widow.
This is just beautiful to watch. Like,
Yeah, we don't get a ton of Widowmaker.
no, we
right?
don't.
So
So
I love seeing a couple of shots like that.
there we go. Yeah, that tickled my fancy earlier today. But Rose, what did you enjoy the most today?
I enjoyed watching those Reapers go for fancy Beyblades in the back line. So that was really fun. I think one of my favorite moments of today was actually going to be Striker's flank. I mean, just kind of watching how he was moving around. He just goes into the building. I mean, where's he going? His team's over on the left, but it's fine because he's got a plan. He's a man with a plan, and it was going for that Death Blossom in the back line, and it ended up being a perfect match for the Winston jump, too.
I love the beginning of it because as he's like going through that room, he's just like jumping in excitement, in joy.
Oh, yeah, he's like, oh my god, it's about to happen.
He's prancing towards the enemy team. Absolutely loving it.
That was
What you got for us?
For the last one, this is a roller coaster of emotions. Like roller coaster in so many ways. We got Edison here on the Sojourn, going quite aggressively, to be honest, and then finds himself quite low instead. So we can see here the Susu being thrown towards Edison because he's finding himself in the backline somehow. So it's like, well, there's a Sojourn in the Hangzhou Spark backline. Survives, gets booped off, and you're like, oh, he got saved. And I'm like, oh no, he didn't get saved. And then here comes the roller coaster part. Just turns on the boosters to the moon.
Yeah.
And he's back up. Look, Gushue is not even like considering the fact that Sojourn could reappear. So Edison gets to safety instead. I love that moment. I thought it was absolutely hilarious. Just like, you're saved, you're not saved, you're saved. Gushue's like, what?
It's like, what in the world?
Yeah, it's
Look at those guys.
Oh, it's on a Spitfire.
Oh, hey!
Howdy.
Many hearts to you guys.
Top 6.
Absolutely.
Then we gotta be so happy with themselves.
And they should be. I mean, if I were on their team, I'd already feel like I won the grand finals. Like, because people have not believed in them except from Necro, of course, and Danny out
And
there
Danny.
at one point.
That was
he
also for,
there.
the pred was also for Danny.
Yeah, but now I feel like it would be disingenuous for any of us to pick against the London Spitfire. But can you in good conscience do that?
Well, Houston Outlaws. I know there's a lot of Outlaws fans out there.
I think Houston make a very compelling argument, but have you heard back on whether or not you're allowed to predict Houston?
I did talk to an actual member of the Houston Outlaws, which shall remain unnamed, and they said, please don't predict us, Johnny. So I think they believe that the roster themselves, there's some kind of curse in place.
So if you do predict for them, they will lose, is what you're saying.
It's up in the air.
That's a theory right now. We haven't put it to the test.
Theory.
All right,
Yeah, well, we'll work on that. But for now, the Houston Outlaws are safe and they can rest up tomorrow as well, as we will be starting with the losers bracket. Same time, same place. We can't wait to see you again. Let's take a quick look at our schedule so you know exactly what you can expect to happen here in Anaheim tomorrow. The Philadelphia Fusion will take on the Gladiators in our first match of the day, followed by the Shanghai Dragons, who will go up against the San Francisco Shock. And then after that one, the Atlanta Reign will battle it out against the Florida Mayhem. And last but certainly not least, we're gonna have the Toronto Defiant and the Hangzhou Spark. I am as excited as can be. The losers are going home. Everything on the line.
Not excited for the losers going home. Excited
No,
for the matches
not for that.
part.
For the
matches
matches.
part. It's gonna be great.
And punctuation was really important in this very sentence of mine. But it's been a long day, but it's been an absolute blast. But also, it was a blessing. It was a blessing to have you with us as well, Necro. Thank you so much for filling in. Once again, Danny, Scott, please get well soon. We can't wait to see you again very soon here on our desk. But for now, we're going to say good night, goodbye. Thank you so much for joining. We see you again tomorrow.